Well, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the heck are you? I am Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady, and this is the open chat. Thrown up for your viewing edification in a damned big hurry because I just woke up. I don't know how the heck it happened, but I came to consciousness in my bed and looked over at the alarm clock over on my nightstand, and it read, I believe it was 6:30 at the time or something like that. And since I don't have a clock that displays real time, only my watch does, I didn't know whether it was 0600 or 1800 hours. Turned out it was 1800 hours. And I don't know how the hell I slept. It must have been close to 18 hours then that I was asleep in bed, and of all days on a Tuesday. And yes, little one, what would you like? Little one wants to be on air. Yeah. And I know that I missed last week's open chat. Yeah, I wasn't feeling well at all, and that sort of went by the way last week, and didn't want to do the same this week because I didn't want you guys thinking that I had died or something. I wouldn't want to have you all happy and overjoyed and everything like that. I would rather have you miserable watching this channel than happy thinking I had met my final end. And I don't know what it is with the little one here. It's hi Hannibal. Hi. Oh my, oh my. Gee, yeah. I have absolutely no topic for today. Well, do I ever have a topic for Tuesday? Really, let's face it. And at the moment, I'm flying solo, so you get to hear my bloviation here all by myself, and occasionally talking to Sylvia and stuff like that. And I don't know. Maybe this would be some good practice because I mean I'm doing crap with my two shows already, and I'm thinking of starting a third, which the intent of which is to fly solo, sort of an opinion piece on things, current events. Let's put it that way. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And I'd have to get some practice in maintaining at least a half hour's conversation, or not, half hour's dissertation. Let's put it that way. And hi, Great Dane. How the heck are you? Yay! Yeah, I'm here by myself at the moment. I probably could drop a couple links and see if some of my favorite people to join me on air could come on air, but we'll see what happens with that. I haven't done that yet. It's just me still half asleep. So now I know how Kate feels on Sundays. I literally woke up less than an hour ago, and it's yeah. But here it is. It's Tuesday, the 28th of January, and the month is coming to an end, and that means that I'm going to be, closing the month's financial books in a little while. And yeah, I do keep some very tight financial books, even for my own purposes. I know CFOs who don't keep track of their pennies as tightly as I do. Oh, itch! God, my nose is itching for some reason. I don't know. Oh, Great Dane, come on. Great Dane says, you're not here by yourself. Some of us are here, parenthetically, even if we're not that important. Are you kidding me? Look, dear, let's get this straight. I've said, no. Dad, there comes that word out of my mouth again. Okay, let's. God, that's a bad, 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 bad word. Um, let's do this right, guys. Were it not for you, I wouldn't be here. Okay, were it not for you people watching, I would be under the covers in the bed over there, and just being nice and warm and petting the cat who is now coming under the covers with me. So I know it's the dead of winter. No, but I am here, and I am here because you are there, and that's the whole thing. And I'm gonna have to do something with that. That would be a good opening or closing. Um, Wait a minute, what do you have here? Hannibal says, or with me, importance is waning while I wait to get the painting done, as my brother knows how to run the equipment. Oh, oh my, painting. I haven't done that in a long time. I miss it. I actually do like painting, believe it or not. And I do mean, sitting there with a bucket of Benjamin Moore or whatever it is, and turning the color of a room into another color. Um, One thing I miss, I lived in a place, God, this was a long time ago already. It's amazing how time flies. But I decided that it was going to be a rainbow residence, and every room was a different color. And it actually worked, believe it or not. The living room was what else? Lavender, and I wasn't even the lavender lady yet. It's amazing. The library was the color of desert sand. Um, Kitchen, I think, was yellow. Bathroom was in blue. One of the hallways was in sort of a peach or something like that. And wait a minute, Great Dane. Well, wait. Okay, Great Dane says, were it not for me, um, Dane, I forget. Are we talking he, she, something in between? But okay, Dane wouldn't be here were I not here. Dane says, I have respect for you. That one, that one, I don't know how to take. It's amazing. Um, Kate and I have had many conversations about this sort of thing. She doesn't know how to take compliments very well, and neither do I, really. Hey, Purple, how the heck are ya? Oh my, oh my, oh my. Okay, hang on, kids. Um, Give it a second here. And yeah, what it is, I don't exactly know. I don't even know in my case, let alone hers. Why does it come to pass that a person doesn't know how to take compliments, doesn't think that she deserves them? Um, and I'm sitting here and I'm looking. Dane says, I have respect for you. And I'm thinking, why? Of all things, uh, you know, of all people, why me? Many times I've said in the past, I'm nothing special. And I really, I'm not trying to give anybody a line when I say that. I don't see myself as special in any way beyond any other human. Um, and that, I suppose I could look at it in two different ways. I mean, in one way, it's a good thing because I'm not elevating myself above my fellow primates, uh, and I'm not devaluing myself among my fellow primates. I mean, to some people, it sounds like I'm devaluing myself when I say, "Why do I deserve your respect?" But that's not a devaluation. That's more at saying that no, I'm not any better than you are. Um, oh, Dane says, I have respect for you because you're real. Okay, I can accept that. I guess I'm real. Last I checked, I was real. So, yeah, unlike the favorite characters of some religious types, yeah, I mean, I do exist. Um, Being real is rare. Oh, are you talking about that kind of real? And maybe some of you in the audience may, or in the after watching, may be a little confused when I say that. Is yeah, are you saying that I'm not putting on a show? I'm not trying to make myself something I'm not, etc., etc., like a lot of politicians do. Well, okay, when you say that, if that is what you're saying, thank you. I would rather not put on airs. I would rather not make myself something I'm not, even if that is, and even if making myself something I'm not would be advantageous. Um, Hi, Beach. How you doing? Yay! And Purple, yeah, you've got a definite point. Purple says, anecdotal, but I think that people who were not given positive feedback while growing up don't know how to take compliments. I can tell you that certainly I did not receive any sort of positive feedback when I was growing up. As a matter of fact, all I received was negative. I was never good enough. I always did the wrong thing. I was always horrible, at least as far as the slimy bastards were concerned. So maybe you've got a point there. Um, that, when you don't have the training of receiving compliments, in 0 through 5, that sort of thing. Maybe you don't know how to accept them and deal positively with them. Oh God, that sounded like a psychologist. I don't want that. But yeah, you don't know. You don't know how to take compliments then at the age of 60. Um, And yes, I'm shaving a couple of years off that, but never mind, okay? Uh, so, yeah, Purple, you just damn well may have a point there. Yeah, speaking of, I want to thank you again, Purple. Recently, I believe it was Monday, so that would be around 24 hours ago. Oh, hi, Mom NATO. Okay, yeah, we can hang on for a little bit and we'll take care of that. I got a couple links to throw, it seems. But Monday afternoon, I received a little package via UPS, and it was a cervical traction unit and an immense bag of cat food. Thank you, Purple. Thank you so much. Um, the neck is feeling so much better after even a single application of that thing. Um, I mean, I'm still feeling a little bit of the tingling in the arm that comes along with this, so I know that it's not perfectly aligned, perfectly set up, or anything like that yet. But oh god, I'm not in pain the way I was Sunday. Oh shit. So that's beautiful. And then this is the thing with this immense, and I mean immense bag of cat food. What is that thing, hon? 16 pounds or is it 20 pounds? Um, the last time I had a bag that size, well, that was when Purple came out here, and we had gone to Kentucky for the protests. That was in July. We stopped by Walmart, which is right across the highway from here. And I needed some cat food and everything. He pointed, here, you really should get that one. And he's pointing at this bag of iams, which was, larger than I am, really. Well, not really, but that's beside the point. And that bag lasted literally 6 months. So, Sylvia's good for another 6 months of food, or I hope she is. Because here's the thing. Um, no, Beach, I have not tried an inversion table. I've never had the opportunity to try one. I certainly couldn't fit something like that here. I barely have enough room for my own arse as far as this place goes, and there's no place I know of that does not cost out the foo that has one. Yeah, indeed, Mom NATO. I'm getting that set up, and okay, 16, 17 pounds. So we're talking maybe a little less than 3 pounds a month for the little one. So she eats what, half her weight in cat food every month. Because she's not exactly tiny, but she's not aerial either. My my ex, when I've spoken occasionally about Miranda and Ariel, the two kitties that came to live with another girlfriend of mine and I many, many years ago. Okay, that would have been 97, I think. So we're talking at 23 years ago that the kitties came to live with Anita and me. Um, but Ariel became, oh my word, at her fighting weight, she came in at about 22 pounds. Um, and it's amazing. You would never know that Ariel and Miranda were sisters, that they were litter mates, because Ariel was all zen and nothing bothered her, really. She was just, I am cat. Hi, pet me. Um, and Miranda was the most neurotic kitty I have ever known. I love her dearly. I miss her terribly. Miranda finally died at the age of 15. That was, let me see now. It was Memorial Day, of all things. And if I can do the math right, what am I talking? 2012? Something like that. Um, but God, she had problems. The only place she ever, ever, ever felt safe was in my lap. Um, and when she wasn't feeling safe, you know how some people take razor blades to themselves when they are under stress and that sort of thing. I mean, I'm not giving those people a hard time. I'm saying it simply happens. Miranda was like that. She would claw at her neck when she was for 13 years, she had an open wound under her chin, um, and there we go. Hi, Mom NATO. Hi.
Hello, Puddin'.
Yay. Yeah, this is sort of just thrown together today. I woke up at
Yeah.
about
Mhm.
6:30.
Yeah, so I didn't get to tell you Sunday that Talon and I were over at Mother's. Oh, hold on just a second. That is probably Tornado. Yes. Hello, darling. Okay. Okay. Okay, see you shortly.
Oh,
Bye.
he's out of the house.
He is out of the house. He wanted pizza desperately. Desperately wanted pizza. Now,
Oh, bushy
he
boy.
he earned every time we go out to dinner this week because he helped me over at my mom's house while I was vacuuming, dusting, and steam cleaning my mother's carpets. he was outside picking up sticks and breaking them for her and cleaning up her backyard.
Okay,
So,
then. So he
so
was actually
mom came and
he was useful
yeah,
for once.
yes, mom mom came
We
and picked
love
us
you,
up.
dear.
So yeah, mom came and picked us up Sunday at like 11 o'clock in the evening or in the morning, and we did not get home until 6 in the evening.
Okay,
And
then.
then yesterday she picked us up at 1, and we got home at 4. But he played water boy while we were steam cleaning the carpets, so he emptied out the steam cleaner for us and got fresh water for us. So I
Okay,
should say for
then.
me. So I spent 3 hours about steam cleaning her carpets yesterday.
Hmm. Yeah,
But
he had dropped a
she,
note
yeah,
in my
yeah,
inbox, and
yeah. So we earned our $100 for that.
wow, wow.
Yeah, yeah. So, ooh, stretch.
Boy, did you just wake up?
No, my back has been hurting from doing the steam cleaning.
Oh, yeah,
This
bending
is
over and that whole
yeah.
damn. Now, this is.
Well,
Did you rent a machine or did you actually have one on
no,
hand?
my mom has a rug doctor.
Okay, okay, yeah, 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 yeah.
So, and it's one of the big square boxy ones, but
Uh
instead of
huh.
being red and white, it's blue.
Okay, because yeah, the
But it's the size of a regular rug doctor.
I get you definitely. Yeah, the slimy bastards actually had a an early carpet cleaner. It was a
Hmm.
Hoover at one point, and it had a couple
Yeah.
rotating brushes on it and the whole thing. I think they
Yeah.
used it once
Right.
in something like you know 30, 40 years. Um,
Well,
well, not
the
exactly
steam.
30 or 40 years because
Yeah.
I was out of there when I was in my 20s, but
Yeah. But still, yeah, no, she probably steam cleans her carpets where the actual traffic goes through and in her dining room and her family room probably once a year unless it's really really grungy or she has company coming over, which means usually I'm the one doing it.
okay then.
But hey, it earns me money, so I can't complain too much.
Yeah, because money equals groceries.
Hmm. Yeah, money equals dog food and cat food. My cats are my cats are no longer hovering over us every time we eat something, wanting to know if we're going to give them part of our food because they absolutely refuse to eat the last cat food I bought them.
So
I
okay, your guys do that as well.
Mhm. I literally had to pour uh, water from tuna cans, tuna in water,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
into the cat food to get them to eat it, and mix tuna in with it in order for them to eat the cat food I bought last month.
Okay then.
Or I
Uh,
should say on the first of the month. It wasn't last month, it was on the first when we got paid. So, you know, 26 days of having to fight to get them to eat was annoying.
yeah.
So,
Let me switch the view here. Camera one, camera two, no sidebar. There we go. Okay, yay.
you'll
So
fix
you
it.
guys can see my ugly mug. Why is that tiny? This is weird. OBS does not like me.
Oh
It
no.
constantly. No, 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 no. You didn't want to do that. It constantly resizes the windows of which my screen is composed. So I'm always
Hmm.
resizing these darn windows. I don't touch them. It does this to
Right.
me, but it's like, okay. I don't know if you guys that run OBS through Windows have this problem or not, but I do. Um, oh, okay. Purple. So everything is set then. Yeah, I dropped you a link, Purple, in case you want to come on. But okay, so I guess that is a good thing then. That
Hmm.
you actually know when the move is and all this other happy garbage. All right then. Yay, 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 yay,
Yay!
yay.
Well,
Because I,
that's good.
I know how much you want to get to Minnesota. I really do. Um,
Oh, I hate packing. Packing is such a pain.
yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, as poor as I am and as small as the place I'm
Hmm.
in is, I still have a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah.
And getting that stuff packed and ready to go. The last two moves,
Hmm.
I had to be packed and ready weeks before the move actually occurred because I knew that. Well, I didn't know how close to moving day I would be notified
Hmm.
because let's see, two moves ago I got a call from the HUD person or whatever it was, or the apartment manager. That's it.
Right.
Come down, uh, pick up the keys, and sign the lease tomorrow.
Hmm.
And okay, so now I've got to run around like a chicken with my head cut off to
Yeah.
get all the other stuff, like rent the
Yeah.
moving truck and all this other heavy garbage.
Hmm.
Well, it was a little different this last time around.
Hmm.
Sign the lease, pick up the keys today. And I said, "What, are
Hmm.
you out of your mind? I can't even get there today before you close the place because of the time
Yeah.
that they were closing and the time it would take for me to get there and all this other. So I
Right.
went there the next day, but still, it's always on that really, really close
Short time schedule.
timeline. Yes.
Yeah. You
Um,
see, I knew 2 months ahead of time that I was moving to Florida.
okay.
So the only thing I didn't have was originally was a specific day when I was going to move, and I changed my move date by 6 days so that I left early. And I'm glad I did because the day I was originally supposed to move, they had a blizzard in Missouri. And by
Oh,
that point, I was already in Florida and unpacking the moving truck.
that's wonderful. Because okay, with that
Yeah.
blizzard, you would probably have been
Hmm.
delayed for at least a couple of days.
Yes, because
Yeah.
I lived on, well, maybe not, because it was just a matter of the actual, I could have still done it, but I would have been more stressed out from the driving conditions.
Hi, Colleen. Um, how is everybody doing, Mom NATO?
Oh, I'm doing wonderfully. Payday's in a couple of days. I still have $30 left.
Hey, I like it. I like it. I forget
So,
how much I have left. It's under 100.
mhm,
Um, but and when I'm talking about having money left,
mhm,
we're
mhm,
talking about space on the credit card is what we're talking about.
mhm. Well, this is
Um,
actual green stuff. Actual green.
oh my!
Hi, Kate.
Hi,
How are
Great.
you?
Kate.
How are you? How you doing?
Not too
Oh, a
bad.
little bit this, a little bit that. I forgot to change the output, so we had the two screens side by side, which really screws up when it comes to my broadcast screen. There, we've got it fixed now. Oh
I should
man,
probably find the chat.
I'm doing good. I actually have $30 in cash left, and I've already bought my dog food and my cat food for the month. So the only thing I have left to buy for pets is kitty litter.
And porn.
No,
well,
no porn.
that reminds me of a Steve Martin routine. Um, Because what is it now? And I'm probably going to get a copyright strike for this. It's if she is like a cat, we have kitty litter. That
Yeah.
whole thing going on, and it's like, oh, God. And I can't do it the way he did it, but what the hell?
No.
Um, but that's I'm just a wild and crazy guy.
Yeah, is
Yeah.
that when he was playing Inspector Clouseau
Oh, this
for the
is
Pink
way
Panther?
before that. This was
Oh,
Oh
in the
okay.
yeah.
Saturday Night Live days. This was
Oh, okay. Yes.
yeah,
Then
early
much
'80s.
earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was while I was still in school and I wasn't allowed to watch Saturday Night Live
Oh,
Why
what?
would you not be allowed to watch Saturday Night Live?
because my mom really did not like the humor in Saturday Night Live.
I could see
What
how some people
about
wouldn't like
it?
that.
My mom was uber conservative
Mm-hmm.
and
Uh,
didn't, yeah, majorly. And oh shit, I just realized something.
Uh
I
oh.
don't think I took my water pill this morning.
Oh no. Oh, what? Did I just remind you taking my stuff?
Yes, and I don't think I took it yesterday either because I was so.
Oh my, that's trouble. That is
so
indeed trouble.
Yeah, so I better
what
take
does
it
a
now.
what does a water pill actually
It's a
do? Because
Okay,
diuretic.
I'm
it's
picturing an ice cube right
no,
It,
now.
it's a
The water.
diuretic.
it's a diuretic to help
Uh,
process whatever you drink and eat so that you go to the bathroom more to help with high blood pressure or
yeah, you know what?
pre
I like my answer
hypertension.
better. I think that a water tablet and an ice cube are now the same thing.
Yes, I
Okay.
like that. I like that. I really do. I actually
Well,
was on a diuretic for years and years and years because that diuretic happened to have anti-androgenic side effects.
mhm,
Mm.
But my spironolactone was originally a diuretic, and
mhm.
somebody found out that hey, it
It's not good
suppresses
for
those
you.
boy chemicals, and a whole bunch of us descended upon that. And the only
Mhm.
Well,
say again.
well, I mean, I was on a diuretic for years too.
Okay. Oh yeah, all of the methyl xanthines are
Mhm.
intense diuretics. Not only caffeine, which is
Mhm.
1,3,7 trimethylxanthine, but the
Right.
dimethylxanthine and the monomethylxanthine are also diuretics.
Right.
So that there's got to be something in those methyl groups, or maybe I don't know. Maybe it's xanthine itself. As for it, I really don't know
Mm,
how the heck it is that it works. I know about
but it
one,
does.
yeah, but it does.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, as long as I remember to take the pill today, yes, it's going to be late, but I took it. So
well, at least
I
it's
took it.
not as
Yeah.
it's not as bad in a certain way as taking a certain different pill late.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm hoping I won't have to take anything like that for a long time.
You mean a chill pill, right? Because if you take your chill pill too late, people might beat you up.
Yeah, really. And it's not like I'm having the kind of fun that I would need a birth control pill for.
Right.
And
Mm.
if I needed one of those, I'm way too late for that.
I am actually using
23
the
years too
best
late.
birth control there is. Absolutely the best birth control, lesbianism.
Mm, I don't
Yes,
know. I'm
yes.
I'm I'm on the birth control pill called abstinence.
Wow.
Yeah, I haven't had that kind of fun since Tornado was 7.
Mm.
And
Mm.
if I remember correctly, it wasn't all that much fun then.
No, it was really, really just, yeah. I could have done without it, so I did.
Uh huh. Yeah.
And the
It's
thing is I know what caused it. I know why it was so boring, besides the guy didn't know what to do with what he had, is the fact that Tornado's dad was really good in the sack. Oh my god, really good in the sack.
okay. So
Mm.
now you're comparing, and yeah.
Yeah. Well, the first time Tornado's dad and I had any fun, it was 2 hours of foreplay.
Is that all?
Well, he was limited on time. He was in the military.
Oh,
Oh, hold on
okay,
just a second.
okay. What, a tornado home?
Wow, that was crazy pants. Woof, 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 crash. Silent.
Oh no. Yeah,
Either the
that's.
microphone fell over or broke after beating the stove to death. I mean,
We'll find
it's,
out shortly.
yeah, suppose we might. Suppose we might. Meanwhile, I am infected with a severe case of lap kitties.
Oh
Aren't I?
no. Hi, Columbia. I know you're there even if I can't see you.
Yeah, she's like all adorable and stuff.
This one has actually been getting into the bed and sleeping with me, so I know it's the middle of winter. Because
Hmm.
yeah, she's a seasonal kitty about those things. She will not do that in June. Um,
Huh.
but
Do you radiate heat?
I must be hot stuff.
Hmm. Well, I mean, because I know that I'm a lizard because I don't generate my own heat. I am as warm as the air around me will let me be. That's
Oh,
just all there is to it,
okay
right?
then.
So, I would imagine that my kitty would rather be around me in summer because otherwise it'll be like sitting on top of an iceberg in wintertime. I mean,
Okay then.
granted, there will be a blanket between me and her, but still.
Yeah, she'll actually get under the blanket with me. It's she'll come around and sort of nudge my face with hers and oh hi okay lift the blanket. She walks right in. I'll close the blanket down and she'll fall asleep
Yeah.
curled up against me.
Now,
It's
Well, I
Smudge
mean,
does
that's the thing.
something similar.
Columbia won't do that. She used to try, but like in the first year that I had her, I quite accidentally and involuntarily gave her a bit of a Dutch oven, and she will not get under the covers anymore.
oops.
Okay.
Oh my.
Smudge Smudge doesn't rub my face, he'll paw at the blanket to try and hook his claws in it to draw it back. And
Mm.
Okay,
so I lift the
okay.
blanket up and he goes right in, curls up next to me, and goes to sleep.
Now, Columbia loves to beg for food or wake me up by batting at my nose like this, right? But I don't know what she did with her angle or what, but she hooked a claw into my nostril and
Ow!
yanked, just yanked.
Ow!
I was not happy.
Hmm?
You know
I was
what's
definitely not happy.
The linky? Okay, hold on.
what's interesting is Sylvia has started something new this winter.
Hmm.
She will actually
Oh?
solo burrow into the pile of blanket that's on the bed after I did not make the bed when I get out of sleeping and into bed and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Occasionally, I have a couple of pictures. I'll have to show them one day, where there's a pile of blanket and a cat arse just visible, and then other times there's not even that. There's just a pile of blanket, and the only way I know that it's her is that it moves a little bit every now and then. Um, but for whatever reason, she likes to burrow, and okay, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, let her have her fun. Um,
Whatever makes her happy.
yeah,
Yeah.
really. I mean,
I have on occasion planted a knee on a cat that was under a blanket and I had no idea they were there.
ooh.
That's
Oh
happened.
dear.
Yeah, well, you know what are you gonna do? It's like as far as I knew, that was just a big squash of blanket.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've come to the point where if I see something that looks like a pile of blanket,
Pull.
I'll actually check. I'll put
Mm.
my hand down on it, and if it doesn't compress very much, it's okay. Don't put the knee on there,
Mm.
because I've got her a couple of times, and
Well, Smudge's other favorite place to lay is I have a huge pillow on my bed it's bigger than a king. It's supposed to be one of those pillows you would tuck behind other pillows to help support them.
oh,
Oh,
okay, okay, I
And
hear a doorbell.
and
Ah,
I sleep on that because it's comfortable for me. And Smudge will actually curl up on the pillow.
oh,
So
hey,
Hellos.
hi,
oh look,
sweetie.
it's orange rhymes with purple.
Yes, we've
hello,
Hello.
got all kinds
Orange
of
Papa.
people coming here. Hi, Purple. How you
Hey,
doing?
Purple.
Apparently,
And
Seal.
microphones work not as well as they ought.
thank you again, Purple, for the post Christmas gifts.
Oh. What did he send you? Now
um,
I'm curious.
yes, there was a box that came via UPS, and it contained the cervical traction unit that I have employed, and things are
Oh,
feeling
good.
better already. And that was packed in with an immense bag of cat food. And
Oh.
when I say immense, the cat food in this bag will last Sylvia literally half a year,
Oh, well,
Nice.
that's great.
because the last one of that size lasted half a year. So you know, so
Mm.
that is yay. The only thing that makes me, I wonder a little bit is, what is the food like to her at the sixth month compared to the first month? Does it get stale? Does it lose its flavor on the bedpost overnight? Shit like that.
Mm,
I've
it,
thought about that
I,
too, but as long as you keep it completely dry, it doesn't seem to change any.
Okay, then. Yeah, I still have to cut the bag open, and because I have a little bit of cat food in my hexagonal kitchen containers.
Yep.
Um, but the last time around, well, when you and I went to Walmart, I got the 5 gallon pail that you often use for things like painting or house cleaning or things like that, and that's where the cat food lived.
See, what I did with mine is I bought a tote, one of those big totes, and that's where I put my cat food.
Are you meaning the square things with the lids? Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Yeah, because when I hear tote, what I think of
Mhm.
is galoshes, um,
Mm-mm.
because I'm accustomed
No.
to a brand of galoshes that is totes. Um,
Yes. Tote.
yeah,
well, when I hear tote, what I think is no, it's totes, and it's an abbreviation for totally.
yeah, that's the new one.
Oh.
When I first
Hmm.
encountered that, it was like, what the heck is this? Because I knew it wasn't galoshes, I knew it wasn't umbrellas, because the totes people
Right.
started making umbrellas as well.
Yep. Yep.
Um, so
Well, I mean, I've heard of a tote bag, obviously, but I
Right.
mean,
yeah.
when people started saying totes, it was really easy to get just because I remember when people first started saying totally.
Yeah.
So,
Well, you being in
Totally, dude.
California, yeah, no.
well, no, I mean, I remember it being huge in the 80s, and I was in
Hmm.
Vermont at the time. And by the way, I'm pretty sure one of you is echoing pretty hard, and I'm pretty sure it's Mom NATO.
Usually is.
Yeah.
It
No,
just means
but
I need to turn my volume down a little.
as far as that goes, I believe that the first
There. Better.
I
Yes.
yeah, it is
Yeah, I'm
actually
not hearing
better.
the echo anymore.
I believe the first item that the totes people offered for sale was tote bags, or of something of
Mm.
some sort. Yeah, and it sort of went into
They
the
came with the
galoshes. And
umbrellas.
oh, is that the
Oh,
way it worked?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
See, the thing is, it's really supposed to be pronounced tout bags. It's only a tote bag in Canada. Kidding. Sorry,
mm.
it's all I can hear. After a while, we said tote enough that it's just, yeah, that's
Yeah.
all I think
Well,
for several
the,
minutes after that.
Well,
okay, it's a huge square bin
there you are. But yet,
with a lid,
yeah,
and it's
Kate,
purple.
when you mention the way people say things, etc., that's one of my things I like to do. Um, you'll go to the YouTubes, and there will be videos about accents and
Mm.
Mm,
what this
mhm.
accent sounds like and where this accent. I love those. Just a couple days
This is
ago.
Doubtfire. Hmm.
Although there's a couple of things like we've gone over words that bug me and pronunciations that bug
Hmm.
me. Here's one that drives me right up the frickin' wall. Okay, if you have defeated your enemy, you have routed them. If, on
Yes.
the other hand, you're delivering papers, that's a paper route,
Yes,
Yep.
not a
yes,
route,
yes,
a
yes,
route.
yes.
Hmm.
And when I
You
was
know that
growing
that,
Route
that
up,
one's
60.
that one's like data versus data for me. Oh my gosh, I want
Uh,
to punch you, bitch.
yeah,
Route 66.
when I was growing up, the people in the neighborhood would confuse route and route in reference to a via, if you will. Going
Hmm.
from here to there would interchangeably be a route or a route, or the highway that took you there. Like Route 66.
Ugh. Oh.
Yeah, uh huh.
Route.
Okay,
Route 66.
to moist in weird ways? Well,
Oh, bless you. Yeah.
I mean, because I got no problem with the word moist, but route used in the wrong way just.
Yeah.
I'm going to rout you with my sword.
Hmm.
Well, that actually works.
Uh-huh.
Oh my.
I will
Shut up,
defeat my
Clary.
enemy.
Scandinavian.
I'm
Sorry, I'm looking at
Scandinavian, yeah.
yeah.
there was one I was thinking of that I lost. Well,
Yeah, you betcha.
that's what happens when you get old. You know, the mind is the memory is the second thing to go, and I forget what the first is. But
What?
hmm?
Satellite crash over Pittsburgh. It's likely to be a near miss. What the fuck?
Wait a
Little
minute.
pop up in my
What is
window.
this?
It's a little pop up I gotten. According to Live Science, two satellites will narrowly avoid colliding at 32,000 miles per hour over Pittsburgh on Wednesday. A collision would create a
Oh,
debris
God.
belt that would endanger spacecraft worldwide. Ooh.
So is this somebody
Ah.
being serious?
Uh-huh.
Well,
It's
actually, Kessler syndrome.
livescience.com.
Considering the number of them up these days, I'm surprised that they haven't had any hit yet.
Well, that and I mean it is at a point now where it's difficult to tell the difference between satire and actual news.
Well,
Yes,
insane.
yes. The reason that I wondered whether it was real or not was, over Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh is occasionally the brunt of jokes, and I'm thinking, okay, so is this another joke? But no, I guess not. Then here it is: two satellites will narrowly avoid colliding at 32,800 miles an hour over Pittsburgh on Wednesday. Let's see what we could do with this.
Now, here's the thing about the satellite thing. What they're referencing there is a real problem called Kessler syndrome.
Yeah. What we have.
Well,
Okay, let's see if we can do this right. Two defunct satellites will zip past each other at 32,800 miles per hour, which is 14.7 kilometers per second, in the sky over Pittsburgh on Wednesday evening, January 29th. If the two satellites were to collide, the debris could endanger spacecraft around the planet. Take that, flat earthers. It will be a near miss. Okay, we'll talk about that. Leo Labs, the satellite tracking company that made the prediction, said they should pass between 50 feet and 100 feet apart at
Uh-huh.
at 6:30. Oh, you did this wrong, assholes. There's a 6:39:35 p.m. That would be you local time. Excuse me, 18:39:35. We'll get to that. But okay, I've heard Carlin talk about this.
Look, they
Yeah.
nearly missed.
It's not a near miss; it's a near hit.
Mhm.
Yep.
I was thinking that the whole time and just never found a window to say it.
I have been lucky enough, if you want to call it lucky, to witness or be part of two near collisions of aircraft. There was
Oh, my.
one in which I was in the aircraft at the time. It was an Eastern flight going into Atlanta, and I was flying down there with my immediate superior at work. So we're coming in to the runway. We're all lined up and everything, and we look at each other. Something doesn't look quite right about the runway. There was a Delta flight poised for
Taking
takeoff
off.
at the end. Yes, and we had to go over that flight and down, and the pilot hit the thrust reversers, hit the brakes, that whole thing. And we're pulling our faces out of the seats in front of us. The negative
Right.
G's were that great, and it's like, okay, fine. And then the other time was I think it was what 99, 2000, something like that. My most recent ex and I were in D.C. and one of the things she liked to do was sit on a hill overlooking Reagan International Airport.
Mm-hmm.
So we were sitting there, and there's a flight coming in, there's a flight going up, and they are about 50 feet apart. It's like, what the hell? I'm ready to throw myself over her to take the kerosene, burning kerosene that's going to
Mm-hmm.
be coming down. It was that freaking close to a collision.
Wow.
And I just want to know who was at the
Helm.
controls, and yeah, who was doing the air traffic controlling as far as that goes, because God, that was crazy. Um, it was not quite panic, but pretty darn close on my on my account. But oh well.
Yeah, I've never seen an air collision or even a really near one, but I have seen some pretty interesting car collisions.
Oh, yeah.
Are we talking about the one with Johnny Tambourine?
No, I don't even know who that is. No, I'm talking about the time I was actually leaving my neurologist and I'm waiting for my lift. I think it was a lift, might have been an Uber, whatever, doesn't matter. And I see at this intersection a bunch of cars start to go, and then one of them just slams into the other one and goes out of control and starts heading towards the sidewalk. Fortunately, nowhere near me, but in my direction, and
Ooh.
slams right into a lamppost. And I was just watching this whole thing unfold, going, "Why I wish I had my camera up," but I didn't. And the car that hit the lamp pole was smoking. And I was
Mm.
just like, I'm not gonna go anywhere near that, not at all. And the
Yeah.
woman who's driving it gets out, and she's all shaken and like taking stuff out of the truck. And I'm like, you see the smoke, right? I mean, I don't know if it was going to explode like they do in the movies, but I didn't want to be anywhere near it. The woman in the other car was actually heading towards the hospital that I had just left. And so, like, she's panicked and freaking out, and she has some sort of tube in her chest that was monitoring something. I don't know what it was. And at one point, she's like getting like wheeled into the hospital. And she hands me her phone and says, "Could you calm my sister down and tell me I'm okay?" I'm like, okay, talking to this complete stranger that is
Mhm.
on the other end. And then a cop shows up and starts losing his shit because that woman went into the hospital. And I'm like, dude, she has an appointment and she was just in a car wreck. He's like, but you have to stay at the scene of the crime to have to take a report. I'm like, dude, it's a hospital. And the cop looked at me like I was speaking an alien language. So
No, I mean,
then I
I
walked back, handed the phone to one of the orderlies and said, this is hers. Her sister was on the other line, and left with my dad. But wow.
well, that's like this last year, my mom was driving into Ocala and an accident happened right in front of her. And uh, one person was ejected because they weren't wearing a seatbelt.
Mm.
oh my.
And
Okay.
it was really, really bad. And now my mom refuses to drive on that particular road. She goes around because of the amount of accidents that happen in that particular area on that particular intersection.
Okay, Omega
So,
Nuts, I think I missed something. You notified me in the side chat, and they said they made a movie based on it. What is the it that we're talking about here?
Probably that near miss.
That's the first thing that I was thinking.
yeah.
And,
Diana, this is driving me up the wall. You have something on the corner of your mouth there?
oh, let me
Left
Other
hand
look.
side.
Um,
Left hand side.
yeah, it's,
no,
Other
other
side.
side. Yeah. I don't know. I can't tell. You're facing the wrong direction.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
on her chin now.
it's on my twin.
I think
It's
you got
still,
it.
no,
It's still
it's still
there.
there.
Okay,
A little higher than where your hand was.
give me a
Yeah, just right here.
talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay. So, when are we going to tell her that it was her nose? I'm kidding. She really did have something there, but I just, yeah.
Yeah, you're in a feisty mood.
I kind of am. I'm not sure why. I'm full of piss and
Welcome
vinegar.
back, darling.
There we are. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, there's also this abnormal growth right in the middle of your face. It has these 2 holes in it, and it sticks out in just this unnatural way.
Every once in a while.
Hey, come on. I I don't need a nose job, and I wouldn't have the money for it even if I needed it.
I love doing that to my doctor. If my doctor's like, "So do you have anything to report?" I'm like, "Yes, I have this strange growth in the middle of my face. Air keeps coming out of it. I don't understand." It's just, yeah.
I'm gonna have to try.
I'm one of these people with a little pug nose that curls up at the very tip, and oh, my mom calls it cute, and I'm just like, it's a pug nose.
Yeah.
Okay then.
Yeah. Nobody's ever completely happy with their features. There's always something that bothers them.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, true, but I personally think that there is a rather wide Goldilocks zone between which I would feel lovely and attractive. It's just, sure, nothing's ever going to be perfect, but I can settle for good enough.
Yeah. I will not be perfect, but I would settle for looking like Sophia Loren in her prime. Okay, I could take that.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it, Amiga Nuts. The satellites. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, see, I really don't worry about it because I don't have to look at myself.
That is one advantage. Yeah.
Well,
it's Softball's problem, not mine.
Yeah, I haven't heard much from her lately. How's she doing?
Oh, she's doing fine.
Okay, the thing is, I have been very curious what you look like for quite some time.
Well, once I get back to Minnesota, I can do it live on camera. It's just in the small town. It wasn't good for me. I can't really be out here.
I know what he looks like.
Well, I mean, honestly,
the only
people here that I know at all that they look like is me and Diana here. I don't know what Mom Nate. Well, actually, no, wait. You were on camera once, weren't you, Mom Nate? Okay, so I don't know what the other fellow looks like.
Oh, Brian's a kid.
Talon?
Hurricane in a wasteland. Hurricane or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Tornado in a junkyard,
Talon,
Oh, yeah, that's the one.
Talon, yeah. I tell you what, one of these days, maybe next Tuesday when Diana does her show, I'll log onto the tablet again, and I'll take you into Tornado's room. Although I'm not going to show the floor.
I want to know.
Oh, you don't want to see his floor on his bedroom? No.
Just wall-to-wall stained porn magazines.
No, he just won't pick up his room unless I start it, and I don't feel like picking up his room. It's not my job.
That's
I would say something about the whole quote stained porn magazines, but I don't have those.
No, you don't.
That's all online, isn't it? Okay, stained bed sheets and
14.4
wastebasket full of tissues.
Yeah. Oh no, he makes sure he flushes those.
Oh, okay then. That is one thing that I haven't heard in a while. I have heard it before, but pick up your room. I believe it's also southern Pennsylvania.
I tried picking up my room once, strained my back something awful.
Yeah.
Well, his room is a disaster and he won't clean it.
So
and it's not my job to clean his room.
So what, even if it gets to the point where he can't walk from the door to the bed, then it's still going to stay there?
No, then I get a broom and start beating him with it till he cleans.
Can I watch?
Yes.
Oh, boy,
I promise.
I'll be right down.
Hey, I got a spare bedroom with a twin bed in it.
I mean, my room is a storming mess. It is, but but it's all clothing and stuffed animals and like blankets and stuff. It just, I don't have like paper everywhere. I don't have,
Hmm.
Legos to step on and all of that.
Oh, he does.
Oh,
And
jeez,
Diana, both
man,
my
those
male
are
cats are
horrible.
neutered.
But of
Both my
course,
male
one of the
cats are
advantages
septic
of living alone,
or broke.
except for your cat, is that you can put Legos anywhere the hell you like. If I want my living room to be where the Legos go, they can be.
The only thing
Yeah.
you have to make sure is you remember where the Legos are, because if you forget
Well,
and you
yes,
step on one, it's
and I wouldn't have those in the living room anyway. That's where I play VR.
Yep,
okay
and you don't
then.
want to have Columbia knocking them off onto the floor.
That too. Although she has never been a knock stuff off kitty.
Mhm.
It's never been her thing.
Loki is our black cat. Loki loves to knock stuff off, but this is also the cat with that. If I'm using Vicks Vapor Rub on my chest, will lick it off. It's a weird cat.
Okay then.
Mm.
Yeah,
Um,
I literally one time I had the flu and I had Vicks just slathered all over my chest and across my nose. And he comes up, I'm trying to sleep, and he starts licking my upper lip
so I
to get the
wonder.
Vicks off of it.
I wonder if
And then
you-
I think it's the camphor in it's related to, or something to, or eucalyptus, whatever it is
That's what I was
related to
wondering.
catnip.
Yeah,
Yep.
I didn't know
Eucalyptus,
if it
got it.
was the aroma stuff or if it was the
Oh
petrolatum.
no.
Um,
He will lick it until there's nothing left.
I know the feeling. I don't know if it's just she likes the salt or if there's something else about this part of my arm, but
Mhm.
Columbia will lick it raw if she gets her hands on it. Like she loves to lick my Krellbo, and I don't know why.
Krellbo, huh?
You've never heard that the inner bit that this is your the elbow Krellbo. No,
Huh. Okay.
you've
as
never
in
heard that.
crotch
Okay,
of the elbow. Yeah,
is that why it's called that?
that's what I'm guessing.
I would assume.
I don't know.
Oh, cat,
honestly,
get off my pizza box.
I think Krellbo is spelled with a K, but I may be wrong.
Oh, okay, okay.
The cat's on Mom's pizza.
No, I guess it's not. I guess it is a C. I'd actually never even seen it spelled. I just heard it. Yeah,
I can look it
Krellbo,
up.
Urban Dictionary. Let's see. The part of the arm directly opposite of the elbow that creates the interior angle of the elbow. So, and then here's another definition: the other side of your elbow, not the bony part, the bendy part.
I like that
So-
definition.
So yeah, Krellbo and Columbia likes the taste of mine.
I couldn't blame her, really. I mean, I'm just guessing here, but
Yes, you have no basis for that
yes.
assumption. None whatsoever.
Silly cat.
Yeah. Now, if you're ever at like Faithless Forum or some other similar place at the same time I am, I'm gonna make sure I don't bathe for several weeks beforehand just to disabuse you of this notion.
There
What?
is a
I missed
story
Yeah.
about it involved Bonaparte. He was on a campaign in Egypt or something like that, and for whatever reason he had to go back home. So he sent a note ahead to Josephine to the effect of, "We'll be in Paris, whatever. Don't wash."
Ew.
I
So-
seem to recall hearing about that.
Yeah, and it's
Disgusting.
like okay.
Yeah. Of course, I mean, I wonder if that's real or an apocryphal tale.
It's probably apocryphal, but
Well, I don't know about Napoleon, but that is a real thing for some people.
yeah, it
Ah.
is.
Some people that's a turn on.
Well, okay, you ever
No.
seen
Me,
that-
any
fish called
noticeable
Wanda?
body odor completely shut me down.
Like a fish called Wanda, where Otto keeps smelling his own armpit in moments of stress. You know. Ugh!
It's like, what
You
the
know,
hell?
yeah.
Okay.
Has anyone been keeping up on that coronavirus issue?
Well, I don't drink beer, so no, not really.
No, kind of.
I know.
Well,
You mean
apparently
the,
now they're saying it might be contagious even during its incubation period.
Fun.
Yeah, well, that's
Well,
actually
well,
not uncommon for viruses. That
but of
they're
course, coronavirus, nothing. It's Kung Flu,
Okay, that needs to
right?
be a new name.
And and we can't cure it, that's Hong Kong Fooey.
No, it's no,
Huh?
no, no. Get it right. It's Hong Kong fluey.
No, Fooey, Hong Kong Fooey.
Oh my goodness.
I believe there's a cultural reference to which Tornado is not privy.
Definitely not. No.
Which one?
yeah, I think
No,
he's too young
I'm
for it.
definitely privy to it. I've heard of Hong Kong fooey,
Yeah.
but there's the thing. You're saying Hong Kong fooey. It's more like I think it should be Hong Kong fluey now.
No, because it's already Kung Flu, but if we don't manage it, Fooey, Hong Kong Fooey, you see.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
that
wait a
is-
minute.
Accept it.
Oh wow. Mega Roma says we've tested 2 people in Minnesota who came from Wuhan. So I guess this is in reference to the coronavirus. So
I
that
actually
far
don't know
inland,
anything about it.
and you're
Like
headed for
what the
that
symptoms
neighborhood,
are or
huh?
anything.
It's related to the SARS virus.
Oh.
Apparently, there were also a couple of people, I'm not sure how many, that tested positive for it in a hospital in Germany.
And
So
in Texas.
but what does it actually do to you?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't really know what the symptoms are.
Yeah.
But
wait a
they have
minute.
stated that there is no way to not get it.
Really?
Yeah, it's airborne, it's through fluids, it's through exposure.
It's through
Okay,
contact.
so let's
And
see.
contact.
So let's
Yeah.
go to the CDC.
Here we go. What are the symptoms of coronavirus infections? The symptoms depend on the type of coronavirus and how serious the infection is. If you have a mild to moderate upper respiratory infection, such as the common cold, your symptoms may include runny nose, headache, cough, sore throat, fever, not feeling well overall. Some coronaviruses can cause severe symptoms. The infections may turn into bronchitis and pneumonia, which cause symptoms such as fever, which may be quite high if you have pneumonia, cough and mucus, shortness of breath, chest pain, or tightness when you breathe or cough. So, yeah.
It sounds to me like something bridging
Pneumonia.
cold, flu, pneumonia,
Shadow.
that sort of thing.
It-
Yeah.
It can also cause
it doesn't
kidney
sound that
failure.
bad. I mean, compared to a lot of diseases, it doesn't sound that bad.
Well,
I don't
what
see anything
they're
about life-threatening, but then
Well,
I mean,
again,
but
I heard that some people have died. I saw articles
Mhm.
saying people had died.
I wonder.
the
I wonder who they were. In other words, what they had going on in addition to coronavirus.
Well,
Oh.
one
often from
question.
flu. Sorry,
There's a
often from
question.
flu viruses, the problem is that it winds up resulting in severe dehydration.
Well, according to this, the death toll from the new coronavirus now stands at 106, with the number of infections almost doubling in a day to more than 4,500. The rise comes as governments scramble to control the spread of the virus. Hong Kong is going to slash cross-border travel with mainland China. So it appears that those 106 are all in China. It doesn't say
Yeah.
what part of China.
Well, there's
So I
a
don't
question
know.
of whether or not this is a bioengineered virus, because Wuhan has one of those types of laboratories, and they're not sure if it might be a virus that has escaped, whether it be by accident or on purpose.
Oh boy.
Man,
Okay,
you know,
so
that's I've watched that movie and read that book so many times.
Exactly.
yeah,
Well,
so-
but there,
okay,
like I
so-
said, there's a question of whether or not it's bioengineered and shit. So,
So Wuhan has something similar to the states USAMRID, basically.
Mhm.
Okay. This
at least that's what I've been told. I could have the wrong information, but
You know, it's interesting when you talk about that sort of thing. I've had the fantasies, if you will, about the perfect biological agent, if you will.
Hmm.
You know, something that would be contagious while incubating and horribly so,
Wow.
and the whole bit like this, to the point where within a month or so it would be many
Worldwide.
miles beyond where the infection first started, and then after many months, the symptoms would show up, which resulted in death. That would be a perfect way to depopulate the planet. You know how that works?
Here's the thing: the scenario we were bringing up is Plague Inc. evolved in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Board game.
actually a game based on having an infection that goes
Pandemic.
worldwide. Nobody notices it, and then a few months later, everyone dies.
Yeah.
Okay, so I
Problem is
can't make any
that there
money
are
out of that one. I don't know. Damn it.
there are multiple different versions, like different board games that deal with illnesses like that, and I can't remember which is which. I can't keep them straight in my
Right.
head. 'Cause there's one where you're a bunch of people working to cure viruses and bacteria and such, and then there's ones where you are the virus,
Hmm.
bacteria, and such, and you're trying to kill
Yeah,
everybody.
Plague Inc.
Yeah.
evolved to be the one where you're trying to kill everyone.
Okay, yeah.
Hmm.
Then there's the
You know,
Plague
no,
Inc. board
But
game.
when
I'm
you're
looking here, and number one, I'm seeing that surgical masks have apparently sold out all over
Hmm.
the place.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the other one I was looking at because it actually listed the known cases. Ah, here it is. Okay, so apparently in Thailand, there have been 8 cases reported. There have been 5 reported in the USA, Australia, Singapore, and Taiwan, 4
Hmm.
reported in Malaysia, South Korea, and Japan, 3 reported in France, 2 in Vietnam, and 1 in Nepal, Canada, Cambodia, Sri Lanka, and Germany. So,
Hmm.
and it says so far there have been no deaths outside of China.
Hmm.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
What are the conditions
Now,
in China?
where in China are the
Uh,
deaths?
well, I keep seeing this thing about Wuhan. I'm not sure what.
Hmm.
I don't know where that is. That's the only real, like, Chinese location that's
That's where
being
it started,
explicitly mentioned.
Yeah,
and that's
I'm
where
I'm
the
looking
bio lab is.
I'm looking right now to try to narrow this
Actually,
down.
okay.
Um,
There is a map of China that I'm looking at right now that shows the spread of it across China. So I can present that to people if you want to see it.
okay, I'm looking at the map here. Now, some of you may laugh at my characterization here. When I see the shape of China, I think of a chicken, of all damn things. And
Mm.
Really?
Wuhan is slightly it's around the breast of the chicken. Um,
Hmm.
it's on a latitude just a bit south of the
It's a
southernmost
rooster.
the southernmost portion of Japan. Um,
It's
looks
a rooster, and Korea is the lobes.
Okay, well, maybe, but when I look at the United States, I see that.
Wait a minute. I want to see what you're seeing.
Mm.
Yeah, there we
That
go.
is what I see in my head when I see the United States.
It's
I
not
like it.
wrong. It's a
Well,
although
no,
it's a turkey.
you're thinking of Washington D.C. Yeah, which is full thereof. Um,
But if you see there, that's the spread of the virus in China, right there.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that darkest
Um.
area is where Wuhan is. It's actually pointing to it,
Hmm.
Hmm.
and I wonder
Yeah.
the time period involved. I wonder what that is.
It's well down there. It says the 28th of January, which is today.
Hmm.
Um, so I'm assuming that what this means is that it's up to date as of today.
Well, in other words,
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
that may be a snapshot
Yeah,
from today, but when did this whole thing start? How long did it
I
take to
don't
get there?
know.
That's what I'm wondering about.
December, I think.
Yeah, well, I think
Um.
that's part of the issue is that a lot of people are suspecting that it was going for a while in China and the Chinese government wasn't reporting it to anyone.
Oh yeah, that never goes badly.
Mm-hmm.
Quick, cover it up. This plague that's going to kill everybody. Don't do anything to cure it. Just don't let anyone know. Yeah, that's not the basis for a lot of dystopian fiction, is it?
Oh my.
Man, I mean, like, seriously, why do people never learn?
Like I said, I don't know if there's
there
any
is a
evidence
song
for that
about
or
that,
not,
yeah.
but it's just something that's been mentioned in a couple of articles
When will they ever?
Also,
that they thought they would
apparently,
keep it contained and nobody would know about it.
Oh yeah, that always works.
apparently, Plague Geek Evolved has released an update called Fake News.
Okay. So,
Though, honey, when you mention Plague Inc., that's the kind of game I wouldn't mind finding. I mean, either side of that coin
Okay.
is, trying to kill everybody or trying to, prevent
Okay, here we
well,
go.
if
worldwide
it's the
death.
one I'm thinking of, if it's the same one, I do believe that there is a video game version of it if you
Mhm.
want it.
Here you
Yeah, it might
go.
not be a bad idea as
The
long as I could get the everything working under Windows, because I'm assuming there's not a Linux version. So
okay,
Probably not.
the number of coronavirus infections and fatalities has jumped in recent days. The pneumonia causing illness that infects the respiratory tract is now responsible for 106 deaths in China as of Tuesday, up from 82 the day before, and more than 4,600 infections, up from the 2,744 on Monday, the biggest rise in one day since the virus was first diagnosed in December.
well,
So it started
okay.
in December,
So
which we've only been hearing about it for the last week or two. So,
this isn't necessarily a matter of novel infections. This is reporting, of course. So
well, the
um,
problem comes in with the fact that it is believed to have originated in Wuhan, likely at a food market. And on Sunday, Zhao Zianwang, the mayor of Wuhan, said that 5 million people left the city before travel restrictions were imposed. So there are possibly
oops.
5 million people running around that have been exposed and are exposing other people.
And
It's
then, of
like a
course,
silent time bomb.
the first question that comes to my
Hmm.
mind is 5 million people headed where? If they're all
Uh-huh.
going to be in China itself, okay, maybe you can contain this thing. If, however, there are 5 million people headed for Germany and Brazil and the U.S. and, everywhere, now you got a problem. You got a big problem.
Well, I can't imagine there's a lot of international travel being done by native Chinese folk.
Yeah, you
But
have the point.
then
Mhm.
again, China is also a business hub for a lot of people as
Mhm.
well.
Yes.
The
Yes.
problem also is that it's zoonotic, which means it is transferred between animals and humans and human to human. And coughing and sneezing, close personal contact, such as touching or shaking hands, touching an object or a surface with the virus on it, then touching your mouth, nose, or eyes, and fecal contamination.
So you know
yeah.
what you do now. You know how like sometimes people take up way too much space in the grocery store aisle. If you want them to move, just start pretending to sneeze.
I like it. I like it. I like it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, taking up too much space in the aisle never happens at Squalmart. Oh, Lord.
Mm.
Well, of course, Squalmart has that problem where their aisles are too narrow anyway.
Insert
Mm-hmm.
Walmartians joke.
But yeah, like the people who walk down the center of the aisle and then when they stop to get their item, it's right next to the cardboard standee of stuff instead of moving their cart around it. And it's just like, dude, have a
Uh-huh.
little self-awareness, huh?
And the
Mm-hmm.
interesting thing is, at least at the Squalmart that's across the highway from me, most of the people blocking the aisles are actually employees.
Yeah.
Mm.
Shelf stockers are really good at blocking the aisles with all their stuff.
Yes.
To answer the question of someone in the chat, Amiga Nuts, apparently the incubation period of the coronavirus is 3 days.
Mm.
It's a short one.
Yep.
Mm.
That thing is just gonna go boom.
No, Purple, I'm actually on a headset. It doesn't matter. We've tried doing everything we can think of to fix it, and it just doesn't fix.
Okay. Well, I've just heard that problem before from people who were doing it on mobile devices.
China's health minister Ma Jiawei said Sunday people can spread the new coronavirus before they have symptoms, which include fever, coughing, and
We've
shortness
already
of
read the
breath.
symptoms.
Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Infection is much more contagious than originally thought.
Yeah, that whole bit about
Thing is, it doesn't sound very fatal, though.
so far.
Well, not really very fatal, but fatal enough.
Well, they said it
What I
induces
mean, though, is that
pneumonia.
it doesn't sound like the kind of humanity-ending plague that some people have made it sound like.
Right, and probably most of those who have died are probably really elderly or really young.
Well,
Yeah,
or
usually are.
is it a matter of anyone who can actually see a decent doctor can probably be cured?
That
Oh,
too.
so in other
But
words,
if
you're
this
trying
is
to contract
peasants
that and
in,
you're dead.
yeah,
And
if it's
one of-
peasants somewhere in
Well, actually,
China,
no,
they're just
David is a
dying
pretty
off.
good doctor.
Well, one of the articles I saw did mention people who had been discharged from the hospital after being deemed healthy.
Oh,
So
So that's good.
I'm not super worried about it.
It's not like the SARS virus where people were just dying.
Yeah. Or what was that whole swine flu thing from yonks
flu.
ago?
Bird
Oh
flu.
God, I remember that.
No. No, not bird flu, swine flu. I know there was a bird flu thing, but I'm thinking specifically of swine flu.
Yes.
yeah.
The swine
Yeah,
And
the
mad
swine
cow
flu.
disease. Remember mad cow disease?
Oh, that still exists.
Yeah, that
Well,
does.
sure it does, but it's not like people are going off about it anymore.
It's ruined my breakfast. Because one of the things I liked a long time ago was scrambled eggs and brains.
Ew.
And yeah, it tasted yummy. It really is.
Really?
And the thing is that with this whole mad cow thing going on, you don't want to eat brains.
No.
You know, you are willing to eat some of the strangest stuff.
Tripe.
No, tripe. I refuse to eat tripe. That's one of the few things that's off my menu. It's like
Isn't that
chewing
cow
on-
tongue?
Say again.
Isn't tripe cow tongue?
No.
No,
It's,
it's
Tripe is the
dust, right?
intestines.
It's the small
Yeah.
intestine of the cow.
So no haggis
okay.
either, I take it.
I don't know. I've never had the opportunity to try it. It is within a cow's stomach, but what I don't know is whether or not you're supposed to eat that cow stomach bag that everything else is in.
I thought you were, but maybe I'm
Okay,
wrong.
no, I know
Ew.
nothing about it.
Yeah.
Try hummus. I've heard it.
Ugh.
I have. It's yummy. Oh God, it's yummy.
Hummus?
Hummus, disgusting.
Why?
Ugh,
I haven't tried
Ugh.
it, so
Well,
I don't know.
hummus is essentially ground chickpeas, isn't it?
it is,
Yeah.
and it's so acrid and stinky and gross.
Oh, okay.
Ugh.
Well, then never
I
mind.
don't know how people can possibly yum that stuff up. It's bizarre to me.
That would not be something I find pleasant because if it doesn't smell good, I can't eat it.
Let's put it this way: it smells like peanut butter and feet.
Kate,
Do you
that
want the
is
pizza
going
bone,
on
puppy?
the highlight reel.
Do you want the pizza bone? Well, you got to tell me. Be nice about it.
I haven't added to the
Speak.
highlight reel in a
Barf.
while, so that's definitely going on.
Speak, Shadow. I can't hear you. Speak. Okay, good boy.
Woof.
He's
That's
getting the
beautiful.
pizza bone. Okay, sit. Easy. Good boy.
Pizza bone.
The crust.
That's
At the very top of the
that's
pizza?
An interesting term.
Now I want pizza. Damn you!
No, you wouldn't want my pizza. You all
No, I
think
said
I'm
I want
crazy.
pizza. I don't want your pizza. I want pizza. If I wanted your pizza, I'd go there and take it away from you and say you can't have it, and then maybe throw it away just to taunt you. But
You wouldn't
I
eat it.
want my own pizza.
You wouldn't eat it. It's got pineapple on it.
Actually, no. if pineapple accompanies ham and no other toppings, if it's Hawaiian style, I'm okay with it. Otherwise,
it's-
pineapple's an abomination on pizza.
Yeah, Little Caesars Hula Hawaiian.
Okay.
Then, although Little Caesars, they do
It
the
was $6.75. I couldn't complain for a
Okay.
large.
Well, that's out of my budget right now as well. I mean, give it a couple days and I'd be able to do it, but it's the 28th
Well-
of January, and I'm
Normally,
running
it's
on
out of my
fumes at this
budget
point.
too. But I had spare. It's normally out of my budget until the 31st because the 31st is payday this month.
Oh,
Because
so
the first fries falls on a Saturday. Therefore, I get paid on Friday.
okay. Yeah. I forgot that there were the two paydays. Yeah, yours is the first, so you get it on Friday. My payday is the third, so I have
That's
to
the
wait
same with
until-
my mom.
I have to wait until
Yeah.
Monday.
That sucks.
Well, I stocked up on food just to make sure I had food to carry me through.
You should try this chime thing that they're doing.
What?
This chime card.
Chime.
It's called
card.
chime.com. And what it is it's a prepaid card. And you get paid if you have direct deposit where your money is deposited at the same time every month, you can get paid 2 days faster.
So my payday, I can have any time I want.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Diana's not looking at the screen now.
No, I'm not. Give me a half a second. Here we go. There we. I haven't had one of those in a long time. I was addicted to payday bars for the longest time. I love peanuts.
Well,
I cannot live
I hate
without peanuts.
Well, I, for a very long time, couldn't eat chocolate, as you know. And when
Yes.
I discovered that payday is not chocolate in any way, shape, or form, it was my go-to candy bar for like 8 years if I wanted one.
Okay,
Now you can
then.
have chocolate, right?
Well, yes, now I can have chocolate. But,
I can
for
still
a
make you
while,
some chocolate
payday
chip
was my only
cookies if you
choice.
want.
Whatchamacallit
they would
bar.
chocolate chip cookies would probably have sauerkraut in them if you made them. So, yeah.
Oh, boy. What I'm thinking of is, right now it's not exactly related to what we were just talking about, but chocolate and salt is a combination that I don't remember having any time recently, but I think I could do it. It sounds like something that would be tasty. What I'm wondering about, how would chocolate and black pepper taste together?
Probably not all that remarkable.
I
I've
don't
had
think
like
it will.
they have like jalapeno chocolate out there.
Yes, I've seen
Yeah.
it. I haven't tried it, but I've seen it.
Well, I mean, it's probably not all that different, just less strong.
I really like the chocolate covered sea salt caramel.
Yes, I've seen
Oh, yeah.
that, and I just have not got around to trying any.
Well, I see that some people have done black pepper and chocolate, but what I'm seeing is someone did it to lime flavored chocolate.
Ew.
Well, actually, that doesn't sound that bad. But point being, what I'm seeing here is like a thing someone did, a recipe, I guess, of black pepper added to raw chocolate. It says.
Sounds like something I might not mind trying. I mean, just
Like,
I'm
let's
up
see.
for trying new stuff. Okay.
Yum cookies.
Not sure. I guess that says 1/4 cup. The font is so small, but 1/4 cup of raw cacao powder, 1 cup of coconut oil liquefied, pinch of Celtic sea salt, a 1/2 cup of maple syrup, 2 drops of, well, I don't even know what that says, doTERRA? It's hard to tell. Cinnamon bark essential oil. Wow, do we really need essential oils? We can skip all the lime essential oil as well. Now, 6 drops of black pepper essential oil. I'm assuming that's a 1/4 tablespoon. God, this font is so small. Maybe 1/8 of cayenne pepper to taste. A teaspoon, or no, sorry, that's tablespoon of ground vanilla beans and a tablespoon of ground cinnamon. Mix all ingredients together, pour into your molds, refrigerate.
Interesting.
So I guess some people have done black pepper chocolate.
Mm.
Oh, and I see that the doTERRA thing was the website I was on. They were advertising themselves with their recipe.
Mm.
That's not a new thing, but still it's irritating.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, what I would like would be yum yum
Ah.
cookies. I haven't had those in a long time.
Okay, I just saw something that honestly I can't tell if it would be good or the spawn of Satan. Let's see. It is turmeric black pepper coffee with dark chocolate. Or turmeric. I don't know how to pronounce that shit.
Oh,
but
that might be turmeric.
Turmeric.
Okay.
Turmeric. I like turmeric better.
Yeah,
But
it has a certain ring to it.
But yeah, you can see it there. It's the black pepper coffee with dark chocolate. That seems such a strange combination, but there it is.
Okay. Yeah, if it sounds strange, I'm always up for trying it. I may hate it, but at least I'll have tried it, and maybe I'll like it. One of those deals. And that whole turmeric thing. What's really interesting is to my ears, anyway. I don't know if it's like this to you guys.
It
When I
wasn't
hear-
coffee.
When I hear turmeric, I think a noun. I think an herb. When I hear turmeric, I think an adjective. Why is that?
I
don't
can
know.
see that. No, I get it because it's like uh I mean something that ends with an ick or an eric does sound adjective-y. Like I don't know, pathetic, for
Well,
example, or
Okay.
aromatic, or
Uh,
or hell, automatic.
Yeah.
Like geriatric. It's that ick at the end of it.
Well, I was looking at your picture, Kate,
Hmm.
and that was actually a chocolate bar, not coffee.
Well, still,
Underneath her name, it said artisan chocolate bar, artisan bar chocolate.
Now
still,
Yeah.
it's still black pepper and chocolate
Mhm.
together is the point. So
Yeah.
this is interesting. I was looking at the doTERRA, and I happened upon this because there was a word in there that looked familiar. And it looks like something I might try. It is 2/3 cup bittersweet chocolate, 1 teaspoon vanilla bean paste, and 1 drop of lavender oil.
Lavender chocolate.
Yeah, and it sounds like something I might
Mhm.
actually like.
and
Might.
I'm looking at a flavor of Doritos. I'm pretty sure we don't have in the United States, and it looks like Japanese writing on it. It's apparently black pepper steak Doritos. If we have that, we certainly don't have it at the store where I shop.
Well, I don't spend much time in those aisles, so I wouldn't know. It's like, I look at this stuff, I can't afford this shit anyway, so you just go on by. And when I say cannot afford, I mean both money outlay and caloric intake. I'm trying to lose freaking weight here, guys.
Yeah. My main source of exercise is glitching on me right now. For some reason, my VR gear is having all these tracking issues. So I was trying to play Spark today, and all of a sudden, me looking in this direction turned into me looking this constantly. And I'm just like, whoa. It was a very strange vertigo-ish feeling. All of a sudden, having your view switched in a way that gravity was not agreeing with. And so... But the point is that I can't really play under those conditions. Actually, I did strangely well against somebody even when I was glitching, though, and this was not someone who was a slouch at the game. But the point is that I'm finding it difficult to exercise right now because my main source of exercise is bugged.
So do you have to pull
Yeah,
the whole
I would
thing
think
and
if it was
reinstall?
doing that at any appreciable speed, it could induce motion sickness.
Oh, and it does. There are some games out there where people have come this close to vomiting just because their inner ear and their eyes weren't agreeing. It's happened. In fact, if you go to the Oculus website and look at games, they will have a comfort rating specifically because will this make you barf or not?
Okay, then.
Yeah, and with good reason. The number of virtual reality roller coaster apps that are out
I
there,
was just going to pose that as a question. Yeah.
they exist. They very much exist. And I haven't tried one because I'm quite certain it will be sick making, really sick making.
Honestly, I love roller coasters.
Because
But if
I've
I have high blood pressure, you can't go on them.
oh darn it!
Mm.
No, I've seen
Or heart issues.
some
Yeah.
of the YouTube things on
Now,
some
how
of
do I find the comfort rating?
Well, are you on the Oculus website?
Yeah.
Well, let's see, because I've actually only seen it in VR itself. I haven't actually looked at the store in a web page context, but it should be that if you click on a game, just any old game, it should have a comfort rating. Yeah, here it is. Like I'm looking at Fail Factory, comfort moderate.
okay.
Like, okay, let me share that particular web page and I can show it to you. A window, this one, yeah, that's the right one. Okay, so if you look on the right hand side, you'll see the price, $4.99. Down below that is add to wish list. Below that is share. Below that, comfort moderate.
Okay.
So that will let you know whether or not it might make you ill playing this game.
Hmm.
Yeah,
And
I like
like
roller
it's
coasters, but I like the older roller coasters. I'm not much for the more recent roller coasters that can kill you. Um,
mm,
Hmm.
I mean, even the Steel Phantom here in Pittsburgh, it doesn't exist anymore. It evolved into something and then it disappeared. But it was something like 250 feet tall at the initial hill. And I had a hard time with that one.
Hmm.
But what I did love, and I haven't been to that amusement park in a very long time. The amusement park is called Kennywood. They have some of the old roller coasters, and I'm speaking of prior to 1930. And oh god, I love those. There's one called the Jackrabbit, which has an interesting double hill. About halfway through, you'll go up at the top of the hill. You'll come down, plateau out, and then go back down again in quick succession. And that whole plateau thing is great. You're lifting out of your seat. It feels wonderful. And then there's a racing coaster, and I love racing coasters. I do. It's always interesting. There's the one hill where you're at the top of it and you're coming around a curve, and the tradition is that people on the appropriate sides of the cars reach out and slap hands as the cars pass.
Oh,
hmm.
good lord.
Mm-hmm. And these are not crazy roller coasters, okay? You are not pulling 13 Gs on any of the hills or anything like that. Uh, so that's a really, really nice thing. But some of the stuff, I was on, what was it called? Superman at Six Flags, Ohio. This thing was nuts. It shot you out of the initial part of the thing. You went up a spiral thing, whatever they called that piece of track, and it
Hmm.
was actually straight up. And then
Ooh, they have a Sharknado game.
you came back down in reverse. And
Mm.
first time I was on that thing, I was looking for my stomach back at the top of that thing.
Mhm.
It felt like the
Hmm.
stomach was just taken out of your head while you were going back down. And then the darn thing is, you did it again. You went in reverse past that initial thing where you were shot out. You went up another uh, vertical section of track and then came back down. And then you ended up back where you started. And the interesting thing is, they held you at the top of the vertical section of track at both ends. You were up there for about maybe 2.5 seconds, just hanging there, and that was an interesting little thing going on, because you're facing the ground, and it's like I'm up here and the ground is down there. Uh, wow. I was
Yeah.
on that thing exactly once, and I said, no, no
Mm.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I've never really been into roller coasters, not my thing. but I really, really, really want to try indoor skydiving.
Yes, you've talked about that, and that sounds very, very interesting. Yes.
Hmm. I think what I like about it is that I'd be more in control. If a roller coaster got too crazy, there's no escape hatch.
Right, right. So wait,
You
when you
know,
say you're in control, I mean if you scream no more, what, they'll stop the fan?
I'm sure they must. There's got to be a danger signal, a kill this signal. But even if there isn't, though, I mean, I'm where I am is controlled as much by my body as the fan.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Whereas in a roller coaster, you're kind of strapped down just a little.
Yeah, just a little bit. And there's something else I'm wondering, now that you were talking about that, on this indoor skydiving, is there a learning curve? Um,
Allegedly, yes. One of the things that they mention is like for a beginner, just sort of do the face down thing. But if you've been doing this for a while, you can start doing wacky aerobatics, flips, and pirouettes and shit.
okay then. Um,
Yeah.
and you're the
By the way,
yes, dear.
speaking of VR games, I think it's kind of a divergence, but they actually have a game called Arc Park.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, and that's too bad. I'm probably not going to get there this year. Oh well.
Hmm.
Well,
But
actually,
but
it's not the
you were
Arc Park you're
asking though
thinking of.
about the learning curve though.
Yes, yes, yes.
I wanted to. Yeah.
Because I mean, even for that basic stuff, I am guessing that you have to watch how you hold yourself because any small movement of the arms or the legs or anything is going to affect the airflow past you. And
Mm-hmm.
what I'm wondering is, could you end up as a spinning ball of scream if you just do something wrong, even a little bit?
I doubt it. I think that you would probably have to do some radical twisting maneuver to really fuck yourself up.
Okay. Because I mean, if I
Well,
I mean,
I don't know.
I'm not basing that on any kind of experience. I just really suspect it. I have a feeling that if you put as much of your body area facing the airflow as you can, you'll steady out.
Yeah, that's what I would think. That you could start to go into a spin, but if you flatten yourself out, it should take you out of it.
Yeah. I
okay,
mean, that's what
because
makes sense at least, but it's amazing how many times what's intuitive is what's wrong. So I'm
yeah,
not married
Yeah.
to the idea. I just sincerely suspect it.
because I would not mind at all trying something like that, but of course the price range you mentioned is
Yeah.
is a little on the high end of my budget. In other words, like my budget is over here, and the price is up here
Yeah.
somewhere. And then
Yeah. That's
if you spend that much money and it's easy to fuck up, and you end up fucking up, then you just lose the whole enjoyment of the thing. And like
mhm.
I spent $100 for this, or whatever the price happens to be.
Well,
Um,
it's literally $1 a minute. It's $60 for 60 seconds. So it's
Good
60
God.
bucks a minute. Sorry, $60 a minute.
Wow.
Yeah.
that's
This is
yeah.
why, if I'm gonna do it, like, okay, the last time my dad was here, to visit, um, he was like, we started running out of things to do, because we'd been to every museum and every aquarium and everything else, and it was just like, well, we could try to find a movie we both want to see, but our tastes are that different, et cetera, et cetera. But I figure my dad might be willing to try for indoor skydiving if I asked him.
Okay. Hey,
So,
why don't you drag him out here and I'll show you around the Museum of Natural History? Seriously, it's
well,
it's a great place.
yeah, but you're way the heck over there.
I
And,
know, I know.
you
I
It's
know,
wish I
unfortunate.
could.
if I was gonna take a trip to see a museum with my dad anywhere, we would be going to the Sci-Fi Museum and Music Experience in Seattle.
Okay then, sounds interesting.
The Sci-Fi Museum is pretty badass unto itself, and the Music Museum, the Experience Music Project, that's what it's called, is neat too, but it's not sci-fi. I actually have a picture of me sitting in the Game of Thrones throne
I
at
think
the
I've seen
Sci-Fi
that
Museum.
picture. I think you've shown it to me,
You
right?
know, So if I was gonna go to any, like if I was gonna make a trip to see a museum, I mean, hell, all my friends are in Seattle. See them again after how many years? Go to the Mercury, all of that. I would make a big honkin' trip out of that, and you'll just have to wait until one of the conventions if you want to see me.
Well, I'm working on getting some bills paid and then getting some money together. I was hoping I'd get to Faithless Forum this year, but no, it's just not going to happen. Um,
Okay, I will be right back. I have a very annoyed kitty to feed.
okay. Um, yeah, here is. I'm going to grab the. What do you want to call it? URL. There it is.
Yeah, if
And
I could afford to, I'd just like get an RV and drive across the country and, just see how many museums I could hit.
I know people who have done things like that. And every one of them has said, I would do it again and again and again and again. Yeah. Um, well, there was one couple I knew who lived out of an RV and went across the country going to Mensa conventions. They went to one about every weekend. Um, and what was great is, they'd park the RV out in the hotel parking lot and everything. It was super cheap, and they had a hell of a lot of fun. And they were delivering talks and shit, so they didn't even have to pay for the ticket to get in. So, they loved every fucking minute of it.
Yeah, Colleen's mentioning the Smithsonian. It's like I would take at least a week just to do the Smithsonian.
Oh,
I don't
been
know that a
there.
week would be
Could
enough.
easily
That's
spend a full
fun.
day in each building.
You can, literally.
Oh yeah. Oh
What
my
is it now?
god.
It's like
And
12
still miss
buildings now.
stuff. Yeah, a lot of buildings.
Oh, is it only
And
12? I thought it was okay. I'm.
I don't know. It might be more than that now. I could be going on some outdated information.
What is the building? Does anybody remember offhand that houses the coin collection?
I don't remember.
Not a
Yeah,
clue.
I'm not sure which one.
Whatever that building is, oh man, I've spent some time in there. And back in the day, I was a coin collector, and I love all things numismatic, and God, that everything that they had, it was just so beautiful. I could spend more than one day just intensely looking at everything they had. Um,
Hmm.
and okay,
Did,
just for the heck of it here, I'm going to throw into the side chat a link. It is the link to the Hillman Hall of Minerals, uh, which is one of my favorite places in all the world. It's part of the Carnegie Museum of Natural History. And for those of you who like that sort of thing, I guarantee you could just get lost in this area of the building. Um,
did you ever watch the movie Throw Mama from the Train?
no, I know about it, but I haven't seen it.
There's this scene, I don't know why it entertains me so much, where Danny DeVito and Billy Crystal are sitting on the living room floor. Danny DeVito's like, "You want to see my coin collection?" And he's like, "Sure, show me your coin collection." He goes, "Okay, this is a penny, and this is a nickel, and this is another nickel." And it's just like a jar of coins. There's no like significance to any of them. It's not like this is an Indian head penny or whatever. It's just that this is a penny, and here's my dimes.
I used to specialize in cent coins, pennies, that sort of thing. And the pennies that I had, well, many much Lincoln cents, those that we have in our change now. But I also had from literally the period of the U.S. Civil War, the first one, was a flying eagle cent. Um,
Oh.
and it was a beautiful. I paid $100 for it. This was back in mid '80s, so it gives you an idea of what the. But it was the alloy they used was a certain bronze that started to resemble gold. Really, when you look, it was not the bronze that you saw when you looked at the Lincoln cents of the last 70 years. It was a very yellowish, bright bronze with the flying eagle. I forget what the obverse looked like. but it was an amazing coin, really. But all that stuff I lost back in 1989 when a certain event occurred. Um,
Hmm.
Well, I'd have to go digging for it because I'm not sure where it is. But when my dad gave it, this is kind of a weird chain of events. But when my dad came back from Mexico to visit me before he went back to Vermont, he handed me a Swedish coin, which he somehow got while he was there, and gave it to me because he knows my favorite band is from Sweden. So I'd have to go looking for it though. But it like it was an interesting coin. I'd never seen a Swedish coin before.
Hmm.
I've got a
Somewhere
few.
around here, I have a Indian head dime.
Oh, are you talking about the one that's called Mercury Dime?
I don't know. It's got an Indian head on it.
Oh no, wait a minute. No, the Mercury Dime, the Lady Liberty is wearing a cap
Yeah.
with wings. So no, that wouldn't be.
Yeah, no, this I don't know if this is a dime or a penny, but it's a silverish color. But it could be tarnished and stuff. But it's from like 1892.
Is there a way to determine the country of origin? I mean, is it stamped?
US.
Is Oh, it is
Yeah.
U.S.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna go looking.
It might be a penny. I have to find it again. I've got it here somewhere
Okay,
in the
that's
house.
that's that's definitely possible. There is an Indian head cent out there.
Mhm.
Um,
With the wheat two wheat sheaths on the back. Sheaf, whatever you.
Yeah, that probably is the Indian head penny. Then.
Yeah.
okay, what I
Although I
have.
don't know, I'm not quite sure what would cause it to have a silver coloring.
Just a patina to it.
Yeah.
The one I'm
Mm.
thinking of
Oh, by the
has
way, Oak Island is on.
Oh, okay.
the one I'm thinking of has the girl wearing the feathers, and on the reverse is 1 cent surrounded by a wreath.
A wheat sheaf.
Well, are you
So
talking
Yeah, this
about
is
it's
from
the?
surrounded by a wreath of
No,
Franklin.
this is a Indian head chief. It's a chief with the huge eagle feather headdress.
I wish I had a good way to display this. I have a hard time sharing on this arrangement. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Copy image location. I'm going to give this a shot, and I'm going to put it into. Okay, let's. Wait a minute. This isn't working, or is it? Jesus Christ. The size of this URL, it's about the length of Route 66, for Christ's sake. Here, we're going to try. We're going to try a different thing here. What was that?
Hmm?
It sounded like a bird.
Oh, I didn't notice.
I did.
I heard
I
it. I
heard
don't
it.
know where it came from.
Hmm.
Oh God, is there a smaller link on this one? Goodness.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so
The
that's not
Hillman
working.
Hall of Minerals and Gems, you say?
Yeah, I love that place.
Hmm.
I'm a little bit tired, so I might watch Oak Island with my mother.
Well, I'm not
Okay.
watching it just yet.
Oh, okay, this is a little better here. Okay, let's give this a shot. Um, um, there we are. Into the side chat, I'm putting the URL to a photograph. And Mom NATO, I'm wondering if this which is the one I have in mind, is the one you have in mind. Yeah, this is slightly different than the one I had talked about previously. The one I talked about previously did not have the shield at the 12 o'clock position.
Here it is. Hold on.
Here, Diana.
Copy.
Diana, why don't you put? I think I got it up on my screen here.
Here.
Oh, is
Chat.
that you presenting that? I thought it was
Yeah,
Diana
that's the
doing it.
one.
No, I'm still having trouble
That's the.
presenting.
Well,
Yeah.
apparently, Purple here found it.
Okay, are
Yeah,
you seeing
one
it
of
there?
them.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
is
it.
seeing it.
Okay, it's not showing on my screen when I do that.
How
Yeah.
strange.
I put a link
Yeah.
into it. Look in the side chat, Diana. This shows the front and back of it.
Okay, the side chat. There we go. And let's look over here.
Whoop.
Wait a
Not
minute.
Oh, hello, Ken.
Wait a minute. What shows the obverse and reverse?
The link I put in shows
le-
the front and back of the penny.
Okay, the last link I'm seeing in the side. Oh, are you talking about the internal side chat?
Yes, internal side
Oh,
chat.
oh. Okay. Um, let's get the side chat going over here. And oh, this.
Yeah, yeah, that's the same one that I had.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait a minute. So, okay, you're gonna see crap over here. Yeah, okay, there we are. And that, yeah, it's very similar to the one I set up there as well.
Yeah,
That's
and
the one I
that's
was thinking of.
actually an Indian chief. And on mine, you can still see the face a little bit, but you can really see the headdress, and then you can see everything on the back.
Oh, so it is heavily worn. It sounds like
It,
one that's in
well, it
what they call
seemed,
good condition.
yeah, it's definitely been circulated, and I was given this as change.
Yep.
That's amazing when stuff like that happens. Somebody got into somebody's coin collection.
Yeah,
That's the way it happens.
yeah,
Okay. So that's the interesting thing here.
Yeah. I had actually heard that on that one,
mm-hmm,
the face on the image,
mm-hmm,
that the artist or the engraver, that was actually his daughter wearing an Indian headdress.
That sounds familiar. That sounds very
okay,
familiar.
that's
Okay,
possible.
into the public side chat, I'm going to have to
Yeah,
qualify that. I am placing a link which is similar to, but not exactly, the Flying Eagle scent that I was talking about, the one I owned. The one I owned was from somewhere between 1861 and 1863. This one is from, I think, 1857, but it's the same design and everything. Um, and I actually had one of those. Yeah, it is from 1857. I actually had one of those. It was amazing just to hold the thing. It was in a
yeah,
case, of course, but to look at that and think of the time during which
yeah.
that coin, and of course the one I had never circulated. It was actually a proof coin, either a proof coin or an MS-70, one of the two.
Proof of what?
Proof of concept, definitely.
Yeah.
But I liked collecting proof sets. I was doing it for quite a while until
What?
I ran out
What
of
do you?
cash. When the X took off, I sort of ran out of extra cash. So the last
Yeah.
time I bought a proof set was in 2009.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the horrible thing. When I started collecting the proof sets again, this was when they first introduced the state quarters,
Oh yeah.
and I was not able to get the last few state quarters, but they were also introducing the presidential quarters, and I was not able to get any of those or anything. That was an interesting thing that the U.S. Mint did, and it's a very intelligent thing. that they
Yeah.
did. They began a series of coins as the previous series was ending. They did the overlap,
Mm-hmm.
so you kept buying proof sets because when you completed the one that was ending, you had another one starting, which you wanted to acquire. I don't know if they're
Yeah.
still doing that stuff, but it was
Um.
great marketing.
Well, they did the state set, and then they did a set of U.S. territories, and then after that they did a set of national parks on the quarters. They were all on the back of the quarters.
Okay,
I
then,
haven't seen any of those. Hmm.
because I remember if it was quarters or if it was dollars, where they had the presidents. Because, yes, ladies and gentlemen, you never see them, but the U.S. does have dollar coins.
Yep, they do.
I swear I've seen one before.
They look
Yeah, I
like
don't
little
think those
gold
were on
coins.
quarters though.
Yeah, they did a couple things wrong. And then, well, the silver dollars did circulate. That was up until 1922, I believe. But
Hmm.
since then,
No, they circulated all the way up to 1971.
well,
I was gonna say I
that
thought the
was a
silver dollars were around in the '60s.
well. Okay, I should put it differently. The last time a silver dollar was minted was, I think, 19. I mean, yeah, a
My mom
silver
had
silver
a
dollar. The last time was
yeah.
minted was, I think, 1922. There were uh, there was a reintroduction of silver dollars, the Eisenhower dollars. Those
Yeah,
were
that's
the
what I was
silver
thinking of.
nickel. Those came out in the 70s. Nobody liked them.
I had bicentennial silver dollars that were silver.
Hmm.
Oh. So you're not talking about coins for circulation. You're talking about commemoratives.
Yeah.
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 My mom had a whole bunch of them for when me and my sister were born that my grandfather had given her, and some from 1969 when my brother was born that my grandfather had given her. And my mom's last husband, asshole that he was, stole them all. But she couldn't prove it.
Yeah. And of
He tried to
course,
blame it on me.
even of course,
He's like,
here's the thing: if you stole them and you
mhm,
could prove it, and that whole thing, they're still gone. You're not going to get them back. Yeah,
yeah.
that's the
Well,
unfortunate thing.
he had the gall to tell my mother that when I was helping clean the house for him while she was gone here in Florida in 2009, checking on the roof and replacing it, that I stole from her. I stole a whole bunch of money from her. And this is right before their, or no, it was 2011, right before their divorce. And my mom looked at him. If she needed money, all she would have had to do was ask me. She wouldn't steal from me.
Wait a
So,
minute. Checking the roof. The roof.
uh,
Was
the
the
roof of
roof
the
on
house.
fire?
No, she had to replace it.
Okay, reference
Yeah,
missed. Never mind.
I know. Yes.
Okay.
I get it. The roof. The roof. The roof was on fire.
Yeah.
Well, then there's
Um,
another joke
Raising
uh,
the roof. Mm.
about how to refer to
Yeah.
death.
Sorry, did
Oh.
you say death or debt?
Death as in cessation of life.
Okay.
Okay,
The Grim
I
Reaper.
can't tell
Mm.
the entire joke here, but I can kind of do the overview. It's
Uh-huh.
basically uh, I think a kid says to either a father or a mother, or a male or a relative, or something like that, "Grandma died," and the older person says, "No, we don't say things like that." Okay, you remember when the kitten died, how it went up to the roof, and then it peered over the edge and it fell, and it was, yeah, and it's a kid. Oh, I get it now. Okay, Grandma was on the roof.
Hmm. So,
Yeah.
Oh
if,
my
if we're
god.
on jokes that we probably can't tell all of here, what's the difference between peanut butter and jam? You can't peanut butter your whole fist up someone's.
It took him a while to get it. It took him a while to get it. That almost went over his head and under his feet.
Well, actually, I was hoping listening, but then it's like you can't peanut butter your fist up someone's butt.
Well,
yeah,
I left
but,
off the
okay, he gets it, but does he get it? There's the question.
No. No.
No.
And
The
I'm
question
willing
is,
to
does
say
he
no.
take it?
Say again.
Yeah.
I said the question isn't does he get it. The question is does he take it?
There's been a few times when I've been tempted to shove my foot up his ass.
Oh my! What is
How about those
the?
times where there was a joke made and I didn't get it, like the sort of sexual jokes?
What is the song? I forget what it is, and I barely remember any of the lyrics at all. But it's something like, there's "relax" in there.
Oh, relax, don't do it or go to it. I'm not sure what the whole thing is. That one though?
That one. Yeah, and
Relax,
it's about
don't
fisting.
do
Yeah.
it. No. Yeah, I don't know the lyrics either. Relax is the only part I actually know.
Relax. Get to it.
When you
Something-
want to get through it, something. I don't know.
Yeah, something like that.
No, I'm
Lyrics.
looking it up.
Well, okay. Yeah, relax. Don't do it when you want to go to it. That's it.
Yeah.
Although apparently there's more to it that I don't really want to say.
Right.
Yeah,
it involves-
really.
It involves the word stuck. And it sounds like they mean it the way I'm afraid they mean it.
Oh yeah. What is it? It's called Stink Fist.
No, I'm looking at Relax by Frankie Goes to Hollywood.
Oh, okay. So I had the different song relating to fisting. What did you say the name was?
Frankie Goes to Hollywood.
Yeah.
That's the name of the song. Okay.
No, that's the name of the
band.
artist.
The song is just called Relax.
Okay, I got you there. Okay, so there's the thing, and okay, here you go. Yeah, relax, don't do it when you want to go to it. Relax, don't do it when you want to come. Okay.
Yeah, relax, don't do it when you want to suck it to it. Relax, don't do it when you want to come. Yeah.
Mhm.
That's
And they played that
Oh,
openly
because I-
on the radio.
Oh, of course.
yeah, I've heard this
because
song so many times. I like the lyrics never penetrated. And now
Yeah.
look at it, I'm like, how can you oh yeah, the lyrics never penetrated.
Right.
But how can you possibly
Have
play
played
them
that
on air?
opening.
I mean, this is even worse than I Touch Myself.
There were a bunch of songs like that, especially in the 70s. There were a lot of songs that weren't subtle at all, but nobody ever seemed to catch the lyrics to them.
Well, and that's like
Mm.
a lot of the complaints about some of the rap songs that were extremely violent and had lots of cuss words in it. They complained about those, but they didn't complain about a song about fisting and shoving your fist up somebody's ass during sex.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm looking at this over here. It's really interesting.
wow.
But shoot it in the right direction. Making it your intention. Ooh yeah. Live those dreams. Scheme those schemes. Got to hit me. Hit me with your laser beams. Ow, 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 ow. Laser beams. Okay.
Yeah.
That just makes me clench. And
Well,
go,
one of the
"Not
iconic
going there.
one of the iconic songs of the 70s was "Shove It In, Pull It Out, Shove It In, Pull It Out."
I didn't hear that one.
No,
I don't know
I
that
somehow
one.
missed that one.
No, mom. There was actually.
They
Okay,
even used that one in
Tornado?
an episode of the 70s show.
We actually cannot understand anything that you are yelling at this point. It's wah 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 wah.
Sorry,
Charlie Brown's teacher, got it.
Yes.
There is actually a commercial that now, thanks to you, I will never be able to look at it the same way again.
You're
Because
welcome.
all this talk about raunchy stuff involving people's hands, and it's just getting me thinking, plug it in, plug it in.
Oh, what is
Okay.
that? One of those room fresheners?
Yes.
Yep.
Blade.
I
Now,
know the one, I
but
know
now
the
thanks
one.
to you guys,
Yep.
I'm thinking of something much worse. I thank you all.
Oh,
You're
Well,
welcome.
you know, if we're gonna talk about like commercials and weird references and all things like that, whenever someone like I'm having an argument with a religious person, and And they'll
Uh-huh.
ask, well, but what do you believe? Like they think that everyone has to believe something. And I'll say, oh, I believe in crystal light because I believe in me.
I know that one as well.
Well,
You know,
if
I
someone actually
believe in crystal light because I believe in me. Yeah.
Yep.
So,
Well,
that's the-
actually, if someone says, "Well, what do you believe?" It's like, "Well, I believe MLP is a good show, and you should watch it."
sure.
well, that too. It's
That's not a
wonderful.
commercial.
We
Or else they ask, "Do you believe in the Bible?" And I tell them, "Yes, I saw one last time I stayed in a hotel."
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Was there
There
a
are
Book
so
of
many,
Mormon there as well?
Yes.
Actually, yes, at the last convention I went to in Minnesota, there was.
I had
yeah, there was
heard.
one at
Yeah.
the when Faithless Forum happened. It was at a Marriott, which, as I understand, is a Mormon-owned company. And so, yes, there were Books of Mormon even in a Dallas hotel room. And I think it's amusing that they decided to give discount rates, a bulk discount rate to an atheist convention, because they did.
Mhm.
That was part of the deal that was reached was, we'll have all our people stay here if you give us a discount. And they said yes. But yeah, you know what I've often wondered is whether those Gideons people who put the Bibles in hotel rooms, if they check every now and then to see whether they missed a room or someone's taken their Bible.
Actually, they
Mhm,
do.
they do.
Because they encourage travelers to take the Bibles, and they go
Yes.
through on a regular basis and replace them.
Well, I
Gotcha.
thought that was the thing with the Gideon Bibles as well.
That's
right?
why they. That's
That's what I
why
was asking about.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought you were asking about the Book of Mormon.
originally
Sorry about
the
that.
No, the
Gideons-
Mormon Bibles, I think, are fairly specific to like a region or a company or something where you can really reasonably expect a lot of Mormons
No.
versus anywhere else.
No,
Okay, I got
when
the
I stayed
reference
in a
screwed up.
hotel in Minnesota, there was a Book of Mormon there.
Yeah, the
So what
Gideons.
was it a Marriott chain?
No, it was a Hilton.
Okay.
Well, they're
wait.
owned by Marriott.
I think- yeah,
They're
I
the
was
same
going to say.
Okay.
Yeah. They
Oh,
are.
okay. Are they
I
the same
think, I
company
think
now?
one of those is the parent company to the other. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I may be
but-
totally screwed up about this, but did Leona Helmsley have her hands in the Marriott chain, or is that no longer, or did it never happen?
Is
I
she
don't
still
know.
around?
I don't know.
But the Gideons originally, when hotels first started springing up, went
Nope.
through and put Bibles in the rooms on the premise that it was a way of proselytizing
Oh
to
my
get the
Good
word
God, I
out.
hope that's not actually her. Sorry, I'm looking at a picture of Leona Helmsley, like probably shortly before her death in 2007, and she looks like a Disney villain.
Yes,
It's
she does.
terrifying.
I think I'm looking
Yeah.
at the same picture. She looks like
Link it.
the witch from Cinderella or whatever the fuck that was, or Snow White. That's it. That's it.
Well, I don't know about that. I just know that she has this
Oh
scowl on
God,
her
yes.
face and these evil eyebrows.
Yeah,
Yeah,
those
that's the one
eyebrows.
I'm looking at. Yep.
Yep.
She
I
looks
don't
at
want to
Maleficent, like
run screaming.
Maleficent from Sleeping Beauty.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's absolutely terrifying. But no,
Yeah.
apparently she died in 2007.
Yeah.
so
Okay. I just
But,
picked that up.
if she had anything to do with what was it, the Gideon Bibles you were asking about?
I was
Or
wondering
the
about the
hotel
books of
Yeah, the
Marriott.
Mormon.
Marriott hotels.
Hmm.
Yeah, but
I was wondering who got that started. The Book of Mormon
Yeah.
thing.
But the Gideons assumed that people would take the Bible, so they go through once every couple of months to check all of the hotels. They send people out to put new Bibles in because they're hoping that people take them so that people they haven't reached yet will get the word. As
And
the
I've-
saying
I've-
goes.
I've heard a lot of debate, let's say, about what to do with the Gideon's Bible. Because a lot of people are saying, like, oh, I take it whenever I see it. Atheists, mind you. A lot of atheists will take it. Others will deface it. And all kinds of other wacky
Okay,
stuff. to do
see-
with it. Personally, I've always just left it there. But, I mean, I can understand the desire to do something with a Gideon Bible.
Well, see, the
Well,
thing
my
is
understanding.
I don't care if people take the Bible. You know, I just defacing any book, regardless of what it is wrong to me because
Yeah,
if
that's
I'm
how I
with you.
feel
I'm with
Okay,
you.
I can challenge that. I can totally challenge that. There's a coloring book, a Star Wars coloring book that I think you can deface. In fact, they intend you to because it's a coloring book.
Well, I'm talking a
I'm
reading
kidding. I'm
book.
kidding.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
If I
Because
remember
it
correctly,
speaks too much to what happened with the Jews in World War II in the burning of books.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Just destroying books is just wrong.
Yeah.
if I remember correctly, I think Silverman talked about taking a Gideon Bible from a hotel room, one of the conventions, and he used it as an autograph book. And he had many much autographs like Hitchens and
Oh
Dawkins
my
and
God.
in this Gideon Bible.
Hmm.
Sounds like a fairly decent use of it for me, you know? I
Uh,
could do that.
So I'm looking, and it seems that Leona Helmsley was like the hotel chain that she was involved in was, wait for it, Helmsley Hotels.
But I thought that was
Never heard of them.
renamed from something, and no,
Well, apparently the name Helmsley is her husband, or
right,
was anyway,
Harry Helmsley,
and
yes.
his hotels were called Helmsley Hotels.
Okay, so I had the memory all
Never heard of
wrong.
them.
Okay,
I mean, I can do a more thorough search to see if I don't see anything about Marriott. I don't see anything about Hilton in this article, so I'm pretty sure that it was just Helmsley Hotels.
okay,
Yeah. Well, the
okay.
Hilton chain, I believe, is owned by Paris Hilton's dad. But I could be wrong.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
So, I've often wondered about the people who decide to name their business after themselves. Because if I were to start a business, would I want it associated with my name, or would I want to have a name for the business that I just thought sounded cool? You know?
Okay, so you're not one that would be doing the Reardon Industries, making Reardon metal, and God, what else was there?
Not really, no. It's that
Well,
doesn't really appeal to me very much. I mean, don't get me wrong, Kate Farr is not the most
Yeah.
remarkable name in the world. So even then,
Well-
people. I mean, granted, our products would be far and away the best, but
Oh,
yeah. But I think it'd be so much cooler to have like a neat name, like I don't know, Star Reacher Industries or something. I don't know.
There
well,
is
So,
there is a company up here that they named it after the family, and they never should have, because everybody thinks this is a joke, but the company is called Shamco.
Shamco.
oh my.
What's
Okay.
their name? Is their last name Sham?
Yes,
Oh my gosh.
but if that's your last name, you should have picked something else for the company.
Yeah.
There
Well,
you
that's
go.
I
like
mean,
my
unless
mom.
you're marketing ShamWows, yeah.
Now, what
My-
would worry me about naming the companies, Clarion Industries or anything like that, would be, okay, were it to take off and become a company known to all and everything else like this. Okay, now I die, and somebody moves into the control of the company and turns it into shit,
Yeah.
and that shit is
Okay.
associated with my name.
Now, not quite the same thing, but I've often gotten the impression that Stan Lee from Marvel Comics was kind of an egalitarian. I mean, as I understand it, the X-Men were created as sort of like a allegory to race hatred, racial hatred,
Yes.
and all that, where the mutants are hit. Yeah. But now I'm seeing reports that Marvel Comics has been donating money to Trump.
Keep in
Really?
mind,
There
Marvel
was
Comics.
no, hold on. There was some weirdness where, like, the Marvel Cinematic Universe is owned by Disney and is somehow not affiliated with the comics, but it's the comics side that is making these donations. And I'm just like, I don't think Stan Lee would have approved.
No,
I don't
No.
think so.
he's
No,
dead.
no,
So,
and
it doesn't matter anymore.
Amiga
Well,
Nuts.
yes, but that's why I'm talking about this. Is
Yeah.
he's dead, and
Yeah.
Diana was
Now-
saying, I don't want to create a company with my name on it. And now I'm dead, and people are using it for horrible things. Same
Yeah.
sort of deal with Stanley. I don't think he'd
Yeah.
ever want Marvel Comics to support Trump this way.
Hi, Jess.
Hi, just
Yeah, Amiga Nuts. I was referring to Atlas Shrugged. Yeah, I actually
Yeah.
read that entire fucking book.
well, my mom had horses, and it was called Tux and Tails Stables. And she had a horse named Tuxedo Jack, who was a Indian paint stallion. So that's what they named the stables after.
Okay.
And they sold him for $25,000. Well, his dad was a world champion, and his mother, his dam, was third in world. hmm
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, my sister had worked with a horse that may well have become a horse of such notoriety, but unfortunately, the
Uh
way I
oh.
hear it, the owner raced the horse too soon and
hmm
completely destroyed the knees. The horse had to be put
Yep.
Mhm.
down.
Yep.
Well, wait a
It,
minute. This poor horse has knees that are damaged, and now he's just going to insult it constantly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Pretty much.
yeah.
so
hmm
I did plenty.
Well,
Anyway, I'll
yeah.
just yield here.
It's really bad to race a horse too much and before it's fully grown,
Yes, and
Mm.
allegedly
because
this is what happened to this one. This
you
horse was too young to race.
right, you don't start racing horses usually. um it depends. The Is it the Preakness? I know one of the Triple Crowns you can race them as a yearling, but you really, I mean, it's that's what it's all about. But if you aren't careful and you race that yearling too much, you can drive it into the ground, as the saying goes,
Well,
and
this
you
was
can damage it. You can
this.
break what's called breaking its wind. And what that means is that the horse can no longer breathe while
I know
it's
what it means to
running, and it
wind.
will collapse.
Well, this was this horse's first race, and the story goes that
Oh.
the knee shattered.
Oh yeah, they put the
Um,
horse down. Yeah.
yeah, they had to put the horse down. There was nothing they could do for it. And
Well, once even a horse with a broken foreleg, they have to kill it because a horse cannot lay down and survive. The weight of their body compresses their lungs.
That
If
seems like
especially
something that would have been selected against in evolution terms.
yeah,
my
but
guess
the
is, yeah, that the only reason a horse would lay down now is because it was forced to by a human.
well, no, they will lay
Mm.
down for an hour or two, but any longer than that, and they start to have physical issues, and
So,
they have to get up and walk for a little bit, and then they can lay down again. But it's called foundering when they lay down.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
hmm.
And
So
if you
now,
can't,
Yeah,
wait.
for those who don't know, my sister trained thoroughbreds
mm,
for a good period. Uh,
yeah,
Used to work out of one of the better known racetracks in the Cleveland area.
Now, when you say lie down,
hmm
because I mean, I'm sure horses must sleep at some point, and I doubt they
they,
do it
oh
standing.
no,
They do
usually
sleep
they
standing.
sleep standing.
That's crazy pants.
Yeah,
Yep.
their knees will lock when they're asleep.
That's what I thought. Yes.
And then they
Huh.
will sway a little bit back and forth. But if a horse lays down, because a horse weighs as much as a car,
Yes.
as much as they weigh anywhere from 1,000 to 2,500 pounds, depending upon size.
Mm-hmm. Well,
That's
that
also
would
And
make sense. Yeah, a larger horse
yeah,
would weigh more. Yeah.
right. Well, what happens is when they lay down, most of the time they've got their legs curled up, and they're it's kind of like a sphinx pose where they're sitting more on their laying on their legs
rather,
upright.
li-
But if they lay
rather
if
like
they
a
lay
cat.
yeah, if they lay on their side for too long, their lungs start to compress from their body weight, and they stop being able to breathe. and fluid will fill their lungs and they will die. We had a horse uh, founder in the stable, and they ended up having to put her down because she was not, they could not get her to stay on her feet. And she was a 1,500-pound horse, and she was a broodmare. And they don't know what caused it. She just laid down in her stall, and um, they don't know why.
It sounds to me, and I'm just totally guessing here, that there was something that happened that caused the laying down.
They
And
think,
whatever it was that happened wasn't all that great in the
mhm.
first place. Yeah.
Well, it's possible that she had, horses can have aneurysms, believe it or not.
Well, sure.
Uh, so they don't know if she had an illness or if she had an aneurysm or whatever, or if she had laid down in her stall and her hoof got caught and she couldn't get up. That can do it too. It's called casting.
Okay. And then, yeah,
Um,
having the aneurysm isn't necessarily the problem. It's when it bursts that's what
yeah.
that's what killed my sister.
Hmm. And it's amazing that they sleep standing up.
Yeah, but it does. Well,
It seems
one
like
of
it can't
the
be too restful.
No, actually,
Huh?
the sleeping standing up, I think, is pretty common among hoofed mammals.
Hmm.
It still doesn't sound restful.
No,
and you do
well,
find
Moose.
and
it in birds as well. The
Hmm.
if it's memory serves, the flamingos have a certain way that
Yeah,
their whatever passes for a knee in a flamingo locks, and this is how they stand on. I believe it's
one
actually one
leg.
leg. Yeah, that's got to be a feat of
yeah,
balance. Let me tell you.
And well, think about it. And they tuck their head under their wing,
hmm And that
standing like
throws
that.
your center of gravity off right there. So now you've got to compensate for
Hmm.
that.
Of
Yeah.
course, then there's bats sleeping upside down. How the hell do you do that?
Well, that's got to be
I don't
something
know.
where the weight of hanging locks the claws or whatever the bat is. I can't call it perching because perching is done upright, right?
No, it's considered perching
Oh, okay, okay.
or clinging. Uh, but I mean, things like squirrels, flying squirrels.
Squirrel.
Yeah.
well, and
um.
I think Kate said about it. You'd think that evolution would, weed it out.
Hmm.
Mm.
But actually, giraffes cannot lay down
No, they can't.
Yeah.
because
Well,
for them to stand up again, their heart can't adjust the blood pressure fast enough.
Yeah.
man, it's just
Yeah,
crazy.
and
They
giraffes are really
have.
interesting.
Well, giraffes also can't gargle.
Right.
They
Well, that's
have valves in their neck to provide the blood pressure, and it's like three or four different valves, I think it
Yeah.
is. And
Well,
don't they have
that's
two hearts?
I don't know that they have two hearts.
No, it's only one heart, but yeah, they do have, like you're saying, a system of one-way valves
And
to make
so
sure
and
that the blood doesn't start running backwards through the arteries.
we
and
picked
they
this
also have
up.
that one like frequent go-to whenever a creationist tries to say, "Hey, intelligent design," you're like, that nerve that goes all the fuck way
Yeah,
down the
The
and
recurrent
back up.
laryngeal
laryngeal
nerve.
nerve, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, in a giraffe, it's like 14 feet long.
Yeah.
crazy pants.
I watched the video where Dawkins is observing a section of a giraffe's neck where that nerve is exposed, and you see the track it takes. But the interesting thing about giraffes that we picked up in my animal physiology course when I was at uni was that under normal, if you want to call it circumstances, if you were just had a if a giraffe throat or giraffe trachea were simply a tube, the giraffe could not breathe correctly because it is too long to exchange the air in the lungs with the air outside. There's some system whereby the exchange is affected, and for the life of me, I cannot remember what that system is. Because
Pulleys.
Okay. Here
It's
you
as if
go.
Police.
Yeah, okay, that would work.
A octopus squid, which the cephalopods have
So a
3 hearts
squirtopus.
in total. They have 3 hearts in total. One systemic to go along with 2 gill hearts that force blood to the gills. Earthworms do not technically have an heart, but they have an aortic arch, um, and they have 5 arches/hearts
Yeah, that one
that
I
are
knew.
segmented. Yeah,
Yeah, the
that is so
aorta
cool.
has sections that
And a hagfish.
contract.
So I'm
A
trying to
hag-
remember because I seem to remember there was some animal where it doesn't have a heart, and the only way that blood circulates is if it keeps moving, so it has to move its whole life. Do you know what I'm talking
Well,
about?
I think
it's
I
a
know what you're.
popular myth about sharks that they have to keep moving to keep water going past their gills.
Right. No, I'm not
But
thinking
it
of
has
that.
We're
been
talking about
proven that some
that's
sharks
yeah.
do actually sleep.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm gonna try to find.
A hagfish has 4 hearts. One main 3-chambered systematic heart and 3 accessory pumps. It's kind of creepy.
Well, if I could step the conversation back a bit to what Kate mentioned earlier about Marvel Comics,
Hmm.
I found this, and it was not Marvel Comics. It wasn't the company, but
Okay.
the CEO, Ike Perlmutter,
Oh,
donated his own personal money to Trump.
I see.
Oh, okay.
So
that-
it wasn't actually the company.
Okay.
Well, that's what
Well,
happens
that's
when you
good.
get your
That's
info
better.
from the internet, isn't it?
Not much better, but it is
Yeah,
better.
that was in 2016.
16. The thing I saw was that it's happening now in this election.
Well, it could be again, but that's the article I found was that, during Trump's last election.
Hmm.
Yeah, the keywords I'm using to search are not working. I tried the keywords animal must move throughout life. I wasn't, and yeah, it's just, I'll deal with that later. I'd like to find that. I'd like to know which animal it is and that sort of thing.
Wow. The tallest giraffes ever recorded have been up to 5.9 meters tall. That is over
Uh,
a meter higher than a double-decker bus.
So I'm seeing something here about a sea spider that doesn't have a heart,
Okay.
and it looks like everything is goddamn it behind a paywall. But what little I can see, well, it doesn't say enough. Damn it. I hate that when shit's behind a paywall, but there is apparently an animal, like it's, how does an animal with no heart circulate blood? And it's the sea spider.
Okay, I'm
Okay.
guessing that's probably some type
Oh.
of starfish.
I'm seeing something here, animalhow.com. It says 3 or 8 weird animals without a heart and 3 with multiple hearts. So jellyfish don't have a heart, flatworms, coral and polyps, and then starfish, sponges, sea anemones, sea lilies, and sea cucumbers, apparently.
Those
Um, let's see. So no circulation at all.
Wow.
Instead of
How many
diffusion.
does that
Interesting.
thing have? That's more than 8 legs. Good lord.
Hmm.
3.
On what?
Yeah, I found a
5.
reference to sea spiders,
Yeah.
and
This
it
thing
is
has-
saying that they don't have a heart.
They pump blood with their guts.
Yeah,
Oh, you're like, yeah, well, sea spiders are not spiders. They're not even arachnids.
Hmm.
Yeah, this thing has
yeah, they're just an
10,
offshoot of crustaceans.
Yeah.
10 to 12 legs.
I'm guessing it would probably be 10 legs. That it would probably be a decapod related to lobsters.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, the headline I see about the weak-hearted sea spiders, that's from New Atlas. And yeah, I can see how it would look like a daddy long legs, to tell you the absolute truth.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that thing's got 10 legs on the one image I'm looking at.
Yeah, it's like some kind of a really primitive crab.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's really creepy.
Let me see if I can find
Oy vey.
the Wikipedia Bufu over here because they're usually pretty good at the Linnaean classification. Anyway, okay. File
So
them.
some guy is claiming that I cherry pick parts of evolution when I'm trying to explain to him exactly that he is wrong. And of course, there's the old. Have you ever witnessed Darwinian evolution, not speciation?
Uh,
Oh, just ignore them.
Uh huh.
yeah.
Does he
So,
realize that
I have a
speciation?
question, Diana,
Yes,
about
dear.
how long do you think this stream is going to be?
No idea.
Because because I might have to go actually have some of that food stuff I've read about,
Oh,
and
no.
come back because I am quite hungry and I'm not sure how much I've eaten at all today. I'll check back. In fact, I'll keep the stream up. I'll just mute my camera and microphone, and scarf down some victuals and then come back if you're still on.
Okay, that
Okay.
sounds pretty good. I mean, we've quote only quote been on for about 3 hours. So that's
Really?
that's nowhere near the record, is it, Mom NATO?
Oh, God, no. What was it, 10 hours for the after
Something
show?
like that. Yeah, it was. God, it was
Yeah.
weird.
That was the first time I was on any of the streams.
Yep, you've
Yep.
since become pretty much a fixture. Um,
Yes. I don't know why.
Between you and Kate, I don't know if I could run a show by myself anymore. I don't know if I'd remember how. Well, I never did know how, and I think I started
Well,
into that when I
I,
first came on air.
you know, um, I, I don't get much social interaction with other adults in person
Oh yeah, okay,
because
I can
I
understand why.
just, well, I live in a community of old fogies.
Yeah, it's part of it.
Seriously,
Yeah.
or people who run around carrying guns. You know, it's
Yeah, I
not.
live in the same town in Michigan.
Yeah, well, my neighbor across my yard last year should have been an episode of Live PD where we had our road blocked off for 6 hours because this fuck nugget was running around outside without a shirt with a gun,
Oh great.
and the police were doing a hunt for him.
Yeah, it's like live PD much.
and
That's what
and
she said.
they were drug addicts and twerkers, and this was across my yard. It's
We
not
had a
safe.
helicopter flying overhead every 5 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, for 6 hours
Oh
looking for this
great. At
guy.
least that didn't take
Uh-huh.
that long when it happened to us. When I lived in Homestead, when the ex and I were still
Mhm.
together, there was a raid in the building fronting the street. We were in the building
Mhm.
behind, which
Right.
included alcohol, tobacco, and firearms,
Yep.
FBI,
Mhm.
county sheriff. Um,
Oh, good lord! It was a drug sting.
yes, it was. It was.
Mhm.
And you
They
got to
were.
watch this happen live?
I watched that happening live.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just everybody talks about how Florida is the state to retire to, and what people don't
It
understand is
was.
Florida is not a safe state. Everybody out there is no law against anybody owning a firearm. Anybody can go out and buy a firearm except for
Yep.
convicted felons. Anybody can apply for a conceal and carry license.
So
Anyone can
whoa.
apply to be a pyrotechnician.
So wait a
I
minute. An
mean,
8-year-old could walk into the local gun store and say, "Here, I
if
want
they
that one, and I
have
want to carry it concealed."
if they have parental permission.
Holy fuck!
Uh, but
Yeah.
I don't know that they can actually buy it, but a parent can buy their kid a gun as long as it is registered to the parent.
Well, that doesn't mean
Because
much if you
people
hand it to the
hunt
damn
and
kid.
right. People hunt in Florida. We just recently had
You'll shoot your
um,
eye out. You'll shoot your eye out. Anyway,
well,
sorry.
we
Unfortunately,
just
Diane, I think that's a lot more common than you would
yeah
realize.
yeah
Well,
I
no,
think that,
it's a lot more common than I would like to see
mhm.
happen.
We
Basically,
just had
yeah,
a
well, I
sheriff.
think that, pretty much based on laws that are over 100
Mhm.
years old,
Yeah,
in most states, there probably isn't really an age limit for someone carrying a gun.
well,
right.
I
We just
learned to shoot when I was 8 or 9 years old. On the bolt
December.
action 22 rifle that the male
Mhm.
slimy bastard had. The thing here is that was me, and I was responsible, for fuck's sake.
Right.
I knew what that thing
December
was, and I knew what it could do.
Yep.
Christmas Eve of this year, 2019, we had a sheriff who was not at home. There were kids in his house, and one of them was killed because another person in the house shot a gun.
Yep.
The kids had picked the lock where the gun was at in the room where the gun was at, and while there was no magazine in the gun, the sheriff forgot to check to see if there was a
To
bullet in the
check if there
chamber.
was, you can't, yeah, that always happens. God damn it!
And
Yeah.
it wasn't his son, but one of his son's friends was killed because another kid pulled the trigger.
Yeah, it's always
And he was
that's
shot in the back, yeah,
that's
while he
some,
was playing a video game.
somebody always leaves the damn cartridge in the
Yeah,
receiver.
yeah.
Yeah.
And this is just an example. These were 15-year-old kids.
Had the same
And,
thing happen here a couple of years ago. Actually, my cousin's daughter was
oh
sitting in the
god.
room with a few of her friends. They were all teenagers,
Oh
and one
no.
of them was cleaning his rifle, and it went off and shot one of the other kids in the face.
Oh my
Oh
god.
boy.
Did they
Okay, that's
die?
not fun. And what's
No.
even worse
Yeah,
though is, I
he
mean,
was dead before the paramedics got to the house.
Yep.
and I'm going to
Yep.
be a horrible person and state that that's the first time I'd ever heard of anybody killing somebody while cleaning his gun.
Yeah.
Mom NATO got it.
Yeah.
This is my rifle. This is my gun. One is for fight and one is for fun.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember that song.
So someone says that. So again, this person that I'm talking to is claiming that speciation is only microevolution,
Okay.
not evolutionary.
Tornado.
Honey, let it
Let
go.
it go. We don't want to hear about it.
It's just completely dishonest.
Just
I love you dearly,
let it
but
go.
let it go. Okay,
Yeah.
the world is full of arse heads like this, and
And this is not the show to discuss flat earthers on.
yeah,
That's
we
movie
may
night.
or may not get around to one of those. My
Let's
okay.
not and say we did.
Sometimes I think that it would be interesting to have a flat Earth show that maybe I could make a fortune on it because everybody seems to like flat Earth, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Is the problem?
Yeah. Well, and back to it's not safe to go out and meet the people around me in this state.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and it's bad
this
when it's
is
in
my
an entire state.
yeah, and this is my social interaction.
Well, that's the same
yeah,
thing for
I
me
get
living
it. I
here.
get it. Because this
You know.
is, here online is without
Yeah.
the interwebs, I would be in absolute isolation. I mean, most of the
You'd
time,
be a hermit.
I feel like I'm in isolation, but it would be actuality without this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my mom doesn't understand because she grew up in a generation where the internet, whatever you want to call it, was just its birthing stage.
Yeah.
You know,
Your mother isn't that young, right?
my mom is almost 70.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When
Yeah.
because what I'm thinking, okay, when she was
But she didn't
young,
have a computer
you may have.
until after us kids were 14, 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
She didn't own a computer until we were adults.
when she was young, Artie
Mhm.
Clark, I think already had been. Well, no, Artie Clark would be writing future tense about
Right.
the worldwide communication that would be offered by a computer network. I mean,
Right.
he
But
hadn't even started writing about that yet.
right. But she didn't, like I said, she didn't get a computer until maybe, let's see, early 1999.
Okay,
So,
a little bit after I had the first time I
yeah.
owned a computer all by myself. I'd been
Right.
working with
And
computers since
yeah,
1970, but
Yep.
see, she had her first computer when I moved home from Maryland in 2001. And it was a compact.
oh, I remember
Wasn't that responsible
those.
for all those dial-up noises I kept hearing?
Yes, Talon.
I remember those. Yeah.
She still
Yep.
had dial-up internet. She did not have uh uh
Is anyone
fiber.
surprised that I remember those sounds?
No,
I don't
I
care.
was 5 years old at the time.
no, you were 4.
There's a lot I
Yeah.
remember from the age of 4, so no, I'm
Yeah,
not surprised.
yeah.
And
But
Yeah.
I
I
had
mean,
Compact was.
I had dial-up internet as late as well. The ex and I were together, so it was after '98.
mhm,
It might have been about 2002, 2003.
yeah,
Um,
Compaq became famous for what they called the first practical portable computer, which weighed about 65 pounds.
I
hmm
remember those. A friend of mine had one. Um,
yeah, with the CRT screens.
I
Yeah.
think they
Okay,
were
well, I
running.
got all ESB. Back in the early to mid 90s, I was running a dial up BBS that had nothing but pirated game software.
Yep, I used to play those.
Um, yeah, because
But
on the compact wasn't the screen about 5 inches or something like that,
Yeah.
and then
yeah,
Yeah. It's like 4 or 5 inches.
the front of the suitcase, because it looked like a freaking suitcase,
yeah,
folded down, and there was the keyboard.
Right.
yep,
Yep.
Yeah. I remember those.
Yeah.
yeah.
And when the
And
keyboard was up, it covered the front of the screen
Yes,
and
yes,
the disk drive.
yep.
yeah, and she still to this day cannot manage to figure out that a browser is not the internet. She has a
Yeah.
problem where she frequently calls me because her browser is having problems because a web page is down,
Yep.
right? And she doesn't get that it's the internet that is having problems, not her browser.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she'll
No.
be like, "Come fix my computer. I can't get anywhere on Firefox." And I'm trying to explain to her, it's not Firefox that's having the problem, it's the internet. Try another page, see if it works. Well, yeah, that works, but the page I'm trying to go to, this one is not working. So you need to come fix my
Yep.
Firefox.
Can't do it. It's not the Firefox problem. Yeah.
Exactly. But
What
Well,
I
yeah. I think some people just could never really conceptualize
yeah,
that the device sitting on the table in front of them did not contain everything they're seeing.
Okay, do these
well,
same people think that their television is the entirety of television broadcast?
no, but she will.
Yeah.
I have finally broke her of an extremely bad habit because I told her, if you do what you just did again, I will never fix your computer again.
Oh no.
Because what she did, she went to a web page and she had one of those windows pop up that said she had a virus.
The Indian scammer window. Yep.
Yeah.
And she
Hmm.
called the number, right?
And she called the number, gave them all her information, and they supposedly fixed her computer, and she ended up having to go through identity theft counseling.
I had an experience recently where I was getting these robocalls.
Mhm.
And I was basically like, "This is Microsoft security. You paid too much for your virus software. We want to give you a refund." Right? I hung up
Mhm.
and called the number and started talking to the guy. Now he had a very, very pronounced Indian accent and introduced himself as Kevin.
Yes,
And I was
yes.
like,
Uh-huh.
okay, not so much. And then I started talking to him, and
Mhm.
like I kept asking him, like if you know who I am as well as you say, then what's my name? What's my address? I kept trying to quiz him.
Mhm.
And he
Yeah.
kept telling me, "Oh, our system is down. I can't tell you. I'm sorry, our system is down." I was like,
Well,
"Well, call me back when it's up." And he was like, "Well, it's I need to do this now. I need your info." And I looked up the number, and it turns out that this specific number is associated where it's like they will frequently ask people for their bank account info to give them
Mhm.
this quote unquote refund. And
Yep.
what'll end up happening is they'll charge thousands of dollars to that account right away.
Yep.
Yes.
Right.
So
Well, I I had them call me and tell me that they were getting a Microsoft security and that they were getting a alert on their system that I was being hacked.
but
And
getting alert on your system because the world needs more alerts.
Yes, it
yeah,
does.
exactly. So they I spoke to the guy and I'm like, "Okay, so if you're actually from Microsoft Office, what brand of Windows am I using?" "You're using Microsoft Windows." "Yes, but which one? Am I using Windows 95? Am I using Windows 98? Am I using XP? Am I using 2000? Am I using ME? Am I using Vista? Am I using 2000 or Windows 7? Which one am I using if you are from Microsoft?" Click.
Mm-hmm.
He hung up on me. Then 2 days later, they called me back and they're saying that they got an alert on my system. And I'm like, but I have an Apple. Click.
Well, yeah. I
So it's
knew that what they wanted to do would not work over here, which is why I went ahead with it to have some
right.
fun. Said, I would like to connect to your computer with this over here. And okay, gives me the URL and everything. Now put in the number, and it is not working. It is not working. What Windows do you have? What Windows do you have? Ubuntu 16.04. Click.
One of the
Well,
things I actually did to one scammer
oh
once,
yes.
the Tony Stark thing.
Okay,
Go
is this
ahead.
one of the people I occasionally watch?
Go ahead. Tell him.
Well, if you've ever seen the first Avengers movie, one of the quotes that Tony Stark says to Phil Coulson is, "Hello, you have reached the life model decoy of Tony Stark. Please leave a message." When Phil Coulson says it's urgent, Tony Stark replies with, "Then leave it urgently," and hangs up. So I
Okay.
decided, what would happen if I were to do that to a scammer? So they called, they said something, I don't remember what it was, but I replied with, "Hello, you have reached the life model decoy of Tony Stark. Please leave a message." And they went, click.
Oh my! I'm looking at the. I was looking for something, and then I came upon your thing, purple, for the 31st. I know that situation all too well. Is that Semi-san or is that somebody else?
No, that's Sammy.
Okay.
Hmm?
Yep. The cat in the box, the whole thing. No, but let me keep on looking for. There are a couple channels, guys who record their anti-scammer
Oh,
stuff.
there's the one with the guy who poses like he's got a voice changer and tries to sound like an old grandma.
Yes, yes. Those I
Oh,
find to
Kit
be
Moga,
extremely
right?
entertaining.
Well, I
Mm.
just, they finally stopped calling me in person. Now all I get are robocalls.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I think the
Yeah.
person
No,
you're
I'm
talking
so
about is
I've
Kit Moga.
had,
Chinese lady,
I've
the
had
Chinese lady. I am so sick of her.
the which one?
Well, like, you ever get that robocall where you say hello and someone starts blathering at you in Chinese?
Oh,
And-
No, I
yes.
don't
Yes.
know.
And
No,
it
I don't
turned-
have that one.
It turns out that what they're doing is like they're hoping to reach Chinese immigrants with this thing because it tells them that like their visa is about to expire or something, and you have to do this, that, and the other thing right away, or you'll be kicked out of the United States.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Oh my.
I've
No,
received
I've heard about
several of those.
I get IRS, I get Social Security, I get student loans, I get this is the law enforcement office for the Department of Social Security.
Yep.
We are calling to tell you that uh, uh, Department of Social Security has frozen your Social Security account, and you will be arrested if you do not get in contact with us immediately.
Yeah, I keep getting the ones for the warranty on your car is about to
I get
expire.
that one. I
You
get.
I don't
haven't
think there's
owned a
been any
car.
point in my life that I have owned a vehicle that was less than 10 years old.
Mhm.
Right.
I
I get.
also get like a lot of, this is Visa calling you about your bill. And I'm like, okay, number one, you're calling from Seattle where I no longer live. And number two, I don't have Visa.
Right. Well, I have a prepaid card, which has a Visa logo on it, but it doesn't actually allow me to charge anything other than what I have in the account that's listed
Yeah.
with it.
Okay,
So
fine. It's a debit card,
yeah.
yeah.
It's a prepaid card, yeah, but it functions as a credit card and a debit card as long as I
Right.
have money on it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So there's no way for me to have a Visa MasterCard account. But they call me anyway saying, this is Visa MasterCard. We are
Yeah.
calling you about your MasterCard account, your Visa account, your Discover account. It's like, I don't have any of these. Click.
Yeah.
Well, it's bad
Lamp chart.
enough that when I got a call that claimed it was from the Census Bureau, I suspected that call. Now it was from the Census Bureau. They what the heck was it? I think it was. I had moved, and they wanted something that they had sent to my old address, and I said, "Oh, okay. I recently moved. I never got it." I mean, once I had determined that they were who they said they were, and they said, "Oh, okay. Well, it's okay. We don't have to worry about anything anymore." And no, they didn't want to send me the thing at the new address because it was good only for the old address.
Right.
So okay, but it was that sort of thing. So I suspected a real call.
Well,
Yeah.
do you realize now that it is 2020, there is another census going out?
Yes, it's going to start in just a few weeks.
Yeah.
As a matter
So
of fact,
every
in
10
one
years they
in
do
one
it, isn't it?
in
So-
yes,
Yeah,
in one
every
town
10 years.
in one town in Alaska, far north, it has already started because of weather and climatic conditions.
Right.
When it starts for everybody else, the roads are so bad that they can't get anywhere, so they have to start it early.
Yeah,
Right.
around
So
here they're
it's,
begging for some people to, due to the door-to-door stuff, they can't get enough people that are willing to do it.
So it's not actually about robocalls and it's not an unsolicited dick pic, but I have gotten hit on by a random person like texting me recently.
Really?
And I'd seen memes of this sort of thing all the hell over the internet. This is the
Uh-huh.
first time it ever happened to me. Where like it starts out, "Good morning, darling. How are you? When is our kissing session?" And I'm like, who even is this? "The hot guy on the dating site. And you said you wanted to meet up with me and kiss." And I was like, I'm a lesbian, so I really don't think so. And he goes, "Well, I've kissed several lesbians and they all liked it. Just saying."
Oh,
And I'm like,
Jesus
"Yeah, go
Christ.
away."
Yeah.
I never thought that would happen to me for realsies. I'd only ever seen it on the interwebs.
Uh-huh.
Well, I think
Well,
I've mentioned this
you know-
before, but what was really interesting, and I burst into laughter when it actually happened. I have received an unsolicited dick pic from another trans woman.
No,
Oh
God.
my God.
Yes! And she
And here I
demanded
thought
to
the
see
punchline would be
mine.
like, here's
And
a
it's like,
picture of Rick
shut
Nixon.
the fuck up.
Like, seriously, I honestly thought you were about to lead us to the punchline about an unsolicited dick pic and it's a picture of Richard Nixon. I thought that's where you were going with that.
No, I've sent those out.
All right.
Well,
In response, I want to see yours. Okay, here, Richard Nixon. But no, it was another trans woman with a dick pic, and say, okay, now I want to see yours because it's well known that I'm pre-op, very likely unaffordable op, and it's like, oh, screw you. But I had
Well,
never
that's what
I
they
didn't want
want.
to see yours anyway.
I had never before heard of anybody receiving one of these from another trans woman. But it happened to me.
What you should have done was you should have gotten a picture of John Holmes's junk and sent it to them. And said they would make,
And
you know,
the other fun part, she was rather well known in the trans community.
Oh God. Well,
dare I? Is this someone? Is there any crossover with the atheism community? Is this someone I might know?
I
'Cause
forget.
I'm thinking specifically of ZJ here. I probably shouldn't be.
No. I didn't receive it from CJ. No.
All right.
No, that would have been a shitload of fun.
That would have been crazy pants.
Yes.
well, I keep getting
Actually, I guess
these
crazy no pants.
numbers on my cell phone that are saying, "Oh, well, this is FedEx. Your package is about to arrive." Blah blah blah, and it's like, I don't have any packages from FedEx that should be coming in. Your package from Amazon is arriving. Please contact us for your detailed information. It's like,
Well, if it's going to be
I didn't
arriving,
order
they already
anything.
have the information, for fuck's sake.
Of course, maybe you could get a text message saying, "This is from FedSex. My package is about to arrive."
I get stuff like that. I get girls sending me emails for hooking up with them and hot sex, and it's like, I'm straight, people. I don't want to see your naked pictures. Thank you. Please don't send them.
I'm not straight, and I don't want to see that shit. Okay.
Well, and
Well-
most of it arrives in my spam mailbox, so I just delete it. I don't even bother looking at the messages anymore because the
And-
first time it didn't say what it was. It was just a blank email. So I went and looked at it, and it's like, click below if you would like to see my dirty pictures. It's like,
All right. Now wait a minute. This is a thing. I mean, vacation pictures covered in grease is something I don't want to see.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, I'm not even
trying,
a fan of
Kate. I really am.
Yeah, no. Those
I missed
those
something.
vacation
You're
what? Those
Oh, she
vacation
was talking
pictures
about the
where you're
dirty
covered in
pictures and
sand. Yeah.
Right, but you said I'm trying, Kate. I'm really trying, and I missed a thread somewhere.
Oh, okay. Well, Mom Nato was talking about dirty pictures, and I said, well, I don't want to see anybody's vacation photos covered in grease, and I'm trying. I'm really trying to do the whole pun thing, and just
No.
I only get 2/3 of the way there.
Well, try again. If at first you don't succeed, try again.
Well, there's the thing.
I'm really-
Well,
Kate will tell,
it's not.
Kate will tell you.
It's not. It's not whether you win or lose. It's how you place the blame.
That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, well, Kate
Oh, we
will
have-
tell you that I'm very trying. So,
Yeah.
I mean, we're
Well,
that
we-
far.
Tornado and I had fun coming up with jokes about the new information from the Trump impeachment trials, where these senators are now saying, well, it might have been an imperfect phone call.
What does that
Jesus.
even mean?
I don't know.
You know how they were
know.
originally saying Trump did nothing wrong?
Well,
Oh,
sure.
well,
now
we know
they're
we know
saying-
where it's coming from. I mean,
Right. Well,
if I
what's
hear
some
her
of them?
correctly, and tell me if I'm wrong, is Kate saying it has no meaning? There's nothing to take out of it. So,
Right. Well,
Yeah.
no, we were making Yoda impressions out of it.
oh no.
The call is coming from inside the White House.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what was one of them? The call imperfect was.
Yeah.
But then I went with what goes on with Mike Pence and Trump.
I
Oh,
don't
yes.
even want to know what goes on behind closed doors
Oh,
with
oh.
those two.
Always two there are.
A
A master and an apprentice.
No more, no less.
Trump, Pence. So Trump is Darth Trumpius.
I don't know. There's got to be something I could do with trumpets, but nobody would get it because almost nobody in the U.S. knows what tuppence is.
Well, you know he's
Well, it's two
the
pence, isn't it?
Right. Yeah. You're
He-
one,
it-
you're one of the
it's-
people who has some degree of knowledge and knows these things. But
Yes.
in this
Well-
neighborhood, forget
well-
it.
But if you want to know what Trump and Pence are up to behind closed doors, I think this might
God!
come rather well.
Oh God, please.
Oh no!
my
I have to
God.
see. I have to see what you. Oh God! Yes.
Yeah.
Oh
By the
my
way,
God.
that's me and my Photoshop team building that. So
Oh,
Yeah.
you're the one responsible. Okay, now we know where to place the blame.
Yeah. It's the great mango oil drumpf.
yeah. So I think he's the pumpkin in chief.
Well, his original name is Drumpf.
Right.
It's not Trump. It's Drumpf. So the great mango oil drumpf.
Actually, where you're considering that the family was from, it would be Drumpf.
Drumpf.
Have
Yeah.
that nice.
That doesn't sound like a comic book sound effect at all.
No, not at all.
Now,
You know,
of course,
like
that's the
on the
thing.
head, they land on their face. Drumpf.
And I wonder, I do have to wonder if any of the family did have knowledge of or friends named Mengele.
No, I'm sure.
It gets even better
Well, you
because Donald Trump actually said to Jon Stewart, or why did Jon Stewart change his last name? It used to be Lebo. It's like, why did if Jon Stewart is so above it all, why did he change his name from Leibowitz? He should be proud of his heritage.
You know, at game nights, I've actually started talking about playing a supersede card rather than a trump card.
Okay.
What's a supersede card?
It's like a trump card, just, without the tainted name.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought Super Seed would be like an avocado pit that flies with a cape.
Yeah. All right.
We're having too much fun here.
Yeah, well, this is going to go on
Of
till
course,
morning.
until you actually take it out of the fruit, it's actually a secret identity seed.
Ooh.
Okay, then.
That's a good
Well,
one.
the British have actually had a hard time trying to make a joke out of Trump because it's already written.
Yeah.
In England, Trump is a off-color reference to a fart.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And the joke's already written, you say?
Yeah.
Well, I love how, Scotland has been coming up with Trump insults, and probably the best one I saw was like a bloviating fuck trumpet. Was one of the things that is so beautiful. I mean, even if it wasn't a reference to Trump, fuck trumpet is just such a great word.
Well, did you see the pictures of the Trump baby balloons that they've been bringing out at protests there?
Yes.
No.
I've seen one of them, but if there's others, because there's that one that's gone around for so long.
We still headed fuck
There's new
yeah.
ones.
Yeah, well, it got to be popular, so apparently a couple of people made copies of the balloon that they've been using at other rallies.
Okay, do I remember that the original one got knifed at one point?
Oh, did it? I hadn't heard that.
I'm
But yeah.
trying to remember whether this is the case or not.
I haven't seen these baby Trump balloons.
Oh my
Now
word.
there is a picture of Trump that I probably can't show, and it's not actually Trump. You remember a while ago, before he was actually elected, they had like these naked Trump statues that were going
Yes,
up
I
everywhere.
remember those, and I know why you can't show it. Yeah.
Yeah. I
Oh,
have a
God.
picture of me standing in front of the one that was in Seattle, just sort of pointing over my shoulder, like, Yeah. I'm pretty sure I still have it kicking around here somewhere. I can crop it enough to still show it.
Yeah, there was a reference to the tiny hands.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, wait a minute. I think I actually might be able to show it because the naughty bits are
It's barely
covered over,
noticeable.
but
Yeah.
yes, he
Yeah.
has a very tiny dinky winky.
he really does.
Yeah, and
Okay.
Diana,
Yes, dear.
when I was looking up the baby Trump balloon, I find an article from the New York Times that said that somebody was charged with slashing the balloon.
Okay, here we
that's
go.
what I thought.
Oh
This is it.
God!
Yeah.
Oh,
There's
gonna
more to
barf.
this picture, but I've cut out as much as I dare.
Oh,
Yeah, and
Yeah.
your hair was in your face. We couldn't really see your face.
Yeah, well, I wasn't the focus of the picture anyway. So, but there's the naked Trump statue.
Oh, some of them are actually calling Donald Trump the Dalek.
Well, some of them are also calling him a shit gibbon, and you gotta love that too.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
beautiful.
The shit monkey.
Yes.
Oh, be sure to
What's
read these nasty nicknames with a British accent.
If there's
Mangled
anybody who can-
apricot hailbeast. Tangerine one maggot. Fossil fool. Failed fanny. Cockwomble.
Funny.
if there's
Cockwomble
anybody,
is a good one.
if there's anybody who
Impossible
can,
juice trumpet.
Okay, shh.
if there's
What,
anyone,
Diana?
if there's anyone who can hurl a decent insult, it's either a Scotsman or William Shakespeare.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
Oh my gosh!
What's it? Faced guy.
Sorry, I'm looking at someone replied to one of Trump's tweets. Says just arrived in Scotland. Place is going wild over the vote for the Brexit, I guess. They took their country back, just like we all will take America back. No games. The guy says Scotland voted to remain. You incompressible jizz trumpet. Scotland voted to stay and plan on a second referendum, you tiny-fingered, Cheeto-faced, ferret-wearing shit gibbon.
Oh
okay. Well, here.
Some of these are absolutely brilliant.
no, my God.
Oi, butt plug face. Scotland are pro-EU.
Wait, you actually have tweets on that?
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at a webpage just full of treats.
Yeah, I want to see that. I wanna
Oh my
see
gosh,
Here you go.
someone said they voted to remain, you spoon. What does that even mean? What does that even mean, you spoon? I'm going to have to start calling people that.
Hey,
just to
Kate, can
see
you
what
send me the
happens.
link for that, please?
Here you go.
Have that ability.
Decomposing jack-o'-lantern.
Wait, can you just send it to the Google chat?
I have that ability.
The face of a butt-mutt squash who wished on a shooting star and became a real boy.
Okay, I'm seeing a couple things here from
Tanned white trash wanker.
From Merriam-Webster, we have, in the 19th century British slang, spoon meant simpleton, meaning that they may have been influenced by the shallowness of some spoons. That use of spoon brought about the adjective spoony to describe a silly or foolish person. And then we have
Ooh,
over
it gets
here,
better. It gets better.
In the Urban
Racist,
Dictionary,
misogynistic,
we have,
dishonest, self-obsessed,
there we
corrupt,
are.
narcissistic, bullying, petulant, arrogant, incompetent, spiteful, unhinged moron.
A spoon is an imaginary unit of energy used by people with illnesses and disabilities. These people use spoons to describe daily activities with a limited source of energy. That's interesting. The spoon theory was developed by Christine Miserandino, a woman with lupus, to describe units of energy to her friend. She gave her friend a handful, which is underlined, so I guess it must be another word with a definition, and asked her friend to list her morning routine. Each activity was said, a spoon was removed from the handful. Okay.
Okay, I have one for you. Dissonant bagpipe powered by farts.
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
Sentient caps lock button.
Sentient caps. Okay.
The white
I see
Who
it. I
stayed
see
up
it.
all night thinking
The
of that
white
one?
England Trump
Kanye.
fart.
Yes, the
It,
white
it looks like
Kanye.
we need to give Amiga Nuts a break to breathe here.
A carnivorous
Like
plant.
rolling over in the chat.
A carnivorous plant watered with irradiated bat urine. Gnome-handed buffoon. Oh, here's one. The president.
That's anymore. That has become an insult. Yes.
Oh, here you go. Just a
President
gross, crook,
Buckface.
dirty, rotten, lying sack of shit.
So I'm seeing a picture here where apparently when Trump was in Scotland, like people threw red golf balls with swastikas on him or on them at him, or not at him, but near him. He was standing in a field. It kind of looks like it might be a green, actually, a golf green. Not sure.
He owns a golf course in
But
Scotland.
it's littered with red golf balls, and if you close up on the golf balls, they are clearly they have swastikas on them.
Well, I can't say it. Well, yes, I can. It's an insult. He's the mango orange Nazi.
Like, okay, so right here we have just where he was standing. It does look like a golf green, doesn't it?
Yeah, he owns a golf
it's
course
short
in
enough.
Scotland.
And then this is a close up on the golf balls.
Oh, yep.
I'm not
Those
sure
are definitely
what
from
any of that
swastika.
means. If that was, but regardless, yeah, that's that happened.
Well, the Nazi flag is red, white, and black with the swastika.
Yeah,
That
but
was
we're
They were calling
the
him a
thing is,
Nazi.
I don't know. I guess it's slightly ambiguous because it could easily be like, we are Nazis and we want you to have our golf balls because we know you love golf. Or it could be, we love golf, but you're a Nazi, so we're teasing you with our Nazi balls. I don't know. I mean, there's so many different interpretations.
Yeah, you've got to get
Oh,
into
here
the
you go.
Scottish mind to understand that one. And believe you me, once you get into the Scottish mind, there's no hope for you.
How do I get into the Scottish mind?
The angry creamsicle.
Jeez. I love the
Failed?
Scots, I really do.
Failed yam casserole. Human thumb war. Problematic
boy, boy.
Game of Thrones feast extra. Unsold Stouffer's meal.
Oh, Jesus.
Wispy-headed noise machine. Insufficiently padded catcher's mitt.
Ow!
A
Twist that one
vestigial
around.
North American ass polyp stuck on autophil. I can't even say the
I
last
need
one.
the link, Mom, please. Give me the link.
I can't even say it. I know what it is.
I wish I could have my freshman bio professor
Oh
around
God,
to read
dog!
that stuff,
Shit!
because that would
Oh,
be
God.
absolutely beautiful. His name was Ian Campbell, so
I
you
got a
knew
good
he was
name for him.
Italian.
That name sounds really familiar, but then I've
Shadow
heard a lot
fart.
of Campbell names.
He's shadow farts.
Um,
God, dog, you're killing me.
well, I'm assuming that there are quite a few Ian Campbells. I mean, Ian being the Celtic representation of John, and Campbell being a rather common.
Oh, here we go. Leather-faced piss jar.
But Dr. C was the gentlest, kindest man you'd ever heard or ever known. And just to hear him reading these insults in his thick Scottish brogue would be amazing.
Perma puckering racist fuckwad.
Dr. Ian Campbell, if you watch this show at all, yes, I'm the Edwards of Arcade you remember from that freshman bio section. Come on over and read this shit.
His
So here's a good one with John
Yes,
style hair.
Oh, Lord.
Tie-wearing slurry pond.
Witless fucking cock splat.
The human come give daddy a kiss. Limited edition Fox News wind-up doll.
Oh man, that's the interesting thing. I mean, getting back to reality or
Dirty
seriousness
haystack.
or something for a half a second, I have to wonder what Chris Wallace is doing on Fox News. I thought he was reasonably well. He does seem to be reasonably intelligent, reasonably sane. Um,
Mhm.
Takes after his father quite a bit, really. And what the hell is he doing on Fox?
Mm.
Well, if it's the guy I'm thinking of, didn't he quite recently take some actually mildly progressive stance right on the air?
I think that's the person you're thinking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
wish I could present on this damn
Ball
thing.
bag.
Yeah, a ball bag. Think about
Uh-oh.
it.
By the way,
That's that.
apparently,
A ball
Oh,
bag.
okay. Okay.
Yeah.
from what I'm
Scottish, they
hearing,
can't say the L's.
apparently Trump's favorite Fox News shills admit he extorted Ukraine to smear Joe Biden.
Neglected nectarine orchard as viewed from an orbiting satellite.
Okay,
And
let's go over here for those who
a
want to
rusty,
have the look at
Where are
it.
you finding all of these?
a rusty trumpet minus
It's
every
called
part but
Google.
the whole part.
I'll
Yeah.
drop the wiki page to Chris Wallace here. For those who don't know, Chris is Mike Wallace's son.
Oh, okay.
Um, of
Poor Amiga
60
Nuts,
Minutes
he's
fame.
dying.
And Amiga Nuts was never heard from again.
Yes, exactly. Hmm.
So, I mean, okay, it's only a cartoon that I just found, but I've noticed that Trump has a tendency, a very frequent tendency, to make this face. And it's made me come to realize that his mouth is basically a dog's butthole. Like, he
Okay,
cannot
okay.
speak without making a face that makes me go, yeah, he's just the hindquarters of a dog, isn't he?
So,
I wonder what the comparison
dog
would
shit.
be between the other face he makes, the one with all the teeth, something like that.
Well, like
Oh,
this right here. I mean, he's constantly making this face.
yes, he is.
You know, and I thought it was just people taking unflattering pictures, but I've
No.
watched him speaking and he makes that face a lot.
Yeah.
He does.
I think we've killed Amiga Nuts.
Goodbye.
Oh, we can't have that.
I just, I can't think of enough foul names for Trump. They're just.
Well, you
Actually,
could think of
I
one
know
more,
the
but you couldn't
the
say it
worst
on air.
possible insult that I could lay at Trump's feet. You are worse than Shatner.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Oh God, yes.
But yeah, I mean, as far as foul
But
names.
that would. He
Okay,
would not
Diana,
Yes, dear.
I need you to share this one. I love this cartoon because I think it explains everything.
Oh, wait a minute. What do we have here? Okay, well, we're going to see it on. Okay, you got it. Yep, okay. Yeah, it explains pretty much everything.
Pinky and the brain.
Yeah,
Copyright
That,
strike.
that one's actually been around for a while.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
was
I did
when
that
he
one
was
for about 2
doing
years,
Shark
and I
Tank.
just love that one.
I think that was from when he was doing Shark Tank, wasn't it?
Trump was never on Shark Tank, was he?
Yes, he was.
Wait, would that?
Oh,
Hey, Dad!
Yeah.
Sorry.
Why?
Autopestrada de Belgorki. Ah! I know I shouldn't fat shame, but still, man.
Well, I mean, there are definitely some people who are into, let's just say, plus size women.
Yes, there are. I
And
actually
I
saw.
don't get it, but you do you if you wanna, whatever makes you happy.
I actually saw a photo of a cover of a magazine devoted to that preference, shall we say, and one of
Ugh.
the things on the thing was, you know, lovely large ladies and recipes to keep them that way was on, or something
Oy.
something like that. It's like,
I
no.
just-
I mean, if there's
It's not
no other,
healthy.
if there's, I was
Not
going to say, if
safe.
there's no other reason, were I to have a girlfriend, I wouldn't want her to be that size because that's rather deleterious toward one's health. You know, I want her
Yes.
around for
Yeah.
a while. You know.
Well,
We
and
got a
I
vegan
mean,
that's
I
going
saw a
OMG
documentary a
in the
while
chat.
back of a woman who was literally like this was her thing. She was like shoveling dessert into her face constantly.
Oh, for
She
the
was
love of Saint
bedridden,
Kulik.
and her
Yeah.
beanpole boyfriend loved her that way.
Well, I mean,
Oh,
to each, but still,
yeah. Just
But I
I'm
mean,
no, I'm,
like she had enough fat around her arm and her side that you have to wonder how she wipes herself.
yeah.
Oh,
You've got to have an attendant or some shit like that. Well, I mean, maybe that's one of the
Yeah.
things her boyfriend likes about her. I don't know. You know, hey, I get to wipe your butthole.
I had some childhood friends who like decided I don't know if they decided it or if it just happened, but they got rather on the obese side. And now they have some very particular dating preferences because apparently larger women are favored by black guys, and that's all
Yeah,
they do
yeah,
exclusively.
yeah.
yeah.
So
I know.
and again, whatever floats your ducky, I say, but
Um,
I can't imagine just deliberately turning into a chubster.
Yeah,
I
no,
can't
when
do it
I
because
was
hey, even at this size, I am uncomfortable. Bend over to tie
right,
my shoes? No, it doesn't quite
it
work.
hurts.
Yes, it does. And
Um,
add to that the other
I
health
know.
problems and everything else. And
Right,
I only weigh 215. Okay, so
right.
that's the lady you
When
put on the screen a little while ago. No, she's a little bit larger than I am.
yeah, when I weighed 135 pounds, Trump is a slutty mobster. Yes. Um, I couldn't walk down a street without getting comments, and I liked it.
Yeah.
But I was also a 38 double D with a 16-inch waist and
Yeah, I was going to say
35-inch hips.
if
You know.
you weighed 135 pounds with a bust
Yeah.
line like that, the rest of you
Yeah.
had to be about this
Yeah, I
diameter right
was.
here.
Yes, I was a what they called a perfect hourglass figure because I was 38, 16, 35.
I don't call that perfect. Jesus Christ, you'd have to be missing a couple ribs to be down to a 16.
Mm-mm. I was playing 3.5 hours of racquetball every other day.
I didn't
Oh,
think
that'll do it.
16 inches on an adult was physically possible.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's that's the way I was shaped. I hadn't had a kid yet. So that makes a difference.
I mean, there are ribs that get in the way,
Right, but I was 23 years old.
I mean, I have heard of women having either a pair or a couple pairs of ribs surgically removed in
I've
order
heard
to
of that.
have some of these extreme,
Right.
Like
Right,
8-inch
no,
corsets
I-
or whatever it is. And but I
No,
thought that
I
was
never
the
had
only.
that.
Well,
Well-
no, I'm exaggerating when I say like
Yeah.
even a 16 or an 18-inch waistline. That's the only way
Right.
I'd ever heard of any of that.
Well,
No,
I
I've-
also have some friends in the Seattle goth scene who wear corsets almost constantly, and much like braces and teeth, it has reshaped their rib cage so that
Yeah.
the bottom points inward.
Right. I was just
Must
lucky
hurt
enough
like
that
hell
was
when you first put one of those
natural.
on, though.
Well, it happens over time.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's one of
it's,
And remember that braces hurt like hell. I don't know by
I wouldn't
personal
know. I never had
experience, but I've
braces.
heard the stories that with the force they put on the teeth to move them, it hurts like fuck.
oh God.
What the?
I've never, I
Oh.
didn't have braces. My parents actually like changed dentists because one of them told my parents, he was like, Kate's gonna need braces, and they were like, "Nuh-uh." Looking at my teeth, they were like, "Not a chance." And so they took me to another dentist who was like, "No, of course not." And not only have I not had braces, but I still have my wisdom teeth as well. So
Okay,
I do
just
have one tooth right here slightly turned, slightly, and it's no big deal. It's caused no trouble in my life.
if I may, just out of curiousness, how many wisdom teeth do you have?
As far as I know, I have four.
Okay. Now, there are alleles throughout the human population that result in different
Mhm.
numbers of wisdom teeth. I had two. I had only
Hmm.
I
the upper wisdom
had
teeth. I did not have the lowers. There are those who do not have them at all.
I unfortunately had all four of my wisdom teeth impacted.
Well,
Oh,
I've had dentists do an X-ray. They go, "Yeah, the wisdom teeth are still there, but they're not doing anything they really shouldn't. So we're just
Right.
gonna leave them there."
Just leave them. Well, I didn't have a choice. The two lower wisdom teeth were growing in at an angle, so they were literally shoving my other
yeah.
teeth forward.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, that's the common problem why a lot of people need them
Mhm.
removed is a
The
lot of
other
people who have the wisdom teeth, their
Mhm.
jawline is actually not long enough to accommodate the extra two teeth.
Mhm.
Well, that's a pretty
when
general thing as far as
yeah,
Homo sapiens
the
is concerned.
the worst part was the top two were growing in completely sideways, pushing.
That's good.
So they didn't have a choice. I had to have all four of them surgically removed
Oh,
Yeah.
because they were all
One
still
thing
under the gum lines.
one thing I've been noticing a lot more, like it never registered until recently, is how many people are walking around with two teeth, one on either side, removed. Apparently, because there wasn't enough room for all their teeth, and so
right,
to relieve
right.
the pressure, they had to take that. But what it looks like more than anything is like the space where the horse bit is supposed to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I had that because I've
And
got the
Diana
problem.
looks confused.
Yeah. What space is that?
Okay.
The space
The
where you know when you put a bit in a horse, there's
canines.
like a space in the teeth that are missing that you put the bit in. You know?
Yeah. I just don't know the location of that space.
It's where your canines would be. What it is a
Oh, oh, oh,
horse.
oh.
Yeah,
The front teeth are cropping. They crop stuff like grass and carrots, and the
Yep.
back teeth grind.
Correct. Yes.
So they've
Yes.
got the space in between where their tongue can fit properly so they can lick and stuff and
Okay.
And when a
Gotcha.
human gets those two teeth removed,
and
for
it looks
whatever
similar.
reason it is, I assume it's just they don't have enough room for all their teeth and they need to relieve the pressure somehow.
Yeah.
yeah,
That looks like they have that space where a bit would go on a horse.
Okay.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I
Because
had
the
that. I didn't actually have them removed when I was growing up, but because my jawline was too short, those two teeth got pushed backwards behind the other ones.
yeah, one of the results of the large brains that humans have, and in many cases you wouldn't know it, uh, is the jaw being too small.
Yeah,
There was gracilization of the jaw as well as expansion of the skull. And
Yep.
it causes problems all over the place. And you mentioned Purple about the teeth sliding in. Uh, Interesting thing with my sister, she did not naturally lose her milk teeth. Her permanent incisors grew in behind
Oh
the
wow.
uh, the incisors that were the milk teeth. She had to have those removed, and then
That's
yeah,
unusual.
I never ever heard of anything like that before or since. But you could see when she would open her mouth, she had the two sets of incisors, and it was like, what the fuck is going on? Well, lot of weird shit going on. The whites of her eyes, the sclera, were actually a light blue, and
If a
you,
mom says she just wants her kids' love for Mother's Day, she's lying. She wants Trump
there
impeached.
you go. It's
Damn straight.
I had never seen or heard of anything like that before or
Oh!
since. But had I known what was going on, I'm pretty sure I know now what's going on. I would have been ignored back then anyway. I saw an article about connective tissue where if
Uh huh.
it's a light blue, it's actually weak. And then you're seeing a certain pigment that's in the connective tissue that you usually don't see, and the normal strength of, and then okay, that's why my sister had a burst aneurysm, because what are arteries but connective tissue, and I guess it had been weak all her life, and she finally ended up with that bubble over there in the brain, and shortly after she turned 46, it burst.
Yeah.
Did it kill her?
Yes,
Yes.
Oof.
it took a while, and a couple people have mentioned, no, I don't believe that. And well, she was at work Thursday morning, and by Saturday she was dead. So, I got all the news about that one. I have to wonder, and okay, here we go, bitching and moaning and all this other horse shit. No, those two,
That
especially,
sums up my comments on
especially
the
him,
climate.
all in tears and all sad and all wailing and crying and everything over Anne Marie is dead. What if that had been me? How would they have been reacting? I have to wonder, because he actively hated me. And as far as she goes, we weren't on the best of terms anyway. So, had I died when I was 18, which was a very real possibility, I wonder what their reaction would have been. Okay, I'll shut up now about that.
Well,
No, I get you.
no, I understand entirely.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there
Yeah,
was a
makes
very real possibility that at the age of 18 I would have been dead.
From
The swelling that was going on in my brain.
oh,
Make America grape again.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, this is the
That's-
story. I don't know.
they're
if
drinking the Kool-Aid, you say.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd been around to hear the story, Kate, or not.
Uh-huh.
I fell out of bed.
Mm.
I woke. I was half awake. I rolled. I kept rolling. The bed didn't. Um, hit my head on an oak floor.
Oh,
And everything went white, a flash of white,
Yep.
like that. And I sat up on the floor. And it was great moves of Art Gate. Got back into bed. Nothing was immediately apparent, but about 3 months later, I started developing seizures. And I'm begging those two to let me see a doctor in the whole bit. Finally, in March, I get to see a doctor, and the doctor looks at me for about less than 15 minutes, less than 10 minutes. He's hospital now. And after the
you had a
surgery,
severe
and after,
concussion?
say again.
Did you give yourself a concussion?
What happened was that after that blow to the head, shit started swelling in the skull.
Right.
And there was a lot of
Right.
pressure on everything else, and I figured it was short circuit
Right.
somewhere.
Well,
And-
that's caused by a concussion usually.
Okay, so it must have been a concussion. And
Yeah.
after the surgery, because I did have cranial surgery, that they thought it might be a
Drilled-
tumor and that sort of thing. They wanted to go in, they wanted to see what it was, and found out it was just
Drilled a hole in your head and
normal tissue. There was just too much of it, and it was swollen to the point where when they had the hole cut in the skull, it was actually mushrooming out.
oh,
And then the neurologist, said to him,
this could have killed her.
he's pretty lucky. Yeah, that's it. He's referring to me. He's pretty lucky. Another week, he would have been dead.
Gamers against Trump. We know chaotic evil when we see it. Stand up to Trump. I like that one.
Yay!
That is pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, that one's great. Well,
And searching through these pictures, there's some real gems in here.
now see, I've been told by a doctor more than once that, and this is one of the reasons why I'm glad I moved to Florida, that I had to be careful in the wintertime when I was living in Missouri that I didn't slip and fall and hit my head.
Okay then.
Because the muscles on my retinas are extremely weak.
Oh no! You could have snapped something.
I could have, if I had fallen and hit my head hard enough, I could have detached my retinas and gone blind.
Fun.
Yeah, because I'm severely nearsighted.
Yeah.
I see about 2 inches in front of my face without glasses.
Oh, believe me, I know how that goes. You know how I had
Yep.
LASIK a couple of months ago?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Man, You have no
Well,
idea how cool it is to be able to see unaided.
I used to wear contacts, so yes.
Yeah.
No.
I
I
know
used to
it's
wear
not the
contacts
same.
too.
But for me, I've worn glasses since I was 4 years old. So
Well, yeah,
contacts
Okay,
for
yeah.
me were
hold
like
my beer
having,
too.
yeah. But I'm old enough that they're not certain because of the refraction and stuff and the shape that the last time I went to find out if I could have LASIK surgery done, they said they didn't do it up to my prescription yet.
Okay.
Well, but the
And to
thing
keep
is,
looking.
that's what I was told for a very long time. That
Mhm.
my prescription to do it to my prescription would basically thin out my retinas so bad
Mhm.
that my eyes could burst. Right.
Right.
Okay, then.
But the LASIK surgeon I found recently said, "Yeah, we have better lasers now."
Yeah, I
I
was gonna
wonder.
say they refined the
Okay.
procedure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wonder if my insurance would pay for it.
Probably not.
probably not.
But
Yeah,
they
if my
did
But
say,
you know
insurance would
what?
cover it, I'd
ma-
have it done. But
just make sure Bernie's the next president. That'll help.
oh
yep.
yeah,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with
or
the
Yeah, we've
Bloomberg.
got to convince the DNC that they've got to go with somebody people like instead of pushing Biden on us.
well,
Ugh,
there's
don't
no
get me
doing that,
started.
so there's just got to be some way of going over their heads.
Well, you know, I'm still having trouble convincing people that you need to unite against or behind the candidate whose voters are the most intractable. You know, the ones who say, I will not change my vote no matter what. Well, if you want unity, if you want a president who is not Trump, you're going to have to get behind those people, whether you like it or not. And you have to do it before the fucking nomination. A lot of
Yeah.
people are saying, no, we need unity for the general. I'm like,
No,
but
we
the,
need
You need a
and I'm like,
great
but
unity.
candidate in the
the general is
general.
going to be decided by who the nominee is. If you nominate someone that doesn't inspire people, they're not going to vote for them.
Yep.
So
Right.
you're
Like
going to have to
Hillary.
man,
That
but
was
the
the
thing is,
worst.
people, even people on the side that I consider far more rational, don't get it. It
Yeah.
is so
I do.
frustrating.
Well, Hillary
Yeah.
was
I
the
get it
worst
entirely.
choice of nomination since,
Oh
oh God,
yeah. Oh my
since, let me
god.
think, who would have
Well,
been?
we know why she.
Walter Mondale.
Aha! Yeah,
Yes.
that's the name I couldn't come up with.
Uh
Yeah,
huh.
I remember
Yeah, and
Mondale.
because I was thinking Carter, and Mondale was Carter's vice
Well, and
president, of course. And yeah, well, oh God, that was a shit choice.
ugh, I don't even really
That's
remember him. That's how boring he was. I
Reagan.
don't remember the name.
That's why Reagan won.
Uh huh.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely, yeah.
And
And
Reagan wasn't a bad president. He
yes,
wasn't.
he was. Oh, he
He
was.
had his. See, I was in school at the time, so I didn't have to deal with all of the shit with Reagan.
I mean, one of the
So
things he was responsible for was the churchification of American politics.
okay. You wispy haired, leather faced, ball bag eyed, huffy wee fuck bumper. Oh my god.
Yeah, that
That's
clearly
not
came from
normal.
someone in the UK or possibly Australia. There is no way an American came up with that.
And
yeah, I'm
the other
guessing it
thing,
was Scotland again.
the other thing about Reagan, he was the union buster.
You jobby flavored fart loss.
Yeah,
Oh, jeez.
yeah. Reagan did a huge damage to the unions.
Yes,
You turd flavored suppository.
and that's at ground level.
Mhm.
The major reason we have the corporate caused economic problems that we have now.
Okay.
People getting paid compared to the rising cost of living, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And
Okay.
okay, I don't know if I'm most ashamed of this, but it's in the top 5. I supported that son of a bitch.
Oy.
I wasn't old enough to support him, so
Yeah, I actually voted for him twice.
I wasn't
remember the
18
first
until
election?
1989.
The first election I was able to vote in, gosh, was probably like Bill Clinton.
Yeah,
Not
didn't
sure,
he?
though.
He was after Reagan, wasn't he?
Well, yeah, he was definitely
there
that.
was-
Well,
there
no,
was
no.
Re-
Who?
After
Who
Reagan
was-
was the elder Bush.
Right.
Okay, then I voted for Bush. I believe.
Well,
I'd
well
have
wait
to-
a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute,
Bush
wait a
was
minute,
Wait,
wait a minute,
maybe.
wait a minute.
When
President
did Bush get elected?
I turned 18 in 1993, I want to say.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So I'm pretty sure that Clinton was president while I was in high school.
Okay.
So
I don't know.
Clinton had 2 terms, right?
He had 2
Yeah, well-
terms.
Yeah.
I thought it
Then I'm
was
fairly
92 and 96 was when he was elected.
Yeah.
then his second term would probably be the first time I was able to vote.
Yeah, 96 would have been the first
Yeah,
presidential election you would have been able to vote in.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
then the
you
92
had-
one was the first one I got to vote in because graduated in 1989,
God, make me feel
Okay.
old.
right after I turned 18. Because I graduated in June and I turned 18 in March.
Okay, make me feel old and make me feel superior. 'Cause
Well,
I graduated high school
technically-
at 16.
Well, I'm trying to.
Hmm.
I also moved around so much that we were having to constantly extend our senior years or our high school years, our grade years. I could have graduated if we had not moved in my middle of my senior year, but we moved, so I had to take a year of math and a semester of health and a semester of computers.
Okay.
Because the school we had moved to had more requirements than the school I had been going to.
Yeah, I too was technically able to graduate high school in the middle of my senior year, but I was the class president, so that wasn't going to happen.
Right. Well, I
There's a story
graduated in
behind that, too.
89. So if Clinton was elected in 92 for the first time, then that means that would have been my first election would have been in
Oh
1992.
man, who's putting that up? I want a
Hard to
copy
be
of.
religious when certain
That's
people
me.
are
I want a
never
copy of that.
incinerated by bolts of lightning. Oh, that's Calvin and Hobbes.
Uh
Lar Black.
Herbal blab
Mint.
nip speeb oot pifu blabu.
huh. Yeah, God, I love Breathe It. I really do.
The American Meadow Party. Yes.
He went baby crazy for a while there, but he's starting to get his wits back.
Mm.
Okay.
Would it be safe to say Klaatu Barada Nikto?
No.
No. I know what it is, but no. No. When Breathe It had his first kid, he just went absolutely crazy.
Did he? When was this?
Oh God, years ago. Might have been one of the reasons that he got out of the Bloom County Outlander thing, or Outlander, whatever it was called. Let me look.
Outland, yeah.
Yeah, let me look him up. I want to see when it, because yeah, he
Well,
lost it for a
well,
while there.
Well, when you say lost it, though, be more specific.
He lost that whole thing that inspired Bloom County. That satirical, political, that wit, that edge that he had, and he started writing kids' books.
Hmm.
And man, it was bad.
Well, you know he's back now,
Yes,
right?
and I love it. Oh, I damn love it. Holy fucking shit!
What?
Well,
Okay, he was born.
What?
He was born in 1957. I was born July 20th. He was born June 21st. So we're almost exactly the same age. We're a month apart. Children, Sophie breathed, Milo breathed. Where I have no idea where he got the idea.
well, you know
for
that's
Milo
another
for his
question
kid's
I've often
name.
had. Are you certain about the pronunciation of that last name? Because I always thought it was something similar, but I've heard people say breathed.
I'm not certain. I mean, when
Okay.
when I see it, that's what I see. If Brooke were to say to me, "Hey, it's breathed," okay, fine.
I mean, my first thought, honestly, was breathed.
That could be. Because I think there's some Scottish going around in there.
Birthed.
Let me look here.
Let's see. Maybe it says here.
Piece of
Uh, oh, damn it. See, that's the one thing I don't like about Wikipedia is their pronunciation guide just takes you to how to interpret these symbols instead of having a text-to-speech voice do it.
Okay, what I'm reading in the IPA, the pronunciation alphabet, I'm reading breathed.
Okay.
Breathed, actually.
Breathed, so I was right all along?
Could be. Yeah.
Crazy. Because, I mean, there have been a lot of times where I've only ever seen a word and never heard anyone say it, and boy, was it wrong in my head. In fact, it happened a lot with Harry Potter. Like no part of my brain would have ever said Patronus. When I read that, I saw Patronus, not Patronus.
Okay, so the Bloom County comic strip went from 80 to 89. So his first kid would have been born right around 1990.
Okay.
And somebody is rather insistent about something.
Yeah, that would be Columbia. She probably wants attention, but she's non-specific as to what sort.
Yeah,
I thought
Outland
that came
Sunday
from
strip
Tornado.
was through 95. The Opus Sunday strip was through 2008. Yeah, the first kid would have been born late 90s, early 2000s. Yeah.
The first
see.
kid.
Yes, two.
Okay, I'm looking here. There's a how to pronounce guide that actually does do text to speech, and it goes Berkeley, breathed.
Yeah, because I was thinking, when I was thinking breathed, in the pronunciation alphabet, that semi-E-shaped letter would have been an I. Or it looked like an I had it been my pronunciation. No, but it is that Greek-looking E-shaped thing, so that would be breathed. Yeah.
Well, I'm looking here at a forum, and someone says breath ed is indeed correct. So wow, it looks like I got it right on the first try. Go me!
Yay! That is a good.
Yay!
Yeah.
And
I mean, that's such a
guys-
small victory, though. It's almost hollow. Like, yay, I was right. No parade. Confetti.
We'll come up with
One
something.
speck of confetti. goddammit. You know.
Oh God! so you're
I'm
talking about the
tossing it at
confetti.
you, Kate, but it's not going through the computer screen. Sorry.
Oh man, you talk about the confetti. One of the things that we had to deal with. I was in the band, so I was in the marching band, so I had to do all the football games and everything else. People would,
Oh, God.
in the business department of the high school, would bring their confetti, which consisted of the punch dots from paper tape and the punch rectangles from IBM 029 cards.
Yep.
Try getting that shit out of your hair and off your skin. Ooh, it was horrible. And you don't want to get any of that in your eye because
Yeah, I remember the punch card confetti.
Yeah.
oh, it was
I
horrible.
learned computers on the UNIVAC 9030s that we were doing the punch card decks.
You know what I think we should do is it like if Bernie wins the presidency this time around, we need to have like a ticker tape parade, except using nothing but shads that aren't hanging.
All right, I like it.
Yeah. And some of you probably don't get that reference, but
Oh,
that's
I
okay.
got it in spades.
I got.
Oh man. Yeah, that was the election that was decided in court.
When was that?
Yeah, with no precedent for that ever having happened in American history.
Yeah, that was, let me think, Bush Gore.
Yep.
And Bush won not as a result of the voters, but as a result of the Supreme Court.
Yes.
Not that Al Gore was a very good choice for nominee either.
No,
he wasn't.
but the thing is that Bush Jr. won by a Supreme Court decision, and his father had appointed 4 of the people on that court.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think that's a
Imagine
little
that.
biased?
You know, I wonder what would have happened if one of those ones who was appointed by his father had, like dissented. Like the amount of back rooms, what the fuck, man, would have been interesting to watch.
Mhm.
Oh
I'm just
yeah,
saying.
something like that would have caused a serious schism in the Republican Party.
Mm-hmm.
And a
And
Republican
you know,
Party schism is just what we need right now. What can we do to cause
I was
one?
about to
Well-
say, but it looks like there's starting to be one. There are a few breakaway Republicans who are saying, "No way can I support Trump any longer."
They're also saying they want to vote for witnesses.
Yeah.
I've
Well,
seen that.
I
Yes.
think
What,
there are
maybe
some
about
of
4 of
them
them?
that are afraid if this gets carried on too long, that some trash on them will get dug up too.
Well, see,
Well,
that's the
maybe
thing
that,
is,
but there are
well, you gotta
as
keep in
well
mind.
some who claim to be doing it for like principled reasons. I don't know if
I
that's
find
true,
that
but
difficult
they're
to
claiming
believe.
it.
I think they find that difficult because you know what they don't understand is that with as many people as hate Trump and disapprove of what he did and know that the Democrats aren't lying about what's been going on, if Trump is not convicted of treason, because that's what he did, he committed treason.
Yes.
If he's not convicted, then everybody is going to be looking at the Republican Party who supported him and going, "You're just as guilty of committing treason as he is."
Yeah.
But
Well,
there's a
and I don't
problem
know
with
if it's
that.
all of them, but I know
Okay.
some of the people in Congress that are, asking more questions now
Mm-hmm.
are because they're up for reelection
Yep.
and they can see the public opinion swaying enough that they're starting to worry about if they're going to keep their seat.
Yep.
Hmm.
And if they support Trump, they won't.
I wonder what would happen if any of these people were not worried about their position, but actually voted their genuine, honest to goodness conscience. Because I'm sure that there are a lot of them out
Yeah.
there that are voting against their conscience, but they just kind of
yeah.
think they have to.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
because
It's
party
You know,
loyalty has
I-
become
I-
more important.
I don't know what peer pressure is like in Congress, but I'm sure it must exist. I'm sure other senators and representatives are like putting pressure on each other. Like, you want to be one of the cool kids, right? Because the cool kids are voting for Trump. You know that, right? If you're not voting for Trump, you're not one of the cool kids, and you're going to be an outcast. You're going to be the Republican nerd. Do you want that? No, I don't think you do.
I actually think it's
Well,
Yes,
it's
I
that.
do.
It's also lobbyists, that
Mm-hmm.
they're worried about losing their corporate sponsorship.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Uh-huh.
actually thinking that it's worse than that. I'm thinking that a lot of these folks have dirt that they don't want exposed because they're in a shitload of trouble if it's
Yep.
exposed.
Oh, yeah.
And if they don't do as the managers say they should do, they're going to be exposed.
Yeah.
It's
Well-
Well, that's what I think. That they just want whatever will get it over with fastest,
Right. The
so
problem
that
is
people don't keep digging into the background of more people.
right. But the problem is that the managers made the mistake. The Republican managers made the mistake of saying, "Well, Trump did no wrong" on the first day of their arguments, and then
Yep.
yesterday they said, "Oh, well, it might have been an imperfect call."
Well, I
Which-
mean, there's even one guy on Fox who's saying something like, "Well, yeah, okay, we know he did it, but we're just saying it." Like, I don't remember the exact quote, but this guy was sort of basically saying, "Yeah, okay, we know it's the truth, but we don't care."
Yeah.
Basically,
And that's the whole point. The
Yep.
Republicans don't care. Most of them are sticking together because of party affiliation.
Yep.
let's see. I'm trying to figure out because the meme that's going around, where is it? Damn it! I thought I found it. Damn it! I'll find it.
You know, what they don't understand is that if we have another 4 years of Trump, the American public will start seceding
From the union.
from the
You know,
union.
that's the thing is I don't think that we can legally.
we
I don't
can.
think that
Yes, we
I
can.
don't know. I've been asking people, is there legal secession? Can a state legally secede? And everyone's telling me no.
Yeah, they can. It's
Is that secession is still well, not still. Nobody ever made a decision on illegal, but I think it's assumed that secession is illegal.
Yeah,
Just as
actually,
it
I'm
was
looking
during the
right
Civil War.
now, and I'm seeing something about how the Supreme Court has consistently interpreted the Constitution to be an indestructible union. There is no legal basis a state can point to for unilaterally seceding. Many scholars hold that the Confederate secession was blatantly illegal.
well, but it wouldn't be the first time it's happened.
Well, I'm not saying that it is. I'm just
It
saying that
may not
I'm
be.
saying that I'm not sure that states can do that and get away with it without starting a civil war.
Well,
Yeah.
Trump is pretty much creating his own little civil war in Congress.
Yeah, the problem would be,
I mean, I'm
how
talking
many
about an
states?
actual civil war where people are shooting at each
Well,
other
I
and
know.
dying as a result.
Well, I
Yeah.
know what you're saying. The issue is that there is so much disagreement and hate
Yeah.
between the two parties that there is no constructive balance.
There is none. And I'm
Yeah,
not saying that the Democrat Party is perfect or anything like that. But when
No,
you
they're
want to
not.
look at what's happening, the Republicans are to blame for all of that. You look back toward the Tea Party, for example, when the N word got elected, and everybody didn't like that, and things started going downhill from there.
Feed me now, human, or I'll eat you.
And you saw the polarization developing, and right now it's so absolutely it's so absolutely polarized that everything is paralyzed. My almost
Yeah, well,
misspeak was actually really the case.
Well, I mean, worse than that, I've been looking at some of the patterns in the legislation that Republicans are trying to pass these days. So much of it is like, making abortions illegal and making it so religion can be taught in school, and et cetera, et cetera. And I've long suspected that they think they're going to lose this election, so they're just doing as much damage as they possibly can so that they are basically hamstringing the next Democrat president so they can't make any progress. And they can blame every last scrap of non-movement on the Democrat president for not fixing the situation they created. And thus being able to say, see, the Democrats are ineffective. And I understand that is actually a real strategy in Washington. I think it's called feeding the beast or something like that. Where the base, yeah.
It's
I
can't
can
say
see
you're wrong.
that.
It's similar to what happened in North Carolina. I believe it was North Carolina after the governorship flipped from Republican to Democrat during the lame duck period. The Republican-dominated legislature passed bill after bill after bill, which hamstrung the governor so badly that they still retained effective power as the Republicans.
Right.
Isn't that illegal?
Well,
Oh my gosh.
Well, there's
everything they're doing is completely within the regs.
Yeah.
It's just horrible.
That's a picture of Columbia, isn't it?
It is, and me.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have recognized that person behind Columbia. No. Oh man.
You have a hair lip.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
Columbia doesn't look like a rabbit to me.
It's a cat scratch, is what it is.
Cat stash.
Scheiße. Es ist voll mit der
But
Scheiße.
I mean, it's right
Yeah.
now. I don't. The Republicans have screwed us over so bad right now that it's a wonder that the government is still running at this point.
Yeah.
Would you call
Well,
what
but
it's
no,
doing running?
I actually disagree with
Not
that.
really.
I mean, it's certainly doing what the Republicans want done.
Yeah.
I mean, they are running the government. It's
Mm-hmm.
just they're running it into the ground is the
Thank you.
problem.
Yep.
I mean,
That's what I was thinking.
maybe if they were less efficient, maybe if they were even worse at their jobs, they might be doing less damage.
Right.
They're at the point where they're just good enough at their jobs to do the most damage.
Yeah, actually,
Basically.
yeah, you've actually said something
Well,
worth listening to. No.
Nah,
I just, there is so much
Aw.
just. Aww. You ever had the urge to just take your finger and rub it on her tongue while she's got stuck out like that?
no.
No. Yes, you have.
Because-
Oh, I really, really haven't. I know what kind of a fur coat razor blade she can be if you do that kind of
Let's
thing.
see. Smudge won't attack. He'll just lift his head up, shake it, and look at me like, "Why did you do that, Mom? I was sound asleep." But Smudge is very mellow, except for with my dog Shadow.
Yeah, that's the problem with cats is they look all cute and fluffy, but 5 of the 6 ends have sharp points.
Yes.
So, like she hasn't done it in a long time, but Columbia used to sleep with her head like this. Like she's
Oh,
on a
wow.
couch and there's a big gap between
Yeah.
her and the table, but she
Mm-hmm.
I never understood how that could possibly be comfortable, but she loved doing it.
No, you'd think they'd have to put a lot of strain on her neck.
Oh man,
Mhm.
my Miranda, there were a desk and a table that were somewhat close to each other, and more or less as was the picture with Columbia there. Miranda would sleep with her arse on the desk and her front paws on the table, and she would actually straddle that gap like a bridge, and she found that to be comfortable.
Oh,
Aw.
cat with the cat puppet.
No, that's her paw. She's throwing up the horns.
Oh, okay.
She's rocking out.
Okay. Well, see, it's hard to tell because Smudge has white paws with black pads. He's got licorice jelly beans for paws pads.
Man, the first time
You
I
got
heard
jelly
those
beans.
little toey bits called toe beans, I was so amused.
No, they're not toe beans. They're jelly beans.
Well, people call them toe
Their
beans.
paw pads.
Mm.
Well,
Jelly beans.
I was just deeply, deeply amused when I heard that name.
Yep,
for
I've
it.
heard toe beans.
Yeah, I've
I will
heard
have
that
to
as well.
see if I can find a way to get a picture of Smudge's beans, toe
Mhm.
beans, whatever.
Smudge's beans sounds weirdly.
Well,
not
he doesn't
so
have
good.
his other beans, so.
Well, okay,
I only
but I don't know. Smudge's beans sounds like it could be, in like old America novels and stuff. You have the town drunk, and
Uh-huh.
the guy walking around. He's got the jug with the 3 X's, or he's got the bottle in the bag, and he's all
Yeah.
filthy and stuff. And people probably call him Smudge. And he's out there by the railroad tracks eating beans out of an open can. That's Smudge's beans.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That's the kind of vibe I got.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like a Mark Twain character.
Yeah.
And now I'm
Yeah.
thinking of Tremors.
Yeah, all right. I just
Yeah,
rewatched
okay,
it
whatever.
recently. And then, there was the one dude. I think his name was. No, it wasn't Bert. Bert was Michael Gross's character. The dude who climbed the power pole. He was the town drunk, and he was like
Edgar.
treed. Yeah, he was treed by the graboids for like
Yeah.
3 days.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Didn't he die?
He did. He died up on the pole, and they found him and brought him down before they knew what peril the village was in.
Yes.
And when
I
we
have
talk about characters,
Tremors 4 on Blu-ray.
Hmm.
the
I
learning-
Yeah, I
don't know how
just,
I got it.
I just picked that up about 2 months ago. I found a disc that's like all 5 Tremors movies on one disc.
I don't even
You know-
know where I got it.
I have never seen more than the first one, and I think I'm glad.
Yo, you should be.
I've seen the first 3. I didn't see the last 2.
No.
And I
They've
found the
got
disc.
a new
I found
one
the disc in
coming
a
out.
discount bin for like $5, so I figured, what the hell for that price?
Yeah, well, they have a
Right.
new one coming out.
It's already out. It's called Tremors, A Cold Day in Hell.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Okay.
it's based out of Alaska. I
Okay.
believe.
Yeah, they had also had a short series. I think it was on Sci-Fi.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. I never saw it. And the problem is that Hollywood loves to like beat a dead horse until it's,
Yeah.
pulp,
Yeah.
until it's mulch. And it gets to the point where it's like, guys, you'd probably make
That's called
more
leather.
money, but not as fast if you were to release quality movies
Yeah.
that,
Right.
like, I mean, even if you're going to continue a series that probably should have been dead a long time ago, if you space them out and give them proper writing and proper budget and all that stuff, you might actually make sequels worth watching. And you can point to movies. There are only a few where the sequel is possibly better than the original, maybe,
There are a
or,
couple.
or at least on the same level. But it's so rare to the point where it's clearly the exception that illuminates the rule. For example, The Empire Strikes Back, arguably better than the original Star Wars.
Yes.
Terminator 2, I'm on the fence on that one. I prefer Aliens to Alien. But, compare, say, Superman 3 or Superman 4 to Superman 1 and 2. I'm talking Christopher Reeve here.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh my
Well,
gosh, Superman 4 is such a steaming pile. It
Yeah.
really is.
I never
But
saw it.
they kept
And you
churning them
should be
out
glad.
because they couldn't they didn't understand, number one, moderation, but number two, if you want to keep a franchise going, quality, quality, quality. But
Right.
they seem to think, well, sequels don't make money. We don't need to throw money at a sequel. That's not how this business works. Well, apparently it is, because if you look at some series out there, the sequels go on to do really, really well, but only if they're good movies in their own right.
Right.
Well, that's the thing
yeah.
Well,
about
like
the
Toy Story. Toy Story 3 had originally been scheduled as being a direct to DVD release,
Oh, I'm glad they didn't
and it
do that.
actually turned out better than they expected, so then they released it in the theater.
Now, I have no intention whatsoever of ever seeing Toy Story 4. It looks so bad. But
Yeah.
1 through 3 are all really good.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think they should have done 4.
I don't know what the point was. And the trailers look just so bad. I mean, even if a lot of trailers, they'll lead you to suspect that maybe you saw the best parts, maybe you saw all the special effects, and maybe even a spoiler or two, but it's still worth watching. I watched the Toy Story 4 trailer and was like, I not only have no interest in seeing this, I want to actively avoid it. It looks that bad.
Yeah.
Predators. The Predator chain.
Was there a Predators movie that was the title? I missed that entirely, and I think I'm glad.
The let me see if I can find them. Predator movies. Let me see.
Now, I mean, I remember watching Alien versus Predator and was really disappointed because it seemed like they had clearly adapted the script from the Aliens versus Predator comic book, but set it in present day rather than way the hell out in the future. And they butchered it so bad. If they had tried to put the comic book on screen, they would have had such a hit on their hands. I mean, granted, at the time, it would have taken so much set building. There's no way they could have done it on a budget from back then. But if they tried to make that today, oh my gosh, they would have such a good movie.
There were 6 Predator movies.
Ay.
Predator, Predator 2, Alien versus Predator, Alien versus Predator Requiem, Predators, and The Predator.
Yeah.
Man, I'm trying to remember what it was, because there were a bunch of like this versus that crossovers, and I swear there was one in the Aliens versus Predator franchise where it was like Aliens versus Predator versus Terminator or something, where it was like all 3 of those guys together. I don't remember exactly what it was, but man, they totally went overboard.
Now, I have a really hard time seeing anything in the theaters, primarily because I'm loath to risk my week's grocery money to see something that could fall flat on its face.
Right. But, I mean, just Predator was good for its time. Predator 2, it was okay. Predator versus Alien, or Alien versus Predator. I liked that one, but I haven't seen Aliens versus Predator Requiem.
Well,
Yeah.
if you get the chance to read the Aliens versus Predator comic book, number one, you'll recognize the plot. But number two, you'll get a much, 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 much better experience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
So,
remember the comic.
I know that one of the new Predator or Alien movie. I don't remember which one it is. I believe it's Aliens, where they literally show a child, a baby, getting killed by an alien face hugger type thing, and I couldn't watch it. It's like, no.
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Has there ever been imagery in a movie that made me go, nope, 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 but after puberty? Because there were a couple of movies my parents tried to show me when I was like really young, where there was like just one moment on screen where I was like, no, 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 nope, 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 nope. And we had to leave the theater because I was that creeped out by it. But after puberty, I'm not so sure. I think I've never seen anything that revolted me or horrified me that bad. I mean, I remember when I was little, my parents tried to get me to watch Walkabout, and there was one scene where a guy falls out of a car and he's been burned and charred and he's like dead from fire,
I
from
actually
immolation.
remember that film.
And I said, nope, 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 nope. I'm not sure I was even 10 years old yet when my mom brought me to that movie, and I flipped at that scene.
And you said no.
Well, I probably said it much more vehemently, much more loudly, and yeah.
But did you actually say no?
No, probably not. It was decades ago. I don't remember. I just know that I flipped out.
Honey, it would be
Yeah.
something reminiscent of Nope. Not
Yeah.
necessarily exactly Nope, but you got the idea.
It's entirely possible I screamed my fool head off. I just know that I was not accepting of that particular bit of imagery.
Wait a minute, is this real?
Probably not. Or it might be, and I just don't know. I've never seen it for realsies, but
I'm
I
wondering
don't
if
know.
it's a satire piece.
No,
that somebody
actually,
did.
I think that was an actual issue of the Archie comics that they did as a spoof.
Okay.
Crazy. But damn, I was going to say something. Oh, well, I've always kind of been freaked out by images of immolation. I remember at the end of Time Bandits, I lost it when his parents died to the thing in the toaster.
Okay.
Yeah,
That fucked me up for a really long time. I
forgotten about
refused
that
to watch
scene.
Time Bandits until I was in my 20s.
I can understand that if you were like a preteen when you saw that.
I saw it in the
Yeah.
theater. So, yeah.
Yeah, I can see that how that could have freaked you out at that age.
Yeah.
well, one of the videos, one of the live chats that I was actually watching, once actually had a flat earther say, Reg will make this bet, and if he loses, he has to immolate himself.
Okay.
Yeah.
That could be seen as a threat.
I don't know. I
I
think a
wouldn't- I
threat
wouldn't-
is it puts the lotion on its skin or it gets the hose again, but that's just me.
What's that mean?
What?
What is
You-
that?
You've not seen Silence of the Lambs?
Mm-mm.
Okay, well then you
Who's never
wouldn't get it, would you? It would take too long to explain.
Yeah.
It just
Mom didn't let me see that movie.
Mm-mm.
probably for
Well-
the best, but you still would need to have seen the movie to really truly get the reference, and it's not worth explaining. So don't worry
Yeah.
about it.
I've seen the film, but I don't remember the part to which you're referring.
The bad guy who isn't Hannibal Lecter, he says it to one of his victims.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the one who's collecting skin.
Yes.
Yep.
That was weird, man.
Hmm. Yeah, of all the movies I've seen, well, I mean, okay, it's not the weirdest, but I admit there are things in it I still don't quite understand.
Well, that one's disturbing just because, there's the level of realism involved there. I mean, like Alien or Predator, you know that they're not real creatures. When it's just a person with a really warped, demented mind, those are really disturbing.
Well, maybe this is where I'm radically different from a lot of people, but I feel exactly the opposite. Because if it's just another human, there's a very good chance I can take them. But if it's an alien or a predator, a xenomorph or a predator, I'm pretty much fucking dead, right? And I have enough of an active imagination to picture one of them actually, being part of my life for whatever reason. And, I know they're not real. It doesn't matter. This is a visceral feeling, not a
Yeah.
rational one. And so, I mean, I spent a very long time after the first time I saw aliens just freaked to shit. I mean, not in a kind of like hysterics way, but there was this like dread that stuck with me for days. Whereas after watching Silence of the Lambs, not so much. It was just, it was another guy.
I had one really freaky experience with that. Oh, what's that bad sci-fi movie? These little black furballs that were constantly eating everything.
Critters.
No,
Yeah,
no.
that's the
Was
one.
it
Yeah.
Critters?
Well, that's
Or
I
was it
was
the Langoliers?
No.
no,
I thought it was
the
Critters.
critters. It's the one I was thinking of. And that's like
I
my
thought it was
sister was out of town, so I was over watching it at her place on cable, and she had a black cat.
Oh God.
Oh my.
Well, and I went out to the pantry and didn't realize the cat was sitting not on the windowsill, but on the top of the window frame above the window. And the cat jumped down as I stepped out there. So while watching this movie, I just saw this ball of black fur launching through the air at me, and I just spun and swatted.
Oops.
The cat went down the whole flight of stairs without touching a single step.
So this is it. Yes, Critters right here.
Yep, that was it.
Yep. So
Oh
But it was just catching the movement out of my peripheral just freaked
and
me
you
out at that
smacked the
point.
cat aside, like you actually.
Well, Stephen King's The Langoliers was creepy too,
Yeah,
where you had this black mass moving and eating everything.
well, what's
And
weird
you've
is
got
like
these people on an airplane trying to outfly what's happening.
thing is, I remember reading the book and then watching the movie they made out of it. And the movie was so radically different that they might as well have just given it a completely different name.
Oh,
yeah. There were very few Stephen King stories that translated to film at all.
Well, I mean, it seems a lot of times like they didn't even try.
Yeah, a lot of
Cujo's-
times they changed major elements.
Yeah, Cujo scared the shit out of me.
Well, I'm scared of dogs,
I
to begin
was-
with, so I never watched it.
Yeah.
It's about a Saint Bernard who gets rabies.
Yeah, we know. It's just
And we actually, this was when I came out when I was a kid. I don't know what time, but it was before I was an adult. And we actually had a neighbor who had a Saint Bernard.
Yeah.
So, and they're like walking the Saint Bernard, and Saint Bernards are generally really friendly, but sometimes they're noisy.
Yep.
And he started barking at us. And it just absolutely terrified me. I've never been scared of a dog in my life until I saw this movie.
Yeah, one film I found mildly distressing was Cloverfield. And I think it was
Really?
the point of view from which it was shot is what I think got to me.
Cloverfield.
I was
That's
so
the
bored by
one
that movie.
about The
It's
radioactive.
discount Godzilla,
Yeah,
but found
very
footage
discount.
style.
Oh no, I didn't see that then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
that-
wasn't. It
Silkwood
wasn't
is
that
what I
good.
was thinking of.
What do they call that? Is it found film?
Yeah, found footage.
Found footage.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it came out on the heels of the Blair Witch Project when everybody was doing found footage.
Yeah, no. What movie I was thinking of was Silkwood.
Yeah, and Cloverfield was one that.
Silkwood, different movie entirely.
Yes.
Very, very
Oh.
different.
That movie was just odd. I understood
I
the
never
premise
saw it.
behind it.
Now, is
Well,
that
it was
the
about
one,
a woman who gets exposed to radiation.
Is that the one that was
Working in a
allegedly
nuclear
based
plant.
on things that actually happened?
That.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is based on a true story. I know what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah. And it talks about her illness and that it was the company's fault and she was getting radiation sickness. They talk about her hair falling out and the cancer she gets, and I believe.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I saw it, so I might be off on some of the details.
I think you got the basic of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think her name was Karen Silkwood or something like that.
Really? I thought Silkwood was the town.
I thought, yeah,
Was
I
it?
don't know.
I have
Let
to
me
look
look.
it up.
I'm on IDBM already, so.
Yeah. No, I thought for sure that Silkwood was the town.
I'm not quite remembering, but I'm thinking Kate was right on that.
Wow,
I
was
think
that
it
really
was the town.
1983?
Yeah, 1983.
No, I guess not. Meryl Streep, Karen Silkwood.
Okay.
Huh. I would have bet a lot of money that it was the name of the town, but I guess I'm wrong. Never been wrong before.
I don't
Yeah, a
know.
worker at a plutonium processing plant is purposely
Whoa.
contaminated, psychologically tortured, and possibly murdered to prevent her from exposing worker safety violations at the plant.
That is one hell of a cast. Meryl Streep, Kurt Russell, Cher, Craig T. Nelson, Fred Ward, Ron Silver. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Summer? My gosh. Bruce McGill? This is a star-studded cast right here, even if you don't
David
recognize all of
Stratham?
those. Jason Statham?
No, David Stratham.
Oh, I don't know who. Oh! No, actually, I'm not sure I know who that guy is. No, I have no idea.
Let's see.
I mean, I know who Jason Statham is, but not David Strathairn or however that's pronounced.
Yeah, he played in Lincoln, Godzilla, LA Confidential.
Yeah, of those, I've seen one and really want to forget I ever did.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, wait a
excuse
minute.
me.
Okay. I recognize this guy. Ira Lowenstein from A League of Their Own. I know who that is. Okay. Sure.
Beat that.
Let's see who else.
Man. I mean, but Joseph Sommer, I remember him.
Richard Hamilton.
I remember him best from the movie Daryl. Does anyone remember Daryl?
Yes.
Yeah. But I mean, he's been in other stuff, but that is my go-to for him.
There's Richard Hamilton. He played in some Clint Eastwood movies. He also played in some of Steven Seagal movies, and he also played in Men in Black.
I forgot he was in Strange Days. I'm going to have to watch that again. It's been a very long time since I've seen Strange Days.
Oh my goodness, they have a Willow series coming to Disney. Oh God, they're going to ruin it.
Of course
Willow.
they are. I'm trying to remember, has there ever been a decades too late sequel or reboot that was actually genuinely good?
Yeah, no, not when they've waited a full generation before they get around to doing it.
Yeah, really.
I have such a low bar set for whether or not I'll enjoy the Top Gun sequel.
I'm hoping it's good.
If there
That
are
would be
some
depressing
badass
if it's not.
dogfights and if the Top Gun anthem is in it, I will probably be okay with it. Also, I hear Kenny Loggins is writing new songs for it. So there's that. I mean, honestly, when I watched the trailer, I kind of felt like the people making the new Top Gun movie liked the first movie the way I did and want to give us more of what we loved, which is so rare when they make these sequels. It's so rare. I mean, just watch what'll happen. I'll go see that movie and it'll turn out to be better than I ever hoped, and I will be singing its praises, saying, "This is how to do it right." I'm hoping that's what happens. It's kind of like what happened after I saw Bumblebee. I was like, this is actually a good Transformers movie. Whoever saw that coming?
I saw bits and pieces of it.
If that movie had been released immediately on the heels of E.T., people would have called it a ripoff. They would have said E.T. with a robot. They really would have. But thus, the basis of its appeal, it felt like my childhood on screen.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, respecting your base when it comes to making movies and politics is probably a really good idea. Give the people what they want, and they might actually support you.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, they have to do a balance between being faithful to the original and still putting a few new elements in it, so it's not just a repeat of the same story.
Well, but see, that's the thing is they don't just put like, here is more of what you love, but with a different story. They say, here is something vaguely like what you love, but we're going to make random ass changes for no reason other than marketing and because we feel we have to. And who cares about the story? I mean, that's the thing is if they make a well-told story but keep the universe itself completely the same, then they're gonna hit gold. But, like, you know, when they decided to take the stormtroopers and make their faces look more like ducks for the Disney movie, right? And that was a pointless change. They didn't need to do that, except they did because they wanted to sell toys.
Thank you, Omega Nuts. I'm glad I'm useful as something. Yeah, that was a bowl of my fried rice.
Well,
I think the main thing that they run into a mistake with is just, you know, if you're going to have someone and say it's the same character from the first movie, they've got to act the same. They can't do something that would be out of character for that person to be doing.
Agreed.
All right.
I think that's the most common mistake they make with them.
I am trying really hard to not let Mom NATO get a word in edgewise because she's been trying to say she wants to leave for a really long time. And I think,
damn it, I'm gonna head off and watch. I'm gonna watch my stupid program.
Call me back, Agnes. My stories are coming on.
Right.
I want to watch my Oak Island.
Rat.
I want to watch my Oak Island. Thankfully, I have a DVR and it's recorded, so I can watch it without being guilty and not worrying about missing an episode. So I am going to go because it is also almost midnight.
Yeah,
and I have
watch this.
Yeah,
See ya.
I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow to hear the results from all my tests.
Oh boy!
Oh, did you study?
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Oh, you're gonna fail.
No, because this is a test where all I had to do was show up.
Oh, I see. Sleeping
Yeah,
with a
they
teacher, were ya?
drew 8 vials of blood to do all the tests that they did.
That
Yeah.
sounds
They hired
fairly
a nurse.
extensive.
I'm leaving with Mom,
I
okay?
empathize with that.
Yep.
Oh man.
And the phlebotomist couldn't get the vein in my left arm, so I had a bruise for almost a week and a half.
Oh,
That was all
I know
black
that.
and yucky. And then she moved to my right elbow, or as Kate calls it, the crelbow, and poked me once, got the vein, and was like, "Okay, we're taking out 8 vials." So just sit there and relax and don't look.
You say
Well, you
that
know-
as if it was unusual to do that too.
It's the first time I've ever had that much blood drawn.
Well, in other words, what I'm saying is, every time I've had multiple vials drawn at a sitting, they'll put the needle into the vein and leave it there, and it's attached to one of these little things here, and they put the vial in.
Yeah.
And,
That's what she did.
Okay.
But the thing is I can't stand to see my blood drawn.
Oh.
I get dizzy.
Well, an 8 vials still seems like quite a bit. Usually
Oh,
they don't
yeah,
do more
it
than
is.
3 or
I've
4.
never had them take more than 4 at once.
They were doing 13 or 14 different tests with the vials of blood.
Yeah.
So each one has to have a specific type of vial. Each one has specific tests they're supposed to do, different colored tops. So yeah,
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's
I'm
really
gonna-
not that much as far as quantity goes. She said it was only a pint and a half.
Yeah.
But
Still.
that's a pint and a half of blood drawn.
Oh,
I hope they at least give you a cookie after.
yeah,
No.
at the very least, or a glass of milk.
No. I had a couple of wintergreen lifesavers in my pocket,
Man.
Well,
and
I
my
mean,
mom was driving me, so I didn't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
well,
early-
over the last couple of years, for various reasons, I've had a lot of blood draws. Not a lot of blood drawn, but a lot of instances where they had to stab me and take some of my red stuff,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right?
Uh-huh.
And I've gotten to the point now where I just point at a vein and say, use this one. Because
It's
I
the
have
best
very
one.
tiny veins, especially in my elbow. And I've had phlebotomists go digging and digging and digging for several minutes going, I can't get the vein. I can't get the vein. I'm just at the point now where I'm like, this is the vein you do. Back of my
Right.
hand, right here. It's big. You can't miss it. Use
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
See, the veins in my hands show up as a greenish color because of the Italian in me. They're not the standard blue. They're more of a green, and you can see them really well.
What is it? Garlic
Because I have
flavored
really-
blood or something, or what?
Yeah.
No, it's because it's
Something like
copper
that.
based. She's a Vulcan.
Okay.
Yes, I'm a
Right.
Vulcan. Yes.
Well, actually, well, I mean, you know my reasons for why there's no vampires in Italy.
No,
Too much
the damn
garlic.
Garlic.
Yes, exactly.
Oh yes,
Garlic
they
everywhere.
love garlic. Yeah, I made spaghetti sauce the other day, and I put a teaspoon and a half of minced garlic in it. So
Is that all?
yeah.
Yeah, is that all?
Well, it
No,
was.
I'm
it was-
serious. Is that all?
Yeah.
well,
yeah,
it was
that
only
ain't
for the two
nothing.
of us. It wasn't a full on. That was for
Yeah,
a small
the question
saucepan
stands.
of garlic,
Oh,
or,
The
or,
question
or small
stands.
saucepan of
Okay,
sauce.
I've been known to take like whole big things of garlic, like fresh garlic, and
Yes.
taking I'm never sure like clove versus bulb. I'm not sure which is which, but the smaller ones, I'll take 5 of them and put them in one bowl of sketty.
Okay, that's
Okay.
that's
Those are
clothes.
clothes.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
known
the
to
bulb
call-
is
the
the
whole
whole
cluster.
piece.
The
Yeah,
clove
whole
are
I
the
think some
individual
people call them
segments.
bulbs.
You know what
I-
you can do?
I've called them heads.
Hmm.
You take a bulb of garlic, you cut the top of it off. You put it in put it with the cut side up. You drizzle it with olive oil. Okay.
I'm with you so far.
Put it on a baking sheet with aluminum foil on it. Pop it in the oven for about 35, 40 minutes at 350. Roasted garlic.
Hmm.
And then when you go to use them, you can just squeeze them and they'll crush up into a paste. And you can slather that on a piece of bread with butter.
Oh yes, absolutely. Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Garlic bread instant.
Yeah.
I will do that with the bread and squeezing
You
garlic.
you might
onto
want to
it.
check the temperature. I'm not sure if it's 350 or 400, or the timing on how long they have to roast. But you just don't take the head apart, as you call it.
Right.
You just cut the top of it off so that you can get at the cloves with the olive oil.
Yeah.
Now, of course, I'm gonna head
And-
off with my mother, so
and-
I want to watch this Oak Island thing with her.
It should just separate and
Yeah.
peel like butter. It should be
Yeah.
very easy to peel apart.
I will do that sort of thing with the garlic that's left over from roasting a turkey or a chicken. The time I roasted the turkey for the transgender chef, I used I think half a dozen heads of garlic, and so I had a lot of roasted garlic left over, and it's really wonderful to sit there with your fingers squeezing this thing onto a piece of toast.
Yeah.
Delicious, delicious, delicious. There's also a wonderful cream sauce that you could make with the roasted garlic.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, can
there's
you
one
actually-
thing I tried that is actually pretty labor intensive and I think not worth it. But I remember watching Goodfellas, and there's that scene where they're all in prison. But because they're in the mob, they get special stuff, and one of those things is their own ability to cook. And one of the guys, I think it was Paulie, was taking like a bulb of garlic and with a razor blade making these wispy, thin, translucent slices of garlic, and then melting them basically in olive oil. And I was like, I'm going to try that. And like I say, it's way too labor intensive, not worth it. But if you mince the stuff or use a garlic press or something, and then in a pan, you have some olive oil and just slow cook it, simmer it at the lowest heat possible for like an hour. It works really well.
Okay,
Ah,
good. Sounds like something I
sounds
want to
interesting.
try. And then, in case anybody wants um, cold remedies or anything like that, okay.
Garlic is a good one.
Yeah, if I have a cold and my sinuses are all blocked up and stuffed up, and I'll chew on a corm, what's the word? I forget the word for the little thing. The clove
The
of
clove,
raw
yeah.
garlic, and cut that opens you right up.
Yeah.
And it doesn't
Well,
taste all that bad either.
although I did once make the mistake of eating too much garlic
Oh,
too frequently. I didn't like
heartburn.
I heard
No, there's
no.
something else.
I've I've
Oh,
heard about smelling like garlic if you eat too much, and I was like, "What? Garlic smells amazing." They didn't say rancid garlic. They didn't say you
oh
will
boy.
smell like spoiled garlic. Garlic gone off. Garlic left out of the fridge for 2 weeks.
Oh
That's how
my.
you'll smell. They didn't say
Mm-hmm.
that part. They just said you'll smell like garlic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and I had the same problem with onions once too.
Mm.
I
Okay.
ate too many onions too frequently in too short a time span, and ew,
Well, there is
man.
the
So I've had to learn moderation in eating some of the bits I like.
there is the
Fried potatoes
story.
and onions.
There is the story which actually happened. Believe it or not, I cannot remember the issue of Life magazine, but it was early in Joe DiMaggio's career, and the bio or whatever they did on him included he doesn't reek like garlic, which is a
Really?
Huh.
reference to the poor Italians whose
Right.
diet included much garlic, and ran into the
Right.
same problem you ran into, Kate.
Yeah.
And
The I'm not leaving the house for a week problem.
yeah, it
Yeah.
was when I start up Firefox. There's this thing, or is it? I think it's Firefox. This thing they call Pocket or whatever it is, and you'll get references to various
Yep.
magazine articles. And they pointed me to one which included this reference to Joe DiMaggio, and it was like, yeah, it was the garlic divide or something like that, and it
Yeah.
was the rich and the
Okay.
poor
Well,
Italians and their diets.
all right.
Hmm.
Bye, guys. I'm gonna head off. Talk to you
Okay.
later.
You
Love
go.
ya. Bye.
fun.
You go. Bye bye.
Don't get
We love
horribly
you.
burned
Bye.
by any
Yes.
monsters or anything.
Okay. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
I don't know. She seemed intent on leaving.
Yeah,
We must be
but
horrible
well, not
people.
that intent. I mean, she stuck around long enough to talk about garlic.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
And I did enjoy purposely keeping here as long as I could.
You horrible person. Oh
Oh, you
my.
knew this about me.
Yeah, that's one of the things that endears you to me, but that's beside the point.
Mhm.
You know, you can shut up now, Clarion.
Mm,
Yeah, so
yeah. Actually, the main reason my camera is off right now is I realized I can do VR and this at the same time.
Oh my.
Yeah, well, I've told you before about the nostalgia places. Yes, I told you about that.
I believe so.
It's for those who don't know. When I used to have seizures,
Oh, that
they would
yes, yes,
come,
yes, yes, yes. Yeah,
yeah, they would come
absolutely.
with weird memories of various places, and I've been trying to find these places for a really long time, and I'm pretty sure they're in Vermont. So I've been looking around Vermont for ages in VR, and I've found a few of them,
oh,
but there's some that I can't find, and so I'm searching while I chat. You can't even tell, I'm sure.
Yeah.
well, that's an interesting use for the VR.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Have you used Google Earth?
I
Yeah.
can't get it to run.
Okay, well, I mean, even if you just use maps.google.com, they have the street view mode where you can drop a little
I'll use that all the
figurine on
time.
it. Well, imagine doing that, but in virtual reality.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, you
Yeah,
can
Yeah.
actually
there's a
be
reason
walking
I
through a
wouldn't mind
town
VR.
someplace that you've never been to.
I mean, it doesn't, it's not nearly as cool as you might think, just because, like, um, what they did with the Google car, and I've seen the Google car go by before, as well as the Apple Maps car, is they take this big, like, spherical picture. And
Yep.
Yes.
so really, and they take it like, I don't know, every couple of feet, I guess. And so I'm just sort of like, I don't want to call it browsing exactly, but like I look at one static 360 spherical photo and then I click in a direction and I see the next photo and the next and the next. And I can
Yeah.
determine how far away I want the next picture to be. Like I can point
Yeah.
and say, go further rather than closer.
Well,
But regardless, like it's not I'm flying through a live set of pictures, although they do have a 3D mode where you leave the pictures and you're flying over a 3D map, but it's not as high quality as the photos. So it's a trade-off.
now the
Yeah.
Google car, are those the ones that are driving down the road with the cylinder on the roof and it's turning around
Yep.
and
Mhm.
around?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep.
I've seen those several times here.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
one I sort of like it wasn't the Google car, it was the Apple Maps car, but I sort of struck a pose as it went by.
Yeah, you may or may not see me in a Google Maps image from Penn Avenue in Pittsburgh. Oh God, this was a few years ago, but still. Um,
They keep it pretty up to date, so probably not.
yeah, because this was when I lived in Homewood. I moved into the Homewood neighborhood in just bef- just before Christmas 2014. So that was a while ago. Yeah, that was you know
Hmm.
that was
Yeah,
five that
most
was
of the
5 years
even the
ago.
older images I'm finding are from like 2017 tops,
Yeah.
so they will have papered over that one and used a new photo by now.
Okay then.
Well, and I wonder if that might be part of the problem you're having with not finding certain locations. If the building facade had changed or if they,
Mhm.
may have even demolished some of the buildings.
True, but a lot of what I'm looking for is also specific roads.
Ah,
And honestly, most of Vermont does not change. I mean, there are parts of the Burlington area that have been like built and rebuilt many times, but you step outside Chittenden County and really seriously nothing has changed in 30, 40 years.
Okay then.
Like literally nothing.
I had a big problem finding my way around when I went to Cleveland when my sister died. That was 2007. Um, the ex and I drove around a little bit, and everything in that neighborhood where I had lived when I was married to Sandra was changed so much I couldn't point myself in the right direction to get somewhere.
Crazy.
It was that dramatic of a change. Um, yeah, you couldn't find the old porn theater, the Broadview, which was actually a motion picture theater, and then when it fell out of disuse, some
yeah.
porn thing bought it, and the residents hated it, but it stayed there for the longest time. Gee, I don't know why. And then
Mm,
when the residents finally got the porn people out of there, they tried putting a little theater in, and it died within 6 months.
of course.
Whereas the Broadview as a porn theater had been going for years. Tell me that's not significant in some way. Um,
There was one in Minneapolis that was like that. The theater wasn't making it, and it closed down for a few years, and they opened it as a porn theater. So there was all sorts of outcry from the neighborhood to get rid of it. It took them like 15 years to get rid of it.
mm,
But after the
Oh,
porn theater was out of there, it became the Jesus People Church,
oh,
God.
geez.
and the neighborhood wished that the porn theater was back.
Uh huh.
Hmm.
Yeah, that also happened to something on the north side here in Pittsburgh. The Garden Theater, I think, is what it was called when it was a porn site. I don't know what it was called when it was an actual theater, but the residents finally got this place out of there after years and years and years and years and years and years. And whatever it became after the porn was out didn't last half a year. I believe the building is raised now. I'm not sure. I could look and find, but yeah,
Well,
it's
I mean,
interesting how that happens.
even looking though at like places that are like the building is still there, it's just not what I remember it anymore. You know, like the old movie theater is now, I don't even know what, like a flower shop or something, or not flowers, like a like like not here I am buying a bouquet for my loved ones so much as here I am buying something to hang in the window kind of flower shop.
Okay.
But it's definitely not the movie theater anymore.
Yeah.
You know, but it's, I mean, I go by it in VR and I look and I'm like, well, that's the same building, but it sure as hell isn't Merrill's anymore. You
Yeah.
know, but I mean, what I'm saying is that the buildings have all stayed the same. It like very little about where I was raised has changed at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then.
I know in some areas that happens.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. I don't know here. With the people complaining about the Broadview or about the garden, what were they expecting would take the place of these porn establishments? That's what I would like to know.
Yeah.
Because what did take the place of them was sufficiently not liked enough that they failed. So, what was it that would have caught on? What did they want? I want, or did they know at all? Was it the case that they simply wanted the porn establishment out of there? And it's a possibility.
I think they probably just felt the porn was an embarrassment to the neighborhood and didn't think beyond that.
What neighborhood?
See,
In both cases, the neighborhood was nothing to write home about.
Yeah, but the people who lived there or had other businesses there probably blamed the porn theater for bringing down the property values.
Yeah, in which the porn theater was probably holding the property values up because at least they were paying real estate taxes, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think they were even thinking that clearly. If someone's flipping their shit about porn, chances are they're just full of moral outrage and rationality never entered into it.
I know
You know,
the stories about the garden theater were that it was a place for gay males to meet up, etc., etc. Now, I don't care personally, but I know maybe these people just didn't like that. Um, who can
well,
tell?
but I mean, did you ever catch a glimpse at the porn titles? I mean, like were they obviously gay porn, or did it imply het porn, or was it completely ambiguous?
I really don't know because I didn't get up into that section of town very often.
Ah,
Yeah, it was on the north side, which was north of all of the rivers. I don't know if you know the way the place is laid out here, but you have
I know nothing about it.
the Monongahela and the Allegheny flowing from east to west. They join at what is called the Point to form the Ohio River, which then flows north and then back back west again. So that particular area was right above the Point, the confluence of the Allegheny and the Monongahela, and I really had no reason to be there. There was nothing there that I needed to go to. So all I knew was what I read in the papers.
I see. I don't know. I mean, like, I can understand people not wanting porn near them, but at the same time, I mean, like, much like the gay marriage debate, I have to ask people, how does your life change by the presence of this thing you don't like?
Mm-hmm.
You know, because if the answer is that the only way your life changes is having to know that it's happening, then your outrage is not justified.
Right,
Yeah.
absolutely. Now I do know about one place that was in Homestead. It was one of these small storefronts, your basic pawn shop where you could buy toys or
Mm.
VHS movies or magazines, that sort of thing. Um, and I would go there from time to time because they carried a couple cross-dresser magazines, and
Ah.
I would buy the magazines. Well, at the time, I was hoping that I was a cross-dresser, and it turned out that I wasn't. But it's not necessarily germane to the story. But I would get the magazines, I would read them. There were good magazines. I was sad when they no longer existed. Um, but I don't know of any reason that the neighbors would not have liked this particular establishment. It was innocuous, it didn't stand out with flashing lights and, porn or anything like that. It was just a little place, walked in, you did what you did, and you bought what you bought, and you left, and that was it. Um, in that particular case, any outrage about that place was certainly unjustified.
Well,
Hmm.
There
you know,
is nothing in that building to this day, and they chased it
it's a
out years ago.
it's a little more in your face in Seattle, I have to admit. There is a lot of crossover between the goth community and the BDSM community. Who'd have thunk it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so a lot of my friends were constantly talking about going to Toys in Babeland.
Okay.
Yeah. Apparently, someone objected to that, and now it's just called Babeland, but it used to be called Toys in Babeland. And man, that place, I mean, they were not, like you say, neon signs flashing porn, 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 but they also weren't terribly discreet about that store's existence. You walk by, you go, oh, yeah, porn store.
Now,
Yeah.
And that was it. But as I say, people in Seattle are a bit more accepting of this kind of thing. So it wasn't a huge deal the way it sounds like it was on your end.
what's really interesting though is not very far down the road from that place. There does exist today, as we speak, a place that carries a lot of clothing, fetish clothing, cross-dressers clothing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, which has been there for years. And it opened up after the other place got chased out. What the difference is, I can't tell you. I don't know what they perceive the difference to be. Let me look it up. I cannot remember what the place is called. Fetish clothing.
Stinky's Moist Love Cafe. I don't know. I could spend all day trying to come up with porn
There it
titles and
is.
then names of porn stores. I pun too well. If there was a job just coming up with porn titles, clever porn titles, man, I would be rolling in dough.
You and Chuck Tingle should get together. Um, the place is called The Outer Skin for the Inner You.
Hmm. You know what it sounds like? Just from the name. It sounds like a beard store, if
When
you know what I mean.
when you say beard store, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Are
Probably
cross are cross
no, no,
dressers involved?
not necessarily. No,
Okay.
beard in gay terms is basically like a gay guy who gets married to a straight woman, so no one suspects that
Oh,
he's
that's what I
gay.
thought beard meant. Okay, so I'm trying
Yeah.
to figure out how that fits in.
No, but you were saying an outer skin for the inner you. I'm like, okay, so this is the face you present to the world. Maybe I got it wrong. I don't know. The way I was picturing, actually, you know what? I think I got it exactly backward. Never mind.
Okay, because I was thinking that it might be backward. Yeah, there. The outer
Yeah,
skin for the inner you. That outer skin is reflecting the inner you, so you don't have to hide it.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my brain went to the outer skin is hiding the inner you is where my brain went with it.
Okay,
That's why
then. Yeah,
beard
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I can see how you got there.
And
that
the stuff
yeah.
that they have is most of it is definitely geared toward cross dressers. I was in there once just to see what it was early when they
Hmm.
early when they opened it. I mean, I know better than to look at any of it with a desiring eye because the stuff is all so fucking cheap. It's, I mean, it's expensive, but it's made cheaply.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And, I'm not impressed at all with any of it. And believe you me, I've been through tons of it. Um, but just to see what they had and everything, oh, yeah, it's definitely geared toward cross dressers, much more that than any of the collars and handcuffs or any of that shit.
It's funny. Like, have you ever had that argument with someone about what to call somebody who, let's say, dresses in a gender style that one would not expect given their genetics, where they argue about what term to call it? Cross-dresser, transvestite, transgender, transsexual, blah, 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 blah. And it seems like the tiniest bit of nuance can change, and all of a sudden you're like using the offensive term. And it's like,
Yes.
dude.
Yeah.
I've been embroiled in that for, oh Christ, at least 15 years. When did I start going on the line about what I hoped was cross dressing at the time? That would have been around 97, 96, something like that. So yeah. Oh, Helen Boyd hates me. I don't know if you know
I don't know who that is.
if you know the book. My my husband Betty, and then the other one is She's Not the Man I Married. Helen Boyd is the person who wrote those two books, and she used to
I've
run
never heard of either of them.
okay. Betty was at the time of the writing a crossdresser. My understanding is that she's now become, transsexual or transgendered or whatever they want to call it. But
I mean,
Boyd,
I'm given to understand that there are completely 100% heterosexual cis men
oh
who
yeah,
like to cross-dress.
oh yeah,
Yes.
And
I have known
you know,
many of them. Yes,
and it's like you can call them one thing but call someone else the same thing, and all of a sudden torches and pitchforks in your direction. It's like,
Yeah.
how did it's such a minefield, and some people explode before they can explain why you got it wrong.
yeah, and I was going to say, even being in or near or whatever those particular sub communities, I didn't know what to make of them, and a lot of people I knew did not know how to tell the fucking difference or any of that shit.
Yeah.
Well, and because a lot of it's about how people self-identify, that even
Mhm.
in the same group, some people will consider a term offensive and some people will use it themselves.
Oh hell yeah! I remember when like Trekkies, Trekkers, and Trekkists was an argument among
Yeah.
Star Trek fans.
I missed that one.
I remember
Mhm.
Trekkies and Trekkers.
Actually, I might have made up Trekkists myself, but Trekkers and Trekkies. Yeah, actually, I think I did. I think I made up Trekkists just to taunt the people who were having the argument. But
Yeah.
You would.
yeah, but the point being that like they were arguing over what to call the fandom and splitting the fandom because of the argument.
Yeah, that's going just a little bit too far as I'm concerned. Because
Yeah.
what I
Yeah.
remember was the big argument over crossdresser transvestite,
Mm.
because these people
Yeah.
maintained they were different things. The difference was never explained to me anyway, or I don't know, maybe I wasn't listening, but there was supposedly a difference where I had learned that the two terms were synonyms. There we go. Thank you.
Mhm.
I mean, they mean the same fucking thing when you look at them, when you look at the words.
Yep.
But the nuance that the communities held was, yeah, it could be a sticking point. And what the fuck, man?
It's such a minefield. It's I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to remember what it was where someone, I think it was even earlier today on Facebook, was going off about, oh, I remember what it was. I remember what it was. Someone was like just unloading on this guy on Twitter because he was asking if anyone knew a girl who would be right for him. Someone's like, "You do know that girls are like females under 13, right? You do know they're still children, right?" And I'm like, "Look, I understand your outrage. I understand that as an adult woman, you would rather not be referred to as a child. And I'm a little bit creeped out if someone calls me baby, you know, because that's just weird, baby." But at the same time, like it's so ingrained in the lexicon that, like in the cultural zeitgeist, that you're gonna have a hard time finding like managing to get people to stop using girl for a woman.
Yeah,
And you're certainly not going to do it if you're completely 100% snark driven like that. It's like, instead of, that that's not your, don't you? Try more like, that some people don't really appreciate that term. And I'd appreciate it if
Yeah.
you something else. Just like if you don't let your enemy carry enough dignity with them off the battlefield, you just make them more of an enemy.
yeah. And
You
as
know,
far as that term goes, I don't see it falling out of use until
yeah.
the people my age have all died off. Remember now, it was in all the popular songs, it was in all of informal discourse.
Mhm.
You and I would be referred to as girls.
Well, have you had
Me not
the
so
argument
much. They
about
would refer to me as it, but that's another story.
well, have you
Um,
had the argument about like whether guys is gender neutral if
uh
it's a
huh.
heterogeneous group of people?
Yeah, I've been around that
Yeah.
argument. Oh, jeez.
I, and at a certain point, it just seems like people are manufacturing outrage.
Yes,
Now,
absolutely. I'm with you.
when I was talking about this with the other people, I brought up the instance of people flipping out because I had said Oriental. And I hadn't gotten the memo yet that apparently Oriental is offensive because it was never offensive when I was little. Like everyone used it. Hell, Asian people called themselves Oriental for years when I was a kid. And then all of a sudden, no, 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 it's Asian. I'm like, really? You're going to flip out over that
Yeah,
when no one is using it as a slur?
you get this whole "I'm not a carpet" thing, which I think you
Really?
mentioned already. Yeah,
Yes.
and I've seen in print that a lot of folks consider the term exotic, and that is why they don't like it. Um,
Well, but I mean, that's the basis of its appeal. Do you have any idea how big Japanese porn is in the United States?
Yeah.
People love the mystique of the Orient. They love it. And that means that if you are Asian yourself, they probably love you.
I don't know.
You
Now,
know,
here's a question I'm going to pose, expecting no answer. But could it be that some of the complaining folks don't like that? Could it be that they're saying, you only like me because I have, slanted eyes?
well,
Like me. Who knows if that's the case? I don't know.
well,
Yeah.
I'll tell
Well,
you what,
you,
I will cheerfully trade. If some Japanese chick wants to swap bodies with me and she's a total hottie, I will do it.
okay, but yeah, you have to think. I think what Diana was getting at there, is how would you feel if you felt somebody was attracted to you just because you were like a fetish object to them?
I would feel, hey, someone's fucking attracted to my dumb butt. This doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
over here!
I know, but still, I mean, honestly, like, have you never been attracted to someone just because, oh my gosh, that's hot, and then later you discover they're an awesome person?
I guess yeah, it has happened. Really, I mean, the whole visual thing is the first thing they hit. You see
Yeah,
somebody and ooh, nice.
Yeah.
And then
first bite is the eye, they say.
yeah, and then 98% of the time the person will open the mouth and it's oh God, why did I ever think that
Mm,
person was
Yeah,
attractive?
I've had that.
But then there's that 2% which they go together, and
Yeah.
you know,
well, but I mean, like take for example, you've heard about cultural appropriation, right? And how
yes,
some people are really, really against it. And I'm sitting there thinking, this is a bunch of white people who absolutely love your culture. They
Yep.
think it's awesome. And you've been oppressed for how long? Okay, you've got people who love you enough that they want to be just like you, that they are wearing the same kind of clothing, using the same slang, listening to the same music. You have them by the short and curlies, you know? I mean, they want to be just like you. They want to be your friends. Let them. Sure, it means that the culture may like shift in some fashion. Sure, it may mean that your culture is not exclusive to your race, skin color, whatever anymore. But at the same time, you're building bridges here,
Yeah.
you know, and you're not even trying. They just love you because it's awesome. Let them do it. If someone wants to be more like me, I'd call them idiotic. But hey, I'll take it because it means that I'll be more accepted.
Well, there are certain things which, yeah, I wish I had a little bit more of that, but and not necessarily the obvious either, guys, but yeah, I get where you're coming from.
Yeah. Whenever someone bitches about cultural appropriation, I'm just like, dude, seriously? Okay, point the gun away from your foot and definitely don't shoot.
Well, a lot of the cultural appropriation is PC shit.
Oh yeah,
Because
yeah.
I was in an interracial relationship, and when a lot of this cultural appropriation stuff came up, her friends just thought the white people were being stupid
Okay.
because it
Meaning,
was white people making a fuss about white people taking something from the black people,
oh,
and
because
the
I've
black
seen black
people
people
did
flip
not
out.
give a shit.
I've seen black people flip out. I've seen
There are
black
some of
people,
them, yeah.
especially about hair. Like don't get cornrows, don't get
Oh, I've
dreads,
heard
don't do
that
any of
one
that stuff if
before.
you're white.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's our thing. You don't get to do that.
yeah.
And I think that's just as detrimental to any kind of equality as anything white people could do. Well, not as anything, but it's still
Yeah.
detrimental.
No,
Yeah.
I agree, that anything that gets them talking to you should be considered a positive.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
And here's the
I
thing:
mean,
what if I see that style? I said, "Hey, I like that style. I want to have that style
Yeah.
too." And then,
yeah.
well, I don't like that style. I wouldn't have it. But what if I did like it? Why deny me? Really, when you come down to it, it's just a hairstyle. Really, it is just a hairstyle.
Yeah, there is a
Um,
thing, especially women in the black culture, that the hair is a very intense, and it's a complicated thing to try and explain to anyone. It's
Okay,
like,
take a shot at
yeah,
it. Let's see if we get it.
I'm not even sure I entirely got it, but part of it goes back to um even back to the slave days of having good hair or having white hair, that the women who had good hair were more likely to be house servants rather than working in the field.
Okay, okay. Okay,
So
yeah, I
some of
think
it
I
goes
kind of
back
get
that
it. Yeah, they were
far.
nicer to look at, or something like that. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hmm. I just know that I've got a lot. Well, I mean, I've mentioned before how multiracial I am, and it's something at least 30% is from Africa, and my hair is a disaster area. And I would give a lot to have hair that was closer to Caucasian, frankly, because it's just easier to manage clearly. But, other than that,
Oh yeah, I mean, even me, um, with as pretty clearly Caucasian as I am, when I was younger, the hair was curlier, etc., and it was more difficult to deal with than it is. My hair has become straighter as I become older, and in its own way, easier to take care of. Um, I mean, barbers would remark about my hair when they were working on me. Number one, how nice they thought it was, and number two, what a pain in the arse they thought it was to take, to work with it.
mhm.
It was if I would have let my hair grow out, which I did many times when I was at uni, I didn't trust the barbers in that small town, so I would not have my hair cut throughout the academic year. I'd come home, I'd look like a white Jesse Jackson. Literally,
Yeah.
my hair was doing the afro thing,
Oh,
as light blonde as it was.
well, you remember the like gigantic afro helmets that you got in the 70s with a lot of women
Uh huh.
Yeah.
and men, actually, like
Yeah.
during the disco days.
Think Angela
Well,
Davis. Yeah.
that doesn't mean anything to me. But basically, that's what my hair would do, except with much like wider curls with a much larger radius for the curl. And I hated it so much. I wanted hair that would like fall on its own, that would actually obey gravity, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, but the thing is, my mom loved my curly hair and would not let me cut it shorter so that the curls wouldn't show. Like it wasn't until high school I actually started mowing my head in high school, which was not the best decision I ever made. But I was just so sick to death of my hair.
Okay.
So yeah, but still, yeah. Oh, I hate my hair so much with the white hot fury of 1,000 suns. If I had 3 wishes and I was guaranteed they weren't the turn out, not how you expect kind of wishes,
Oh
the end up
yeah,
in
the whole
hell
Devil's
Yeah.
Deal
wishes,
thing.
monkey's paw wishes, yeah. I would wish for proper, correct, as I wish it would be hair. Would be one of my wishes, god damn it. You have no idea. This has been a sticking point my whole life, and there have been times I just want to mow myself bald again, and I haven't done it because I know how horrible I look when I do it, but still.
Okay then.
Actually, one of my stepdaughters had the very tight, curly hair that was so hard for her to brush that when she was 11 or 12, she just took the hair trimmer and did it all off herself in the bathroom one day without even telling us.
Oops.
Yeah. Ripley from Alien 3.
Yeah.
Oh
I did that
jeez.
shit in high school. Um, I still remember how absolutely terrified I was when my dad shaved his beard.
Oh, I remember you talking about that. Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
my gosh, you have no idea. Like, because I did not recognize this strange man,
I was gonna
except I
say,
did. But I
did you
didn't.
have some doubt as to whether that was actually your father or not? Or
No, not I. I'm not even sure how to describe what I felt, but I know that part of it was fear.
okay,
Um,
okay.
but but I'm not sure I can describe the fear exactly. Um, it was like, imagine if something fundamental about the world changed and everyone's treating it like it's normal, but you remember how it used to be and you wonder if you're in the goddamn Twilight Zone.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
It was like that.
That's actually kind of the premise of a recent film called Yesterday,
Yeah.
where somebody finds himself in a world where nobody remembers the Beatles. So he's
Huh.
performing Beatles songs on his little guitar and everything else, and everybody, oh, that's such a wonderful song that you wrote, and everything else. He actually starts to build a career out of it, and then at the end, everything falls apart, and he admits that it's all plagiarism, and he and the romantic interest, get married and start a family, and everybody lives happily ever after. But and it's for that ending that I really would hate to see the film. Now I saw a couple clips of it a few days ago, and I looked it up, and God, the plot sounds horrible.
Yeah. I mean, that is still pretty close to what I'm talking about, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Um,
Yeah.
In one of my time travel stories, I was questioning the ethics of, is it a copyright infringement to have a character performing a song 500 years before the artist was born?
I've often thought about like going back in time and starting a pirate radio station or TV station and showing a whole bunch of modern stuff.
Yeah.
oh
Like
my.
like modern sci-fi or something. Go back to 1950 and start showing people Babylon 5 and see what happens. You
Man,
know?
would they even know what to do with it? Because the effects alone are so far beyond
Oh,
anything that could have been produced at that time.
Well, I mean, that's another thing I've thought about is like, what if there's some TV show that is so horribly, horribly, horribly offensive to 1950s people? Because let's face it, even compared to now, they weren't particularly permissive, especially about what was on television. But what if the show itself was just so technically amazing that it would be hard to deny it to people? You know?
Oh
That kind of
man,
thing. I've also thought about how many TV shows like wouldn't make any sense at all simply because of the existence of personal computers and cell phones.
Yeah.
You know, like you could not show a romantic sitcom before, or I mean after 1990,
yeah.
just because people would be like, what are these people that they have phones in their pockets? How does that, is this a science fiction show? It's just a bunch of people having romantic relationships, and yet they have these sci-fi phones. I don't get it. You know, it might break a few brains to show them that.
And I can think of one film that was based entirely around that. Does anybody remember the film title? I've never seen it, but You've Got Mail.
I remember its existence. I never saw it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it
never saw it
seems to,
either, but
to
no.
revolve around a relationship that began over AOL. Yeah, and show that to somebody in 1950 and said, "What the fuck?"
Wasn't it like Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan?
Could be, could be, could be.
Yeah, I don't remember who
Let
was in
me
it.
find out.
I mean, you know, me and my memory for names and shit, but at the same time, my memory for movies, they kind of average out, and I think I'm right about this one. Tom
I
Hanks and Meg
think you.
Ryan.
Yes, absolutely. Tom
Ha!
Hanks
Go
and Meg
me!
Ryan.
Go me!
Oh, jeez, I love this. The whatever you want to call it, struggling boutique bookseller Kathleen Kelly hates Joe Fox, the owner of a corporate Fox Books chain store. Does that hark to something or not? That just moved in across the street. You know, they met online, however, began an intense and anonymous internet romance, oblivious of each other's true identity. Oh, God. And the release date is 18 December 98.
Wow.
So,
1998.
yeah, so it's over 20 years old already.
Yep.
And although, isn't there a like an indie flick that recently came out or is on its way out that is like a murder case and it takes place entirely on a guy's browser?
If there is,
Yeah, I haven't heard of it.
Like the whole thing, this guy, he's you know, looking at some sort of Facebook wannabe thing, and like the killer keeps taunting him with like video of his daughter or something, and he's really not sure what to do about it because, you know, murder and all of that.
Yep.
And it takes place primarily online. Like it might be text messages rather than Facebook or something, but it's like this whole sort of I don't know. I'm not sure.
it's starting to sound a little familiar.
I saw the trailers. It looked but yeah. I think I remember people comparing it to Seven or something. I don't know. It was like Seven meets Blair Witch Project or some shit. I don't know.
Okay, wait a minute. What do we have? Maybe this is. I don't know if this is it or not. It doesn't sound in the right time frame as you're describing. Um, According to this thing, murder of Breck Bednar. Breck Bednar. Oh, it happens to be real. So I don't know if somebody made a film about it.
No, that ain't it. That
Okay.
ain't it.
Yeah.
And the title is definitely not right.
Okay. I don't know what else to look for.
It's not that
I'm kind of
important,
dumb that
but
way.
it
Yeah.
was just a wee bit of info. It's you know, like an updated You've Got Mail only with a murder mystery.
I was never that much of a mystery person. My wife was. Sandra loved Agatha Christie and that whole genre, but
Oh.
not I so much. Um,
Well,
well, overall, really, when you come down to it, I'm much less a fiction person than I am a nonfiction person.
see, that's something I have such a hard time empathizing with.
Yeah, it's sometimes I wish that I could, I go out there and try to look for some fiction and stuff like that, and some of it's tolerable, some of it I don't like at all. I mean, there is some fiction I do like. Okay, I love Vonnegut. Um, as a matter of fact, I think that one of my favorite fiction stories or books or whatever, if not the favorite, is Cat's Cradle. But that's for it's because it's so dark, it's so cynical. Um, Vonnegut never portrayed a very happy view of life. Okay, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was kind of pessimistic about humans.
About that much, yes.
Was he's the one that was he Slaughterhouse-Five? Was
Yes,
that him?
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the first Vonnegut I ever read, and I fell in love with it. And it goes on since then. And
Yeah,
Well,
just
I mean,
when you said it about not being that into fiction, I never put it quite that way, but I tend to lean that way pretty strongly too.
yeah, I would
That I don't
actually,
read a lot of fiction. I more read factual or historical stuff.
I would,
meanwhile, I have thrown myself into fiction from earliest childhood. I love imagination. I love playing pretend in one form or another.
I never did that.
This is one of the reasons why I say I never want to grow up, is because everyone I know who's grown up has abandoned fiction. Like, that's not what grown-ups do. And I'm like, well, if that's not what grown-ups do, I'm a kid for fucking ever.
I mean, okay, if you want to talk certain genre, I mean, I love Jules Verne.
To what now?
Okay,
Oh, Jules
Jules
Verne.
Verne, yeah. I love what he wrote. Um, let's see, who else do I like? I do like Kafka, believe it or not.
Heinlein? What about Heinlein?
I could definitely live with Heinlein. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I mean,
I couldn't
Stranger in a Strange
necessarily
Land.
cohabitate with Robert, but yeah,
Well, yeah.
I know people who knew him. And
Still, Stranger in a Strange Land is such a wonderful
wow.
book. I mean,
Yes.
let's put it this way. I mean, I've always been an atheist, but nothing solidified my atheism more than Stranger in a Strange Land.
Yeah. And
It's kind of funny because Stranger in a Strange Land is pretty much considered a must-read in the pagan community.
Okay, I can understand.
And
that.
you know what? I can totally see that. I mean, again, there's a large amount of crossover between pagans and goths, and knowing what I know from interacting with those folks, even though I never got drawn into the pagan community, I can totally see how Stranger in a Strange Land would. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I can
can
see that.
never even just have coffee with three pagans without it being brought up.
Mhm.
And there's another one that they probably don't know about is Gateway by Frederick Paul or Paul or Paul. I don't know how the frig to
You're
pronounce
right. I
it.
don't know about that one.
I thought
And
it was Paul, but yeah.
yeah, and also oh fuck, what's it called? Star Dance, Star something else, and Star fuck. I'll have to look it up. But Spider Robinson wrote these Star Dance novels. Stardance, Starseed, and Starmind. That's it. And man, I can imagine pagans getting into that shit hard.
Yeah, I've heard people talk about those. I've never read them myself.
They're worth it. I enjoy them, but there are times where, well, let's put it this way: Spider Robinson has a serious Heinlein hard-on, and if you've read Heinlein and then read Spider Robinson, you'll be like, "Oh my gosh, this guy, he wants to have Heinlein's babies. He really does."
I know somebody who had a chance to do that. And she said, "No, thank you."
Yeah. Well, I mean, point being though is like you read his books, and if you read Stardance, Starseed, and Starmind, you will see Heinlein's influence, especially in the second and third books.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if memory serves, Heinlein was very much into the that whole pagan New Age, et cetera, community, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I don't know, but it wouldn't shock me.
Because what my memory is telling me is that Deb would see him, met him, in fact, at one of those conventions where you run around naked in the woods.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Heinlein has a thing about nudity. He really does.
yeah. Well, Deb was a little crazy as far as that goes. And, well, she and I had a thing going in high school, and damn good thing it never worked out because she went totally off the edge.
Oh.
She was the person who thought that plants felt pain, and that's why
Oh.
she never maintained her lawn. That's why there were roses growing over everything to where you couldn't get down the driveway and everything else like that. Okay?
What did she eat?
I don't know, but
Fruitarian.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Fruitarians will not cut any plants. They will only eat the parts of plants that fall off on their own.
Oh.
Yeah, because the guy she married was a total nut job too. I may have been describing this one. When I visited in 2012, he was the one throwing the I Ching to decide what to do because he saw me as a threat.
Oh, jeepers.
Yeah, he thought I wanted his wife, and it's like, no, you can have her. We had our thing that was 20 years ago, and it's a damn good thing it's not occurring now. Actually, it was a bit more than 20 years before that, but yeah, I went out there in 2012. I graduated high school in 1974, so it was over 30 years, but still. Um, but
So a
yeah,
year before I was even a glint in the milkman's eye.
yeah, I graduated at the age of 16 in June of 74. And then I turned
Well,
17 a month later.
much as I love Heinlein, though, his books are actually pretty hit or miss. I recently read Time Enough for Love. Oh my gosh, that book is so boring.
Okay,
I,
I
I mean,
haven't read it.
like, okay, it's mostly just a couple of characters chatting about philosophy the whole time. That's all they do.
Oh
It's like page
no!
after page after page after page of dialogue, and it gets so old after a while. There's like no plot.
What is the
You know, the book
what
has a premise but no plot.
what is the theater genre? In the title by which everybody knows it is
My Dinner with
in
Andre.
French, but the in English it's Slice of Life. And it's exactly as you're describing it. Nothing interesting happens. It's just everybody sitting around a table and talking about shit.
Yeah,
Sort of like what was the film
My
where
Dinner with Andre.
I don't know, is that where everybody the cast finds themselves in heaven and they're sitting around it, or not in
Oh,
heaven's ante room. That's it. And they were all sitting around
and no.
and discussing whatever it is. And as each of them thought of a particular sin they had committed in life, they disappeared. In other words, I guess they were taken to heaven. I cannot remember exactly how it ended, but yeah,
I've
it was just
never heard of
a lot
this.
of talking. And
I've
that's all.
never heard of this.
I can't remember the title, damn it. Um, I'll see if I can find something. Let's see. Sitting.
But is this a French movie?
No, actually, it was American.
When around about when was it made?
I would say somewhere in the late 80s or into the 90s, I think.
Hmm.
It sounds vaguely familiar, but I'm sure it's something I never actually saw.
Yeah, I mean that's my era, but unless it had a hell of a cast, I wouldn't. I don't know, or if I just didn't know that's what it was about.
No, I think it was more like an IFC movie of the time,
Wait a
Oh,
minute, IFC?
Independent Film Channel.
Okay, okay. Because no, I cannot remember where I saw the damn film. It wasn't in a theater. I can tell you that right now.
yeah. It
Um,
certainly doesn't sound like a first run theater flick.
Well, it wasn't by one of the major production companies. It was by one of the lesser known companies.
Right. Okay.
and I can't even
But did
remember
it?
any of the
But did
cast
it
or
have a
anything.
theatrical run? Is my question.
I couldn't even tell you.
I think it was one of those that was released to the so called art theaters.
So no,
That
then.
would make a lot of
Yeah.
sense. It would. It would make a great deal of sense.
And the problem though is that in the 90s, all of a sudden indie flicks were big everywhere. I mean, when it came to Clerks and the Blair Witch Project, it just all of a sudden exploded all these indie flicks. So for all we know,
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
can you believe that they are trying to come out with another Jay and Silent Bob movie?
Yeah, I've
I'd
heard
heard
some talk
rumors
about
about that.
that. Yeah.
Uh,
I don't know if it's a good idea.
No, again, after this long, it's not.
yeah. I mean,
Because
hell, is Jason Mewes even still alive?
I mean, Jay and Silent Bob is more or less defined by the era, is it not?
Oh, it
Yeah,
would be hard to see it at any time other than the 90s. It's that 90s vibe was really strongly contained.
Yeah.
You can definitely point to a period of 2 years when it began and when it ended.
Okay, and that's basically the run of the Jay and Silent Bob series, if you will. Yeah. Um,
Well, no, I'd say that Kevin Smith tried to play it for too long.
oh, hey, Doc
It's
Fearsome
like
just came in.
Jay and
oh,
Silent Bob Strike Back was not a good movie.
Yeah.
that one I did not see. No.
Well,
Oh, you're lucky.
you didn't miss anything. You really didn't. I mean, I've seen it multiple times, but I was bored.
I mean, I don't know whether Dogma would have flown without those two, but
I think it could have.
okay. And when I said I don't know, I truly do not know. Is that they were, or Silent Bob anyway was a very interesting character to whom you could turn your attention for a little bit, and some of his stuff, and then I mean Jay was an absolute piece of shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
At the end they're unrolling the condom and all that bullshit. It's like, oh come on, leave that out, will you? I know
Well,
I know what the joke was. Yeah.
there's a third Bill and Ted movie coming out soon as well, and honestly, I mean, Carlin's dead, which is going to make for a problem already.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was such a huge part of those movies. The second movie was only okay. The first
Yeah.
movie is obviously a classic, but also, I mean, like, can Keanu play Ted anymore? And I don't even know. I'm trying to remember. Alex Winter played Bill, and he looks really quite elderly. And I'm wondering, can we accept these two guys who were basically the very end of the 80s and very beginning of the 90s kind of guys? I mean, are those characters that can work anymore?
I don't think that they would be, believable as aged characters.
Yeah, it's hard to picture I mean, what would not Jay, sorry, Bill and Ted be like now? And can the generation that loved them as kids still like them?
And that's
Yeah,
what they're
that's
hoping for.
I don't
That's
see how you can
exactly
make
where
that
they're going
work.
with it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna see the movie unless the trailers are really, really shite. But I mean, I'm prepared to be very disappointed.
Yeah,
Well, okay, when you
I'll
see
wait
it, write a
till it
review of
comes
it.
out on Netflix or something, but I'll see it eventually.
Well, Netflix and Hulu and Amazon Prime Video are really obnoxious. I mean, I don't know if you saw a tweet from me recently, but I said basically that when I rule the earth, it will be illegal for a streaming service to carry some of a franchise without carrying all of it.
I saw that
Oh
one
yes, I
posted,
agree
and
with
I'm
you on
with
that.
you. I am totally with you.
Because let's
Actually, the
face
thing
it,
that
like
Netflix did,
Netflix has the last two Lord of the Rings movies, but not the first one, and it has the first two Batman movies, but not the third one. And I'm like, what the fuck, guys?
Well, especially in the carrying the last movies, but not the first. In so many cases, you can't make sense out of the later movies without having seen the first.
Oh yeah, totally.
I think you've mentioned that as far as some of the Marvel movies, right?
oh,
Oh yeah,
definitely with
those
Marvel.
movies are so interconnected. If you don't watch them all, you won't understand the next ones.
Yep. Yeah, I missed a couple of them, and I was totally lost seeing some of the Avengers movies.
Yeah. So, I mean, if I mean, I haven't gone looking because I'm not really superhero people, but I'm sure if they're missing any of the Marvel movies in those playlists,
Yeah.
what's the point? You know?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna grab some
Some people
coffee.
have hypothesized that it's specifically to make you buy DVDs so you can see all of them. I don't know if that's true. It might just be licensing issues, but either way, it's still a shit thing to do.
Well, I don't know whether or not it's specifically to sell the DVDs or to, make sure the audience goes to the theater to see every movie.
Well, but it's too late for them to see
But
the
yeah,
Lord of the Rings movies.
yeah.
So,
I think it does have a lot to do with marketing. I think one way or another, yeah, they want to get the money for everybody seeing them and make sure nobody misses one.
well, did you hear about some of the horrible shit Disney has pulled where they decide, okay, we're not going to release this movie for the next 10, 20 years? You know, it's a movie that's been out for ages, but now we're having it pulled from every streaming service and we're not selling it for home video ever again until 10 years or 20 years have passed, because then people will be hungry for it and they will run out and buy it in stores like they did with like they released a bunch of older Disney movies that had never been on video and made total bank for it because everyone wanted a copy, wanted to see it again. And the problem is that Disney has now bought how many movie studios? So they're
Yeah,
starting to do it with movies from 20th Century Fox.
Well, here is where, as long as you could get away with it, and I can think of some ways you could at least try to get away with it, is come up with the bootleg copies of all those films that were pulled. To have every film around just in case it gets pulled. And when it does get pulled, circulate those things such that people have their fill, and the bank will break when Disney tries to bring the stuff back out again. And it will be they have their fill. They're not hungry for it, and Disney's gamble has just gone away. And yeah, as you can see, I don't like Disney very much. Not very
Well, I
much.
mean that's what BitTorrent is for.
That's where I'm headed. Yes, without
Yeah.
saying the word. And you'd have to really work at it because I don't know if they've come back or not, but I know that BitTorrent took a hell of a hit back when Pirate Bay and Kick-Ass Torrents got shut down.
Yeah, you know, it seems like the Pirate Bay gets shut down and comes back again every couple of months though.
Okay, because I haven't gone looking lately. I used to pick up a lot of things that nobody else wanted, so it was really great for me because I could, it was a quick download and everything else. Um, Audio wise, a lot of Beethoven, a lot of Mozart. Video wise, older films. And when I say older, I mean 40 years old, that sort of thing. Then a lot of them were not in the public consciousness that high. So it was okay for me. Um, Somebody dropped something. I don't know what that was. But yeah, I haven't gone looking at the torrents anymore. Not for
Nah,
not for a couple of years.
I haven't looked in a while either, mostly because most of what I want to get my hands on is available now in one like form or another where I don't have to pay extra for it and don't have to pirate it.
Okay.
yeah.
So I haven't gone looking in a while.
because
Uh,
I got a lot of old television series also from that stuff. So I got The Prisoner.
hmm.
I
I need
got
to see that someday.
it's nuts. It's weird. The okay, the first installments are weird. The way it ends, oh god,
Well,
somebody
don't.
did a shitload of bad acid. Uh,
Okay, no spoilers.
okay, no, I'm just gonna say that it's the ending is almost incomprehensible. So be prepared for
Yeah.
that.
So, like Lost, then, or The Sopranos, for that matter.
Yeah,
Oh man.
I literally think that it was like the third time that I watched The Prisoner through before I understood the ending.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's funny that, like, I don't know if you've ever watched Dexter, but a lot of the fans of that show hated the ending. And I don't know if they hated it because it wasn't what they wanted, or if they hated it because they didn't understand it. Because no, it wasn't the epic ending that people probably wanted. But at the same time, wow, what they did was so brutal.
So obviously you are not talking about Dexter's Laboratory.
No.
No, not at all. I'm talking about Dexter, the dude who's a serial killer and also works as a forensic investigator for murder scenes with the police.
Oh, yay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the whole premise is basically he can't control his urge to kill. So his cop father basically said, all right, well, if you can't stop yourself from killing, I'm going to teach you how to kill the bad guys. So his whole mass murder thing is he's going around finding people who like have escaped justice or have escaped notice from the police or something and murdering them as justice. Right? So he's trying to be a good guy. He's trying to keep his killer instinct under control, but the only way he can do it is by killing other criminals.
This is interesting. I may actually have to find that and watch it because
I'm pretty sure it's still on Netflix.
Yeah, I
I've
think it
seen
is.
a few things on that premise. I wish I could remember the name of the film I saw years ago. I do know that Michael Douglas was in the cast. Several
Hmm.
judges would get together and decide how to dispatch someone they felt um, got off too easy. You know, somebody who should have received a death sentence did not. So they would vote should this person receive a death penalty, and and then they would go about executing that sentence. And at one point, the person was convicted wrongly, and they discover this while in the process of trying to kill him as the penalty they thought should have been affected. And it's an interesting film, really.
That
Um,
sounds really familiar, but I don't think I have the title right.
uh,
It's not the Star Chamber, is it?
I don't know.
I mean, I'm picturing the front of the video cassette box because I saw it so many
Yeah.
times.
No,
But
I'm pretty sure that's not what Star Chamber was.
yeah, I
So
didn't
Yeah,
think
I don't
it's.
so.
think that title fits it.
I don't think. Yeah, because I think it's a little later than the film I
Okay.
have in mind. Not that much, but a little later. I mean, we do have Michael Douglas there, but
Hmm.
let's see. Just
Man, Michael Douglas has been in way too many movies.
yeah, it's well. He's an old man, and God, his father is still alive.
I know, isn't that crazy? He's like 103. He just had his 103rd birthday recently.
Yeah.
I honestly thought he had already died. But although I haven't seen every Kirk Douglas movie. In fact, I'm sure I've missed a lot of them. But my personal favorite of his has to be Greedy. Have you seen Greedy?
No.
No.
Brilliant movie, all-star cast. It's basically Kirk Douglas is playing this rich old man whose extended family is just waiting for him to die and trying to convince him that they're the ones who should get his $20 million when he dies. And just the backstabbing that goes on between this family while they try to like maneuver to convince him that they're the ones who should be in his will. It's crazy the way they get into it. And it's got like Michael J. Fox and Phil Hartman and a bunch of other folks that you'd probably recognize whose names are right now dribbling out of my head. But yeah, star-studded cast and pretty amusing.
Yeah, I just saw Amiga Nuts said in the side chat that he also thought was Star Chamber you were talking about.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
this isn't it. No, it's.
I didn't know that.
The number of judges, whatever there were, they would get together in a room and they would discuss the case, and then they would decide should this person have died or not. And if they decide that person had died, then they set about executing him.
Hi.
I mean, that does sound weirdly familiar, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's a lot of the stuff I never saw myself, but so many people talked about it that, I basically know the plot lines and all.
Sure.
But
well, I mean, goodness knows I knew who killed Kaiser Soze or whatever, who Kaiser Soze was before I ever saw the movie.
Yeah. But I never remember actors. I'm just, not good at attaching the names and faces.
Well,
so I only remember the characters. I don't remember who played them.
I used to be better at it than I am now, but I'm still pretty good with actors' names and faces.
Oh, hi, Math Pig. I didn't see you come in.
Yeah, he's been there for a little while. Doc
Fearsome
Fearsome was in here
Fearsome
for a while.
Here. Hi, sweetie.
I gotta stop with the VR for a while. Especially since I would very much like to try to figure out what movie you're talking about.
Yeah, so would I. I liked it enough that I'd like to see it again.
Excellent. Or you're sure it's Michael Douglas?
I am 99 and 44/100% sure that Michael Douglas is one of the judges. Yes.
Well, why don't you look him up on IMDb and see if you recognize the title?
Oh, whoop, that's not Michael Douglas. It's Michael Keaton. What the hell? Michael Douglas. There we go. Fucking hell. All right. It's definitely
Okay.
one of those. Do you remember around about what year?
I am going to guess that I saw this anyway, maybe 20 years ago.
Okay. That
Sammy has decided we've been Atlas too long.
Here it is. Here it is. It is the Star Chamber.
Is it?
Discussing with criminals escaping the judicial system via technicalities, an idealistic young judge investigates an alternative method for punishing guilty. It's totally the Star Chamber.
I am so sorry.
Amiga Nuts just typed all that in just as you started to say it.
Yeah.
Okay, then. I am so sorry. I had somehow not read enough of whatever it was to make that connection. Okay, Star Chamber.
James Sicking, my gosh, there's Joel Regal. Wow. Okay, this is a hell of a cast.
Oh yeah.
Sammy thinks we've been at this too long. He just came and forcibly evicted the keyboard from my lap.
Oops.
Where do I know this guy from? Oh, that's where I know him from frickin' Murphy Brown. Okay.
Okay, it's a little farther back than 20 years, isn't it?
Yeah.
83. Oh, Lord.
Yeah. See, this is why you trust Kate when it comes to movies.
Okay, then. Absolutely. You've nailed it right there. It's...
Well, Diana, you're old enough to realize that time is not a linear thing.
Right.
It is steadily accelerating as we go along.
Absolutely.
So, 40 years ago is more than twice as long as 20 years ago.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, oh my God. Michael Douglas looks 8 years old.
Oh man, what was it I was watching recently where I was just struck by how young someone came off? Oh man. Oh, that's right. It was the whole 9 yards. I was watching the whole 9 yards, looking at how Bruce Willis does not look quite so aged as he does now, along with Matthew Perry. Have you seen Matthew Perry recently? Because man, does he ever not look like he did in the whole 9 yards anymore.
Okay, I actually haven't looked or anything like that. So
Okay. Well, you do know who Matthew Perry is, though.
I have heard the name.
Yeah, I can't
But,
remember
but,
what he looked like in that movie though.
but do you remember who he is?
Not all that well.
Okay, he played Chandler on Friends.
Oh, no wonder I don't recognize that.
No, I
'cause
never watched
I
Trends.
don't
That's
think
I was trying to think what he's been in
yeah, I
recently.
don't think I had ever seen an episode of Friends. Yeah, I know, I'm weird.
Well, it's kind of one of those things that I never watched, but a few times it was like on when I was at somebody's house. That's about all I know about it.
I've watched the series through perhaps more times than I ought to admit. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I know how you've talked about the theme.
Oh, well, yes, there
and
is
how it's
that.
so
but
depressing.
well, I compare it to 80s themes, and I'm like, yeah, much, much more. It's more bleak, lyrics-wise. It really is. Willis in Moonlighting. I never saw Moonlighting.
Oh man, this on the Google page when I looked up Matthew Perry, and they have quotes, and it's very interesting that we were talking about it earlier. The key to sitcom success is miserable people. If you see a happy couple, it's just gone, like when Sam and Diane got together on Cheers. So there you are, Kate. You've got it. It's got to be depressing, otherwise it doesn't go anywhere.
See, I'm not sure I agree with that, though. Because, I mean, I think it's possible to have a completely happy person who is thrown into horrible situations and has to deal with them, but who isn't actually like constantly miserable.
You know what would really
Yeah,
be
I
interesting,
think
though?
a lot of the creators of these shows believed that people would not watch characters that were happier than they were.
See, that's the
Okay.
thing. I'm always talking about how frustrating it is, the human need to wallow in pathos. Because honestly, I would rather watch people who are happier than I am. Because it gives me a brief window of feeling happier than I am to watch other people like that, to live vicariously. But so many people seem to want to watch misery.
Yeah.
And I don't get it.
Well, that's the thing. And that's why I never cared for a lot of these shows because of that. But I just came to the conclusion that that's what they were going for. Is they thought if the characters were happy for too long, that people would stop watching.
So Matthew Perry has not aged well, to say the least.
No, I'm wondering if that whole thing about you don't want to see people happy, you want to see people more miserable. I wonder, is that Schadenfreude? And it's like, hey, I'm miserable, but you're worse off than I am. Yay!
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I think that works best as humor, though. Like, I remember watching a movie, I want to say, man, I don't remember who it was by, but basically it was just this guy having a horrible, horrible, horrible day. Like everything is going wrong through the whole movie, but it's clearly played for laughs. And that was entertaining. If they had played it so that it was like pure misery, I would have hated every second.
And I have to wonder, though, I guess this would have to be a feature film rather than a television series or something. If you could make something where the lead is very, very happy and quite pleased with the way life is going and everything, and And then throughout the film, shit gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse until the character blows a hole in his head at the end of the film. Sort of like Beneath the Wheel. If I'm trying to, I think it was Hermann Hesse who wrote Beneath the Wheel, and the kid was hailed as a prodigy and all this stuff, and everything was great. But as the book goes on, it's feeling worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse until he finally dies. He may have killed himself. That would be. I'd love a film like that,
Eh.
but that's just me.
Now, the one I'm thinking of here is After Hours with Griffin Dunn. It's actually a Scorsese movie. It's got Rosanna Arquette in it as well. And the description is: an ordinary word processor has the worst night of his life after he agrees to visit a girl in Soho who he met that evening in a coffee shop. And yeah, I remember everything going so completely sideways. And by the end of it, he doesn't exactly end up in hell, but it really is the worst night ever.
Okay, then.
In a weird way, it kind of reminds me of Brazil. Like the actual ending of Brazil, not the happy one the studio foisted upon Gilliam.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then.
Holy crap, that is a hell of a cast for After Hours, the one I'm talking about here. Griffin Dunn, Rosanna Arquette, Tommy Chong, Linda Fiorentino, Terry Garr, John Hurd, Cheech Marin, Catherine O'Hara, Dick Miller, Bronson Pinchot, of all people.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. That is one hell of a cast.
Yeah, now there's somebody for you. Because I believe I have this right. Bronson Pinchot is straight as an arrow, right?
What?
Bronson Pinchot is as straight as an arrow, is he not?
You mean sexually?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know.
Okay, because it was my impression that he was quite straight, but God, he plays a brilliant gay guy.
Well, I don't see anything about that in his profile, but I also don't see a marriage, so I don't know. I mean, that could mean anything.
Okay.
Um,
I mean, one of the few fun parts of Beverly Hills Cop was Pinchot playing the art gallery person.
yeah.
Yeah. And he's
Which
done
is
that.
actually what ended in his role as Balky in Perfect Strangers, was playing the character that way.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought he had played characters that kind of tended that way more than once. And I don't know. I thought he was quite straight, but who knows? Maybe not. He's either playing himself or playing his antithesis.
Well, I mean, I've pointed out before how most of the womanizing rat bastards in the sitcom world seem to be played by screamingly gay men. That they make the best womanizing assholes. It's bizarre, but it's true.
I don't find that bizarre. I think that maybe because, to some degree, maybe gay men can empathize better with women, so they can realize, what, as you say, rat bastards men can be toward women.
That, or the other thing that I was thinking is that the gay man plays the womanizing straight guy in the film so well because they have to do that on the street. They have to play the straight man, or up until recently anyway, had to play the straight man in order to not get ground into a powder.
I'm not sure either of those are accurate, to be honest. Because number one, why would a gay man have to empathize with a woman?
Well, my understanding, and it could be very limited, is a lot of gay guys don't like women at all. And there are many that do.
I don't know about that. I mean, how many times do you hear the stereotype about the straight woman with the gay friends?
Oh, well, that too, so she doesn't feel threatened, yeah.
Well, I don't know about that part. I just know that there's very much a stereotype of the straight woman with the gay male friend. You know,
Yeah, 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 yeah,
almost
yeah,
like
yeah, 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 yeah.
one of them is the other's token, and I'm not sure which.
Uh-huh. It could be mutual. It could be tokenism both ways. It's a, well, that's why I did not say that every gay man hates women.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean, I just find it hard to imagine that a gay. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on whether he's like a femme or a bear or a flamer or any of that stuff. Like, it depends on what kind of gay man, I guess,
Yeah.
because there's so many different ways to be a gay guy. You
yeah,
know?
absolutely. I mean, you can think of the flaming art gallery person that Pinchot played, and then you can think of the character that Alex Karras played in Victor Victoria.
Never saw it.
Oh, okay. This was a gay man
Oh,
who
I'm
was
aware of its existence. I just never saw it.
no the character Karras played was a lot like the football player he was in real life. Um, somebody
Alex,
that say again.
oh yeah, so he is the guy who played Mongo. Anyway,
Yeah,
go
yeah,
on.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right.
So yeah, you can the stereotypically, oh, I would never have known, sort of thing is out there.
Mm.
He was such a manly man. I never would have known that he was a dicky licker. And I've actually heard that term, by the way.
Hmm.
Um,
Well, I mean,
it was
like it doesn't
it was
it
directed
doesn't
at
shock me
me.
that that's a thing. Like, I know that there were definitely guys who felt they had to hide their gayness, but I still don't see why that would necessarily lead them to empathize with women.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be the case. The hiding, empathizing. I don't know if those go together. I really don't.
Yeah. Um,
Well,
I think maybe what it is, and maybe I'm wrong about this one, but I think part of it is just that because gay men aren't trying to attract women, maybe a lot of the breaks come off, where it's like the gay guy flirting with the other gay guy, they both want the same thing. and
Okay, yeah.
and so, like, you don't have to have that I don't want to scare off the woman filter going on. Maybe that's it.
yeah. Well, I also think, the thing about gay men being friends with straight women, that they may get more of a chance to see things from the woman's point of view of, how she has to deal with society rather than seeing it from the stereotypical male point of view.
I don't know. Hmm. I mean, because he might be around her a lot, around a woman a lot, but that doesn't necessarily make it easier for them to play womanizers. You know what I mean? Like maybe he can empathize with the woman, but the person he needs to empathize with to play that role is with the womanizer rather than the woman.
Mm-hmm.
But if
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
seeing the behaviors, if he's seeing the behaviors that men are doing and realizing how it's pissing women off, whereas straight men may not realize they're pissing women off by doing it.
But is he seeing it?
Well, if he's empathizing more, seeing things more from, the women's point of view than from the man's point of, men seeing women as needing
No.
something they need to conquer in that.
But the thing is, he doesn't have the direct exposure, though. Like he will only hear it from the woman's side, but the person whose head in which he needs to get is the one doing it to her. That's the person he needs to empathize with.
Yeah.
So, he's getting basically any empathy he might get is filtered through the woman's perspective rather than seeing it from the perspective of the person who'd be doing it.
And
You
then
see what I'm saying?
here's the other thing. Is it the case that the person who's doing it, the womanizing guy, is it the case that he has a perspective to examine? Is the guy even thinking? You know, as the as the idiom goes, is he thinking with his dick when he's doing the womanizing? So there's nothing for him to think about, nothing to empathize with.
Which is kind of why I'm thinking that if there's a reason why gay men seem so good at this, it's because they have a lot more opportunity to think with their dick. And like probably the other gay men around them are doing the same thing. And so that just makes it easier to get into that mindset of, just be a hound dog, be a horn dog,
Well,
be a
yeah.
dog.
I mean,
So it's like take the brakes off and see what it looks like. And I mean, I'm just spitballing here. I don't know that any of this is valid.
well, I
but
know a large number of gay men whose admitted goal in life was to have as much sex with as many men as humanly possible. So you do have a point there.
which actually describes Barney Stinson from How I Met Your Mother perfectly if it was women instead of men. And of course,
Yeah.
Barney Stinson is played by a gay guy, Neil Patrick Harris.
Okay, then.
So, I mean, what you just described the character who is straight played by a gay guy who plays a very good horn dog. All you have to do is reverse the gender of the target that he wants to get laid by, and it's the same guy.
Okay, so in the playing, in the acting, in the portraying a role, could our gay man simply replace in his mind the visage of the female character with a male and just play to that?
I think that's what he's doing. That's kind of been where I've been leading this the whole time.
Well,
Whatever
also
that
with
is.
gay men, has he been seeing the relationship from both sides of the dynamic? Both of pursuing other men and being pursued by other men.
Well, a lot of gay guys I know want to be on both sides of that coin.
I guess. I don't know. It's weird. I actually know very few gay men who are out. Or rather, no, I take that back. A lot of them are out. They just don't talk about it much. It's like only a tiny, tiny portion of their identity. Like if they didn't tell you they were gay, you'd never know. That kind of thing.
Okay. The guys I
like,
know,
I mean,
it's obvious.
Yeah. Well,
I've known some who were very obvious and some who didn't.
Flaming types, you get a lot of those too. But then you got the other ones where, it's just some guy and he happens to be gay and that's all. Big fat hairy deal, as opposed to, like I say, the guys who are hello, honey. Oh my God. Those guys, because they exist. That's not just a stereotype.
Yeah, what's really interesting, though, is that a lot of these guys, I say it's absolutely obvious that they're gay, are not evincing the stereotypes. They are not the whoops flaming guys over there, but they still, you can't miss it. I don't know. Maybe in the position I'm in, the gaydar is there. I don't know. There are some who say that we trans women have the ability to detect gayness. I don't know. Is that the case? Couldn't tell you. But if that's what's doing it or what it is, I can tell you I am gay, but not that way. Okay, I'm doing the other gay.
Well, the funniest coming out I ever saw was my ex, this guy who she had been friends with for like 10 years before I met her. When he came out, both her and his sister's reaction was, "You mean it took you this long to figure it out?"
Yeah, there you go.
It's like all the women in his life had realized it years before he did.
Right. Yeah, and I wonder how much of a letdown that was. Like, okay, I've got this big revelation. I got to tell you this big, huge thing, life-altering thing. Oh, yeah, we know.
I don't
like
know.
there's got to be that moment of but I was so ready for a shitstorm. I was so ready for a crying jag. I was so ready for it to be a huge deal, and now you guys are like, well, yeah.
Well,
Uh,
and I think that was kind of how it was initially, but then slightly past that, at least there was the feeling of relief that he wasn't going to lose longtime friends.
I was supposed
Well,
to. I was just about to go there. Was it a letdown or was it a relief? Over time. Not necessarily
Oh,
immediately.
I'm sure outside of the immediate moment it was a relief, but I'm also sure
Yeah.
that at the time it was probably a bit of a letdown. Like if you hold your ears expecting for a loud explosion and then there's a tiny squeak and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's like, did I miss it? Where's the kaboom? I expected an earth-shattering
Kaboom.
kaboom.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure it was, that he was probably a long time building up to that moment of, trying to steady up the courage to announce this to other people.
Yeah, I encountered something similar in the early days of my transition. Where the hell was it? Oh, I was at a food pantry. That's where I was, and I'm standing in line and everything else, and I'm standing in line, and further back in the line was a friend of mine, and I hadn't seen her in quite a while, but I see her, she sees me, and she waves, and it's like, okay. And we were talking a little bit later and said, yeah, tell me something I don't already know. What took you so long? So at least as far as she was concerned, she knew, if you will, that I was trans. I mean, I know I was trans as well, but I wasn't about to admit it to anyone. I mean, prior to that. Because that would have had very deleterious consequences had I opened my mouth as soon as I knew. But yeah, I guess there are situations where the outside world can tell.
See, what's funny though to me is when you get a situation where everyone thinks that they've read someone as gay or trans or whatever, and it turns out that they're completely wrong.
Oh, there's that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it's like, you get that one friend that everyone figures is gay, and so they're like, "Hey, I'm going to set you up with a friend of mine. Don't worry, you're going to absolutely love this friend of mine." Oh, really? What's his name? And it's like, his name. Aren't you a lesbian? I mean, I've seen that conversation happen. And it's like, what? Just because I cut my hair short and I'm always wearing military fatigues or something, you think that, maybe I'm just tomboyish, huh?
That's
That
so
kind of
freaking stereotypical. God damn it.
yeah. I mean, that's the thing is sometimes people fit the stereotype perfectly in every way except that they're not whatever
Yeah,
the thing
right.
is. They just,
Absolutely. Yes.
like the sheer number of goths I know who would dress like they're going to a funeral and are the bubbliest, happiest people you'll ever meet.
Uh-huh. Well, I know that.
And a lot of folks are like, what, aren't you supposed to be like constantly suicidal? And they're like, no. I mean, yeah, I dress all in black like a member of the Addams family, but no.
I mean, the Godless Iowan, I'm reasonably sure you remember the Godless Iowan, and yes, I have him to thank for knowing you, but he would talk about everybody thought he was gay.
Yeah.
To the point where one woman was beginning to, undress in front of him, and he said, "What? Do you really want to be doing that?" And she said, "Well, it doesn't make a difference. You're gay, right?" No.
Yeah.
Oh my! It's just too
Yeah,
bad that took the direction it took, but that's another story
Yeah.
entirely.
I have seen that, to the point where some people were surprised to see a guy out on a date with a woman because everybody was sure he was gay.
Okay. Yeah.
Although I've had moments of complete and utter cluelessness, though, because there was this like small group of friends I hung with in high school, and one of them, Sean, was gay as a purple tornado. And I had no idea. No idea at all. Everyone knew before I did. And when I found out, I was like, oh. And for a moment, what I realized is I was having one of those moments where people are like, wait a minute, that friend is black? I guess I just don't notice that kind of thing. Well, sometimes I don't tend to notice whether someone's gay or not in much
Mhm.
the same way.
Okay, then.
Well, and I can see that to you, whether a man is gay or straight wouldn't really make much difference to you either way, would it?
Well, there is that too. But at the same time, though, this was the 90s and having allies is a good thing.
Yeah,
So,
Yeah.
there's no reason why gay men and lesbians can't team up
yeah.
for mutual protection. It's not as necessary now as it was back then, but still.
I don't know. It may become necessary again,
Well, there
depending
is
on the
that.
way things
Yeah.
go in the next months and years. Um,
I don't. Sometimes I wonder if we really are headed down the path of another civil war.
oh, I've wondered that more than once. I really
Yeah.
have.
Yeah, it's really just a question of where is the tipping point and will they do anything to stop it before we get there?
Well, I mean, it's funny watching people react to things now and thinking, decades ago, people probably had very similar conversations that we're having now
Yeah.
regarding things like Germany, where it's like, wow, look at what just happened. Yeah, and not really knowing where the road we're going down will eventually lead us.
Yeah, and the other thing that I've wondered about is okay, operating on the virtual certainty that there will be a civil war within my lifetime. What kind
Hmm.
of civil war would it be like? It would certainly not be the civil war of the mid 19th century here in the US. I'm
Yeah.
wondering if it would be more like Somalia and how
You're gonna have to be
devastating.
more specific.
Total chaos, IEDs in the streets,
Hmm.
that sort of thing. Or if not Somalia, say Iraq or something like that, where you would have regular army troops patrolling the streets and everything, and encountering IEDs set by regular citizens, that sort of thing, because there's no were the regular troops to be brought in, there's no way you go up against them and get anywhere.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, though, is if a bunch of states say screw this crap, I mean, will military bases decide to align against the government? I'm sure
That
some
would be the
try
question.
to.
Yeah, would the military command structure stay intact or would it splinter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a question of whether or not the entire army would be on one side or the other, or would half of the army be against itself?
Yeah, and
That's
I mean,
difficult
I
to know.
I wonder, like, how much would citizens have to get involved? I mean, because certainly the South and the North had their own armies back in the day.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Uh, we don't really have that anymore. Not so much. There aren't really militias
No.
anymore.
Right, there's
And,
a national standing army. Yeah.
Yeah.
so, I mean, what, like, in
Now,
what capacity would ordinary citizens be serving, if any? Or
well,
are we just watching it all unfold on Netflix or
Well, but
YouTube?
another question of that is, the U.S. has not fought a modern war on its own soil.
Mm-hmm.
So, what about the average soldier in the ranks who's told that he has to shoot someone who is an American citizen? How many of them would do it and how many of them would not?
How many of them are assigned to bases that are nowhere near their home state and they end up on the wrong side and told to invade their home state?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like there's so many things of individual psychology there that
well,
it's really
Yeah,
hard to predict
what
how any of that could go.
one of the things
the
I
complete and utter chaos. It's hard to picture.
one of the things I perceive about the standing military in the U.S. is maybe I've got the wrong idea, and if I do, let me know about it. I do perceive the military as quite nationalistic. not in the sense of defend our country, but in the sense of fascist, nationalistic. Uh, and it's all very Jesus oriented too, by the way. And the Air Force is the worst of them, but that's beside the point. So I'm wondering, would the military fracture? Would they splinter? I'm leaning toward not.
Well,
Um,
another possibility that could go even more strangely is the military nationalistic, or is it just up for self-preservation? That they will preserve the military order and preserve their own bases and maybe not want to get involved with the citizen conflict.
I don't know.
I don't
I
know.
mean, could the military even sit this out if it happened?
It is a
Under any other
possibility.
president, I would have said no. But Trump has really pissed off a lot of the high military command.
Yes, he has.
And there are times I wonder, like, if he loses the election, I've heard people say he might refuse to leave, that he would have to be carried out kicking and screaming.
I've heard that quite a bit.
And I mean, number one, I understand why, because he's committed a shit ton of crimes that when he's out of office, well, you can prosecute him for it. I almost said persecute, but no, prosecute.
No, he was doing the persecuting, yeah.
Right, exactly. So I can see him wanting to cling to that protection. In fact, I seem to remember, and I don't know if this is true, but I've definitely seen articles about him offering to leave office in exchange for immunity for himself and his family.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
And, the fact that he feels he needs immunity right away is a big honking flag right there.
Mm-hmm.
But, even so, he might just have this lust for power. As I understand it, his father raised him basically saying, look, no, you have to win at everything. You have to be the best at everything. And that's like his driving thing. So if he gets defeated in even a completely upfront election, he might throw a tantrum that will affect the entire country. And so refusing to leave office might be a thing he'll do, and I wonder what happens then.
Okay,
well,
now
yeah, and I can
depends.
see that happening because I think Trump also has a certain disconnect from reality that I think he honestly believes he's more in control than he is.
No, the thing is, what you were talking about, Kate, depends, I think, on how it plays out. Because there are a lot of people that don't like Trump. And, his attempting to stay in office, depending how that goes, he might not see support. And it might not be able to do that. But then again, he may have his support group, or whatever you want to call it, behind him that has enough going on where they could keep him around. So it depends whose alliances win out over whose alliances, basically.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that legally he can't stay in office. I mean, obviously.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But I mean, if he tries to stay and tries by force to stay in office, I mean, I've had people tell me, well, the CIA or Secret Service or something is like obligated to remove him. But if he's suborned enough of them, what if they don't comply?
Yeah, there's the thing. I am not 100% sure how this would go down, but I'm reasonably sure that federal marshals would be involved and would very likely try anyway, if they were doing their job right, to carry him out of the White House and into the back of a paddy wagon.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. If they're doing their job properly, that's the question. Would they do their job properly?
That's what comes next. Has he, as you say, suborned any of them to his side, or are the federal marshals sufficiently removed from the situation to act impartially?
Yeah.
Well, I think the one thing, again, is, any political group really functions a lot like a biological organism for self-preservation. So the Republicans have to find some way to keep their party coherent no matter what he does.
Well, the
I think
problem
they're
is they're
starting to
far more
find out,
coherent
yeah.
than the Democrats. Far more coherent than the Democrats. The Democrats are so split because inherent to the left wing is the idea that we can compromise, that we can find a mutually agreeable solution, where the right wing is fight to the death, kicking, screaming, teeth and claws. We will get what we want by any means necessary. And that's part of why the left keeps losing, because there is all that fracturing and compromise and can we do this, can we do that, as opposed to the rabid, mindless unity of the right wing.
Mhm.
So, I mean, the Republicans are far more likely to stick together than the left wing ever will be.
And now you have to get to the question of, will the right look at Trump eventually and finally say he's doing us no good? Because as soon as they say that, he's gone. With
And
the
you are seeing
immunity,
some
he will be.
splintering.
Say again?
You are seeing some splintering and fracturing at the edges.
Yeah.
There have
Yeah.
been a few commentators who've come out and said, okay, this is, a bridge too far. We're done. Enough with this guy. And, but I mean, it's only one or two. And
Yeah.
wasn't there one Republican politician who tried a very abortive attempt at a primary?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Very
It's just
abortive.
if Trump does something that's blatantly illegal, the Republican Party either has to abandon him or they have to find some way they can rationalize it to the public.
I believe they are
Hasn't
doing
that already
the latter
happened?
because
That
he's
already
already
happened.
done. He's already done the blatantly illegal shit.
Oh, hell yeah.
So
Yeah, but it's still political things at this point.
As
And
opposed
honestly,
to
a good
what,
share of the
actually murder a guy on the floor of Congress? What?
well, I mean, as far as if he loses the election and refuses to leave office, the Republicans either have to find a way they can justify that half of the population is going to buy, and a third of it's going to buy it no matter what. Can they get it up to that half point, or do they have to finally say that they've got to get rid of him, that he's dead weight?
I seem to remember, and I cannot for the life of me recall the details, but I seem to remember someone pointing out some loophole Trump could use about I can't leave office right now because we've declared a state of emergency that will last forever and has no end goal. But sort of a can't change horses in midstream sort of thing.
But how many states
Yeah.
of emergency have been in effect for decades already, and we've had numerous changes of administration in that period.
Well, I don't know, but this would be more of a blatant, like power grabby kind of state of emergency here.
Well,
because it's not just we have a state of emergency. It's we have a state of emergency. Therefore, the office cannot change hands right now until it's resolved.
Well, I think that's what this whole thing, the trouble with Iraq was. I think he wanted to start a war in the Middle East because the country has never changed presidents during a war. He wants a war to be going on when the election comes up.
And, that's another thing, is a lot of politicians are running old playbooks. And I don't think they work in an age where we have access to Google and Facebook and Twitter and all of that. I think people are too informed to run these bullshit plays anymore.
Yeah. Well, because people have multiple channels to get information from. They don't have to rely on just 3 networks for everything.
Exactly. And I don't think a lot of politicians have stepped outside their bubble enough to realize how out of date they are.
And
I think that's definitely true.
As far as the war goes, now this may be something different too. It wasn't a direct threat to the United States, but through the Vietnam era, we had 4 presidents? Let me count. Maybe Kennedy, maybe not. Definitely Johnson, definitely Nixon, definitely 4. Okay, 3, possibly 4. And we did not change presidents during that little debacle, however you want to say it. Um, so there is precedent there as well, or negative precedent, shall we say. But of course, nobody's listening now. That's another point.
Well,
And then, of
I
course,
just
you
want
had
to say,
people like FDR, who was in office, before World War II and throughout World War II. One of the reasons he was in office during that period was he could, because
mm,
which amendment was it that established term limits on the U.S. president? That one was not ratified until Truman was in office. Okay.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I just want to say that it's debacle.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't know. I haven't heard any proclamation from Merriam-Webster or anything else on how to pronounce that.
But I mean, it's funny to this day, and I've had it explained to me multiple times, but the answer was so nebulous that it never stuck. To this day, I don't even know what the fuck Vietnam was about.
Oil.
No.
No.
Vietnam was actually a French colony that rebelled, so we went in to bail out the French.
Well, that explains the term Khmer Rouge.
I thought that was already done. I mean, I thought the French were done in 1954 with Dien Bien Phu or Vu or
Nah, more or less, but it was kind of like politically they were supposedly removed, but they still controlled most of the business.
Okay.
So when Vietnam tried to really kick them out so that the French weren't getting the money, that's when it was a problem.
Well, okay, let's put it this way. What line did they use to sell it to the American public? Because that was just godless commies, wasn't it?
The
Yeah.
line they used to sell it was domino effect.
Okay.
Yeah, you let one little country fall to the godless communists, and then another one, and another one, and another one, until the entire world was communist.
Yeah, it was that we would lose our sphere of influence in Asia.
The United States has been, man, I almost have to quote Star Wars here. The more they tighten their grip, the more countries will slip through their fingers. The U.S.
Yeah.
That's kind of what happened.
Because it's like, man, the whole idea of we have to be the world's policemen. Like, did the world ask for that? I don't think so.
Yeah, and that was touted for a while.
The U.S. was just as imperialistic as any of the European nations.
Oh, hell yes. Oh, yeah. Okay. I know I can't show this easily, so I'm going to drop the link into the...
We just had the resources to build a bigger navy than anyone else so that we could go and push our way in wherever we wanted to.
Okay, copy image location. There's a map that kind of describes what I was after when I was talking earlier. Okay, auto work, I hope. Try looking that up, guys, and see if it works for you. Because I picked this up in my modern Russian history course. I hadn't the idea at the time until that came up that there was such a range of fossil fuel deposits off the coast of Vietnam.
No, I didn't realize it was that extensive.
And that's where the instructor said, "Yeah, whatever they tell you about Vietnam, it was all about oil." And then with the maps and everything, I said, "Yeah, you do have a point, don't you?"
Yeah, I would definitely say it was. Like I said, I didn't realize it was that extensive, so it probably played a lot more into it than I had thought.
I don't know. I just know that I want to bring like a laptop to a Southeastern Asian country and start filming like a podcast series called Web Cambodia.
That would be something, wouldn't it? I mean, you could actually do something.
Someone's already done it, I'm sure. Someone has already used that title. I'm sure of it. It has to be.
Yeah, but God,
I can't be the first to think it. I can't be the first to think it.
it could be educational and fun at the same time. Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh my
I don't know. Yeah,
word.
I mean, hell, there have been times I've wanted to like make a video or a show or something and give it a name that in no way represents what's actually going on. Like, you know how one of the original titles for Monty Python's Flying Circus was Owl Stretching Time?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, that sort of thing where it's like, well, they don't stretch any owls. Why is it called that? Again, I don't understand. I've wanted to produce that kind of reaction by giving something a title that makes no sense. Although actually, if you think about it, I mean, like, okay, granted, I started my own channel to originally host my animation work rather than do atheism stuff, but in no way does Bionic Dance scream atheist to anybody, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess in a way I've already done it, but I want to do it not by accident.
Well, Kate, you know how you could really use your talent for puns there is come up with a bunch of clever product names
Hmm.
and go and reserve those as domain names on the internet.
Hmm.
Then you go and convince some company that this is a good product name, so they start making a product and they have to buy the domain name from you.
Okay, so how do you convince a company that something's a good product?
No, well, you don't have to come up with the product. You just have to convince them it's a clever name.
Okay, well, let's put it this another way. How do you contact a company to say, hey, I got a name for a product for you?
There might be conventions for that sort of thing. I mean, maybe that would be a way in, product unveiling conventions. But at the same time, you might, maybe, could talk to some of these people and say, okay, you got all these new products. I've got an idea for a name for another one. Would that work? I
Hmm.
don't know.
I mean, I'd probably have better luck trying to find a way to get someone to buy the pun porn titles I come up with. I think that'd be easier than trying to,
Well, I
know.
was saying that half facetiously, but I know
Wow.
there have been cases that people have done that sort of thing, that they've claimed a name that they knew a company would want to use later, and then they
Hmm.
wound up selling the web domain, for ridiculous sums of money.
Well, it is interesting to me just how many like websites out there are already taken. You
Yep.
know, like you could type in a string of 2 or 3 popular words, and someone has bought the .com, .net, and .org for all of them.
Uh huh.
Yeah, and how many of them, if you go to, will just be a blank page?
Oh, right.
No,
Yeah,
almost.
they're sitting on them. Yeah.
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 Um, I know that the shorter names, oh, they're all gone. All of them.
Hmm.
Because the thought I had years ago when I first started up the what was the basis of my publicly accessible network run out of my living room. I wanted to call it fnord.com. That was already taken.
Mm.
That's
Oh,
that's how I
well,
settled
of
on
course,
Fnordnet.
Nord's going to be token. That how could that not be?
Oh yeah, absolutely. What I was kind of hoping for was that somebody might have reserved one, and then once ICANN started charging, um, let it slide, and I would have been lucky enough to get in there. But no, that didn't happen.
Mm.
Well, that's, people get on me about my name being so ridiculously long. And it's like, yeah, that's because that's the shortest thing I could come up with that people would know how to spell that wasn't already taken.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
a lot of names definitely have been taken already, and it's very disappointing at times where it's like, nope, someone has that username, nope, someone has that vanity license plate, nope, someone has this, that, and the other thing. So sorry.
yeah. Lavenderlady.com was taken.
Well, that
Uh,
doesn't shock me.
I got lavenderlady.net, was it? Either .net or .org. No, I'm sorry. No. LavenderLady.com was available, but they wanted a ridiculous premium for it. That was it.
Oh.
Something like
So,
a $1,500 premium they wanted. It was like, oh, fuck
mm.
you.
So like, I mean, are there any laws about whether or not you use the like the extension com net whatever, like if it's not commercial, did they get snarky? If it is commercial and it's not .com, do they get snarky? I mean,
Not
or are
really.
they just conventions that people ignore these days that used to be relevant?
That's it. Yeah, they are conventions that people are largely ignoring right now because it was originally the case that .com was going to be commercial, .org was going to be nonprofit organizations, .net was going to be network support. Um, yeah, they had all, and .edu was and will still is educational.
Mm. That might be
Um,
the only one that stayed what it originally was.
Well, and I'm not even
.mil is
sure if
still
that
out
did.
there.
I don't know if there's anything to stop PragerU from putting up an EDU site.
Well, yeah, but that's just because they're gaslighting people into thinking they really are educational.
Yeah, I don't know if yeah, that's an interesting thing. I could almost look for that one. What is the single wide trailer that sold Kent Hovind his PhD?
Oh, I don't know the name of
Yeah, I
it.
don't know the name
Is
of
it
it.
Liberty U or is it something
Oh,
else?
Liberty
Oh yeah,
University.
Liberty
It
University.
is.
That's it.
Okay, let
I
me
thought
go
that
looking.
was his university, though.
Hmm?
Maybe I'm wrong. I thought that was his own university, was Liberty.
Mm.
As I say, maybe I'm wrong.
I
I
don't
don't
know. We're
know.
going to find out.
But,
Okay,
but
here
I
we
mean,
go.
I wonder if someone blatantly miscategorize their website. Like let's suppose someone comes up with a new energy drink and they put it up under, blasto.org instead of .com or blasto.edu instead of .com. Is someone going to be able to throw a tantrum and tell them no, 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 or do they have to let it slide?
I don't know.
No, there isn't any legal requirements of it. It's the
Okay.
internet was organized by a bunch of scholarly university people who were going to do it all nice and organized, and
I may
people
be
didn't
wrong.
hold their conventions.
Then it seems to me that they have a risk they can take that may or may not work. Because you know how drama sells on the internet. Well, if someone flips out that they're using .edu instead of .com or .org or .net or whatever, that will generate a certain amount of news cycles for them. Even the only question is, will they be thought the good guys or the bad guys at the end of it? That's the only question.
Okay, well, Omega Nuts is saying that you can't have .mil or .gov.
Well,
Right. .gov is the other one, and I was wrong about the university. No, he got his PhD, alleged PhD, from Patriot Bible University. So now I am going to look up.
Yeah. But no,
University is well, it's saying it's Christian, but that's all. It's in Lynchburg, Virginia.
That's the wrong one.
Oh, it's Jerry Falwell is Liberty University.
And that's the wrong one. Yeah, Hovind is Patriot University.
Yeah, but there are definitely a lot of .org sites that are, unquestionably commercial operations. They're not
accredited
nonprofits
independent
or
Baptist
anything like that.
Correspondence School located in Del Norte, Colorado. Let's see. Okay. Patriot University does not have a .edu. They have a .com. I'm looking at it right now.
Well, yeah, but did they do that just because they knew .com is the first thing everyone will type in?
That's difficult to say.
Well, I mean, I will admit there have been a lot of things that I've noticed where it's like, oh, you chose .com, but why? It's not a commercial venture in any way. Indeed, I've seen a lot of nonprofits decide to go with .com. It's almost like people are running on automatic instead of thinking.
Well, in some cases, it'll be because the .org name was already taken.
Maybe, but I still
No.
suspect that a lot of people are just going, well, because all websites end in .com, kind of the way all equations end in squared.
Yep.
It's I think people are,
Yeah, yeah.
doing it because that's what they think has to be done. All scandals end in gate, even the ones
Yeah.
before Watergate.
Well,
Yeah.
one example I can give you is that the credit union that I've been using for 20 years now, they had a .org site before, but like about 7 or 8 years ago, they changed it to a .com.
Now here's
And
a
if you go to
question.
the .org, it just redirects you to the .com site.
Now here's a weird question.
Yes, dear.
Can that dot whatever be any damn thing? I mean, or does it have to be com or net, milgov,
Okay.
anything like that? Like, could I set up bionicdance.blorch and have it work?
Okay,
Well,
the
you
top
can
level
have it work.
domains have to be registered with ICANN. In other words,
Mhm.
they have to say, okay, you can use this combination of letters as a top level domain because that's the way the domain name system works. And
Yeah.
bind will
It-
look all the way up to this list of. It used to be 3 letter. Now it's more than that. Well, no. Actually, there was one 4 letter domain.
okay. This is going down a rabbit hole and not answering my question.
In other words, it has to be something ICANN will let you have.
But if they would let me have .blorch, I could have .blorch.
Sure.
If they
Okay.
would approve it.
Yeah,
But-
that's the
But,
thing.
but that's the thing. I'm just saying that like there isn't something that breaks the internet if you don't use one of the known domain suffixes.
Well, look at
No.
all the TLDs that have appeared just over the past few years. I mean, you have .info, you have dot this. There's a shitload of them now.
The biggest problem I think you would run
into.
into is if you're trying to use one that's not already established, is the search engines won't find it.
Yeah, that's
Well,
the
maybe they
that's the
will.
problem.
I mean, that's the thing though, is as I understand it, you can submit something to a search engine to say, here's something that exists, and have it be included in search results from then on.
Yeah, the problem
So-
is that the DNS, the domain name system, won't resolve it
Why not?
because the database to which you go to do the resolving. Remember that there's there's a resolving function within the kernel that the browsers go to, and they will say, okay, I'm going to go here and resolve this domain name and get one of those dotted quad numbers out of it. And if I can, what does ICANN stand for anymore?
Okay, too many rabbit holes.
Yeah.
I've lost the thread of what you're saying.
Okay. The other thing, Hans is mentioning in the side there that he's saying to use .org, you would have to either be in Norway or have a firm registered in Norway. And that's the other thing that you'd run into is that any combination of 2, 3, or 4 letters you might want to use might mean something in another language, so it might be a valid domain in another country already.
Yeah, what I'm
Another
after
thing
here.
that I seem to remember, I mean, because websites don't just have URLs, they also have IP addresses. And like the URL can just point to the IP address.
That's the domain name
without-
system. Yes.
Right. So if you tell the domain name system, like this URL goes to that IP address, well, it shouldn't matter too much what the URL looks like at all, as long as it doesn't conflict with another URL.
That's where
Because they're all just shortcuts for the IP, isn't it?
well, that's where you run into a problem. The way the lookup is done, it's done backwards, and it keeps going up and up until you get to that top level domain. That top level domain must exist in a table. And the only way it gets into that table is the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers puts it there. It's
Hmm.
not up to you, it's up to them.
Well, no, I know that's not the point, though. Is I'm asking what's mechanically possible, not what humans will allow.
Okay, what's mechanically possible is anything.
Okay.
Yeah, that is mechanically possible, definitely. It's
Yeah.
just a matter of, is it on the appropriate table?
Hmm.
I think it's kind of along the line that yeah, you could actually mail a letter without a zip code, but it'll take the post office a lot longer to route it to the right place.
I don't know if
Root it.
they'll even deliver it anymore without a zip code, to tell you the truth. That's something I'm going
Hmm.
to look up.
That's the
Well,
other thing that may
another thing
just
that happens a lot is the number of times I've typed my zip code into some place where I'm ordering something, and they attach the dash lots more numbers onto the end of it without my consent.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the zip plus 4, as they call it. And
The
yeah,
extra 4 numbers are actually the carrier route within the zip code.
yes.
Sure, okay.
Yeah,
But
it gets
point
that
being that
fine.
I certainly have never memorized those numbers ever, and so I guess I'm glad there's a database that knows it for me, but I wouldn't even know where to find those if I wanted to know them. Well, I'm sure the internet has it somewhere. There's a search thingy, but I mean, like, if I wanted to find it offline, there's no way I ever could
Yeah,
without going.
no,
It's that
I never
crazy that you
remember
could
mine
not find
either.
it.
It's like, yeah, I could go to the post office website and look it up, but I've never bothered.
Now, this is
I
interesting.
it's never seemed necessary.
Dated 22 April 2019. A letter without a zip code may not reach its intended destination. That is because of the way addresses are read by automated postal systems. Significant
Mm.
that they say a letter without a zip code may not reach its intended destination rather than will not. So I suppose that if they have people persons reading these addresses, you might get the letter, but because of the automation, you probably won't.
Well,
Yeah.
it's I think it might be if the optical character reader has any trouble figuring out the city and state, if there isn't a zip code there, then it's just going to reject it as being an undeliverable address.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, there's a lot of times, like my bank now doesn't require me to type in how much the checks I'm depositing are worth because it can just look at the type on the check and figure it out.
Right.
But I
what
mean,
if,
it has problems if there's even the least smudge on the
I
check.
was going to say, what if you have real shitty handwriting?
Well, I mean, that's the thing is a lot of them are printed checks anyway, like they're payments that are automatic that come to me.
Oh, okay.
And
So
so,
Yep.
if they're in the
and
OCR
so
font, you're
it's
okay.
reading
Yeah.
type when it sees it, but sometimes there's smudges, like ink smudges across the type that I had nothing to do with.
Okay. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
it can't tell what the amount is, and it'll ask me to enter it in manually. Now,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it can do with handwriting. I don't know if it can do anything good with handwriting.
Well, some
But
of the handwriting recognition systems are getting pretty good, but they are
yeah,
not infallible. And something that you were mentioning before too about the zip code, what that nobody's ever seen or nobody ever uses or anything. I know of at least one location in Arizona that has a zip code that is nothing but the place a bus broke down.
really.
This was during the annual gathering in Phoenix in the mid 80s that unfortunately I couldn't get to, even though I had the ticket and everything. A job I just started wouldn't let me go down. Um,
A meeting of what?
who? What?
You said an annual meeting. A meeting of
Oh,
what?
a Mensa convention.
Ah,
Yeah. They had a bus tour of this, that, or the other, whatever the fuck it was. And on the way to or from this place, from the hotel or back to the hotel, bus broke down. And there was some stuff about getting everything done and getting the folks back and everything. There happened to be a postmaster aboard that bus. Started as a joke, but the location of the breakdown became Broken Wheel, Arizona, and it had its own zip code because he put it there. And I don't know if it still exists or not, but
I would love to have that kind of power to just make random ass zip codes like that. That would be so much fun.
I'm going to see if I can
One thing
find
that
it.
did happen in my childhood is that the zip code where my parents were living changed. They didn't move. The post office just decided we're changing that last digit on the end of your zip code now.
That happened quite a bit when they merged post offices together.
Okay, then. Yeah.
Yeah, when they would close one post office and the neighboring post office would pick up the service, then you had to start using the zip code of the neighboring post office instead.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, regardless, it was something like it tripped us up for a while.
Yeah.
I was like, are we supposed to be using a 3 or a 1? I don't remember anymore.
Mm.
Well, I don't know if you've run into that thing that's happened where the area code for a city would change.
No, that one I haven't dealt with.
Okay, well that
Oh,
was a
yeah.
bit before you then. But yeah, they didn't really anticipate how many people would be getting cell phones.
Mm.
So it got to the point that there were not enough exchanges within an area code anymore, and they had to start dividing up area codes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, do area codes really mean anything with cell phones anymore?
Yes.
I mean, like, I can understand a landline needing an
Yeah.
area code, but my area code on my cell phone is still for Seattle.
No, the area codes don't mean anything.
Well, yeah,
on the
they
cell
don't mean
phones.
anything in that sense. But I mean,
But yeah,
there are
but
many,
like the house I grew up in, my mom was still living there until like 7 years ago, and the area code there for the Chicago suburbs changed 3 times.
Mm.
Yeah, there are
Because originally it was just the same zip code as all of Chicago, and that got overpopulated, so they split that up, and then it was one for Chicago and one for all the northern suburbs, and then they had to split that up, so it's like the eastern half got one zip code and the western half got a different area code.
Hello.
So one thing that's coming up that I'm not looking forward to is having to recast one of the characters in my animation.
you had mentioned
because
that, yeah.
Yeah, one of my actors dropped out. The thing is, before she dropped out, though, she gave me her phone number. Actually, if we need to contact each other in an offline sense, and I recognized the area code because I was like, okay, you live near Seattle, don't you? Like, that's not a Seattle area code, but I know that area code. Turns out, yeah, she. Well, I'm not going to say the exact city, but it's definitely near Seattle. So I mean, like I say, like area codes don't seem to mean much anymore when it comes to cell phones. At best, they're like individuality codes. They're overlap codes where it's like, well, if I kept 8675309, it would clash with that person who has 8675309.
That's one of the places I was heading. Yes.
Yeah, so we've had to use, it's not an area code anymore because it has nothing to do with your area, but it's an overlap code.
Yeah.
Yeah,
As
well,
a matter of fact, my ex would get mad at me if I accidentally used the wrong term. There are 2 ways that is done. One way is to split existing area codes into multiple new area codes, and then there's another system which is called overlay, which somehow you get a second area code map overlain onto an old area code map. Okay, so the landline numbers don't change area codes, but you have these new area codes just for the cell phones. And as you were saying, with all the proliferation of cell phones, that's where that came from. In a way, you have area codes, just for the cell phones, and area codes just for the landlines.
Right.
And my God, the way she would scream at me if I got those 2 confused. But that's another story.
Hey, guys,
Whoa.
just I recently found a report on the daily cost thing that I was reading earlier today, and apparently Trump may want the Supreme Court to rule the Constitution unconstitutional.
Okay. But yeah, so like
I
there
broke
have been a
Diana.
number of
You
things that there have been a number of things where people use the wrong term for them, where I've gone kind of nuclear on them for it, you know. So I totally understand why your ex might have lost it if
Okay.
you decided that like it was the wrong, or if you used the wrong word for something and it was important in some fashion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
about the only way it was important was that it was important to her, and
Hmm.
it would not break the machinery of the world. But there were situations where if something was extremely important to her and no one else but her, she would still go off the rails. And this is something that came to my mind and scared me a little bit about previous conversations of which I've been a member of.
Now, of course, this could be fake news. It could be a sort of satire thing, but
Sure. What were you saying, Diana?
Yeah, this relates in a way to a conversation I've been in. As a matter of fact, the conversation I've been in with you, Kate, when you got
Hmm.
a little bit irate about the conversations were centered around changes of character, like a black James Bond or
Oh, that,
that
yeah,
sort of thing.
Oh yeah.
sure.
That was a very, very mild version of what my ex would do.
Oh,
And when I say very mild, I mean very mild. When my
like as
ex,
in we could expect furniture and dishes being thrown?
yes,
I see.
yeah, well,
okay.
she had been known to hurl heavy glass ashtrays at me and shit like that.
I
Stuff
mean,
that,
I will admit that I have a tendency to defend the sci-fi and fantasy genres with terminal intensity, but I
I,
haven't actually thrown anything at anyone yet.
yeah, I don't see
Okay, it's
you
just
throwing a
snark.
glass ashtray at even me. Okay,
No. I
no,
mean, don't get me wrong, there have been times I've been very seriously tempted to visit violence upon someone's person, but usually that's when they get personal
okay,
rather
okay,
than, yeah.
yeah,
Okay, now I do admit I kind of got pulled into this, but then again, it does sound like something Trump would do.
uh,
Sure.
Yeah, it's hard to distinguish what's snark from what's actual Trumpiness, and that's a sad state of affairs.
Sure. So anyway, I like cheese.
yes. As a matter of fact, one of my favorite cheeses, if not my favorite cheese, is Fontina. It's a Danish
Really?
cheese.
I tend to prefer like light comedy and
Okay.
puns, that kind of
And
thing.
another one I dearly, dearly, dearly love is smoked cheddar.
Yes.
Right.
You've not had smoked cheddar?
I'm sure I have,
Okay.
but and it looks like that whole thing is well corroborated by the Daily Beast anyway. Trump defense team argues that impeachment process set out in Constitution is unconstitutional. It does say that. I'm seeing that in multiple places.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm
Yeah.
looking
I'm
at
not
it.
sure. Not
I'm
surprised
seeing
they
here
tried to attack.
Politico is saying that yeah.
Yeah, I'm
It
looking
says
at.
Trump's bizarro world reading of the Constitution. By calling the impeachment inquiry unconstitutional, Trump has ignored reality to place himself above the law.
Yeah, I'm
So
noticing
he
it
is
here in the
kind of in
Daily
effect
Cause,
saying
or
the
is that the one you were
Constitution
talking
is
about?
unconstitutional. Sorry.
And I'm also pretty sure it's Daily Kos.
Kos? Okay.
I think so, yeah.
I
I've
can
heard
live with
people
that.
say it before, and that's usually the way they say it.
Okay.
So,
So what you're saying is it's sort of snark, but it's also sort of based in reality.
It appears
Because
to be based
Trump
in
was part of
reality.
the Constitution.
I'm not sure it's based in snark at all.
The date line on this article is 11 January of this year. And the headline is Trump asks Supreme Court to rule Constitution unconstitutional. That is the
I'm
actual
not
headline.
seeing it. The one that I'm looking at, I actually don't see
It's
a
tagged
date,
as
which is
snark.
kind of frustrating.
I'm grabbing the address here, and I'm going to toss it
headline-
into
the
the
ta-
external.
Okay.
There
I
we
looked
go.
at the tags and it's listed as snark.
Okay. I'm
So-
looking at the Daily Kos article. That's probably the one you saw. It says January 11th.
Yeah, that
Which-
sounds like
If you
the
look
one
at-
I'm looking at. It has a
Yeah.
picture of Beer Boy and who's the white-haired justice?
I don't know, but also the back of Trump's head.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's the same one then.
Yeah, but if you look at the tags, it says snark, which means probably satire, but still not too far off from reality.
I don't actually see any tags, but
They're to the left of the print of the article.
oh
I
wait,
see
wait,
them.
I do see at the bottom warning this could be quote unquote fake news, and news is spelled Nooze. So I don't know if we can even trust it necessarily.
I don't
Yeah.
trust
Well,
anything
it could
anymore.
also be an idea that somebody on Trump's team floated and it got shot down before anyone took it seriously.
And also, I'm looking at the date on some of these actually on Google, even though the website itself doesn't say. Now, the one from Daily Kos says January 11th, but
Uh-huh.
the one from Politico is October 9th.
Oh wow, that's some travel time there.
Yeah. So I don't know what to trust here.
Well,
What I
as
do know is
say,
I need more.
it's a very unfortunate situation where the Sunday show that I did, Mother, Can I Trust the Government? That began as a real concern of mine. I cannot trust anything that comes out of anyone. I could barely trust you, Kate. It's to the point where the way people spin shit and make shit up. What can you believe from anyone anymore?
But yeah, the fact that it
to get more food, I am absolutely dying of the hungries.
Oh,
but I'm
just get the food.
I'm looking
stave off the
at
hungies.
Well, the thing is, I'm looking for food, and all I have is ingredients.
Oh man, that sucks. That really
I know,
does.
right?
It's I've got to work to eat this.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to settle for breakfast cereal until I can go out tomorrow and buy more real food.
It's interesting though, as I'm looking at this, I want to know the source. I can barely make it out because the print is so fucking small. Here on the Daily Kos site, they have the banner
Moron
that's going
majority.
across the top, and they have national impeachment, which reads 52% support and 45% oppose. That's, to my mind, rather significant. I've seen the turn already. The last time I saw it, it was 50% supported, and now it's 52%. So if we're getting the data from this more or less the same places, that's really, really significant to my mind.
Well, I'm gonna have to see if I can find it again. But I saw something today said that only about 25 or 15% of the American people think that Trump should still be in office.
Oh wow!
I didn't know it had fallen that far. I thought it was still above 30%.
wait, how many percent?
Like 25 or 15 or something crazy like that.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I thought he still had about, his 30% base. I thought
Of
they
course,
really
here's
weren't
the
going to be
thing.
wavered by anything.
Not much makes any degree of difference if it's held by the populace. The whole thing is, what do his minions think?
Mm.
Well, but what's held by the populace is what's going to worry the congressmen who are supporting him. And I think that's because that's gotten over 50% supporting impeachment. I think that's why we're starting to see a few of them, sort of defecting.
Well, what I remember of the last time impeachment was seriously discussed. I mean, I'm not counting Bill Clinton as a serious discussion of impeachment. Um, but when we looked at the Nixon era, when we looked at Watergate, when the support for impeachment uh, topped 50%, that's when Nixon was gone, and Trump is already being impeached. Okay, so these people in the news who are calling this impeachment and everything, will they finally learn what the fuck is going on? There is a difference between removal and impeachment, guys. Really, there is.
I
Um,
think the people reporting on it know the difference, but they don't want to take the time to explain the difference to their readers.
well, there's where we really really need a good civics program in the schools, which we don't have. Back when I was in middle school, high school, you had civics classes where you
Yep.
learned about shit like this. And then when I was
Well,
in high school, we had the biggest civics class of all. We had current events because Watergate occurred when I was, what, 15? Um, and well, let's see. Nixon resigned in '74. I had just turned 17 when he resigned. So that's
Yeah.
Well, we get a lot of the big print, easy reader versions of history if we don't actively study it. I mean, when people say, "Oh yeah, Nixon was impeached and then he wasn't president anymore," everyone makes that connection of, "Oh, impeachment means you get removed as president." No one really knows that he resigned and that's why he's not president anymore.
Right.
And nobody knows that he wasn't impeached either. Really, he wasn't. He knew he was going to be impeached. That's one
And
of
so
the
he
reasons
jumped
he
ship
resigned.
before anything bad
But
could.
Yeah.
But the point being that most people don't know these facts. They have, like I said, the big print, easy reader version of what happened in their heads. And so when they say, "Oh, let's impeach the guy," "Oh, look, he's been impeached. Wait, he's still in office. Why?" Well, that absence of knowledge, that gap in people's knowledge is why they think impeachment means more than it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was stressed to us in school that impeachment and removal were absolutely not the same thing. And we got a pretty good overview of the way government worked and all that stuff. I'm not saying it's the best. There were some serious holes in the public education of the state of Ohio at the time, and it's only got worse.
Yeah.
But it was light years better than it is now. Especially with, I forget, was it passed only by one of the state houses, or did the governor actually sign this one, where you could answer a test wrong and still be given credit for it if you claimed religious privilege?
Oh, I remember that one happening.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Well, how about the one by the Indiana legislature that they were trying to pass a bill that pi equals 3?
Oh, that.
They
piece of
tried to
shit.
do what?
Yes, they
Yeah.
tried to redefine the numeric value of pi.
Read the news.
Of pi, when we clearly know that it equals 3.1415926 always and forever.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and can you imagine how screwed up things would be if engineers tried to use the simplified value?
Well, there's the point that I had. I have to look this up and see if they actually got away with this one. Okay, if this is actually signed into law in Ohio, and if you can answer a question on a science test wrong because you claim that it's religious belief and all this other shit, as far as I am concerned, no higher educational institution in the country or world or any employer or anything should consider an education obtained in the state of Ohio to be credible. Now, that won't happen, but it should
And he
be.
says Jesus is always the answer.
Yeah, but depends what the
Yep.
question is. I mean, if the question is.
Diana, you got to be looking at your screen once
Yeah,
in a while.
what Kate put up there.
What happened? What happened?
Just look at your screen.
I will look at my screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Oh my, Jesus
You
is
can't
always
get
the
away
answer.
with that.
Sure, people are getting away with it. That's the problem. I mean, this is a case where the kid didn't get away with it, but people actually are.
If
Yeah.
I were to do that on my science tests, I wouldn't just be kicked out of. I wouldn't just get an F. I'd get kicked out of the. I'd get laughed out of the room.
Wait a little while, and that'll change.
Yeah.
You're in Florida.
I think that can even depend on what school district you live in within a state.
And possibly which
I lived
school
in-
within a district.
My school was not the best. I will admit that. No school is perfect. But for what it was, it taught me. I learned quite a lot about the stuff I know a lot about.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to weather, because remember, where I lived was in Tornado Alley, and I lived there for like 17 years of my life.
Yeah. And one of the things the internet has demonstrated to me is that while I didn't really think, I went through a public school in the Chicago suburbs and I didn't think it was any big deal, but I'm seeing the education I got in the 70s there was a hell of a lot better than what kids in a lot of states are getting today.
Okay, yeah. I'm lucky in a sense. I mean,
What the hell?
I am to a great degree self-educated. So
Did he just actually ask a Rickroll question as extra credit?
Huh? What?
I don't know. I just know I posted it.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Did you? Oh man. Oh Jesus.
Well, and that's the thing. With the
That
stuff you
could
find
ver-
on the internet, you never know what was real and what was just somebody having a joke.
I was going to say that could very easily be faked.
Although
Okay,
if a
what I-
teacher did use that as an extra credit question, I got to give them props.
What I'm looking at here, though, maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me, but that looks like a transparency over a piece of paper.
I mean,
I want to know
No.
what that scribbling is on the other side. Hmm?
if you look at the other side, the printing is clearly backward, so the ink from a pen just soaked through is all.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
what
so that's one page that was just written on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
To my eyes, and as I say, I could easily be wrong about this one. It looked like type from Microsoft Word onto a transparent layer of an image, and then that layer was put over the image of the back of that piece of paper. But it could easily be the real thing, and if it is the real thing, stop the world. I want to get off.
Really?
So
I'm
this
quoting a movie
one-
title.
No, the what I just posted here.
Okay, let me have the look. Okay. Were I the teacher that did that, I would not only mark it correct, but I would give the kid extra credit.
Why is that?
Because it's a beautifully sarcastic answer to that question.
Oh, what about, in a word, describe school?
Sure. So there's this one as well.
Oh, okay. Okay, I've seen this one. Yeah, 100% for every answer absolutely wrong. And
Yeah.
I want to know what single wide trailer that class was held in.
I could actually believe that as being from a Catholic elementary school.
Man, if that's happened, that would be even worse than the Catholic schools
Oh,
were
God,
when
I
I
need-
was in one of them.
I'm going to get a screenshot of that.
Yeah, I kind of lucked out just being the youngest in my family. My three oldest siblings went to the Catholic school for at least part of their education. It was just by the time they got to the fourth kid, my parents couldn't afford it anymore, so the rest of us went to public school.
Okay, then. No, I wouldn't leave those two alone until I was allowed to go into the public schools. I was subjected to heavy bullying. I mean, there was even physical violence involved. And
I got a screen grab of
had I
that.
not been allowed to go to the public system, I would have been out of the school system entirely. Come on, Mr. Truant Officer, take me to the Hoosgow. I don't give a shit as long as I'm out of there. Um,
Mm, I
it,
don't know. Like, I love to learn, but I hated being in school. And I think part of it is just that they're not prepared to deal with people who don't learn by being given an information dump and expected to remember it.
oh, right,
Yeah.
right. I am one of those people as well. The other thing they're not prepared to deal with are kids who are well above the average student in that particular class. So I can imagine you being well above average intellectually, and they don't know what to do with you. Because,
Hmm.
one of
Well,
these, they didn't know what to do with me. They actually
well,
came close to begging those two to take me out of the Catholic school and put me into one of those private schools in the better neighborhood in Cleveland, where they were geared toward the high end kids, and those two were, well, we don't have the money for it. Well, no, because they were busy paying off their house in, what was it, 6 years, where they had a 30-year mortgage.
well,
One of
part of the problem though is that I have some pretty weapons grade attention issues, and so if I'm just listening to a teacher talking, I'm going to lose it. Whereas if I'm interacting, not so much. It's part of why I don't like to watch podcasts like this one. I would rather be in them
okay,
because otherwise, some part of me is just screaming for something to do.
okay,
You know,
Yeah, I
I
I
get
get you,
that.
I get you. Yeah.
yeah, and like I mean, because there have been times where I have been told, okay, now we're going to do the part of the class where we interact with things, and all of a sudden I'm a freaking Viking. I know what I'm doing, and I'm having fun doing it because I'm freaking doing something instead of just sitting on my ass. It's kind of like you've seen the Karate Kid, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know how
Well,
he's trying to get
the original Karate Kid, the
yeah,
good
yeah,
one.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, there's only one Karate Kid. And so when Mr. Miyagi is trying to teach Daniel how to do all the blocking and stuff, and he says, wax on, wax off, paint the fence up, down like that,
Yep, yep.
after a while, if I was not told when you do this, it puts your hand and wrist in the right position to block. After a while, I'm going to start getting sloppy. After a while, I'm not going to do it his way because it's not as easy. It's not as fun. It's not as quick. It's not as efficient,
And
right?
you
But if he
don't
had
know why
told
you're
me
doing it.
before, yeah, I mean, I never would have absorbed it because I didn't know there was something to absorb. I just knew that I was doing manual labor for somebody and for what seems like no reward. You
Yeah.
can't
Yeah,
you
well, I
can't
think
keep
that
me
was
in
the
the dark
scene.
and expect me to understand what's going on. You can't expect me to learn like that. It's kind of like I actually got into a fight at my game night a bunch of months ago because when someone was describing how to play a game, they were telling us what we could do in the game without telling us why we'd want to do it.
Uh
And I was
huh.
not picking it up at all.
Uh
I
huh.
was like, okay, you can use that card to move your token. But why do I want to move my token there instead of there? Oh, well, that's just part of the game. Now, here's what you do with the money in the game. I'm like, yes, but why are we doing any of this? What's the end goal? Are we after points? Are we after killing the other players? What are we trying to do here? There was no context. And so I
Yep.
wasn't absorbing the information. But nothing I would do would get this guy off of the course he had already set for how to explain how this game works. He wanted to explain all the mechanics, but none of the goals. And I was losing it. I finally did like just throw the cards at him and said, "Fuck you, buddy," and left after the fourth time he interrupted a very pertinent question. I was like, you know what? I'm done. I'm out.
I take a similar tack. I really do. I do need the overview, and when I say overview, I mean overview.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There are a couple of the strategy games, the World War II based games, that I had a hell of a problem with because I mean I knew the ultimate goal, but I didn't know why you would set up a beachhead and break out, or why you would do other things like that. It's so getting those ideas of how to, I love that one. Yes, yes. Here it is.
Find X. Here it is. Oh,
Shit.
I have that GIMP thing open, so I'm gonna basically edit this.
And then the other thing I have a hard time with is I don't necessarily, as a matter of fact, I rarely get things the first time around.
Yeah.
And the way the neuroscience department was arranged at Pitt was you had to get everything the first time around, or your GPA would suffer. And if your GPA suffered, your chances of grad school went slowly lower and lower and lower. The first time through neuroanatomy, God, I failed that course roundly. The second time through, worlds better, because I'd seen it before. I had a good idea of how to approach it, and I'd already been exposed to it, so the memorization was a bit easier.
Yeah.
God, I hate things that are based solely on memorization.
With you there.
Yeah, second semester calculus is all memorization. It's all about integration, which doesn't have hard and fast rules the way differentiation does. Neuroanatomy was all about memorizing. It was all, we were mapping basically the nervous system as far as it was known already. So you knew how what is the Saint Vitus dance? I can't remember the exact name of the disease, but you knew how that worked, and you knew how Parkinson's worked and stuff like that. But just getting the map right. Oh God, that was a pain in the arse.
Well, and the really hard part is when people who are trying to teach you something assume you already know something that you don't.
Oh yeah.
And so they try to explain it to you with like assuming you have context that you don't fucking have.
Yeah.
That's the problem I run into trying to learn most software.
Yeah.
It tends to assume I've used a similar program in the past, and if it's something that's an application I've never done before, it's like they start at step 5.
Yeah, or like the number of times I've gone onto a website for tech help of some sort, and they say, okay, go to this menu option. Now click on this menu item, not telling you that it's nested a couple of layers deep. You have to hover your mouse pointer over this thing to open this menu, then hover it over that to open this other sub menu, and then you can find the thing you're supposed to click on. Or they gave it a completely different name than what the program does. And that's another one, is when people assume that you understand the words they're using when there might be a regional difference, there might be an accent difference. I remember a British person who was living in the US once told me that I would find something I was looking for in the garage.
Oh,
I'm like,
I know exactly where to go, but you did not at the time.
I had never heard anyone say garage like garage ever, and I was so confused. So there are a number of times when I've had people start explaining something to me, and I've had to stop them and say, whoa, what the hell is that thing that you just said? What is that word? I've never heard that before. And then of course sometimes I have my memory issues with words and definitions being disconnected. It's not as bad as it used to be, but it's still there. And I'll have to ask people, wait a minute. remind me, like, especially with the logical fallacies with the names in Latin and shit. I'm like, which one is that again? Just real quick, one sentence, tell me what that means. That's another problem is when you need a one word answer to a question and people decide to take the opportunity to over explain everything. Like, again, back at my game group, I wanted to ask a guy, like, okay, that symbol on that card, remind me what that represents. Remind me what that means, that symbol. And the answer is like fire or water or iron or something. But no. He excuse me, he has to explain, oh, it means fire. And fire does this and that and the other thing. Unless it does it, and I'm like, I don't need the whole fucking rule book. I just needed fire. That's all I need you to say.
Yeah, or
You know?
similar to something a certain tranny everybody knows and loves did earlier in this conversation, right? It's like, no, shut up, Clarion. Give me give me the short answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just, there are times where, like, maybe someone has just assumed too much about what you do or don't know. Maybe someone has like just, I don't know. It's so frustrating trying to communicate with people who don't communicate the same way as you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can understand some of them in the sense that, okay, if they gave you too short an answer, they would end up giving you the wrong answer, which was what was going through my head. Where, if I
Like
said they,
there's
what?
like there's two definitions and they chose the other one.
Well, that or say our earlier thing about ICANN, you wanted to know, okay, can you just set any letters in there and have them resolve? Well, in one sense, you can, but that would be the wrong answer because if you tried to do it, you couldn't
Yeah.
because of the way the rules were set up.
Well, yeah,
That sort of thing.
I was basically following you, but you were throwing in terms there, so you were kind of losing me.
Oh,
So I understood why Kate was getting frustrated there.
yeah.
Well, that and like it did seem like we had veered off the point quite a bit.
Yeah.
Just because, well, there was this thing that happened in 1847 that kind of relates to what we're talking about. And oh, yeah, in 1847, didn't Lorenzo von Matterhorn did this other thing. And then he came up with this theory that now has absolutely nothing to do with the original topic. And then, oh, yeah,
Okay.
by the way, about that thing, here's the answer that you asked me about.
Yeah, there you go. After you had
Yeah,
forgotten the question.
You didn't need a whole explanation for how an internal combustion engine works. You just need to know the fan belt's broken.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Oh, it's that kind of thing. It's like, okay, so what setting do I put this dial at? Well, let me explain to you the history of steam valves. And it's like, no. Just like, I'm trying to achieve this goal. Tell me what I need to do to achieve this goal. That's it. Yeah. That's all I want.
And I can be pretty shitty at that. And I try to rein myself in, but it doesn't always work. Oh man, that's been a bone of contention with a lot of people for a long time. Used to be.
Well, I
I
have a lot of problems with the computer stuff because I don't understand a lot of the terminology. And like Kate was saying, I have all sorts of problems with Windows, because of all the nested menus and people don't tell me which tab I need to start with.
Or even that there is a tab that you need to hit in the first place because they assume you just know that the option you're looking for is there nested 5 menus deep.
Right.
Oh my word, Amiga nuts! Oh God, how right you are. Amiga nuts says, "Wow, Kate would really get angry trying to get info out of Unix man pages. That might be fun to see." Kate, do you know what a man page is?
Does it have anything to do with mansplaining?
Close in some cases. It's a manual page. There actually was a printed manual at one time that you could refer to. And yeah, these are engineers writing these things, and they're supposed to be overviews of commands, how to use them, etc. But God, they've become so convoluted over the 50 years of Unix's existence that there's a lot that you have to know before you can even begin to read a man page and get anything out of it. Hans, there you go. One thing is that it's not always. Well, his thing. He's answering a different question, but one thing is not always is it a short answer for a question. But so many times he gives up because the answer ends in a logic maze, and he's way off the right path. And yeah, I get that too. I understand how that works. Let me put it that way. Um, yeah, I mean, I've been screwing around with various Unixes and Unix-like
Yep.
things. I can get something out of a man page, but I can understand the person who can't, precisely because I can. I know what it takes.
The one word that will always make me cringe having to do with any technology is when somebody tells me it's intuitive.
Oh.
Because that means that nobody bothered to write a manual to explain how to use it.
Huh? Yep.
Yeah.
And this is the art that is dead, and I wish it were not dead. The art of writing instructions. Writing a manual or whatever it is, nobody does that anymore, or at least they don't do it effectively.
Well,
Just
you know what I
try.
really, really miss is when video games came with paper manuals because
Yes,
some of
yeah.
them
Yep.
were amazing.
Uh huh.
Exactly, yeah.
Like Wing Commander came with, I think it was called like claw marks or tiger marks or something, and it was made to look like an in-ship magazine, like the spaceship that acts as the carrier for all of your fighters. This was the magazine they distribute to the crew, right?
Okay,
That you all read and stuff.
Okay.
And so that was how the manual was presented. It was sort of an in-game kind of thing, and nowadays you're lucky to get a PDF.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
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 Can I share my screen, please?
Maybe. Let me see.
Because
here.
I think you might like what I ended up doing here. I kind of sort of expressed my displeasure at that one thing Kate Farr showed up.
Are you attempting to share now, or because
I'm gonna try.
I actually forget how this works, so
Bink.
I
Let's
think
see if I
I'm
can.
going to see a
Well,
notification.
Yeah.
you don't actually need permission if you're in the chat. You can just do it.
Oh, okay. That's one of the things I forgot.
Yeah.
So
Well, Tornado needs to hit present first before it'll come up for Diana to see it.
Oh, here you go. You're up there. You are up there indeed.
I made a few corrections.
Whom should you always trust?
Okay.
The guys who know what they're doing. Who's there anymore? What is the history of what book?
Whoops.
Oh my word! I know the answers thereafter. Yeah.
Yeah.
I made a few corrections.
And
And then true or false? Noah's Ark looked like this. It could false. It could have looked like this. Mushroom cloud, hydrogen sulfide. Ouch.
So I'm looking for something now that I made earlier today that I'm starting to think I didn't actually save, which is mildly frustrating.
Oops.
But it's okay. I know where to find it.
Oh, okay,
you know Tracy Harris?
Yes, I do.
Well, she had this idea for a like what'd she call it? The GOP cocktail, right?
Oh,
Where
boy,
like
this
you remember
sounds
they
good.
well, you remember they had the piss Christ where it was Jesus Christ in a thing of urine,
yeah.
right? Well, she wanted a martini glass full of urine with a cat turd in it and an American flag toothpick stuck in the cat turd.
Yeah, that's
And-
Tracy. Yep.
And I was like, well, okay, your wish is my command, and went into Photoshop, and here we have it.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Right? So
Okay.
that's my handiwork, and she's using it. So yay.
All right. Hey, there's a thumbs up for you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I saw what she wanted, and I was like, I can make that happen. So I did.
I haven't had much of a chance to interact with Tracy. I have
She's nice
interact.
enough.
Say again.
She's nice enough.
I would like to interact because she seems nice enough. I have had the opportunity to interact with Jen Peoples, and I'm not.
I noticed you didn't say privilege.
Yeah, I'm not tripping over myself to do it again.
Mhm.
See, the weird thing is, like, in person, she was kind of nice. But online, she turned into a complete snark monster. And I was kind of not sad to see her go.
Uh huh.
I mean, it was a little disappointing because I liked her when I met her in person. But after that, I mean, it was during that whole debacle with the Atheism Plus thing. I don't know if you remember that.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was very much against it. I thought that atheism, I mean, while it'd be great if atheists were activists, I don't think we should do it in the name of atheism because it plays right into the hands of the people who say that atheism is a religion. I thought it
Of
was a horrible
course.
idea.
Yes.
And Jen was very much on the opposite side of that particular debate. And I guess she got pissed off enough with my disagreement that she unfriended me, and I haven't seen her since. And honestly, I'm pretty okay with it, to be honest. But, well, what you gonna do?
Yeah, I got into an argument with her 4 years ago. There was a discussion going online. I forget who started it, but it was about Hillary Clinton and the presidential campaign. And there were enough people in there that I deduced that it was not a conversation between two people. And besides, something like that, you go to the direct message route or whatever it is. And I haven't mentioned something like, well, I didn't like Hillary years ago, so of course, I didn't like her years ago. I still don't. Of course, I'm not going to support her wholeheartedly. And Peoples came back with, "Who asked you?" And it's like, okay.
Yeah.
And the impression I get was it was simply because I didn't agree with the holy Jen Peoples. And Jen, if you're listening, yeah, I still stand by that. Well, what are you going to do?
Yeah,
I mean, there are a
somehow I
lot of
got
people that don't like me, and for the most part, I can understand why.
You sound like you're waiting for us to disagree.
No, it's I'm just waiting for the next thing to come up, whatever it is, a change of the subject or whatever it is. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
So,
I
so
know
has-
you all hate me.
That's why we stuck around for so long. Is we're just
Yeah!
seething with rage, obviously.
Oh my! I still don't understand why you folks in the audience keep coming by. I still don't understand why you keep coming by, Kate. To me, it almost
Hey,
looks
what
like
about
you
me?
like coming here. I haven't got there yet.
Well, yeah, I mean, part of it is that I do just enjoy interacting. Part of it is, I mean, I've had people who, like, I have some celebrities on my Facebook friend list, and the fact that some of them actually chat with me on occasion, indeed, even without my initiating it, is a surprise on occasion. But that I remember, well, I'm just folks. Aren't they just folks, really, too? You know, so I mean, it all flows downhill. It's like, I can't believe you hang out with me. Yeah, well, I can't believe they hang out with me. Oh yeah, well, I mean, it just, I don't know. Like for example, do you know who Robbie Wrist is? I think we've had this conversation.
The name
He's the
sounds
guy who played Cousin Oliver on the
Brady Bunch.
Oh,
Yeah.
now it all
Yeah.
falls into place. I know exactly. Yeah, and I remember the conversations. Yes.
Yeah, the fact that he was like commenting on my posts, despite the fact that I hadn't invited him to comment on that particular post, he just happened to find it entertaining. Well, that was awesome. I was really glad that he did that. But then I
Yeah.
had to remind myself, I'm just folks. He's just folks. Sure, he's had a bit of fame in his life, far more than I may ever have, but he's still just folks. And that's great. I like that. It is
it's-
kind of an equalizer. Like, if I didn't know what his name was when I saw his reply, would have been just another person replying.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I was talking with David Worley about that earlier today. That that's one of the great things about this community. That even the people who have pretty big channels don't seem to have gotten big-headed about it.
For the
Oh,
most
some
part,
of them.
you are.
They're still
yeah,
willing to help anyone out.
For the
I could
most
name a
part, you are
few, but
correct, but I
Well,
see
there are
your point as well,
exceptions,
Kate.
but
Yeah. I mean, I'll say it again. I've said this many times. When I walked onto the green in Kentucky, I never ever expected Aaron's reaction.
yeah.
I mean, he had this big grin on his face. Hi! And it's almost like you're happy to see me. I wouldn't expect anyone to
Well, yeah,
remember me, for fuck's sake.
he's the best example of that. I mean, he had no clue who I was. I mean, I only had like 25 subscribers at that point.
Do you think
Well,
Aaron would like me?
Aaron would like just about anyone who
He
isn't
would
an idiot.
probably bite his lower lip, hold his breath.
yeah. Well, let's put it this way: he'd give you a running start.
Yeah. I'm thinking the only way that he would dislike you is if you did something to deserve that dislike.
I would simply look at him and say, by the way, nice work on tearing Kent Hovind, an entirely new asshole.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
moderate that just a little bit. Just say tearing him a new one.
Mm-hmm.
He'll know what you mean. It'll make you sound less like a 5-year-old.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. But it's what really impressed me. Let's get off the subject. No, what really impressed me about that day was later on when we were at Hilton's house, and everybody's around the table and everything. Here's Aaron asking me about trans-related things and wanting to hear what I had to say and stuff like that. And I'm like, you're coming to me for advice and knowledge and information. Wow, that's amazing. I mean, there are better places than me to go for information. Yet he's talking to me about it. It's
That's Aaron Roth for you. I mean,
Yeah, well, that's the
he's-
thing. He
he's-
doesn't act like he knows everything. He's willing to say, you've got more experience or more education on this than I do. You tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because he definitely gives off an air of extreme confidence.
Yes,
but
yes, he does.
He is definitely not lacking in humility either.
Right. I mean, I wish I could have the confidence he has, but built as I am, and with all the broken parts, I am nowhere near confident at all of myself. But that's another story entirely.
I've had a lot of people accuse me of things like being arrogant and all this stuff. But the truth is that I just have a lot of confidence right up until it's warranted to have less. Like if there is something I know a lot about, I can be pretty assertive. I can be pretty confident. I can assert things that as fact, because damn it, I fucking know my stuff on this particular topic. But I've never really been all that afraid of asking people, huh? I don't get that. That's outside my experience.
Yeah.
Please elaborate, please. But I've had a lot of people who think I'm freaking arrogant because when I know my shit, I have no humility about it. I know my shit.
Well, here's
You
the
know?
I
interesting
think some
thing.
people misread you that way
Yeah.
just because you can be so passionate about the arguments you're putting across.
Yeah. And also, I mean, there have been other things like that where I had someone tell me, you never give compliments. And I know that's not true. I do compliment people on things, but I guess maybe I just set my bar a little higher for when I think one is warranted.
Well, your problem is that you don't know how to accept deserved compliments. Okay.
There is that, I suppose, but even so, though, I mean, seriously, like if something is amazing, I will tell you it's amazing, but I think a lot of people expect it's those social expectations, where it's like, well, it's common courtesy to do this, that, or the other thing. It's like the interacting with people version of using the right fork at a formal dinner. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Okay. Okay.
There's just a lot of little nuances to personal interaction where I missed the memo. Or maybe I've decided that it's a really stupid thing that people are expecting, and I'm not going to participate, and you're not going to shame me into it. I think it's dumb, and I'm not doing it.
Okay.
You know?
Because
Yep.
I will say that throughout every one of our interactions, and happily over the last couple of the years, there have been many. I have never perceived you as arrogant at all.
Well, I do my best.
To be arrogant?
I mean, no, 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 no. I just do my best to not so much be, but you know, well, I'm never sure if that's the thing is I'm never really sure because my paradigm, the way I look at the world, does seem a little off from other people. And
Well,
like
yeah.
the sheer number of times people have thought that I'm arguing or like being confrontational when I'm totally, totally, totally not. And I'm like, wow, did you ever just misread me? But it doesn't matter anymore because they've already made up their minds that the misreading is how it is.
Yeah, there is that out there, unfortunately. Yes.
That is so frustrating. It's like, no, you must defend my first perception of what I thought you were saying or doing or being.
Yeah, I run into something like that a lot. That people think I've made a decision on how something's going to be done, and it's like, no, I'm just presenting one option. If you have
Mm.
other options, let's discuss it.
Mm-hmm.
I also don't much care for people who decide to play devil's advocate without saying that's what they're doing. You know,
Okay.
like one
Okay.
thing I definitely do not like is if someone agrees with me, but they've decided to argue anyway.
Oh
You know what I
my.
mean? Where
Yeah,
where
Indeed.
that's my brother.
like where they I'm happy to discuss alternatives. I'm happy to discuss whether or not my assumptions may or may not be correct. What I don't like is someone who does it without saying that's what they're doing and thus making it seem like a confrontation where I have to defend myself. You
Yeah,
know?
that they're
Sir.
making it into an argument instead of a discussion.
Right. Like okay, I don't know if you remember this a while ago. I was talking about how like healthcare for people who don't have a lot of money is really good in California. And I was saying, and I'm living proof of what being poor can do for your ability to have healthcare. And Jen was like, well, you weren't really poor. And I'm like, did you understand me? Because if you understood me, there's no reason to be arguing right
Okay,
now.
which Jen? I know
I was going
five
to
of them
ask
in this
which
group.
Jen. I know about him. Yeah, go ahead.
Older Jen. I don't remember her last name.
Jen Morgan,
Sure.
the trans woman.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
I didn't want to say that part, but yeah.
Well, no, she
Um,
came out of her own accord. She
oh,
talks about it. Yeah.
I know, but I hate using that. It's like saying, "Oh yeah, the black guy."
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
It's like I
know.
don't want to do that. It just seems, yeah.
I mean, that was one way to distinguish her from the other gens.
Wow, someone just left a comment on my most recent video saying, "Damn, I used to watch your videos like 8 years ago when I was 16. You're literally the only atheist YouTuber left who hasn't gone completely off the rails."
And there's a point
I'll
to
take that
that.
as a
There's a point to
I'll
that.
take that as a compliment right there. But
Yeah.
my point being though is like she started arguing with me, and maybe she was trying to be doing like a devil's advocate thing. I don't know. I don't know what she was trying to do. I just know that I was like, well, what you're saying right now basically agrees with me, but you're nitpicking, and
Yeah.
there's no good purpose for it,
Well,
and it's starting to piss me off.
Jen doesn't always get it. Um,
Mm.
so sometimes if she goes off the track that way, it's simply trying to put her back on track. And then if she gets, what's the word I'm looking for? Resistant to going back on track, then it's okay to say, "Oh, Jen, fuck you." You know? I've had
Well, and
several
that's
discussions with her like that.
but I mean that's again part of like human interaction that I don't get. One thing that's even worse though is if there's two people whose um like who are far off from the norm in terms of how people interact, but not in the same direction when they're trying to interact, it can get really weird.
Yes.
Because like okay, there's this one guy like I met him when I first moved to San Diego. He was part of that atheism booth, and
Mm.
he he came off extraordinarily creepy because he's in the military. He's in like the NATO if they're true or false. But some dude I just barely met is trying to get me to come with him to a military base to watch a movie. This is weird. And I turned him down and he would not stop pushing. It was only later that I was talking to one of the other folks there and they're like, yeah, Wesley's a little off and he doesn't necessarily know when he's being creepy. So if you tell him, he'll start to get it. And I was like, really? Because man, that was weird. And at that point it had already built up into this weird thing between us where it was like he would just constantly try to invite me places. And then when I told him like what I would be willing to do to hang out with him, it like went so far over his head and it was just weird and it got stupid and I'm just like I was done with him after a while.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can understand that sort of thing because it appears otherwise sometimes, but I do have a little less than the usual tolerance for people who are off track. Um, I will try to be nice, but sometimes I'll get a little short. And I don't know whether I should apologize for that sort of thing right offhand or not. And it does happen, and I don't. Okay, I don't necessarily mean to be mean until it gets to the point where I do mean to be mean. But of course, these folks don't always recognize that either. So,
Well, here's a question for you. How easily is it for you to apologize?
oh my word, I probably do it too much because
Okay.
I was trained that way, where
Mm.
everything I did, said, thought, and was wrong, and I should apologize for all of it.
Okay. We definitely had different experiences. Because I mean, what I was wondering, the reason I was wondering about it is because I will apologize. I am much more likely to apologize the more minor the trouble and the less fuss there was about the trouble and the more likely someone is to let me carry myself off with dignity rather than being shamed. You know, like if someone tries to beat an apology out of me, that is the and I don't mean literally physically,
Right,
but
right, right,
if they
right.
try to browbeat an apology out of me, they are far less likely to get it than they are if they keep their composure and actually explain things, you know? And if I've bumped into a stranger in a hallway somewhere or in the supermarket, I immediately apologize. If I'm having an argument with somebody I've known for quite some time and it becomes really heated and both of us are being completely intractable, the chances are I will never apologize after a certain amount of time has passed in the argument.
Okay.
You know, the longer it goes on, the more passions get hot,
Yes.
the less
Yes.
likely I am to ever fucking apologize.
Mm-hmm.
The if you want an apology from me for something I've done, tell me I did it. Tell me you didn't appreciate it. Tell me it's not a big deal, and I will apologize to you.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah.
You know, but
Yeah.
a lot of people are like, no, you have to apologize. You have to be contrite. You have to admit 100% fault. It's all you, none of me, and this, that, and, and I'm like, you know what? You're gonna make me into your little whipping child. I'm out of here, and fuck you.
Yeah, and unfortunately, in the interwebs, I see that other attitude far too often,
Hmm.
where I have to prostrate myself before the other party for some minor offense or some shit like that. I have to
Mm-hmm.
accept all the fault. I have to be contrite. I have to be subservient and all this other happy stuff. And um, I won't necessarily go off the rails on scene, but I am far less likely to interact with that person in future than I was
Mm-hmm.
previous to the encounter of that sort. Um, I mean the encounter that some people, I don't know how many of you in the side chat know about this one, the call it an argument I had with Michael Jones back when I worked. Well, it was pretty much the end of my working with him, um, where his sidekick, Bob Graves, was going on about how psychiatry was bullshit and depression didn't exist and all this happy stuff. And the side,
Excuse me?
well, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And the side chat, who was overwhelmingly people who were subscribed to me or knew me or followed me or whatever, were not liking it, and you
Mm.
know, especially Jones felt cornered. Um,
Ah, yes.
and
Never make me feel cornered, or I will go honey badger on your ass.
yeah, and it was a case of after the show was over, you know, you weren't in there jumping in to defend me, and I'm saying, well, Dr. Jones, I didn't necessarily agree with you, um,
Hmm.
but I felt so horrible in saying that. And it would have been so much easier to just go along with everything and kowtow. Um, but in this particular case, I had to. It was like, no, you see, I'm on the receiving end of all that stuff. I'm on the receiving end of Bob's crap because I suffer clinical depression, and I know he's full of shit, and I want him to know that, although he's not going to admit it. Um, and unfortunately, that led to, I felt that it was best that I just leave the scene because things weren't gonna do any better after that, and pretty much go worse.
Yeah.
And I mean, I hate that because otherwise, Dr. Jones is a fairly nice guy, and I happened to be talking to Aaron at the protest. Um, yeah, unfortunately, Dr. Jones and I had something of a falling out, and he looked genuinely saddened about that because
Mm-hmm.
Aaron rather likes him as well. And I mean, I like Jones. I just can't work with him. Um,
I'm not sure I even know this guy, but I guess
you've
it doesn't matter that
you've been
much.
on his program, although you may or may not remember it. It was trying to remember which sub program it was that you were on. Um,
You said his name's Bob Jones?
no, there's Michael W. Jones, and there's Bob Graves.
Bob Graves. That explains a thing or two.
Okay, do you remember Bob?
I don't know.
I will look for him, and because he would have shown up in that conversation.
Wait a minute. Is that spelled Greaves?
Yep.
Okay, I'm recognizing that face that I'm seeing. I see him on Facebook,
Mm-hmm.
but
Mm-hmm.
man, I don't know. I don't remember him.
Okay. Here's a reasonably good picture of him, and what I can do is put the URL into the side chat and see if you can do well with that one.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at pictures of him on Facebook right now, and I definitely know that face from somewhere. I just do not remember anything about him.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah. He's a nice enough guy, but he's full of himself.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, he's a life coach. Oh God.
Okay.
Like I say, who thinks he's teetering on absolute woo. He's not quite to absolute woo, but he's close.
Hmm.
Let me see if I can
Oh
find the
God,
other.
he looks weird when he shaves off his chin pubes. Wait a minute. Are you sure I was on his program and not that I responded to him at one point on mine?
You were on the program, yes.
That's weird because I'm looking at some pictures right now and I'm going, I'm quite certain I replied to this guy at some point, but I don't remember being on his show.
That's probably how you got on the show, by having
Okay.
replied to him. It was something about faith and atheism. Trying to remember
Well,
who
that could
else
be
was
anything.
there.
That's like my entire career is faith and atheism.
Yeah, and the thing is that, when we were talking later, and I mentioned that I had met you and I thought you were amazing, to me, he replied, I found her rude.
Hmm.
Um,
Well, I can be rude,
and
but
Well, when I later found the program, you weren't being rude. You were simply vehement, if you will,
okay.
and not necessarily over the top vehement. You simply held your position. And yeah,
Yeah.
he's one of these deep South characters. He's out of Pensacola.
Okay.
He is on one side of Pensacola, and Eric Hovind is on the other.
Oy.
Yeah, they are physically they're in that close physical proximity. Okay, let me go to the egg thing on the og thing and see if we can. Okay, here.
I think I found his channel. Maybe I'll be able to find me on it.
Yeah,
Or maybe not. Either it's a completely different channel
the
or
name of the show is not the name of the channel. It's a show he used to have, and he's discontinued since.
yeah, all I did was type in Bob Greaves and YouTube and I found a channel with him on it. I don't know if it's the
Oh,
same channel.
is it called NCG Studios?
No.
No. Is it called New Covenant Group?
No.
No. Unconventional Pastor?
Nope.
Are we
Oh,
playing 20 questions?
yeah, I think
I
we
mean,
are.
you could totally ask me what it is called.
Yeah, what is it called?
Bob Graves Living with Wisdom.
That doesn't remind me of anything he's done, but he may have a program by that name.
Well, if it's the same guy,
Well, if you said he's a life coach, that title would seem to fit.
it does.
Yeah, it may be something he started. Um,
Wait a minute. That can't possibly be the same guy. I'm seeing something here that says that he died of cancer in 2011. That can't be the same guy.
that can't be him. I worked with him after that date.
Yeah, no, it's some British dude, and he's not. It's definitely not him. Okay.
I'm trying to find a picture that doesn't have a URL that's 5 miles long.
Okay. NCG Studios, unconventional pastor. Is that what you were saying before?
Those were a couple of the names that Graves has been associated with. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at NCG Studios. Somehow I don't think this is where I would have been.
Well, at the time you were there, he may have been calling it New Covenant Group, because that's what NCG stands for.
Okay, but I mean, I'm just looking at the videos that are on the channel. Do you know how long ago it was that I was on this thing?
I think it was a year or two before I worked with him. So it might have been around 2012, 2000. No, I'm sorry, not 2013, 2014, something like that.
7 years ago.
I'm going to see if I can't find it. I used a few keywords when I actually found it because I wanted to see the show you were on.
Man, I'm seeing so many videos with Aaron Raw on here.
Yeah, he was a frequent flyer with them. That's how I found them. Is I was looking at
Hmm.
Aaron Ross videos and I discovered him talking to Jones. If you're seeing any of the thumbnails with those videos, are you seeing a white-haired guy with close-cropped beard and rather short hair?
Um, short hair, not bald.
Not bald, no.
Then no.
Oh, okay, because that would have been Jones. Uh,
Are you sure he's not? I mean, I'm seeing some hair on the guy that I think is him, uh, but he's got
wait a minute.
definitely a big honking bald spot.
That doesn't sound like. Yeah, we're.
Well, here,
This is
let
another
me
person. This is not Bob
let
Graves.
me let me post a link at you and see if it's the guy that I'm thinking of. Let's see. Here we go. Send a message. There. Go there to that link. I put it not in the side chat, or not in the YouTube chat, but in the meet chat, the private chat.
Okay
Tell me
then.
if that's the guy,
Okay, we're gonna look. Where are we? Here we
because I'm
are.
seeing a lot of bald on this fella.
New Covenant Group videos.
Right? He's got the beard, the bald spot.
Okay, let's see. Okay, you're showing the NCG Studios page. The third, the third picture in the top row is Michael Jones.
Well, I thought we were looking for the Bob Graves
Oh,
guy.
the Bob Graves guy. Where is Bob? I have to find Bob.
Are you saying he's not the dude with the like he's no glasses, rather pudgy, um, chin pubes and white hair, but massive, massive, massive bald spot.
Five. Okay, on that page, sixth row from the top, one, two, three, fourth thumbnail in is Bob.
You said 6 down, 4 across.
Yes,
Yeah, that's the guy I thought was
that's
Bob.
Bob Graves.
Yeah.
And then the guy right next to him with his wife is Michael Jones. Michael Jones runs the whole
Wait,
show.
was Bob Graves or Michael Jones the one who said I was rude?
Michael Jones was the one who said you were rude.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, I didn't notice how that she was rude.
Well, I mean, a lot of people misread me. It's true. And it's even worse. Well, you know what's weird? It's like if someone has known me for quite a while, or has watched my videos for a very long time, and then they see me write something in text, the sheer number of times I get people telling me, "Oh my gosh, I totally heard that in your voice," is crazy. But when people don't have that experience with me, the number of times they interpret a post I've made as being angry and loud and obnoxious and rude is crazy. Like people who actually know me well at all know that that's not what my attitude was in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, then. Yeah, I'm trying like crazy. Oh, and I'm using the wrong page there. So whatever I was looking at very likely leaked through to the YouTube page. Sorry about that, guys. Um, but what I've got to find, I know that I had found the video you were on, and I probably downloaded it, but that wouldn't help you unless I sent it to you.
Or if you looked at the title of it.
Yeah, there's another possibility there. Um, if I saw the title of the.
Well, I mean, if you did download it, it should be the title of it should be the file name as well.
Yeah, and if I did download it, I'm gonna have to find it in my archive because, oh my god, there's so much shit that I downloaded. It's nuts. Um,
I finally scrolled.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
down.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's this?
Yeah.
Okay, this is not the show I had in mind, but
Hmm.
it appears that you were on The Place, which was one of the shows on his channel.
I see.
September 15th, 2013. The episode was called Meeting of the Minds, guest Kate Farr. This is not the show I'm thinking of because there were other people besides you guesting on this channel. But
The modern day.
Hmm. I'm seeing. Oh my God, is that G-Man? Oh my gosh,
where?
I think that the well, I clicked on Monday meeting of the minds, November 18th, 2013, and yup, that's G-Man.
Oh, he's had G-Man on. Yes. He
G-Man.
likes him.
Isn't that the guy with the cat?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
with
him.
G-Cat.
The guy with the bewildered cat who
That's
claimed
him.
that this cat was his slave?
But
He
Jones
was
actually loves
obsessed
G-Man.
with me for a while.
Say again?
G-Man was obsessed with me for a while. He kept bugging me and bugging me and bugging me to be on his show, to interview him, all kinds of stuff. And I dealt with it by pretending he didn't exist.
It's probably the best way to handle G-Man. Yep.
You
I mean, the
pretended
funny
he
thing was
didn't
how
exist?
many of my own subscribers would be like, "Oh man, G-Man wants to talk to you," and all this stuff, and I'm like, "Who? G-Man? Huh?" And eventually it worked. Eventually he just went away.
Yeah, G-Man is the kind of person I would definitely not like to have on this show. I would definitely not like to talk to him because he would become intractable and intractable with me. I don't know how Shannon managed to talk to him. She's had him on her show a couple times. And I
How?
don't. Maybe it's because
So-
she's a pretty lady. I don't know. But
What date was that meeting of the minds show?
okay, the one that I found was the 15th of September 2013.
15th of September. Okay.
As I say, this isn't the one I was thinking of, but yeah, this is a show Christopher Mowdy ran this show.
Right. I see a bunch of things that say meeting of the minds, but I honestly don't see one for that date. I'll keep looking, but
Okay, what I'm
Let's
going to
see.
try to do. Oh, look,
That-
I can take you to the show. Got that, and I'm going to put into the public side chat the
Sure. What was the date? Save the date one more time.
let's see, 15 September 2013. And the URL is in the public side chat.
No, that's November. Wait. So I don't know why I'm not retaining that date for some reason, but I'm not.
Let me give it to you numerically. Where the hell is it? Here.
I mean,
Okay.
I'm seeing 11, 15, 13 is what I'm seeing.
What I'm showing is 09er 1513.
Really? Oh yeah, there I am.
That is something that you just hit on. So
Okay.
Yeah, this is, as I say, this is not the show I was thinking of originally, but it has to be a result, either a result of you being on the show I'm thinking of, or the cause of you being on the show I'm thinking of.
Well, it's also a completely different channel, a different YouTube channel than the one I'm looking on.
Okay, so yeah, it's on Mowdy's channel,
Right.
and he appears to be mirroring the one that's on the. So wait a minute. I know what I can do. I can go into NCG with this date. Dollars to Donuts. I'm going to find the show I'm thinking of.
Okay.
Let me see if that works.
Yikes.
Okay. It's going to take a while to get there, but we'll do it. Oh, I didn't want that. It's taking me to a video, and I don't want the video. I want the section. And God, I hate this thing that YouTube does now. When you go off the page that's showing the video, it'll throw the video into the corner. But I'm off the
Yeah.
page because I don't care about the video. God damn it.
Yep.
That now I haven't had that happen to me yet.
Oh, I've had
Oh,
it so
yeah, it's
many
been happening
times.
for a few weeks now. It's been really annoying me too.
Yeah.
What's the exact context where that happens? Because honestly, I haven't had that happen to me in the least.
Okay, this time I was on a page showing a video, and I said, I don't want to be on this page, so I'm going to hit
Wait,
the.
Stop. When you say you're on a page showing a video, is it the individual video's page, or is it like the main page of someone's channel and you're seeing a video playing on it?
It's the individual YouTube videos page.
Okay.
And I was
Go
on
on.
it, and I said, okay, I don't care about this video. I want to go back. So I hit the back arrow on the browser, and it took me back to the NCG Studios main page and threw that video into the bottom right corner. And it's like, I
Yeah,
didn't
you
want
shrink
that.
the video down so it's only like a quarter of the screen.
Yeah.
I haven't had that happen.
I found it happens a lot if I'm watching a video in a playlist and I try to leave the page.
I wonder if that's it then. I wonder if it was in a page, in a playlist.
But it doesn't always happen. There's some other factor I haven't figured out because it's not entirely consistent.
Okay, this is going to take me a little while to get there because I'm only 1 year ago on the page here. 2 years ago, we're getting there. Yeah, that'll be 7 years ago that this damn thing aired. So it's just a matter of getting there and getting into the right area. Because what I'm hoping for is that the show I was thinking of and this show will be very close together. Because you appear to have appeared in both of them. And as I say, one might have led to the other. Yeah, and if you go to some of those things in the period between, I'd say, early to mid 2015 and September of 2018, you will see me. I featured rather prominently in those shows. As I say, I worked with them for a while. Okay, 5 years ago. We're getting there. We are indeed getting there. 6 years ago. Okay. Oh, okay. So things start moving rather quickly. Oh my, is it?
Row.
Wait, 11,
Oh,
14.
Walker, I seem to have closed the chat window. Now I'm gonna have to go back to your channel and go find it.
Oh my.
Oh, the bird.
Oh. I remember the name of the show that you were on. It was called Cult of Honesty.
Oh, there's a bunch of those.
Yes, and you were on one of them.
Okay.
Kate, if you need to get the chat window back, I'm just dropping the link for the YouTube page there.
I
in the
was
inside chat.
I was already there, but thank you.
Oh, okay.
Go back to your channel and. All right. You know what's weird, and I hate this, is when I hear my voice in my ears when I'm speaking, and when I hear what the microphone picks up, they are not the same.
No, they are not. It's amazing, isn't it? No, darn it. That okay. As far back as this goes is November. So the show I'm looking for might be on a different channel. There may be one for there may be one for New Covenant Group. Damn it. let's see if I can. Yeah, I'm not giving up. I become very tenacious. Testa. Juste perché la competianta e caberosh, tayo kere petanta yo kotie kere. What did I just say?
Well, I caught the word fish in there somewhere. Other than that, I've no idea.
Okay, under those keywords, I'm not seeing anything come up. Let me keep looking. No. That will not work.
Yeah, when I was about 22, 23, my roommate was trying to compile all my ticks because he was convinced it was an alien language he was going to decipher.
All of your what?
My ticks. I have Tourette's. If I didn't keep muting my mic, you would be hearing all sorts of little eeps and squeaks.
Oh.
But there's the
So
thing. I don't
I was
remember
literally picturing a collection of insects, like ticks.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I was very confused.
The darn thing, though, is I don't remember observing very much of that this past July.
I don't know. I think you were just kind of psyched about the trip and not noticing a lot of it, especially in the hotel room.
Okay, it's possible.
But yeah, it is something that, I've learned to control it in public. But if I'm out in public for a while, then I have to go home and vent. Yeah, Amiga Nuts was asking about the video window popping out of the page.
Okay.
And yeah, I think that's what Diana was meaning. That's what was happening to me. Is that it'll pop out into a separate window that's about a quarter the size of the page in the lower right-hand corner.
Yep, that's it. Yep, pretty much. Yeah, I think during the show I'm thinking of, you brought up Europistivism.
Well, I've been saying that one for years.
Yeah, and Jones either cannot or will not understand that concept.
Well, I mean, I've often said that there are people out there who seem to think that everybody is walking around with a God-shaped hole in their life that has to be filled with something, that needing a spiritual thing like a God is the default. And the idea that there are people out there who don't operate that way is alien to them, to the point where they don't. I mean, to them, it's so natural as breathing, I guess. And to others, not so much.
Yeah,
and I don't think they can understand.
The people who were brought up in a religion since the crib, they really don't have the concept of ever being without that.
Although, actually, you know what's worse than those people are the ones who find religion later in life.
Yeah.
The ones who crank it so far up to 11 that you're surprised they haven't, like, immolated themselves for Jesus or something.
Yes.
Yeah, my eldest brother.
You, Kirk Cameron.
Say again?
My eldest brother is a born
again.
again.
I'm looking at you, Kirk Cameron.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it almost sounded like I knew Kirk Cameron, and I'm thinking, oh, God,
no,
you poor woman.
No, I'm just saying, like Kirk Cameron, when he found religion, like, oh man, he went so far overboard with it. I mean, okay, I'm glad you found something that makes you happy, but you've made the zealots go, damn, dude, moderation.
And of course, he would find Ray Comfort
Ugh.
as his, spiritual sugar daddy there.
Well, you know what I stumbled across that I'd completely forgotten about was a video from like, oh gosh, 7, 8 years ago, maybe more. I'm not sure, of a bunch of child stars, former child stars from the 80s, made a video telling Kirk Cameron he's being a butt munch.
Wait,
God,
what?
I'd love to see that.
Seriously, it's a whole bunch of former child stars. And I guess some of them are probably still stars. They're just not children anymore. Basically saying, Kirk, you're making us all feel bad. You're making us all look bad. Knock it off. You're a jerk.
Okay, I have found a
Ouch.
playlist that Jones compiled.
Well, you know, he went way too far with it when he became a subplot in an episode of Family Guy.
Wait, he became a subplot in Family Guy? Ouch.
Oh, yeah, a couple of years ago, he was like the secondary plot. That was something Meg was dealing with while the rest of the family was doing something.
Did he play himself?
Well, they only showed him as, doing his evangelizing on TV. But it's like Meg was sick in bed, and that was the only channel she could get, so she was watching him all day.
Well, I found the video that started me working with them.
Here we go. Child celebrities opposing Kirk Cameron. I found it.
I'm a cock too. I'm a proud member of Cock.
We are child celebrities opposing Kirk Cameron.
Cock. And together, we're pledging to raise awareness about a serious threat to our civil rights. Kirk Cameron's stupid opinions.
Kirk claimed that homosexuality is detrimental and ultimately destructive to the foundations of civilization.
As former child stars ourselves, we don't want to be associated with that horse shit.
Kirk believes that gays and lesbians are destroying everything mankind has built.
Like fabulously determined. Straights outnumber gays like 9-1.
Honestly, as world killers go, the Y2K bug had a better shot.
Let's not forget civilization were invented by the ancient Greeks.
We all know what they were getting into. Each other.
One word, bathhouses.
You ever seen Caligula? Look, we've met Kirk, and he's a very pleasant guy.
The problem is, he's one of us. And he should know better. He should know better.
As young actors, we grew up around gay people. They were our wardrobe stylists, our hairstylists, our...
Going to bed though.
I'm sure they did other things too, but mainly they were stylists.
Our experience in the entertainment industry showed us that most homosexuals are kind, hardworking people.
Sure, some of them are assholes.
Neil Patrick Harris. Neil Patrick Harris. I want my money, dude.
But Kirk, like all of us, lived and worked in the company of homosexuals for years. And I would challenge him.
I would challenge him to name one thing they ever did to hurt him, his community, or civilization as a whole.
Criminal activities not included, okay. Criminals can be gay.
Like Omar from The Wire.
I don't want to discriminate against gay criminals.
Why should it matter to you if two consenting adults want to, bump this into...
Wait, why am I holding scissors?
Oh, I like that.
Whoops.
Sorry.
Bump
Penises.
this, Rub that.
Oh, you're good.
Lesbian, gay, bi, and transgender people
The ones who aren't criminals.
are not a threat to you.
All they want is the inalienable right of every human being to fillet and cunniling in peace.
Really? Isn't that what we all want?
I'm a cock.
I'm a cock.
I'm a cock.
I'm a cock. And Kirk, you're just a dick.
And
Yeah,
Kirk,
I had completely forgotten about that. And I ran across it like a week or two ago. And yeah.
you were rolling on the floor laughing out loud.
Well, no, I was mostly going, I remember this. That is what I was doing.
That was good.
Yeah.
They basically told him he was being a butt munch.
Yeah, pretty much. And the funny part is how many of those child stars I actually remember, but never would have been able to identify without the captions. Because, wow, some of them did not age well.
Yeah.
Like who?
Well, I'm never sure how to pronounce this. I think it's Jeremy Light, something like that. I want to say he was on Valerie or Valerie's Family or the Hogan Family. They changed the name of that show like 1,000 times. But yeah, he does not look like he used to. Oh my gosh, not even a tiny bit. Yeah, he was. He was on the Hogan Family, Valerie's Family. Seriously, they named that show so many times. It's just wow. But it looked like he stopped acting in 93, except for one little short thing in 2009, and that was it for his career. But, and I'm pretty sure one of the kids in that video, or one of the guys now, one of the older folks in that video, was also in Adventures in Babysitting. I'm pretty sure. If you've ever seen that movie, good movie.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, here we go. Keith Coogan, Adventures in Babysitting. They've got the whole list here. Bryce Beckham from Mr. Belvedere. Josie Davis from Charles in Charge. Maureen Flanagan from Out of This World. Christine Lakin from Step by Step. Jeremy Light, The Hogan Family. And Ken
Wait,
Mike
Flanagan. You mean the girl who... Marie Flanagan?
Maureen Flanagan. That's what it says.
Could you send me the text? That way I can see who it is. I think I know her.
From what?
Naruto voice actress.
Oh, of course that's where you know her from.
Oh, this is really interesting.
Could you type her name into the internal chat?
I typed her name into IMDb. She is not in Naruto.
Oh. I was thinking of someone else then.
Apparently.
Oh man, this is so funny. I actually found one of the NCG Studio films that I was in shortly before I was no longer there. But oh man, I have to wonder how I would be compared to that version of Diana Clarion.
Dare I ask?
Well, drop us a link and we'll all look at it later and tell you tomorrow.
I just did. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Robbie Wrist was in Naruto, though.
Okay, I'll have to watch it later on, or probably tomorrow morning.
I will tell you something. Is in that era, I was way too nice to everyone.
Are we talking about the male Flanagan born in May 19th, 1965?
Okay. No, because it's not male Flanagan, it's Maureen Flanagan. Completely different. And Flanagan is not spelled the same way either.
Yeah, I still haven't found that film that you were in where you were guesting. I'm gonna have to see if I can.
It's not super important.
Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna spend any time anymore looking for it. I'll look later, and if I find it, I'll send you the link and all that chat.
And there's something that is really weirdly popular on the internet and YouTube in particular, is people trying ethnic food for the first time.
Oh yeah, I saw a lot of that.
And I'm looking at a video right now. It's actually Chinese people try Jewish food for the first time.
Oh, I think I've seen that thumbnail. I haven't watched the film though.
Gefilte fish, chopped liver, pickles, full sour and half sour, sauerkraut, cholent, whatever the frell that is, matzo ball, blintzes, knishes, potato kugel, and of course, pastrami sandwiches.
Of course.
Some of the items they loved, others not so much.
The one, it's strangely compelling. I have no idea why I've been watching them, but I have been watching them. Is the one where the kid in New York speaks rather fluent Chinese, and he's going to all the food stalls in Chinatown. He says he starts out trying to play the clueless tourist, and then breaks into Chinese, and you got all the people turning around to look and everything else like that. He seems to be in love with himself, with his command of Mandarin.
Well, I don't know if that's what I'm looking at, but it could be, because the guy was speaking Chinese for a minute there, and now he's speaking English to his friend and saying, hey, we're going to introduce these Chinese people to the Second Ave Deli in New York, New York.
I wonder maybe the channel that he's on is called Shalman, New York City.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the kid.
So, yeah, I'm watching it with the volume really, really low, but there's subtitles, although some of those subtitles are in Chinese. So,
Yeah, when he speaks in English, the subtitles are in Chinese. When he speaks in Chinese, the subtitles are in English. Yep.
hmm. Well, I mean, I can't tell. I can barely hear what they're saying. I just want to see them go ew when they eat stuff.
Oh,
Well, oh yeah, okay, I can kind of hear it now. He is definitely speaking Chinese when the subtitles are in English.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I guess he has a pretty good command of one of the rarer dialects. I
I
forget
really
what
wouldn't
it's
know.
called. But then again, he speaks a lot of Mandarin, and of course, a lot of people speak Mandarin. So, um, but yeah, I mean, Jewish food. Well, of course, I don't have an Asian palate, but I love most of it. I mean, okay, chicken livers I can do without.
Mm. Oh, here we go. They're doing the pickles now. Um, One thing I was never clear on, and I could never get someone to fucking say what it is. Like I grew up with my mom's side of the family's Jewish. And sometimes they would say matzo, and sometimes they would say matzah, and sometimes it was the cracker, sometimes it was the soup, sometimes it was either one. And there seemed to be rules for which one you said when, except there didn't, except maybe there were, and I really can't tell. And it's very frustrating. I don't know which the hell word to use for which one.
I am I am not familiar either with the usage thereof. I think, and of course I could be full of it, that matzo properly applies to the flour.
Hmm.
It is prepared somehow specially or something like that, and then it can be applied to the crackers made from that flour. As far as the matzo balls, I don't know.
Well, I mean, maybe it's one of those things where it's like you could pronounce it matzo or matzah, and either one is correct, but like it's just sort of a dialect thing. Maybe I don't know.
Maybe, yeah, it's possible.
I think it might be a dialect thing because I grew up in the Jewish community, and I did hear both of them. The matzah was more common.
Hmm.
I didn't really notice any pattern distinction of when they use one or the other.
And I didn't notice at first, but the one dude on the left there is totally wearing a yarmulke.
Oh yeah, I didn't
Wait,
notice that either till you mentioned it.
wait a minute. The guy in the
It
blue shirt,
blends in.
guy in the blue shirt.
Yeah, it blends in because it's like his hair is
Yeah,
so.
he's got a black yarmulke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it now. Yeah.
So
I had not noticed that prior to that.
yeah, I honestly don't know what cholent is. Cholent. Oh, I guess it's a stew. All right. Blintzes, sure. Knish.
Oh
A
man.
square knish. Oh God, horseradish. Oh,
Oh god, I can't live without this stuff. I love horseradish.
oh my gosh.
No, yeah, I won't touch it.
Ugh.
One of my
My dad would just, eat it by the jarful.
mm-hmm.
I could never deal with it.
One of my
What I
favorite
would go on.
one of my favorite foods, and I will call it a food because I will eat it as a food rather than a condiment, is the beet horseradish. Where you have the
Oh,
grated red beets and then you have the horseradish and you mix it all together and you'll have that on boiled eggs or you'll have it on the Easter ham or shit like that. Oh god, I love that shit.
really?
Mm.
So no, not you. I was looking at the dude in the video saying actually it's really good. I was a little surprised
Which
by
is
that.
really good.
I think it was the liver spread, whatever.
Okay, okay. The depends what you're talking about when you're talking about the liver. I love Braunschweiger,
Okay.
or what the slimy bastards would call goose liver.
Ah, I don't
But
know. The
How are
only
you
thing
guys still live? It's like been 9
we're
hours.
live because we haven't died yet.
The only thing I know about Braunschweiger is that that's what Arnold Schwarzenegger called himself when he was in Last Action Hero, where like you know the premise of that movie, The Last Action
Not
Hero.
offhand, no.
Okay, basically, a kid has a magic movie ticket and ends up having his like action hero, whose name I do not remember. I think it's like Jack Slater or something. Kind of pops out of the movie into the real world. And Jack Slater is being played, of course, by Arnold Schwarzenegger. And the kid's trying to explain to him, no, you're a fictional character. You're played by Arnold Schwarzenegger. And he goes, I don't even know who this Arnold Braunschweiger is.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Wait, did he pull him out of it, or did the kid get pulled into the movie?
No, I'm pretty sure he pulled him out of it because I think at one point they actually went to meet actual Schwarzenegger at one point in the movie. And even if they didn't, I'm pretty sure his family gets threatened by the end of it. I don't know. I haven't seen it for a very long time since I've seen it, but I seem to
Yeah.
remember that there were real world consequences rather than in movie consequences. I don't know. I'd have to see it again. But regardless, point being that the
Yeah.
joke being made was Schwarzenegger, Braunschweiger. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I remember enjoying the movie. I also seem to remember that the kid who played the main character, like his career crashed and burned for no good reason, and he just didn't fail, or he didn't manage to latch on to the public consciousness.
Yeah, I don't remember him in anything after that.
Well,
He was in
personally,
one
I'm going to
thing
be
called
heading off.
Prehysteria. It was called. It was like dragons, dinosaurs.
Yeah,
Actually.
I vaguely recall that existing. I never watched it.
Yeah.
that's one
Well, I'm
thing
going to take off again because
Okay.
this is. See ya.
Yeah, Tornado, you should probably go to sleep.
Yeah, take care, honey.
That's right. His name's Austin
Yeah,
O'Brien.
it's only
Okay.
4 a.m., you know?
Oh my gosh, he was in The Lawnmower Man? Holy crap.
I vaguely remember that title, but don't remember anything about the film.
Oh, The Lawnmower Man was such a bad 90s movie. It was like, you remember when virtual reality was being promised to us for a very long time and it never really came to fruition until quite recently?
Yeah, I saw some of those setups when I was at uni the second time.
I just mean in the cultural, in fiction primarily.
Okay.
Like it was the cultural, the pop culture aspect of virtual reality. Like they were promising it to us. It's going to be a reality. Yeah, just like flying cars, and then it takes decades after the projected time it might actually show up
Yeah,
to actually get here. Well, the Lawnmower Man was basically like there was this guy, scientist, who's got this virtual reality set up that he thinks will make the local town idiot more intelligent. Like there's a guy who's very special needs, and apparently he mows lawns a lot, and that's all he does. And he's this idiot man child. And he uses the doctor uses virtual reality to make him more normal. Except, of course, it goes all completely square shaped, pear shaped, whatever. It goes bad, obviously. And yeah. And you watch it now and you're like, that's what you thought virtual reality was going to be like? That's cute.
Well, I
So-
remember a virtual reality game demonstrated at the Student Union at Pitt. This would have been 96. And everybody was commenting about how shitty the resolution was.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, kind of funny that you bring that up tonight, because just last night I was watching a Bill Maher clip from 2016 that he was showing all these different virtual reality things that they had tried, and he just was telling him, just give up, it'll never work.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got it wrong. It wasn't 96, it was 92 that this game was demonstrated in the Student Union. I graduated in 96, for fuck's sake. I actually graduated uni that time. which is what I did not do the first time around.
Well, if you look, I mean, I'm not going to play it with sound, but the trailer for the Lawnmower Man is right here, and you can see how bad some of that CGI looks right there compared to
Shit,
today.
man. Yeah.
Yeah. And like, I guess, yeah. Uh, it gives him telekinetic powers and he turns evil and shit. It's like, yeah.
Yeah,
so
but
bad. That movie was so bad. And their idea of what virtual reality would be like was also similarly quite bad.
but at the time it came out, that was killer special effects, and that's it's a thing I find kind of funny because I was a teenager when the original Star Wars came out.
Yeah.
And it's like people didn't notice any of the problems with the story or the characters because at the time we were all dazzled by the special effects. And if you go look at the original today, you kind of wonder. It's like, why did people really think that was, all that great for the special effects?
I'm not sure I agree, actually. I mean, I look at the special effects and I feel like they mostly still hold up.
Well, remember that I guess the people that are commenting about that are people who know only the special effects of the present day. And that could affect one's view.
Well, but I mean, even so, the special effects may not dazzle me to the point where I ignore the story, but they also don't yank me out of the reality by being so bad that I'm just like, oh gosh, that doesn't even look slightly realistic.
No, and I'm not saying that they're really that bad, but just compared to, the CGI and that today that they can do, it's like,
Yeah.
Well, the best
it looks like a low budget movie compared to today's.
Well, but the thing is, I mean, the best special effects are ones you don't even notice.
Yeah.
I mean, there have been times. One thing that struck me as absolutely hilarious was when someone was saying, "Oh man, I hate the way they're using computers for special effects these days. Look at this; you can totally tell." And I was looking at a scene in a movie. It might have been Jurassic Park. I don't remember the original. I was like, "Okay, so which bits of this do you think were done with a computer?" Now I knew perfectly well which bits were being done with a computer, but they didn't. And they just sort of point at this dinosaur and go, him maybe, and that one there, I guess, And I was like, dude, that entire shot is done with a computer. Every last scrap of it. And they were like, no.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah. But they were bitching and complaining about CGI just sort of out of reflex because they think they're supposed to. I mean, I remember that Tron was snubbed at the Oscars for special effects because they thought using computers was cheating. These days, on the other hand, everyone gets special effects awards for CGI.
Yeah.
It was just a certain amount of intellectual snobbery.
Yeah, it was, people who kind of, grew up watching its development. It did have kind of a negative connotation to it.
Yeah.
Pretty shitty setup anymore to not have photorealism, right?
What?
She was saying about special effects having photorealism now.
Yeah, but that's all I heard. There was a question in there, and I couldn't hear all of it.
What I'm wondering is, isn't it the case where you have to have a really, really shitty setup to not have photorealism?
No, there are reasons why it can be awful. Like okay, I'm not into superhero movies, but I keep hearing about this one thing that happened with, I want to say Justice League, but it might have been Superman. It's the one with the Henry Cavill guy, where they needed to do some reshoots for this Superman movie, or this movie Superman was in, but the actor was already working on another movie. And that movie would not let him shave off the beard. He had to grow for it. And so the CGI folks, the special effects folks had to digitally remove his mustache, and it ended up looking so uncanny valley alien creepy that like it got the worst Razzie Awards, right? So sometimes your setup can be amazing, but the task is just plain impossible.
Okay, okay. I'm with you.
Like let's see if I
Because, yeah, what I was originally thinking was that, okay, if the consumer grade CGI was as good as it seems to be, then, if you're going to try to do anything commercially, it's got to be bad, or a bad setup. But yeah, where you're coming from describing that thing, yeah, I can see where that would happen.
I'm trying to find the good comparison shot here, because man, most of these are really low res, but man, looking at what they did, he just looks creepy. Let me see here. Copy image and paste. And then this here, present now, a window, and there. Now, does this look at all realistic? Right here?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah,
To
no,
my eyes, it appears to be straddling a fuzzy line between realism and computer generated.
I mean, there's just something weirdly off.
yeah,
Yes.
I can't
Yes.
really say what it is, but there's something strange about his face.
Yeah, the face doesn't look right.
Yeah, and so sometimes you can have like the best CGI setup there is, but the task is just plain impossible. You can't do it.
Yeah, well, and that's kind of one of the challenges for actors these days is they have to be able to react to something that's not there while they're filming it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, that too.
Yeah, but well, that should be part and parcel for acting, though. I mean, people have been
Yeah.
doing that for ages.
Well, I'm trying to
This,
remember.
this is just a matter of like the studio needed reshoots and there was nothing they could do. He had chin pubes, and well, what you gonna do?
I'm trying to remember, when did we start to see the combination of live action and animation? Was that Mary Poppins, or was that before that? Mary Poppins, 1964.
I think Disney had done some before then.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm convinced there was some back even in the black and white days.
Okay.
There were, because I remember there being a Betty Boop cartoon that had a live actor in it.
Okay.
Let me see. I mean, well, according to this, the first feature film to combine live action and animation was The Lost World in 1925.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So we're talking 95 years ago. Okay.
I mean,
I saw that version at one point.
I'm not actually seeing any footage or anything other than the cover of the like DVD box or whatever. I was kind of hoping I'd see more than that. Well, there's some photos on IMDb, and it's clearly like claymation type stuff.
Yeah, it was basically they had to animate the dinosaur models and put the people into the scene.
Yeah, but I mean, there was always the possibility that it was going to be like hand drawn cell animation rather than, claymation type stuff, stop motion.
Because I'm trying to remember.
Well, and when was Harryhausen doing his stuff? When did he start?
I don't know.
Because I think that was probably early 60s that he did some of his films.
Let's see. Harryhausen. His first name was Ray, right?
I think so. I don't.
Okay. Well, it's probably him. Okay, so for visual effects, it looks like his first thing he ever did was 1942.
Oh.
Which was not his first directing job. That was also 1942, but a different movie. In fact, if I'm seeing this correctly, he didn't do anything special effects wise on that movie. Let's see, animation department, also 1942. Wow, he acted a couple of times. Whoa, he was in Spies Like Us, really? I'm gonna have to watch that movie again. But yeah, so now it looks like the 40s was when he got his start.
Okay, then.
Let's see.
Okay, it goes back further than I thought.
Yeah, How to Bridge a Gorge, whatever the hell that is. It's not the very first movie he worked on. It's an instructional video that teaches through stop motion animation how to build a bridge over a gorge that can hold heavy military equipment. Huh.
Whoa.
That doesn't seem like the kind of thing most people would really want to watch very much.
I wonder if that was maybe something he did for the Army during World War II.
Presumably.
Presumably.
But it looks like the very first thing he worked on, he was in the animation department. He was just an animator. He didn't actually do anything more than that on this project. It was called Sky Princess, 1942. A prince in a flying ship sails up to a castle in the clouds in order to rescue a beautiful sleeping princess from a wicked witch. A big-eared guard named Hocus finds himself unwilling to thwart true love. It was directed by George Powell.
Yeah, the How to Bridge a Gorge. I think it's already been mentioned. That was 1942, right? And this is when the Department of War was enlisting the talents of many much directors for various purposes. Yeah, so that's no surprise.
Yeah, I know
Well,
the Warner Brothers characters did quite a few, basically propaganda pieces for the war.
Yeah.
And some training films.
And of course, there was Frank Capra with the film of the B-17 run over Germany. I forget which city they bombed the fuck out of. That was the one that featured the crew of the Memphis Belle.
I don't know if you're seeing this.
I'm covered over. Hang on. Here we go.
Yeah, I'm reading it.
Can be applied. Okay.
This is How to Bridge a Gorge. This is Ray Harryhausen's first animated feature project. Man, this text goes on a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah. I can imagine it would be a bit difficult for your basic soldier to read. I mean, I'm having a hell of a time following it.
It was pretty jerky the way it
Yeah,
scrolled.
it doesn't stay in one place long enough for me to read it. Oh my, a B-25.
Yeah, well, I have to imagine what it was like watching this when it was new. If you are one of the soldiers who's supposed to learn from this, I mean, were they snickering? Or were they going, cool? Or were they just going, okay, tell me the information I need? I mean, what was the audience reaction to this the first time around?
In the 1940s, I would probably think that they were impressed that it was amazingly realistic.
Well, regardless, that's
Wait a minute.
That's it. You can find just about anything on the internet, can't
Yeah,
you?
we're talking stop action.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
That was a cool little flashback.
Yeah. I'm surprised it's in color, frankly.
Yeah, I was expecting black and white.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I don't remember, like I guess Wizard of Oz was in the 30s, was it?
39.
And that was, like, the first time they had a full feature film in color, isn't it?
I think it is. Yeah.
I think so.
So,
And
yeah, I mean,
black and
because
white
I seem to remember that was why the reveal of Oz was so dramatic. Was because, like, oh my gosh, we went from this black and white world into a color world. You know?
Yep.
And that was part of the point, just to make it look dramatic and everything else. And of course, the other was going from the real world into the dream world.
Well, I can still remember before a lot of shows on NBC that the peacock would come out and spread its tail and they'd announce in living color.
Yep.
Hmm.
And I didn't get to see any of that.
Yeah, well, I just I don't know. I remember having a black and white television set when I was little.
Yeah.
My parents had one, tin foil on the rabbit ears and all that.
Oh God.
Yeah, yeah. I also remember that I had such an uphill battle to get my parents to get cable because they didn't want me watching TV in the first place. Not pick up ABC with our antenna. We could get NBC and CBS and PBS, and also CBC, but we could not get ABC. So I missed out on a lot of television.
I could occasionally get CBC. It depended on the ionosphere and how it was behaving, because it would, for me, it would just have to come across Lake Erie. And of course, you were quite a bit closer, so you got it all the time.
Yes.
I take it.
I was within screaming distance of Montreal. Yes,
Yeah.
I had a much easier time picking it up.
I remember distinctly an occasion that Sloth Girl saw the beginning of Shirley Temple, I think it was The Little Princess, and started getting upset that they had colorized it. She didn't realize it had always been in color. They just didn't have a color TV until she was about 20.
Okay, sounds familiar. Those two did not buy a color television until 1979.
Well, we were talking before about how it would be interesting to go back in time with a bunch of modern entertainment and show it to people. And one of the parts that I've fantasized about is like, what if you went back to a time when movies were almost exclusively in black and white? Maybe even before the 30s, before Wizard of Oz, and advertise something like Star Wars, but not tell them it's going to be in color until they get into the fucking theater and see it in color. And like, how long would it take to register? Oh my gosh, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, that's blue. Those words were in blue. What's going on here? And then, dun, da 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 da, with the Star Wars logo, and oh my gosh, that's in yellow. Did they draw on the film? Or what's about to happen here? Just that whole thing of not realizing that what you're about to see is in goddamn color.
That's one of the bits I remember from the Back to the Future movies, is when he went back to the 1950s.
Yeah.
With the camcorder.
Yeah.
And Doc in the 1950s was just astounded that he had a whole TV studio that he could carry around.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
man, I gotta rewatch those movies soon because I'm sure there's a lot of stuff I've forgotten by now.
Yeah, you speak of color in the era before color. How about sound in the era before sound?
Well, yeah, but I don't know. I would rather see how people react to color.
Okay.
Yeah, you make some good points on that, and I think it would be, especially like with the CGI stuff, that if you brought back like the Jurassic Park movie, could you convince them that the dinosaurs were not alive?
Probably. I mean, I'll be honest. Some of those dinosaurs, there's times you can totally tell it's a prop. Like there's just something about the way it moves where there's certain things you think actual skin would do that it's just not doing.
Yeah, but you're used to watching for that, and you in particular because you do animation.
Yeah, but still,
and I think there's a lot of people who just wouldn't pick up on those kind of details.
Well, maybe, but I mean, I don't know. But I mean, there's a lot of movies that involve aliens that I think people would like, where even the aliens are much more realistic than those dinosaurs, where I think people would still call bullshit. Even with as good as they look now, people would still call bullshit.
And then there are other people who'd be watching the aliens and say, okay, they might exist, but they're not saved.
Nah.
Have you read that one yet from Ham in one of his
No.
AIG things? Yeah, it's, there can't. Well, in one breath he says there can't be aliens because God only intended that the humans exist, and then he says later, if the aliens do exist, they were not created in God's image, so they can't be saved. And all that other shit. It's like,
How does he know any of this? For all he knows, there's bunches of humans on other planets that are all made in God's image, and Jesus decided to die multiple times on multiple worlds or something just to bring the message. or is it that Earth is the hub of Christianity and we have to go to the stars to spread it to the other alien races?
I mean,
to tell them the good news. That's our job.
That's why, for a long time, Earth was the center of the universe, and Jerusalem was the center of the Earth. Yeah.
There's times I just want to pronounce it Jerusalem just to piss people off. Seriously.
I actually had a story where I was playing with that the other way around of the aliens come to Earth, and basically turns out that they're intergalactic Jehovah's Witnesses trying to convert as many civilizations as possible.
Oh, no. Yeah.
So basically, we are the Borg. Resistance is, well, I'm not going to say that.
And they don't have to knock on the door. They can just teleport through it. Yeah.
Yeah, just to get everyone to believe in their eternal leader so they'll all be saved.
Lord.
Well, I don't know. Now I'm thinking of Invader Zim, where the leaders are the almighty tallest.
Yeah.
Your leaders are all just taller than everyone else. Yeah.
Well, how many centuries were we bowing down to your Royal Highness?
There you are. Yeah.
And that's one that always bugged me when I was little, is because when people would say Highness, I didn't know that it was Highness. I just knew it sounded like Heine. So when people were saying Your Royal Highness, I was like, why are they talking about the royal ass? Why are they talking about the king's butt? I don't understand. What is the highness thing? And then at some point it dawned on me, oh, the one who has a quality of being high. Oh.
Yeah, the bigger stash of weed than anyone else has.
Right.
Or I don't know, maybe that was
I'm
earlier.
still not certain why it is that like a duke is your grace. Instead of your dukeship or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, who thought of all that shit, man?
And also, for a very long time, I was very, very, very confused by the word Lord, because I'd only ever actually heard it used with reference to God for a very long time, because we don't have royalty in this country. But then when I started hearing someone say, like, Lord Vader, I was like, what? Okay, because I've only ever heard anyone use that term to mean God. Is Darth Vader supposed to be an evil god or something? And then I started hearing people using it for actual royalty, like barons and shit. And I was like, someone needs to explain this now, because all of a sudden it just sort of feels like we've taken a hard turn to the side here. It was like the first time I heard someone use engineer to mean something other than someone who drives the train, or doctor to mean someone other than the dude who sticks you with needles.
Yeah, bit of a paradigm shift.
Yeah.
What am I thinking here? What was the original? Oh, Lord. I'm trying to remember if that was feudalism being impressed upon the population in the form of religion, or if that title Lord existed prior to the feudal era.
Well,
I don't really know, but I was guessing that it probably had to do with basically, officials of the church sanctifying who was in charge.
Yeah.
Well, it gets worse. The first time I heard that England had a prime minister, boy, was I confused.
Oh, okay, because you did not yet know that there were a whole shitload of other ministers?
I had only no. I had only ever heard the term minister mean like a religious person.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. What am I thinking?
Yeah,
And,
the
and
minister would be a priest.
and so I'm like,
Blonde.
who is running England? Is it a bunch of religious fanatics? I didn't
There is an
understand.
element to
Like they
that.
were all, well, but I mean, they're all ministers. What? I don't get it. And so then, when I finally found out, like, I guess minister and administration are the link there, rather than any kind of religious context. But I mean, now I know. But at the time, I was perplexed because I only had one source for the definition of that word.
Oh yeah, I can definitely see where there'd be the confusion there.
Okay.
Well, it's startling how many times I've run into that shit all over the course of my life, where a word means something and it turns out it has so many whole hosts of other meanings, and I never knew.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think here, and I'm not very good at it, I know that, but I can't help wondering, was there ever a television show, television series, something like that called Now You Know?
I think it wasn't a show itself, but NBC had like short clips between shows called The More You Know.
Oh,
well, I remember those, but those were a little more like PSAs.
Yeah.
Okay, that's maybe what I'm thinking of then. Okay.
Okay.
I can put that to rest now.
Well, because I mean, I know that at the end of G.I. Joe, there would be a lesson for the kid to learn, like, don't play with that live electrical wire. Gosh, thanks. Now I know. And knowing is half the battle.
Yeah, those came much later.
Actually, they didn't. Those came way before The More You Know. Way before.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't remember any of that stuff, so I don't know how much before anything.
I was thinking The More You Know ones came before the G.I. Joe series was out. But
no, it says here, okay.
I could be wrong.
The More You Know is a series of public service announcements broadcast on NBC Family of Channel, blah, 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 PSAs, blah, 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 blah. Original release September 9th, 1989 to the present. So they're still doing it, and it started in 89. G.I.
Okay.
Joe was more mid-80s, really.
Yeah. Well, G.I. Joe came out about the same time the original Transformers did. It was 86, 87.
Yeah. Those two shows were basically like, oh, you watch these back to back. G.I. Joe and the Transformers is all one title.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
so that was way after I was paying attention to much of that. I mean, my divorce was final in '89. Jesus Christ.
There were a couple of crossover episodes.
Yeah, I seem to vaguely remember that. I don't remember the details at all, but I seem to remember there was a crossover.
There was one that Ultra Magnus, Springer, and RC got transformed into human bodies.
Huh.
And in the end, it turned out that the scientist who had engineered this was actually part of Cobra.
Oh, I missed. I don't remember that even slightly.
I think the episode was called Only Human.
I think it was like last years old when I found out that GoBots was actually before Transformers.
Yeah.
And I always thought of GoBots as being discount Transformers, because let's face it, GoBots were so much shittier.
Yeah, that's most people think they were Transformers knockoff, but yeah, they actually did come out first.
Crazy pants, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay, where...
And then eventually Hasbro bought the GoBots and incorporated them into the Transformers comics.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay, here's one that always knocked me out. On the back of the Voltron toy boxes, they always showed a third Voltron, which was like 3 robots. One was black, one was white, one was red. And that was the entirety of the detail you would get about them. And I looked it up at one point, and like they said, oh yeah, this was like something that only happened in Japan and it didn't last very long and never made it to the US and blah, 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 blah. But I was mystified by it for years before the internet was what it is today and I could actually look it up. I always preferred the Space Voltron for the characters in the story, but the Lions Voltron was just a cooler robot.
Yeah. Yeah, that the other one was sometimes called the Gladiator Voltron, which I think was supposed to come in between the other two.
Well, I don't know about that part. I just know that I was always completely boggled by the fact that they were on the box, but that was everything you ever got to know about them.
Yeah. I saw part of one episode of one once that, just somebody in one of my toy collector groups had managed to get a hold of part of an episode that had played in Singapore.
Hmm.
So, I couldn't understand anything they were saying, but got to see the animation for it.
I guess I was wrong. One of them was blue, not white. Weird. But one thing I always wondered, when they finally, and just with the Lions, because the other ones are a big honking problem, but when the Lions form Voltron, what are all the pilots doing? I mean, do they all have to coordinate with each other? Okay, I'm moving the left foot now. Moving the left foot now. Be prepared to walk. Next step. Okay, go it now. Now, or does everyone sit there except for the dude in the head who's piloting the whole thing? I mean,
Yeah,
how does
that's probably the most frequently asked question about that.
Yeah, I've
And
always been
they never
baffled by
really
that.
gave an answer.
No.
But, just since his movements were so well coordinated, I would have had to say that it was all being piloted by one person and the other four really weren't doing anything except maybe firing weapons.
Or I suppose like engineering, transferring power to this module now, sir, that kind of thing,
Yeah.
I need
They're
more
all
power
gonna
to
gut.
weapons. I need more
Anyway.
power to that kind of thing. But I don't know. It's just something I've often wondered about, and I've never had a proper answer. Of course, there's the whole thing that people have pointed out that none of those lions have manes, and so Voltron is secretly feminist propaganda because they're all female lions.
I hadn't heard that one, but I can definitely believe that some people were pushing that.
Yeah. Well, honestly, when I first heard that, I was pretty sure it was a joke, and to this day, I still think it's a joke. That someone was just tweaking everybody over it, but I can't back that up with facts. That conclusion.
Well, until I got active on YouTube, I didn't believe anybody took Flat Earth seriously, so.
Yeah. Well. I wonder how many times someone has started a fake rumor and it got turned into alleged fact by people who didn't know that it was parody or satire.
Well, I think that's where a lot of urban legend comes from.
Yeah, but I mean someone doing it deliberately. Like trying to feed this into the cultural zeitgeist.
Yeah.
I mean, because I'm sure that there are plenty of people out there who swear up and down that they saw Sasquatch or were probed by aliens who genuinely truly believe it.
I keep telling everybody, I have seen Sasquatch.
Oh, I know.
He's
There's
a
some
pretty
people
nice
who
guy,
do.
too.
But I mean, my point being that I'm sure that the rumors that turned those into urban legends, I'm sure a lot of people out there really meant what they were saying.
Yeah. When I was a teenager, my stepbrother and I ran a fishing line from his second-story bedroom window over the power line in the alley and back. So then at night, we had a model we built out of leftover pieces from other models and put a little light in it and ran it back and forth on the fishing line a couple of times. And yeah, in the local paper, there were about a dozen reported cases of a UFO sighting.
I remember reading the account of some kids building not so much building, but having a dry cleaning bag and holding the bottom open with straws and birthday candles in it and releasing these things and getting reports of UFOs observed that. And then I gave it a try, and unfortunately I didn't get anywhere with it because what was never specified, those kids used paper straws all I had was plastic straws, and they were a good bit heavier than the paper
Ah.
straws, and my bags didn't fly very well at all, which disappointed the fuck out of me. That was first time at uni that I did that one. I'm reasonably.
I used to believe in a lot of that stuff. And
Okay.
in a way, a lot of it was disappointing that the more I researched it, the less I could believe in.
Yeah, I can imagine it would be kind of disappointing in a way.
I was very big on cryptids, the Loch Ness Monster and Sasquatch.
Mm-hmm.
Until I really started reading it and, thinking of things like the Loch Ness Monster, like there had to be a breeding colony and there had to be enough of a food supply to support a population to keep breeding for hundreds of years.
Oh my, I love that. Data butthurt.
Yeah, I just found that. I'm not even sure how I found that. It was like maybe it was on Facebook and I just saw it, or maybe it was in the Voltron search I did for some reason. It is weird when you do a search for let me search for Voltron. Oh my gosh, is that porn? Kind of stuff where it's just like, yeah, I didn't need to see that, but it's interesting it came up from that keyword search.
That's the whole reason I'm here.
I
was just looking up 80s animation after my surgery, and you drew me into this whole community.
I'm wondering if the stuff is still done anymore. I remember a time, it would be early 90s, where a film would come out, and within weeks, some porn production with a play on that film's title would also come out.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if it's still done. I don't know. It was, in its own way, a little kind of cute. But,
Well, and it wasn't just porn films. There were a lot of films that, like one of the major studios would be producing a film, and then some smaller studio would wind up doing a knockoff of it that would release like within a month of the big film.
Okay.
Trying to catch the same audience and trying to, basically trying to confuse people into watching the wrong film.
Oh, my Hans is going on about Norwegian politics. I've never really looked into that. I bet it's got to be really, really interesting. It's got to be one of those really weird things that catches the interest, and the person is like, why is that interesting? But it is. Give me more.
Oh my. Well, that's one of the things that was interesting about the 80s, because that's when home video really came into being a thing.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, I was surprised when I discovered how early it was that a person could actually get their hands on anything remotely like a VCR, but it didn't become popular until when you're talking about.
Right. I actually worked with a reel-to-reel VCR of all damn things. It was made by Panasonic. The high school had a couple of them. And it was amazing to me that the technology had progressed to the point where you could have something that was no small thing, but it was still smaller than an entire television studio. I found that to be black and white only, of course, but what are you going to do?
Well, let's say I remember it was 1982. That my brother-in-law got a VCR, and the remote actually had a 25-foot cord to plug into the unit. It didn't even have a wireless remote.
Okay.
How do people not realize that they're like the internet exists, and when you totally fuck up a smear job, everyone's going to point at you and laugh. So I'm looking at it. It says New York Magazine attempts to gaslight Sanders supporters. Unfortunately, it's a YouTube video, so I can't watch the whole thing. But I'm just like, when you do that, people catch you and make it very public that you fucked up in this way. Why do you try it anymore?
Yeah, well, a certain song comes to mind. Trying to remember who did it first, if it was Peter, Paul, and Mary, or if it was the guy who was unintelligible. I can't remember his name. He always sounded like he was high. When will they ever learn? When will they ever learn?
Oh, that sounds really familiar. That sounds really familiar.
How many times must a
Oh,
man something
wow.
or other? Yeah. Oh, Bob Dylan is the guy I was trying to think of.
So you know how what's his face, Kobe Bryant just died?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I mean, every time someone mentions his name, I want to make a joke about beef.
You horrible person. I love it.
Well, I mean, it's not like I'm going to hurt too many feelings because a lot of folks are still pissed that he's a rapist.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I've noticed that seems to be kind of forgotten about for the time being.
Well, the one about when will they ever learn? That's Where Have All the Flowers Gone by Pete Seeger.
Where Have All the Flowers Gone is, I thought, was a different one. Where have all the flowers gone?
No, it's the same song.
Is that the same one?
Yeah.
Oh, I just wasn't putting the two of them together. And yeah, now that I'm thinking harder about it, yeah, they are the same song. Yeah. I did it again.
Well, it was recorded by a couple of different artists.
But it says here Pete Seeger came up with it originally.
Yeah, is he the one who wrote it?
I guess so. That's what it says. My parents made me listen to so much Peter, Paul, and Mary when I was little. Oh.
Yeah, like the one opening at a concert. Hi, I'm Peter, and I'm not a saint. Hi, I'm Paul, and I'm not a saint. Hi, I'm Mary, and you know I'm not a virgin.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are any of them still around?
Probably.
Yeah, they had to cancel the Christmas pageant up here because there weren't no way they were going to find 3 wise men and a virgin.
Wait a minute. Let me find. I know they got to be around. Okay.
So it's weird to see headlines like this, but it says, is the DNC planning to go to war against the left? I mean, yeah, but at the same time, it's weird to think that, the DNC isn't the left anymore. That's still breaking my brain a little. I know it's not. I know they aren't, but it's still breaking my brain a little.
Yeah, it breaks my heart.
Yeah.
Really, it does.
No, I know what you mean because, I never switched parties. I was brought up Democratic because, my father was a tradesman, so a very staunch union supporter, way back from when he got home from World War II.
Okay, Mary Travers is the only one who is no longer with us.
Oh, what happened to her?
She died in 2009, September 16th. And, okay, let's find out. She was diagnosed with leukemia, bone marrow transplant in 2005, induced a temporary remission. She died 16 September 2009 in Connecticut.
Okay.
Yeah, from complications related to the marrow transplant and other treatments. And
Well,
here I
But
was-
since LGBT rights has made so much gains, Peter and Paul can marry.
There we are.
What you did there, I see it, man.
I thought at the very least that Peter Yarrow would be dead by now, but no, he's only 81.
Wait, what?
I had thought that Peter Yarrow at least would be dead by now, but no, he's
Peter
alive
Yarrow?
and he's 81. What?
Are we talking about the same guy?
Peter Yarrow, the Peter of Peter, Paul, and Mary.
Really? Because I could have sworn that was Pete Seeger.
No, Pete Seeger. That's what I had thought for the longest time as well. No, Peter Yarrow is the guy, and then Pete Seeger is somebody else. Yeah.
Huh. I am very surprised by that, but it seems you're right. Huh. I never would have thought that. Weird. Weird.
Because I got to Peter Yarrow directly from the YouTube page of Peter, Paul, and Mary, and YouTube. Not YouTube. From the Wiki page, and Wikipedia is never wrong ever.
Oh, ever.
And then Pete Seeger is no longer with us. He died. Oh Lord, he died 6 years ago.
So here's a
almost to the
question.
day.
Have
He
you
died
ever
20
seen the mockumentary A Mighty Wind?
Doesn't sound familiar.
Yeah, I did at one point.
Okay, it's by what's his face, whose name is totally escaping me at the moment. He was in The Princess Bride. He also did Spinal Tap and Best in Show and a lot of other mockumentaries. And A Mighty Wind is basically a bunch of old, like 60s and
Watch
70s.
it.
No, but it's 60s and 70s folk singers getting together.
Okay, that kind of 60s. Okay.
for a convention, like a reunion thing, a reunion special on television, and it gets so silly at times. And there are some clear allusions to Peter, Paul, and Mary at times, and I mean, I would not have enjoyed this movie had I not been raised by hippies, because I would have
Okay.
understood so little of it. But I was raised by hippies. And so watching A Mighty Wind, I was like, oh man, this is like someone took my childhood and made it even weirder.
Oh man.
Yeah, there was a group of those mockumentaries. The Mighty Wind, Best in Show, Waiting for Guffman. Yeah, that were all pretty much the same cast.
And directed by the same dude, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I know that name. Amazing, isn't it?
I really liked Best in Show because I did a lot of work for a woman who bred show dogs.
Oh man. Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, it was so accurate to the people I encountered through her.
No, it's interesting. After the events of a couple of years ago, breeding and showing dogs now leaves a very bad taste in my mouth because of my cousin.
I don't want to know why you were tasting your cousin.
No. No, but she breeds, sells, and shows Chesapeake Bay Retrievers. And I was over the house that she and her husband have. She later, the next day, took me out to Kelly's Island to have one last look at my grandparents' cottage. But while I was at that house, I couldn't walk anywhere without watching where my feet were going. Because there was the shit of 39 dogs to deal with. And yeah, you heard the number right. It was 39. And every room in the house had those wire kennels with the dogs in them. And I didn't want to stay, but I couldn't walk back home. So.
Yep.
But we really haven't spoken since then, and that was the July before the protest.
Sorry, I just saw something where I'm like, could that ever possibly have actually been a thing? And I may have to share it with the group because wow, okay. Because I was around when Nintendo was new, and I do not remember a homework first video game lock for Nintendo.
Yes, I do remember seeing that in stores.
Wow.
Featuring self-setting combination. I wonder what the hell that meant.
I don't know, but wow. Also, one thing that I posted about recently, I think both on Facebook and Twitter, was about how there was always that one kid or that one clueless adult who thought it was called Nintendo. You know, like, Mom, I want a Nintendo for Christmas. Oh, you want an Nintendo for Christmas?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't know. That just always bugged me a little.
And then, of course, there are all those people, like the female slimy bastard, who spoke of the agency that arose from the ashes of NACA. They called it Nassau.
Oh, God. Oh, that's terrible.
Nassau is a city in Florida, you fucks.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's not in. I think there is a Nassau, Florida, but the Nassau everybody knows about is in the Bahamas. Yeah, but Jesus fucking Christ, there were always undereducated, usually first generation Americans. It's amazing. I mean, for all the formal education their parents did not have, it's amazing at how stupid those first generation people were, and in some cases still are. Almost like they were willfully stupid. I'm going to be more stupid than anybody thinks my parents are. You had to know the slimy bastards to appreciate the full extent of that.
One thing I'm seeing right here is an article that says that The Simpsons has been on so long that Bart should now be Homer's age.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Yeah, they've been going like 30 years, haven't they?
Let's see. Now they first appeared in '89.
And according to this, Homer was 39 years old when the show started.
Yeah.
And
well, the math works.
Was Bart actually supposed to be 9 years old? That can't be right.
I think he was supposed to be 8 years old when the show premiered.
Huh. He strikes me as older than an 8-year-old. I would have pegged him at 12.
I think they did age him slightly during the run of the show.
Mm.
I think if you see the first season episodes, he seems to be a bit younger.
Well, the amazing change was the metamorphosis of the Simpsons from the time they would appear on the Tracy Ullman Show.
Yep, I remember those shorts.
Mm-hmm. I mean, virtually unrecognizable.
Man, I wish I could remember what the justification was now, but there was like this big deal made out of the reason why they're yellow. On this documentary I saw about The Simpsons, that they're like yellow for a very specific reason. Like, it was weird. Some strange, well, we get a bulk discount on this color of yellow, or, oh, yellow pops off the screen this much, or, oh, now we don't have to, like, identify what their race is, and they're not white, or some shit like that. It was just this weird, convoluted answer for why they're yellow.
Actually, I think I know that.
Well, hang on. I'm about to bring it
They
up.
were yellow was actually copying the original Lego minifigs that were all yellow because Lego was avoiding them having any race connotation.
Okay, now what I'm seeing here in this article from Esquire dated 24 April 2017. Okay, we'll skip the first paragraph. And there's a reason this color is so popular, as YouTube user Channel Frederator outlines in a new video. It has to do with color theory. A television uses the red, green, blue color wheel, right, rather than the standard red, yellow, blue model. With the RGB scale, yellow and blue are complementary colors. That's why the characters like SpongeBob stand out so well against a blue background. Yellow is also the most visible color in the entire visual spectrum because of how the cones in our eyes process light and the order in which the signals for red, green, and blue reach our brain. This is why taxis and warning signs are yellow. Additionally, yellow also works well for a psychological perspective. In this case, yellow is a warm color that most often conveys joy and optimism. Think about how depressing SpongeBob would be were he blue or red. Now, that last paragraph sort of puts the lie to everything else that was said there, because SpongeBob happy? Simpsons happy? You gotta be kidding me.
Wow.
But this is what this particular guy running for Esquire, what the guy's name is, Matt Miller, thinks the answer is. Where he got it, I don't know. He doesn't say, but there it is.
Well, there is another similar color theory about which colors go best together if you want to grab people's attention about things. And yellow and blue are two colors that should be combined if you want people's attention, which is why my thumbnails these days are yellow text on a blue background.
Okay, then. Yeah, I've heard that one before. When we were talking about
Of course,
visual
it's not
processing.
working very well, so.
Yeah, when we were talking about visual processing back in the Department of Neuroscience, yeah, in the introductory phase, we got that one. Trying to remember, are the Simpsons the only characters grinning colored yellow? Or were the characters of, God, what was that other series with Binky?
Binky.
The bunnies.
Bunnies named Binky. Oh, not Life is Hell or Life in Hell.
Yes, that's it.
Well, I don't think they ever had any color at all. I think the whole.
No, they were just drawn in black and white.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only time they had any color was sometimes you can see them appearing in The Simpsons.
No, I hadn't known that the bunnies appeared there. Okay.
Lisa has a toy of the one-eared bunny.
And you sure it was Binky? I thought it was like Pongo or something.
I'm gonna look it up. I thought one of the bunnies was Binky, but
yeah, I think it's like, I think Binky was the younger one and Pongo was the father, or something like that.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay.
Okay, so Binky is a stressed and thus normal rabbit and star of the cartoon. Sheba Bongo must be the one I'm thinking of. Then there's Akbar and Jeff.
Who are not bunnies.
No, those are the gay dudes.
I just thought I'd emphasize that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that running in the little weekly free paper in Minneapolis.
Oh, and okay, the article in the Font of All Knowledge claims Matt Groening created Life in Hell to describe life in Los Angeles to his friends. I could easily believe that.
I used to have some of those books. I don't know what happened to them. I might still have them kicking around somewhere. Sometimes I wonder, like, okay, you know how when I make art, a lot of it is very much geared towards the sci-fi narrative fiction type stuff, and rarely is comedy the main focus, even if there is any. Well, I've noticed, though, that comedy has a tendency to do a lot better with audiences, or at least much more quickly, especially on things like YouTube or webcomics or whatever. Comedy tends to grab people, even if it resonates less ultimately. And so I thought about trying to do silly little like one-off Far Side style things. I've thought about it. I mean, I've got enough weirdness going on in my head that for whatever reason makes people laugh and not nervously. So, I don't know. Sometimes I've thought about it.
Oh my.
Well, yeah, I think if you just did a bit with some of your puns, especially, I think since you're doing it for YouTube, things that might be like computer or tech related jokes.
Well, I mean, like, my only issue, the reason why I haven't done something like that is mostly because I don't really have a lot of hand drawn art skill. And I suppose I could make really simple 3D CG characters and not let everyone know that they are CG.
Mm.
No, I
Yeah,
mean, because with the ink and paint stuff I've got that makes things look like tunes, it would be really easy to think that they're hand drawn. I mean, who knows? Maybe.
I just
Some
assumed you were going to do it with CG.
Well, yeah, but there are so many issues with that. I've actually thought about taking a lot of prominent YouTube atheists and making animated versions of their avatars, the ones who have them. You know, I'm
Mhm.
picturing like Logic and Vice Rhino and Cirrus and Godless Cranium and all of those folks, and just like making tune versions of all of them and doing something with them. I don't even know what. I thought maybe about making a video game with all of these folks as characters in it, but then again, if I ever wanted to sell this game, A, no one outside the atheist YouTube scene would get it, but two, I'd probably have to get some sort of rights from all of them.
You would.
So,
Yeah.
To use
yeah,
their visitors. Yeah.
yeah. But who knows? Someday. I have a feeling at the very least Cirrus would be cool with it. So if I made an animated version of his avatar and just sent it to him, he'd probably appreciate it. I mean, he likes fan art to begin with, so.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
Cirrus is cool
I
with
think
a
he'd
great
probably
deal.
plug it into a couple of his videos.
But boy, I'm looking at this, and God, did I get his name wrong? Well, as if this here in the Wikipedia is the way he says it, allegedly it would be graining. And
Yeah.
I'm looking
Yeah.
at the name, and I'm thinking in German is what I'm thinking of, where the OE is pronounced Ö. Like,
Well,
as
I
in
mean, no
schön.
part of me ever would have thought to say graining from those letters.
I know.
But at the same time, I mean, my first thought was groaning, actually. Matt groaning.
Okay, yeah, I can see where that would come from. Yeah, I remember my first time at uni. I ran into a guy. He was in my writing class or whatever you would call that. The very first time I saw him, I'd seen his name first, and I, well, hello, Herr Burning. And he turns around and he looks at me and he says, "You got my name right. Nobody ever does that." And it's from my speaking German. It was Boening, and he's telling me everybody's, what is this? Bowenning, burning, what? Yeah, I speak German. Okay, so that was amazing. Yeah, he actually appreciated it, but
God, it's 2 a.m. I should probably think seriously about going to sleep.
well, it's 2 a.m. where you are. You know what that means over here, right?
It means that it's still 2 a.m. here and I should go to bed, is what it means.
And it means it's 5 a.m. over here, and I should have gone to bed a long time ago.
Oh my gosh, but I don't think I'll ever be sleeping ever again because I just saw something quite terribly horrifying.
Oh no.
Oh, dear. What?
Oh my gosh. Oi, oi, oi. Have
My-
you ever seen the TV show Cheers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hold my beer.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, that's absolutely terrifying, and I want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, why would anyone do that?
I don't know, but then you've seen the face swaps I've done with various sci-fi shows, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why, because people think it's funny.
Yeah.
Now I have to put the rest of this fried rice away. I've lost my appetite.
It's smart of John Bolton to hide evidence in a place where the president will never be able to find it. A book.
Uh-huh.
Nah.
I want to see how that works out. Yeah, it could go in a couple of ways, and most of the ways it could go I don't like, but it would be nice if it went if it went a good way. But I don't have much hope for that.
I am seriously wondering if once he's out of office, if he'll have to flee the country.
Oh, absolutely.
I would like to see him try.
Yeah, you know he's got his transportation arranged already.
You know what I wonder is is there some country right now that's totally friendly to him where he would take some presidential privilege executive trip to that country and then resign by remote?
Let me think. Somalia? Bolivia? Venezuela? Let me think.
Well, I was kind of thinking he'd, put up in a hotel in Russia.
Don't put it past him. Yeah,
Oh,
might
God.
end up to be the next Edward Snowden.
Yep.
Oh, I'm seeing this article. It says man arrested for smoking marijuana while in court for a marijuana charge, and the shit-eating grin on this guy's face. I'd love to show it to you, but the thumbnail just went away. Damn you, CNN. Let's see. Copy image. Bam. Okay, and share. Present now, a window, this and there. This is the face of a man who smoked weed at his weed trial.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, man, he's so high he doesn't know what's happening.
I don't know. I'd love to believe that he knows exactly what's happening, and this is his fuck you face.
Oh,
Well,
man.
I see a bit of the orange shirt on his shoulder. So I'm wondering, was he actually in jail when they brought him to court? And then how did he get the weed?
Well, I mean, what I'm seeing here is it says Spencer Boston had a message, and nothing was going to stop him from delivering it, not even jail time. Boston, 20, was in court in Monday in Wilson County, Tennessee, facing a simple marijuana possession charge, according to Wilson County Sheriff's Department Lieutenant Scott Moore. But as he stood to face Judge Haywood Berry, he began expressing his views on why weed should be legalized. And to amplify his point, he reached into his jacket and slipped out a single marijuana cigarette. He then pulled out a box of matches and, you guessed it, lit it up. Boston got in several quick inhales before security personnel realized what was happening. They detained Boston and escorted him out of the courtroom, Moore said. Boston wasn't done, though. Before being let out, he turned to the gallery and declared, "The people deserve better." The courtroom burst out laughing, Moore told CNN. Boston's message came at a cost. The Wilson County Sheriff's Office said Boston was charged with disorderly conduct and simple possession of marijuana. Berry also held him in contempt of court for his actions. He's serving 10 days in jail for contempt. Afterward, he's eligible to post a $3,000 bond. His next court appearance is scheduled for April 14th. So when I said that he knew exactly what he was doing...
Okay, yeah, he did.
Yeah?
Yeah. Wow.
Yep, he had it planned out.
That shit-eating grin on his face is so infectious. I can't stop looking at it. It's like, oh my gosh, I want to hang out with this dude because I bet we could have a lot of fun doing stuff.
What I want to know, though, is who on Beelzebub's Green Earth calls it a marijuana cigarette anymore.
I don't know.
I mean, it was just like the George Carlin thing. You know, he's rattling off the names given to marijuana, and then he ends it with Mary Jane. Mary Jane. Nobody ever said it. Hey, you want some Mary Jane? What'd you do, man? Get you high?
Mhm.
Well,
Oh,
Michigan pulled a really good one.
hmm?
Michigan pulled a really good one.
Oh boy.
That in
Oh.
December they legalized smoking in public.
Holy shit, man.
However, it is still illegal to buy, sell, or trade it. And you can grow your own, but it's illegal to buy the seeds.
Mm-hmm. So as long as you poof it into existence by magic, it's totally cool.
Yeah, as long as it miraculously appears in your home with no explanation, you're okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to figure out is like, because I've never really understood this. If marijuana is illegal at a federal level, but states legalize it, then what happens
Okay.
if you're caught smoking it?
The FBI can still arrest you.
Yeah. The way it's supposed to work is there is federal precedence. So a state cannot rightly enforce a law that contradicts federal law.
I see.
Yeah.
So
So,
the fact
local
that
law enforcement does not have to arrest you, but any federal authority can.
So if someone decided for some reason to just go like strolling through with an FBI badge, a real one, and arresting people for smoking weed where it's completely and totally legal at a state level, they totally can.
Yep.
Well, as long as the FBI badge was obtained in the proper way. Yeah.
Yep. They could still arrest you and put you in jail until you go to court.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like a really weird system, especially given that I have a fair amount of weed over here right next to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's a symptom of what's happening here in the U.S. There are some states that are rather sane, and they are contravening federal law because the feds are so insane, and you're ending up with split government. And the two layers of government are eventually going to come to blows, and it's going to be really interesting when that happens. So I guess we're just going to have to sit back, grab a bag of popcorn and watch the show.
Okay, there's something I'm looking at right now where I can't tell whether it's real or satire.
That's another symptom of what's happening. Let's hear it.
U.S. priest jailed after bubble wrapping teen boy.
I could almost believe it.
Says here a Michigan priest was sentenced to 60 days in jail for attempted false imprisonment after being accused of encasing a teen boy in bubble wrap.
Yeah, imprisonment. I don't think imprisonment was the idea, but
Well, it says here in 2013, Reverend Brian Stanley was accused of enclosing the boy in bubble wrap and tape in a janitor's room at St. Margaret Church in Allegan County. The teenager's mouth and eyes were covered, and he was left alone for an hour, the Attorney General's office said, according to Associated Press. Stanley, who pleaded guilty to the crime, was meant to be counseling the boy.
Yeah.
Mr. Stanley took advantage of a vulnerable victim, and today he is being held accountable. But, okay.
Yeah, I'm picking it up from a Fox channel here. I could definitely believe it. Believe it or not, I mean the magic word here is priest.
Well, it says here, while Stanley will spend only 2 months in jail, he will be placed on a public registry for 15 years, given his conduct was, and this is in quotes, sexually motivated, the Attorney General's office claimed. I mean, he encased a guy in bubble wrap. It doesn't say he tried to, rape him or anything, but I don't know.
Yeah, there's some details left out, but that is a BDSM thing.
Well, I'm also looking at the about page for this. It just says global news, which sounds like it could be such a fakey thing. But it says here that it's just a Canadian news thingy. And it doesn't say anything about being satire, which they usually do if they are. So,
Well, I'm seeing it on the Fox17outline.com. Okay, I guess the coverage area is Grand Rapids, Kent, Kalamazoo, Lakeshore, South Michigan, Ionia. So this appears to be at least a real source.
yeah.
I mean, it could be that they've been duped. It's never happened before, but
Well, you know how studious Fox News is about their research.
oh yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, we'd have to get Sean Hufford in here to have it done right, but I'll do the best I can. They make shit up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, who's my little kitty? Oh, who's been whining and bugging me, wants to be on my lap. Come here, kitten. Come here.
Kate, your voice went away.
That's because I was away from the microphone. I was,
Oh, okay.
Were you chasing
yeah.
the cat?
I could
No,
see the circle pulsing, but I couldn't hear what you were saying.
I was going, oh, who's my little kitty? Who's whining and
Yep.
bitching over here? Who totally wants attention? Oh, who's my little kitty face? Oh, is what I was saying. But I was saying it over there.
Hmm.
My word, there are some people who wouldn't be caught dead for using a voice like that. Caught dead using a voice like that.
What? Why? What? Huh? What?
Oh, I was just joking that there are people who wouldn't be caught dead using that cutesy voice that you were using on the cat.
Why? Who?
Oh my. Well, I mean, there are people that think that that's over the top, too sweet.
Yeah.
Huh.
Amiga nuts.
Apparently, the Super Bowl. You know, the Super Bowl is coming up, and they always have those ads. Apparently, there's a thing saying for the first time ever, drag queens will be in a Super Bowl ad.
All right.
Well,
Amiga nuts. Second breakfast is more fried rice. Yeah. But there's a thing that kind of reminds me of the whole flap over the drag queens doing the let's read things in the libraries.
Yeah.
Whose idea was that anyway? And I'd like to know the rationale behind it. I mean, I'm not complaining yet. I would just like to know who thought it would be a good idea and why.
I didn't know it was any kind of organized effort. I thought it was just a couple of them who decided to do it on their own.
Well, at least I'm remembering that I had heard of it in enough places that were not the same place that I was thinking it might be an organized effort. Let's see if I can't find anything and maybe be proved wrong.
Yeah, I never really looked into it. I just heard a couple of instances of it happening.
Okay. Oh, Drag Queens Story Time. That is it. And okay, I'm seeing Houston. I'm seeing Greenville, South Carolina. Let's see. What else do we have? Okay, we have the homepage of Drag Queen Story Hour.
Okay.
This ought to
Well,
be really interesting.
if they got a web page for it, then it must have been somewhat coordinated.
Yeah, somewhat. Okay, here we go. What is Drag Queen okay, let's try this again, kids. From the top. What is Drag Queen Story Hour? Drag Queen Story Hour, DQSH, is just what it sounds like. Drag queens reading stories to children in libraries, schools, and bookstores. DQSH captures the imagination and play of the gender fluidity of childhood and gives kids glamorous, positive, and unabashedly queer role models. In spaces like this, kids are able to see people who defy rigid gender restrictions and imagine a world where people can present as they wish, where dress up is real. Sounds a little over the top, but I guess maybe they mean well. What, honey?
oh golly. So I'm looking at an album cover someone posted in the I Love the 80s group of We Are the World.
Oh, God.
Hmm.
I have to look at this. It says find an event near you. I'm really interested here. Almost uncomfortably interested. Okay, you've got Atlanta, Arizona, Berlin, Germany, Boston, Cleveland, Tennessee, Cleveland, Ohio, Charlotte, North Carolina, Chicago, Northern Colorado, Danbury, Connecticut, El Paso, Texas. Holy fucking shit! They got 2 columns of venues here.
So I'm looking at something. Apparently, you remember Dylan Roof?
Yes, I do.
Well, apparently he's appealing his conviction and execution.
Okay, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me.
Well, I mean, the thing is, at the time when it first happened, he seemed to be pretty sanguine about it.
Meow.
Like, yeah, Roof's legal advisors repeatedly expressed frustration that Roof wouldn't allow them to introduce mental health evidence that could possibly spare his life. Roof asked jurors to forget anything they'd heard from his legal team about his mental state, declaring there is nothing wrong with me psychologically.
Okay, I have a question. Why would he want to escape execution? Because, as I'm looking at it, remaining alive, imprisoned for the rest of his life, etc., 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 is much worse than dying.
Well, I don't disagree with that, but we're not necessarily dealing with someone rational here.
I guess not. Now, this is really interesting. In this second column, there are many of these entries that are not pointing to anything. I mean, they light up, but they don't have a little finger. And Pittsburgh is listed among them. So I'm wondering where the heck they're going.
Got a pretty long finger, but that's another issue entirely.
Okay, I'm just going to have to do it this way.
What on earth? Oh, what? No.
All right.
Oh, never mind. That was just creepy. I saw an entry from someone on Facebook named Denise saying, Happy 45th, Chris, you'll never be forgotten. Rest in peace, blah, blah, blah. And I know some very good friends actually named Denise, who's married to Chris. And I was like, none of the people in that picture look like Denise or Chris. And I'm pretty sure Chris isn't dead, nor is he 45 years old. What the fuck's going on? And then I realized it's the wrong Denise. And I was like, okay.
Okay, here there's something on a site called Pittsburgh Current. Dateline is 29 June 2019. Carnegie Library cancels drag queen story hour after threats made against similar programs. That does not surprise me. I would imagine people here chomping at the bit to cancel that, just to find a good reason to do it. Yeah, this is not the most queer-friendly place I've ever known. I mean, it's better than some, but yeah. Oh, well then.
So
Yeah, part of the reason I want to get back to Minnesota, it's better than most areas.
So apparently Mitch McConnell says he doesn't have the votes to stop impeachment witnesses.
Ooh, that's interesting.
So
So I wonder what their secondary plan of attack is.
I don't know.
And I wonder if there was a time, a recent time, when he did have the votes and he does no longer. You know, like, could he have lost the necessary votes in the last few days?
I don't know.
That's an interesting thing to wonder about as well. It would be really, really interesting to know all the ins and outs of this whole thing and see the way it's going. It would be.
So I mean, Well, my question is if they have all of the, like, if they have a bunch of witnesses that can't be blocked and the evidence is just absolutely incontrovertible, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet they still do not remove Trump from office. They still don't convict him. What is that going to do? I mean, I don't mean in the immediate. I mean, in the larger picture, where you can't trust Congress to do the right thing because they refuse for completely partisan reasons.
Yeah.
What will that do?
Nothing good. Okay, if confidence in government is completely lost, could that lead to, I don't know, what do you want to call it, a shadow government, but it would not be in the shadows, where either lower levels, certainly not state, but let's say municipal, or even private citizens take matters into their own hands, basically, and say, okay, they won't govern, we'll do it ourselves. How far would they get if they tried something like that? All very interesting questions here.
You got to look at the screen here. The thing
Yeah.
I'm sharing.
Let me get this queer thing off and your thing over there.
Oh yeah, get the queer thing off. Uh-huh.
Oh man, I like it. Yeah.
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 Yeah, I saw that and I knew I had to share it here, especially since the topic was drag queens.
You know,
So
I still think sometimes, I still think I'd rather be a transvestite, but I'm stuck where I am, so I have to deal with it.
I suppose it would probably be easier, all things considered, but
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, I would have that male public persona to retreat to, and it might be a little more convenient, but it wouldn't be real. I mean, I'm not a guy. Sorry. I'm not a man. And I know a lot of people would pick that up and twist it around a lot, but I'm simply the.
when I said it was easier, I was just thinking about there'd be a lot less work to do. But
Oh well, that too, yeah. Because I'm looking into the future, and I'm wondering if there's going to be a time again where I could be homeless simply because I'm trans. You know, where one could evict someone for being some brand of queer, without recourse. I mean, there was a time when that could be done, then things started to improve, and now we've got this, where protections for just about everything are being rolled back, and it's not fun at all, really. And you know,
sorry,
by the
I'm
area
still
in which, say again.
shit online. So go on.
Oh, and I guess things vary by the area in which you live. I don't know if you would have as much of a problem in San Diego for being lesbian as I could stand to have for being trans in Pittsburgh.
Well, I live in what is basically San Diego's gayborhood, so you know, the fact that we even have a gayborhood here is, you know, it tells us how little trouble I'm going to get into.
Okay, that's a very good thing then. Okay.
Yeah. I got the impression though that most major cities will have a gayborhood somewhere.
I don't know of one here. I mean, I'll try the keywords, but I cannot think offhand of a place.
Well, to be fair, I don't know if gayborhood is a keyword. I've been calling places that for a while. I'm not sure I've ever heard anyone else say it. So don't go looking up gayborhood. It might not be a thing.
No, I'm looking up Pittsburgh Gay Mecca. I'll start there. Okay, where is Pittsburgh located? No, we don't want that. List of gay villages. Wait a minute. Okay, here we go. We might. I saw something referring to, let's see, what am I, Control F. Okay, here we go. I see 4 entries for Pittsburgh, so let's see what we've got. Open this. Yeah, but it's just taking me to the general thing about Pittsburgh. I want to know where the gay meccas are, if there are any at all.
So here's the thing. Instead of Mecca, try district.
Okay. Let's see if that helps. Oh, hang on. Wait a minute. This isn't being nice to me.
Well, there is a map of the most gay-friendly neighborhoods of Pittsburgh.
Say again, hon?
I said there's a map of the most gay-friendly neighborhoods of Pittsburgh.
Oh my. Where would that be? What's the Wait a minute, I see it here in the Post Gazette.
While Shadyside and the Mexican War Streets have long been acknowledged as gay-friendly neighborhoods, the city doesn't yet have a district as distinctive as DuPont Circle in Washington or the Castro District in San Francisco. But thanks to census data, we have a glimpse into what may yet come. So,
is this from the Post Gazette or is it from somewhere else?
Yes.
It is from the
Yes.
Post Gazette. Okay. Oh, I see where you were reading. It's the third paragraph. Okay. Okay, so we have this. No. We have this map, but I'm not seeing anything marked out or anything. So maybe I'm not looking at the right stuff. Or wait a minute. No, those are bodies of water.
Dang. So the chat does not have time codes. I don't remember the last time anyone said anything. Like Amiga Nuts here apparently said something at one point. I don't know when it was. I don't know if we've still got people watching or what.
I have my chat timestamps turned on. Amiga Nuts said something 5 minutes ago.
Oh, is it only 5 minutes?
Yeah, it says 5:34 a.m. Amiga Nuts. That was funny with the laugh until you cry face on it.
Okay. It's Wednesday now, isn't it?
Looks like it. Yep.
I really should go to bed.
Yeah, you're not the only one. I don't know. Is Purple still with us?
Sorry, my mic was muted.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you'd fallen asleep yet. Yeah, this article is disappointing me. The hell? Okay, then.
That was my lemming.
Oh, okay.
I really should name my lemming at some point.
Each
Anyway, I'm gonna go to with the bed and the sleeping and the eyes closed and the not being conscious. So I'll talk to you later.
Okay, take care. Thanks for coming by, seriously, and sweet dreams and all that stuff. Yeah, I should be getting to bed pretty darn soon as well. I'm looking for dots and I'm not seeing them.
Later, Kate.
No, I don't know what I just said. Really, I don't. Looking in places where I'm suspecting I might find a gay concentration, and I'm not seeing dots, so I don't know. But yeah, she seems to have a good idea. You got anything to tell the nice people out there, Purple?
Well, I'll be doing my midday chat, and what's
about
that
an
now?
hour?
About 7 hours. And then actually just after that, at 4 o'clock this afternoon, yeah, I'm going to be doing my Ask Me Anything, my 2 gross subscriber celebration.
Oh, I had forgetted all about that. Just might have to tune in
So
for
yeah,
that.
I've got a list of questions that people submitted on Twitter. I have not like rehearsed answers or anything. I'm just gonna go fly with them.
Come fly with me, we'll fly away. Anyway, copyright strike, I know. Yeah, that would be a great thing to tune into, everybody in the audience. You hear about that one, get over there and tune into Purple. And oh, I have to come up with something for Sunday, but besides that, my week is kind of done. Yay. I'm probably not going to wake up until what, Friday? So I didn't wake up until, well, I woke up at 6:30 Tuesday afternoon. About a half hour before I was supposed to go on air, and it's like, ah, shit.
Well, I will take the fact that you are sleeping that long to mean that you're not having as much pain, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm not having as much pain. Even that very first session with the machine did some good. And thank you.
I'm surprised you noticed the results so fast.
So am I. I did not expect to feel any result. I mean, it's still there. I need more treatment yet, but
Yeah.
I didn't think I would be seeing a result for at least a week.
Yeah, I thought it would be a week or 2 of use before you'd be seeing anything, getting any help from it.
Yeah, especially since I did not feel. Well, I only put a gallon of water in the plastic bag, so that was 8 pounds. I did not. I know that 8 pounds was not where I had it when I had last been using one of these things on a regular basis. I just couldn't remember what weight I had used, so I thought I'd work up to it until, if I felt a twinge of discomfort, then I'd back off. And I didn't feel any discomfort at all with the 8 pounds, but it seems to have done a little help. So we'll just keep up with that. And the worst part, the worst part of the whole thing was trying to figure out how to put that head strap on. It had been so long since I've used one of these, I'd forgotten how to do it. It's not a simple thing.
Okay, I'm glad it's working for you. I was actually surprised when I saw it on your wish list. I thought it would be a much more expensive item.
Well, when I put it on the wish list, I had thought it would be more expensive. The other one that I had bought in '89, and the interesting thing about it is I needed a prescription to get it at the time. And I'm lucky that I had what we called the green card that doesn't exist here anymore. It was a more complete level of Medicaid than the blue card. You only got it if you were so poor you couldn't afford housing. So okay, you could be healthy in order to be wet and cold, all that stuff.
Yeah.
But I saw the price tag on it. It was over $50 back then. And this time it was what, 15, 16, something like that. So the price has actually come down.
Yeah, 15 and some change.
Yeah, and that surprised me. It really did. But it worked for me then, and the time since that I used it. So I figured it would work for me now. It was just a matter of figuring out how to do it and everything. And yeah.
Yeah, you'll have to thank Sloth Girl for that. Maybe send her a note on Twitter.
Yay!
Yeah, because she was definitely, she threw in some money for it and was definitely going with it too.
And then there's this cat. There is this cat who is somewhat appreciative of that giant bag of cat food. Now, she would much have preferred then it'd be a ton of chicky. But you know how
Yep.
that goes. You know, it's. No, I roasted a turkey just a few days ago to make room for that ham that I had bought, and I offered to put her in and let her eat her way out, but you know, it didn't work really well.
Yeah.
Oh my, Amiga Nuts watches Tom Hartman as well. Yay! Um, yeah, Tom Hartman was the person who introduced me to Bernie. I mean, you know, not personally. Bernie and I never shook hands or anything like that. But I used to
Ah,
watch the, well, I still do watch the Tom Hartman program, and he had a little thing going called, I think it was Brunch with Bernie or Breakfast with Bernie or some shit like that. It was on Sunday late morning or early afternoon, and I saw this grumpy old guy who said things I liked. I'm listening into him and everything. I like this guy. And then later on, I found out he had decided to run for president. And the one thing that came into my mind was, oh my word, do I want him as a president or do we need him in the Senate more? But I kind of warmed up to the idea of President Sanders, and unfortunately, that was 2016 where he got screwed
yeah.
royally. Um, I hope things go better this time. You know, we'll see. Um,
I hope the DNC will realize not to make the same mistake again.
um, you are very, what's the word I'm looking for? Optimistic?
Yeah, well, that's, I'm afraid that's what's going to happen, is they'll figure that people will vote against Trump, so they'll push Biden through,
Yeah, and
and nobody, I have not heard anyone say they would vote for Biden.
right.
So I don't think people just voting against Trump will be enough. I think they need a candidate that some people actually feel they can support.
Yeah,
Otherwise, too many people will just decide not to show up on voting day.
and that's really horrible. Yeah, one would hope that didn't happen, but I can see it happening. I mean, you've heard the discussions that Kate and I have had, and
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if, okay,
Yeah.
let's say Biden is the nominee, that you would leave that space blank, or vote for a minor party candidate or something like that. It wouldn't surprise me at all. I'm a slightly different person. I would hold my nose and vote for Biden just the way I held my nose and voted for Clinton. Um, hoping
I
that
would do the same thing, but if the Democrats are serious about, they're saying beat Trump at all cost, they need to put in a candidate that the younger people will care enough about that they'll bother to go and vote.
Absolutely, absolutely, I'm with that 100%. Yeah, it's. I mean, what I would be doing when I would hold my nose and vote for Biden is that there would be enough other people doing that to carry the day. Now, I should know better. There weren't enough other people doing that to carry the day for Clinton. Why
Yeah.
should I expect they would do that for Biden? But what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to lead the cavalry charge in the revolution? I mean, I'm a little out of shape for that. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's like kind of a fantasy thing because I know it wouldn't get off the ground. But wouldn't it be great if the Democrats insisted on pushing Biden through and we got enough people to write in Sanders to actually get a third party started?
I think that was some of the wishing going on last time around, and that
Yeah.
didn't even begin to take any.
No,
build
because you
any
won't
steam.
get enough people to believe it's going to happen to vote that way.
Yeah, and there are too
Yeah,
other,
too many people just don't take the write-in vote seriously.
Yeah, there are too many people ingrained into the two-party system.
Yep.
And I do agree that we need something like ranked choice voting or something like that. Get away from the two parties. That would really shake shit up.
Yeah.
But the machine that is in power now wants the two-party system because it works for them.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, they don't want to make any significant changes to it.
yeah. Um, I mean, this is where I wish things were a bit different. I wish that I had the wherewithal to pick up and leave.
Yeah.
But things may, well, not may, things probably will happen in the near future where I'd be really, really, really wishing that I could leave, that I might have to go into hiding, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, if it had been an option, I would have moved to Canada by now.
Yeah, you could walk there. But
I was trying to find somebody to give me sanctuary. I was going to row the canoe across Lake Superior.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know anyone I could count on for extending the offer of sanctuary. I mean, there are some people who have, the way I'm looking at it, joked a bit about it. Is come on over, that sort of thing. I'll put you up. But when push comes to shove, you also have to understand that you're putting a hell of a burden on a person like that. And for all the burdens I put on people now, I don't know that I could manage to do something like that.
Well, I did actually look into it, and like people in our situation, our economic status, that basically, unless you had somebody who would promise to give you a job when you got there, they're not going to really let you in.
Right.
Yeah, they won't let you stay more than a week.
Yeah, they don't want you being a drain on their resources, and in a way, I really can't blame them. I mean, in another way, it's like put your mouth where your liberal, put your money where your liberal mouth is. But I get it, that you really just can't jump and do it. Hans says he almost wonders if you're from Puerto Rico. I don't know exactly where that comes from, but it is kind of humorous. And that's the really interesting thing, too.
Yeah, there was a reference to Puerto Rico a little further up, but I missed what started that.
Okay. It's really interesting when I think back, some of the times I've been in Canada, I was easily taken for a native. I mean, taken well enough for a native that shopkeepers, other people would complain to me as one would complain to a friend about those horrible Americans. You could tell that it wasn't directed at you. You could tell that they wanted you to commiserate and everything else. So getting along would not be a problem for me. I guess I blend in rather easily. I don't know, but
well, 10 years ago when I had the Minnesota accent, everybody in New York thought I was Canadian.
Well, you kind of lost that, eh?
Yeah.
Oh my! I want to know what happened to the coaster under my coffee cup. It just went bye bye. Oh well then, such is the life and the stuff and the things and. Yeah, and then when they want you to have a job or the promise of a job and everything else like that, I'm assuming that internet commentary host doesn't qualify as a job, right? I mean, look at how I'm making money hand over fist with this. No, guys,
Well, and
don't start.
for me, I've been self-employed for so many years that I wouldn't really be able to, prove that I would have a viable income there.
Yeah. Yeah, and people don't go pledging on my Patreon, falling all over yourselves to do that, because in order for me to not have my ship sunk, you guys have to all get together and have all at once enough pledges out there for me to make, I don't know, say about 10,000 a month.
Yep.
So and most of that 10,000 is medical costs.
Well, I've got a Patreon supporter now.
Yeah, Hartwick, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Greg Hardwick has pledged $1 a month to me, so
love you, Greg. You're
my
a
first
beautiful
one.
guy. Yeah, he's been my patron for a while now.
Yeah, I saw him in your chat on Sunday.
Yeah, there have been some interesting people who have been. Well, let's see.
I'm just floored by that. That somebody's actually sending me money from my YouTube channel.
Yeah, isn't it great? Where you sit back.
I didn't think that was going to happen.
Somebody thinks the shit I'm doing is worth $1 a month. God damn, that's amazing.
Well, that, and I got fan art now.
There you go. I mean, that's when you know you've made it. Okay, when you get the fan art.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah. Wait a minute. Is that the one, or is it a different one where you've got the pirate kitty eyes?
Oh no, that was another one that Deconverted Man did.
Okay.
This one is by Nigglespot. He's a teenager in Australia that does some little animation with stick figures and simple things.
Okay, 2 words: teenager and Australia. Yeah, put those two together, and it's like, okay.
Yeah.
This person's crazy enough to be likable.
Well, I'd been watching his channel for a while. He doesn't put very much out. It's a couple of months between little things that he does.
And I'm trying to figure out how to put out more, like I don't fall on my arse and miss a day here and there and everything else. It's like
I've got to get to doing edited videos on a more regular basis.
Oh well, that too. Yeah, I've got.
I've got like 5 scripts in progress, and I need to actually record them. And
I've got an idea bouncing around off the inner surfaces of my skull that. The hardest part right now is getting the intro written, and once that's written, the rest will be easy. But it's a review of a pamphlet that Catholic Answers puts out on the reasons they think that Dear Jesus was a real person. And when I say Dear Jesus, I mean the fairy tale Jesus. The one you find in the Gospels.
Yeah, I've actually got one that I was working on to do my own angle on Pascal's wager.
Okay then.
Yeah, which I had. This is something I've been working on for more than 6 months. I just haven't got it all together.
Mm-hmm.
Because I kind of wanted to do it off of one of the videos that Cirrus did.
Oh, okay.
Use a bit of his. And Nerdy Rodent even did me animated background for it. So it's like, I got to get it together.
Yeah, with me, the most difficult parts of a scripted video or a prepared video or whatever you want to call it for me are the beginning and the end. In the beginning more so than the end.
You guys are still live?
Yeah, Tornado, we're still here.
Still around.
Well, I think you guys just broke the record for longest after show. I think you guys just broke the record for longest show in general.
No, I know we had one that went more than 10 hours one time.
Yeah, that was the after show. In terms of total show length,
in terms of total show length, I've been on a show that ran 24 hours without a break. A couple of them.
Yeah, but I meant on this channel.
Oh, on this channel. Okay, I got you.
This is the longest show. You went live 11 hours ago.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah,
so on this channel, this is the longest lasting YouTube video that you have. That's not both an after show and the live show.
and it'll come in at, I don't know, 15 views or something like that. Yeah. And this
Okay, are you just running on liquid caffeine or something?
Yeah, probably. Pretty much.
Well, does somebody want to come in? You know, we can do a relay here. If somebody wants to come in and fill the next 7 hours until my show starts.
Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me.
Yeah, I'd better lay down for a few hours before I have to do mine.
Oh, God. I remember when Don used to do his shows, he would interview somebody for an hour and then he would do an after show, which invariably ran at least 8 hours. And then a bunch of us gave him some shit. How about, yeah, Don, how about doing another 8, or, continuing on or whatever it is. And that second show was called Why Am I Doing This? And then we got him to do a third 8-hour period, which I think his title was something like so yeah, we ran 24 hours and he ran all of it. I don't know how he did not die of lack of sleep, but he did not. He was around for the next one, and I'm sure he has fond memories of that.
I don't know how you do it, Diana.
Neither do I.
That's coming from the caffeinato, who's always a teetotaler on movie night. Have you noticed that? I'm a teetotaler on movie night.
Yes, you have emphasized this more than once.
How do I
I thought that
survive?
was just because your mom was watching.
No, he
No.
doesn't consume alcohol at all.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
But I've literally been a teetotaler for my entire time on the show. From the day I first started to even now. I have not drank alcohol. I have not touched booze once on the 2.25 months that I've been on this, or 2.25 years that I've been on this fun movie night shtick.
Yeah, I was gonna say you got started on movie night before I did.
2.25 years, and I haven't touched alcohol once in that time. This was well after I was 21, but this was basically the year I was 21. So normally someone would say, oh, you're going to celebrate 21 years of sobriety by drinking. But nope, not me, because I don't like alcohol.
Well, 21
That's why I stick to certified non-alcoholic beverages.
21 was no big deal for me. I was mixing killer martinis from the age of 13, so...
And then look at me, the guy who's probably never touched a thing of booze in his life.
Yeah, that it's certainly a respectable thing that way. But honestly, with movie night, I don't know how you do it. Because I know that the hangover I'll have the next day can't hurt nearly as much as trying to watch that stuff sober.
Oh, I watch it all sober. You know why? Because I like to be able to access the vast amount of knowledge inside of my brain.
Yeah.
So that way I can come up with an instant debunk of the stuff. Although you did not get to hear of the, let's just call it the Bruce Lipton incident. You didn't get to hear of that, did you?
I was told that it existed.
Well, Team Skeptic made a video on Bruce Lipton where Bruce Lipton claims that the human body had 70 trillion volts of lightning or volts of electricity that could be released at any one time to be used by the bot to be focused through training and meditation to be used for healing. Now, did you know?
Yeah, I remember hearing that. It was probably watching Team Skeptic's video that I saw it.
Did you know that the most powerful lightning bolts on Earth come out to only 1 billion volts?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I was wondering where he pulled his numbers from, because I didn't really have figures, but that didn't sound at all right.
Considering that would be 70,000 of Earth's most powerful lightning bolts stored in one human, and lightning strikes the Earth's surface on average 100 times a second, so that human would contain 11.67 minutes worth of lightning constantly striking the Earth.
We get it.
But it got worse because I actually calculated the current running through the human's body at that point, and if they were to use that energy for healing, the worst case scenario that I calculated was around 70 billion amperes.
I would tell you.
Yeah, well, I was sure that was more than enough to fry an elephant. So,
That's not more than enough to fry an elephant. That's more than. Just so you know, that is an obscene level of temperature.
yeah.
Like, just that is an obscene level of energy.
I would tell
Yeah,
you.
70 billion amps. And the power released in the worst case would be 4.9 times 10 to the 24th watts.
Oh, I see where that's coming from. I would tell you to talk to my sister about what it's like to nearly get hit by lightning, but she died 13 years ago, so never mind that.
A human with that kind of energy output would be able to match the energy output of the sun after only 78 seconds.
Oh, okay.
The energy released by that blast is, well, let's just put it on the order of 1 trillion kilotons of TNT, because a human would not be able to contain that, since basically joules are watt seconds, and I'm assuming that the human is releasing all this energy in 1 second. The equivalent yield of one human releasing all this energy to be used for healing would literally vaporize like 1/4 of the, like, let's see. I put the blast in St. Louis and it said it would vaporize quite literally 3/4 of the United States in one shot.
Yep. Okay, I gotta set my mic down for a moment. I'll be right back.
I ask you to think of what might be wrong with Bruce Lipton's numbers there.
Everything.
Oh, and it gets even better because, well, the temperature that I'd be reaching at that point, if I were to release all of that energy, I needed to basically divide that number by an obscene amount. And, well, okay, so 4.9 times 10 to the 22nd joules heats up my body by, well, 19 quintillion degrees Celsius. That's right. 19 quintillion degrees Celsius.
It's a little warm.
Considering that it's exceeding the temperature thresholds at the very beginning of the universe, atoms cease to exist at that point. Basically, a human with Bruce Lipton's energy numbers would be capable of soft resetting the universe. I lead you to think of what 19 quintillion degrees would do to a temperature increase of 19 quintillion degrees in one spot would do to anything within the visible line of sight of that thing. I lead you to think of what that would do to the very Earth itself.
Yeah, Amiga Nuts is in the side chat was saying I was in a building that was hit by lightning. I vaporized, was that 3,800, 800 amp fuses.
And it blew them.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing how much current can be transferred by a single strike of lightning.
And Bruce Lipton is claiming that a human can output can have a current running through them of 70 billion amps. So literally, the moment that human goes to flick a light switch, boom. How are they not vaporizing every single circuit in the fucking city at that point? Oh, but it gets better. Or I should say worse, because I actually calculated how long a human capable of outputting 4.9 times 10 to the 24th watts would be able to power a standard 60-watt light incandescent light bulb. Oh, it's nothing big or anything. It's just 187,654.6 times the best estimate for the age of the fucking universe.
Yeah, he must have dropped a decimal somewhere.
Oh, Bruce Lipton, why? Why do you do this to me? Why is it every single woo scenario I touch ends with the total destruction of the planet?
Oh, yeah, Nuts was clarifying that 3 fuses were totally disappeared. They vaporized.
Yeah, 3 fuses under 3,380 or 3,800 amp fuses completely vaporized.
Yeah.
An ordinary human is capable of outputting so much more than that it's not even funny. Like I said, how are they not blowing every fuse within the city?
That's the amazing thing, though, is that the building shook.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we had an episode here last night. We wound up being evacuated for 3 hours because the building next to us collapsed.
Oh.
So they evacuated everyone out of our apartment block for 3 hours because they were afraid there was a gas leak and that somebody flicking an electric switch could have exploded their apartment.
Yeah, I'm surprised that human dust doesn't have energy arcing off of them whenever they step foot into a room.
Yep.
Bruce Lipton claims 70 trillion volts can be used for healing.
Yeah, I explored that kind of stuff during my pagan time about energy healing and crystal healing, all those different things. And it's like, yeah, that's.
Let me just put
I took, I took the proper approach to that stuff. I was just exploring all the different claims in that, and I just, never found anything that would support them or anything that was repeatable.
Yeah, and if a human had 70 trillion volts capable of being released at any 1 second to the tune of 4.9 times 10 to the 24th watts and 1 trillion kilotons of TNT, you wouldn't be healing jack shit.
Well, whoever you were healing would not be feeling pain anymore.
That's quite certain.
They wouldn't be feeling anything anymore.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Yeah, vaporizing your patient is not a good medical practice.
Vaporizing 3/4 of the United States isn't a good medical practice. I shudder to think of what would happen if a doctor had to deal with something like that in St. Louis. It's like, okay, this patient's suffering a heart attack. I'm going to use my internal energy. Clear! Boom! It's like, all right, everyone, stand back. I'm going to use my energy that Bruce Lipton claims I can use for healing. Clear! Sir, we just detected a massive nuclear explosion on the other side of the planet. Does North Korea have anything that size? and then all of a sudden, you just see this massive mantle-revealing hole in the crust. Yeah, that energy that release would be the equivalent of a planet cracker. Would you agree?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm pretty sure the energies released would be capable of cracking the entire damn planet. And that's just a back of the napkin estimate. This tends to happen whenever I touch a woo scenario.
Yeah.
Like, it happened when I dealt with the flood issue, where I found that Hoven's 200 by 200 by 200 kilometer ice cube ramming into the Earth at cometary speed would be enough to cause the total extinction of life on the planet thanks to a thermal pulse that raced around the globe. And it wouldn't even bring enough water onto the Earth to flood the Earth past Mount Everest anyway. To do that, you need the amount of water that is equivalent to what's on Europa. Which,
not to mention the wooden boat having to survive the resulting tsunami.
Yeah, and that's all not even taking into account the issue regarding hydrogen sulfide. Because if there's one thing you should know, do you do chemistry, Purple?
I know the basics of it. I haven't really done anything since I was in high school.
Do you know what the main smelling component in feces is?
I thought it was mostly methane. Well, the methane doesn't actually have the smell. Yeah, it's the hydrogen sulfate.
Yeah, that's hydrogen
I believe it's
sulfide.
called scatol.
What's that, Diane?
I believe that component is called scatol.
Oh.
Let's see if it is. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Yeah, scatol or 3-methylindole is a foul-smelling constituent of mammalian feces. It is produced by the decomposition of tryptophan in the digestive tract. It has a floral aroma at low concentrations, contributing to the pleasant smell of flowers such as jasmine and orange blossoms. There's one of the amateur chemists on YouTube that I watch occasionally who made the stuff.
Well, there's also hydrogen sulfide.
Yeah, the thing about the hydrogen sulfide, you don't get too far. I mean, I understand that it can be detected at very, very, very low concentrations, but get a little bit too much in the human body, and there's not much human body left anymore because it's dead.
Yeah. Do you know how much feces there would be on that ark?
Well,
enough hydrogen sulfide to kill just about everything, because hydrogen sulfide interferes with the body's ability to use oxygen in their cells.
Right.
Yep.
Fun fact, hydrogen sulfide is also flammable and explosive. So think about it as a cold winter's night on board the Ark. Someone goes, or think of it as a dark night on the Ark, and someone needs to see. What are they going to do? What are they going to turn to? A primitive light source, such as an oil lamp, for example. The moment they strike that match, I want you to imagine one of those World War II ships whose ammo magazine has just been hit. Boom.
I'm trying to find.
And the Lord said, "Build ye a bomb out of gopher wood."
Yeah, we still can't figure out what gopher wood is either, but yeah, we could go on all night on that.
And
but
that's why I put
headbutting me. wondering why I'm not in bed yet.
Yeah, but that's why I said hydrogen sulfide.
Oh,
Ouch!
there it
In that
is.
one
There
image.
it is. I was trying to find the name of the show. It was called Special Bulletin. Okay. It's a very interesting show. It's not very uplifting, but it's interesting.
Oh, yes. Hydrogen sulfide is a highly flammable explosive gas and can cause possible life-threatening situations if not properly handled.
Oh, my
Yeah,
God,
sorry,
how is-
Amiga. You're at a disadvantage because there's a bit of a delay to the YouTube.
Yeah, only 20 minutes until this goodbye is an hour long. You got it. Let's see here. Excuse me. Seeing how the day and probably the week is over for two of us anyway, we might as well have to bring this to a close and
Okay.
all the good stuff. I want to thank everybody who's here. I want to thank everybody who's not here. You guys are the reason
Yep.
I'm here, and you guys are the reason I do this. And I want to thank you, Purple, and I want to thank you, Tornado, and
I know I pontificate a lot on subjects
yes, you
that
do.
I've
But
accepted. Especially when it comes to Woo, because, well, I noticed that every scenario I touch when it comes to Woo results in the extinction of everything on the planet.
I'm just gonna, before I hit the button here, I'm gonna have a look and. Okay, this thing is saying that, yeah, this show has been going for 11 hours, 10 minutes, and 44 seconds. I think it's about time to go night-night, isn't it?
Yeah, especially for you, Diana.
Yeah, well, that too. And, yeah, thanks, everybody. Seriously, you're the reason I do this, and I love doing it. And,
Yeah, like I said, I'm just going to lay down for a couple hours and I'll be back at noon Central Time.
oh, boy, that's the whole thing.
Are
We
you the
can't-
one who does the interviews?
No.
yeah,
All right,
we
that's
can't keep
Kate
Purple
Carr.
up, all the
Yeah,
way on the hit
mine are
show.
just unstructured. It's just, random chat.
So I'm going to say at everybody and everything and all that good stuff as I usually do. Thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.